Chapter 1. Wands and Systems. On a certain day in July 1991, within the confines of Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley, London. It seems this one won't do. Don't fret, young Mr. Wells, let's try this wand instead. Albert Wells gazed down with a hint of exasperation at the wand recently thrust into his hand by Mr. Ollivander, then lethargically raised his arm and waved it half-heartedly. With a resounding bang, a fireball the size of a billiard ball shot forth from the wand's tip, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin in the wall opposite Albert Wells. Mr. Ollivander, perhaps I should try my luck at another wand shop. Casting a glance at the battered wall, riddled with large holes and seemingly on the verge of collapse, Albert turned to Mr. Ollivander, who stood a short distance away, dust covering his entire form. Do not worry, my child. No matter how discerning the wizard, they shall find a suitable wand here. Upon hearing Albert's words, Mr. Ollivander waved his hand dismissively. Do not forget, our Ollivander family has been crafting wands for 2 millennia. We have encountered many a finicky customer like yourself. Oh, by the way, you might want to try that wand over there. Wait here a moment. My child, I shall return shortly. Mr. Ollivander spoke rapidly, then navigated around the row of toppled shelves, stepping over scattered wand packaging, and hurried into the storeroom at the back of the shop. Sigh, isn't it said that every traveler possesses a golden finger, that everyone is a super genius? Why then, is it so difficult for me to simply purchase a wand? Once Mr. Ollivander had departed, Albert set aside the wand he had been holding and inwardly lamented. Indeed, Albert Wells was a traveler, a fan of the Harry Potter world who had crossed over from reality into this magical realm. In fact, he had arrived in this world nearly a decade ago, shortly after the original owner had turned 1 year old. And, until today more precisely, until he came to procure his wand, Albert had believed he would, like other travelers, become a super genius, capable of defeating Voldemort and overpowering Grindelwald, such that even Dumbledore would contemplate retreating from the scene upon meeting him. Yet, ever since entering this humble Ollivander's wand shop, Albert's confidence had been shattered amid the cacophony of explosions, leading him to question whether there was something awry with his magical aptitude. As Albert despaired over the prospect of not finding a suitable wand and what that might mean for his future, Mr. Ollivander suddenly returned, cradling an opulent sandalwood box with evident excitement. Come, young Mr. Wells, try this mysterious wand. Perhaps you are the one it has awaited for 11 years. As Mr. Ollivander spoke, he carefully opened the sandalwood box and extracted a wand of deep emerald hue, presenting it to Albert. This wand, crafted from jade bamboo, contains a core of the hair of an iron belly, measuring approximately 1 foot in length, or about 13 and 18 inches. With a smile, Mr. Ollivander elucidated the unique qualities of this special wand to Albert. A truly extraordinary, wondrous, and magical wand from the East. About 11 years ago, a wizard from that mysterious land entered my shop, leaving this wand behind and informing me that if a young wizard with black hair were to come here, unable to find a suitable wand, I should present this Eastern wand to him before this shop is reduced to ruins. Upon hearing Mr. Ollivander's words, Albert raised his eyebrows in astonishment. This occurrence was indeed peculiar. Bordering on the uncanny, it was evident that this wand from the East had been prepared specifically for him, a traveler from that very region. However, most importantly, he had not yet crossed over 11 years ago. Was the divination ability of the masters in Huaxia truly so formidable? Yet Albert had little time to ponder this matter. For the moment he grasped the mysterious Eastern wand, a swirl of colorful mist erupted from its tip, coalescing before him into the form of a small panda and a translucent silhouette of bamboo, as lustrous as jade. Ha ha ha, indeed this is the one. Observing the 2 ethereal figures before Albert, Mr. Ollivander clapped his hands in delight. You and this wand share an extraordinary compatibility. It is remarkable. I have never seen such a perfect harmony between a wizard and a wand. Now, my child, accept this wand. Consider a mysterious gift from that enigmatic land of the East. Very well, thank you, Mr. Ollivander. If you happen to encounter that mysterious wizard from the East in the future, please convey my gratitude. Though Albert remained somewhat dazed, he politely nodded at Mr. Ollivander, carefully tucking the jade bamboo wand into the pocket of his robe. At that moment, a crisp mechanical notification suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired your own wand. The magic exchange system is now officially activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a beginner's gift package, automatically mastering introductory alchemy, transfiguration, spell casting, and a method for creating an invisible strong adhesive. Huh, a system. I actually have a system? Startled by the sudden mechanical notification in his mind and the rush of memories flooding his consciousness, Albert was taken aback. Though he had often dreamed of possessing a powerful system during the early years after his arrival in this world, he had long since abandoned hope. Yet he had never anticipated that upon acquiring this mysterious Eastern wand, a system would awaken alongside it. Just as Albert was about to inquire about the functionalities of the system in his mind, the door of Ollivander's wand shop swung open. A young couple entered, leading a girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. Dad, Mom. And Eliza, what brings you here? Seeing the young couple and the little girl, Albert scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. Indeed, these three were none other than Albert's father, Edmund Wells, his mother, Amelia Wells, and his sister, Eliza Wells. Chapter 2. First Encounter with the Weasley Twins. We heard someone mention that Mr. Ollivander's shop was about to be blown apart by a boy while we were buying ice cream for Eliza. And since you hadn't come to find us, your father and I decided to come take a look. Amelia Wells surveyed the disheveled and battered shop, then turned back to her son with a hint of resignation. Indeed, I never expected that the boy who was to blow up Mr. Ollivander's shop would turn out to be you. Edmund Wells shrugged, a bemused smile on his face. There's just a minor mishap. Albert chuckled awkwardly. But I have now selected a suitable wand. With that, he brandished his jade bamboo wand before them, waving it with a sense of pride. How peculiar. Edmund Wells raised an eyebrow in astonishment at the emerald wand in his son's hand, which resembled jade. Indeed, it is remarkably peculiar, mysterious, and powerful a wand from the East. Following this, an exuberant Mr. Ollivander elaborated on the origin and magical properties of the jade bamboo wand to Albert's parents and sister. It seems Albert has inherited some of my grandmother's lineage. Once they exited Ollivander's wand shop, Amelia Wells pondered thoughtfully. She hails from the mysterious and powerful nation of Huaxia. In the past, due to the ravages of war, my grandmother's family sent her to England for her safety. Indeed, the fact that Albert can inherit a portion of the bloodline from Huaxia is a most fortunate occurrence. Edmund nodded with a smile. Although our knowledge of that enigmatic land is quite limited, one thing is certain. The strength of the individuals there surpasses our wildest imaginations. Therefore, the segment of Huaxia bloodline that Albert possesses may very well assist him in becoming a prodigious wizard. Oh, by the way, Albert. Edmund suddenly recalled something and turned to his son. The items on the enrollment list have all been procured. Is there anything else you wish to purchase? If not, we must hasten back, for I have a business deal to discuss this evening. I still need to visit the bouncing joke shop. Upon hearing his father's words, Albert quickly replied, The bouncing joke shop? Ha ha ha. My boy, you're exhibiting a bit of your father's former charm, lively, cheerful, witty, and clever. And the student who accrued the most points deducted for Gryffindor. Before Edmund Wells could finish, Amelia Wells stifled a laugh and interjected. Ahem, those were merely minor accidents, after all. Besides, I was only heavily penalized in my first year. I was rarely caught by the professors afterward. Feeling slightly embarrassed by his wife's teasing, Edmund coughed awkwardly and swiftly shifted the topic. Very well, Albert, you go ahead to the bouncing joke shop while your mother and I take Eliza to buy some snacks. With that, he took Eliza's hand and jogged toward a nearby candy store. Amused, Amelia shrugged and offered a word of advice to Albert. After everyone reconvened at the leaky cauldron, she quickly pursued after Edmund and Eliza, who had already dashed ahead. Alas, why are my parents so unreliable? Albert chuckled helplessly and then made his way to the bouncing joke shop at the other end of the street. By the way, system, what can I exchange for here? As he walked, he curiously inquired in his mind. Ding! The host earns 1 system point for each gold galleon earned through their own abilities. Points can be used in the system mall to purchase any spells, abilities, or knowledge that exist in the magical world, or those uniquely created by the system that have never appeared in the real world. Goodness, I can actually exchange for things that don't exist in the real world. Surprised by the system's explanation, Albert raised an eyebrow. It seems he would need to figure out ways to earn money in the future. At that moment, he arrived at the entrance of the bouncing joke shop, which was bustling as usual with young wizards seeking prank items. However, most of the young wizards were at least 12 or 13 years old. It was rare to find someone like Albert, who had yet to officially enroll, visiting for prank supplies. After wandering through the noisy and crowded shop for a while, Albert couldn't find many products that genuinely piqued his interest. Perhaps due to his late arrival, many popular prank items had already sold out. In the end, with little idea of what to purchase, Albert settled on a box of Dr. Fumble's cold fireworks and prepared to queue at the checkout. However, just as he was halfway there, the corner of his eye caught sight of a box of dung bombs hidden away on a nearby shelf. Goodness, who would hide such a treasure in such an obscure corner? The moment Albert laid eyes on the box of dung bombs, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It wasn't that he had a particular fondness for such prank items, rather, he was genuinely intrigued by the principle and production method behind the dung bomb. In Albert's mind, if he could replace the filling of the dung bomb with the powerful invisible glue from the beginner's gift pack, transforming the dung bomb into a glue bomb. He believed this novel prank item would be just as popular as the traditional dung bomb, potentially yielding him a significant profit. Albert quickly reached out, intending to retrieve the large box of dung bombs from the corner of the shelf. However, as soon as his hand touched the surface of the box, another hand grabbed the opposite end of the packaging. Albert looked up in surprise to see a pair of tall, red-haired twins standing beside the shelf, their appearances strikingly similar. Ah, what a coincidence. We three have spotted this box of dung bombs simultaneously. One of the twins winked playfully at Albert. It's quite rare to see a first year like you here. He chuckled. Feel free to take this box of dung bombs. Mischief must be nurtured from a young age. With that, he withdrew his hand from the packaging. Oh, by the way, I'm Fred Weasley, and this is my brother George. You can tell us apart by the letters on our clothing, though sometimes we do swap outfits. Chapter 3. Glue Bombs. Upon hearing Fred's introduction, Albert raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter the Weasley twins on his first visit to the bouncing joke shop. Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you both. My name is Albert Wells, and I'm a new student at Hogwarts this year. Albert greeted the Weasley twins warmly. These two were commercial geniuses, and if he wished to venture into the prank item business, it was essential to build a good rapport with them and ideally showcase his capabilities. With that thought in mind, Albert continued, I only wish to study the principles and production methods of these dung bombs. I only need 2 or 3 at most, so the rest in the box can belong to you two seniors. Oh, you actually want to study the principles and production methods of dung bombs? Fred and George simultaneously raised their eyebrows in astonishment at Albert's words. Interesting. Could you share with us why you wish to delve into such matters? George tilted his head, gazing at Albert with keen interest. Upon hearing George's inquiry and observing the expressions of the Weasley twins, which radiated immense curiosity, a satisfied smile crept across Albert's lips. He organized his thoughts and began to speak rapidly. While the dung bomb was indeed amusing, I felt it lacked sufficient intrigue, and the prank's effectiveness was far from ideal. Thus, I contemplated delving into its mechanics to create a novel and more captivating explosive product. What? You intend to research and develop an upgraded version of the dung bomb? At Albert's revelation, Fred and George's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. By Merlin's beard, our luck today is simply extraordinary, Fred exclaimed, his face adorned with an exaggerated expression of awe. Just a casual stroll through Diagon Alley, and we encounter a genius like you. Albert, here's the deal. Take this entire box of dung bombs. Having more samples for research is always beneficial. Furthermore, we have dabbled in dung bombs ourselves, so if you encounter any perplexities, feel free to send us a letter via owl. Our abode is a humble dwelling near Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, and we would be delighted to offer any assistance within our capabilities. Very well. I sincerely appreciate your help, esteemed seniors. Albert smiled and nodded. Once I create the sample, I will promptly send it to you, hoping to receive your valuable suggestions and guidance. Haha, rest assured, for you, the extraordinary genius, we shall certainly extend our utmost support. Fred chuckled as he patted Albert on the shoulder. By the way, please refrain from calling us senior, as it sounds rather peculiar. Simply addressing us by our names will suffice. After settling the bill at the counter, the three parted ways at the entrance of the whimsical joke shop, with the Weasley twins heading off to find their friends, while Albert returned to the Leaky Cauldron to reunite with his father, mother, and sister, preparing to head home. Although both of Albert's parents were wizards, the Wells family did not reside in any remote or peculiar location. Rather, they lived on an ordinary Muggle street, specifically at 500 Lily Street in the Stone Quarter of Manchester. According to the Wells couple, they moved to Manchester, the second largest city in England, shortly after their marriage to escape the turmoil of the wizarding world, as both had a fondness for the Muggle way of life. In fact, later on, Edmund Wells established a machine shop in the Muggle world, and due to his subtle yet clever practices in some discrete areas, the parts produced by Wells machinery were invariably more durable than comparable products. Had Edmund Wells not been disinclined to scale up production, his company might have already become the largest machinery enterprise in the UK. For nearly a month thereafter, Albert devoted himself tirelessly to the research of the glue bomb he had conceived. Albert first followed the method provided by the system to create an invisible superadhesive, a substance so potent that it nearly overturned his understanding. True to its name, this invisible superadhesive boasts an exceptionally high transparency. When applied to or splashed onto a surface, it leaves no trace whatsoever. As for its adhesive properties, Albert once experimented by rejoining a broken iron wire using the invisible superadhesive, then attaching the wire to the rear of 2 trucks, which were driven in opposite directions. The outcome was astonishing. One truck's rear bumper was torn off, yet the adhesive bond on the wire remained unbroken. Naturally, such a formidable adhesive could not be directly utilized in glue bombs. Following the system's guidance, Albert made several adjustments to the formula, ultimately reducing the adhesive's effective duration to a mere minute, after which its stickiness would dissipate rapidly. This variant of invisible superadhesive proved to be particularly suitable for filling glue bombs. After the perilous task of disassembling 3 dung bombs, risking both nausea and a potential whack from his mother's flying broom, Albert comprehended the principle behind this device. Within just 2 days, he successfully crafted the first batch of 10 glue bombs. These glue bombs, once the safety pin is pulled and swiftly thrown, will explode upon impact with certain objects, dispersing 100 milliliters of invisible superadhesive in a dramatic spray. At the moment Albert successfully crafted the glue bombs, he promptly dispatched 5 of them to Fred and George. As anticipated, their reply was filled with excitement, almost incoherent in their enthusiasm. They expressed that, should Albert be willing to produce glue bombs in bulk, they could easily procure a multitude of buyers and substantial orders. In fact, without even knowing the price, the Weasley twins placed an order for 50 glue bombs. Upon receiving their order, Albert, in less than 2 days, fashioned the 50 glue bombs by hand and sent them off. Regarding the price, considering the twins' limited finances and the low cost of production, he merely requested a token payment of 5 silver sickles. However, 2 days later, the Weasley twins sent back 10 silver sickles, somewhat sheepishly admitting that this was all their pocket money, promising to settle the remaining balance once school resumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on earning your first fortune. Although it falls short of a single gold galleon, you have nonetheless acquired system points and unlocked the achievement of earning your first wealth, receiving rewards, automatic mastery of basic potion brewing, and fundamental defensive spells against dark magic. To his astonishment, there was even a reward for unlocking achievements. As Albert retrieved the 10 silver sickles sent by the Weasley twins from the envelope, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. With the knowledge of basic potion brewing and fundamental dark magic defense, along with the beginner's gifts of basic transfiguration and elementary charms, it seemed the system intended for him to overshadow Hermione. With this thought, Albert raised an eyebrow, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 4. A boy must protect himself following the successful development of the glue bombs. Albert shifted his focus to Professor Flitwick's cold fireworks. Although these cold fireworks were more intriguing and safer than the Muggle fireworks, Albert believed that with magic, wizards could create even more captivating and extraordinary products. For instance, after igniting a cold firework, one could display a preset message in the sky. However, the development of such a product proved to be significantly more challenging than that of the glue bombs. By the last day of summer vacation, he had only produced some unfinished prototypes, with their functionality and effects far from his ideal vision. Of course, during the period of developing the new type of cold fireworks, he did not neglect the production of glue bombs. Fortunately, with a father who possessed formidable magical abilities, considerable expertise in alchemy, and owned a mechanical company, the mass production of glue bombs did not require Albert's concern. On September 1st at 10:58 a.m., as the Hogwarts Express blew its whistle for the second time, urging the young witches and wizards still lingering outside to board, Albert and his father rushed onto Platform 9, each pushing a cart laden with luggage, panting heavily. Moments later, Amelia Wells and little Eliza followed closely behind them. Is this really the Hogwarts Express? It feels so much more antiquated than trains in the Muggle world. Eliza frowned and murmured softly, gazing at the vibrant red steam locomotive adorned with distinct Victorian features. Indeed, we have mentioned it before. The true magical world is not as fantastical and splendid as depicted in Muggle fairy tales. Amelia gently tousled Eliza's hair and remarked with a smile, however, this Hogwarts Express is indeed in need of an update, though it still functioned due to the magic that infused it. The vehicle, over a century old, fell woefully short in comfort when compared to Muggle trains. As Edmund Wells assisted Albert in hoisting their 2 oversized suitcases into the carriage, he couldn't help but voice his exasperation. I must admit, compared to the Muggle world, the wizarding realm seems to be stagnating. Once Albert and his father had managed to stow away all their belongings, he hurriedly embraced his parents and sister to bid farewell before swiftly leaping onto the already departing train. Hey, Albert, why did you board at the last moment? If you had delayed another 30 seconds at the platform, the train surely would have left without you. Just as Albert slung his backpack over his shoulder and began pushing the two enormous suitcases in search of an available compartment, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Albert quickly turned around and, indeed, the Weasley twins were standing right behind him. "Hello, good afternoon, Fred and George." Albert greeted them with a smile. "Our residence is in Manchester, quite a distance from London, and with the excessive luggage I brought, it was impossible to take the aerial route to the Leaky Cauldron, so our family had no choice but to drive to London. However, you are well aware of London's dreadful traffic." He chuckled wryly and shook his head. "We hurried and dawdled, yet we nearly missed the train." "Indeed. Manchester is quite far away, but why did you bring so much luggage?" Fred nodded, his curiosity piqued. "The amount of luggage you have exceeds that of George and me combined." "Ha ha. These two large trunks are filled with delightful treasures." Upon hearing Fred's inquiry, Albert patted the two large leather cases in front of him, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Treasures?" At Albert's words, the eyes of the Weasley twins instantly sparkled. Could it be that these two large trunks contained nothing but glue bombs? Fred asked, brimming with excitement. "Certainly not." Albert shook his head and paused momentarily until he noticed the expressions of disappointment creeping onto Fred and George's faces, at which point he continued. "In these two suitcases, only one contains a glue bomb, while the other holds a new product I am currently developing." "What? You've concocted yet another mischievous gadget?" The Weasley twins were momentarily taken aback, their mouths forming an astonished O. However, George quickly regained his composure. "Hurry, Albert. Let us retreat to our compartment, where it is safe and devoid of other students. You can unveil your new creation there." With that, he and Fred eagerly assisted Albert in hoisting the two large suitcases as they hastened toward the rear of the carriage. Soon, the trio entered an unoccupied compartment, and Fred swiftly closed the door, even producing his wand to gently tap the handle twice, locking it securely. He then turned, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at Albert. "I've locked the door. No one shall disturb us now. So, Albert, shall we proceed with business?" he exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Merlin's beard, what are you two plotting? I am but 11 years old, still a child," Albert exclaimed, leaping from his seat at Fred's exuberance. "Ah, no, that's irrelevant. I trade my talents, not my personage. Even if I were to consider such a transaction, it would have to be with a stunning overachiever of the highest caliber. So, dispel those absurd and sordid thoughts, or I shall withhold the glue bomb from you." Cough. Cough. What nonsense are you babbling? Upon hearing Albert's words, the Weasley twins were momentarily taken aback, and Fred, caught off guard, began to cough. He rolled his eyes in exasperation before responding. "We merely wish for you to showcase your newly developed product. What on earth are you imagining? Please, look at how you were acting just now. Anyone would think twice in such a situation. A boy must always safeguard himself when venturing forth." Albert stifled a laugh and smirked, then swiftly opened the large leather suitcase that George had pushed, retrieving an object that resembled a challenging version of Weasley's wildfire whizbangs. He waved it in front of Fred and George. "Here it is, although I must confess it is still in the developmental stage, at best. It could be deemed a semi-finished product." Chapter 5. The first industry to be disrupted. "Isn't this just an ordinary Weasley's wildfire whizbang?" Fred inquired, blinking in confusion at the so-called new product in Albert's hand. "Indeed, you haven't even properly removed the original trademark," George added, shaking his head in disbelief. "Ahem. Let us not dwell on such trivial details." Albert cleared his throat twice and then spoke rapidly. "Did I not mention that these are merely prototypes? Just a temporary utilization of Dr. Falybaw's inventions." Upon finishing his words, he ignited the cold flame firework in his hand. In the next moment, with a resounding bang, a ribbon-like firework shot directly to the ceiling of the compartment, swiftly twisting and transforming into a segment of luminous text shimmering with colorful brilliance. "Albert Wells is incredibly impressive. Wow, how did you manage to make the fireworks emit words?" Gazing up at the colorful, shimmering text floating above the heads of the three, the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. "The ability of the fireworks to transform into text is merely one of the features of my new product." Observing the astonished expressions on Fred and George's faces, Albert nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "I have temporarily named this product slogan Fireworks. Its most remarkable characteristic is the capability to project any text you wish to display. However, I am still researching the customization feature. Given my current abilities, successfully developing this function presents quite a challenge." You are truly remarkable, Albert. After Albert concluded his explanation, Fred sincerely marveled. Such a powerful and impressive feature. One would hardly conceive of it without your input. Indeed, George nodded in agreement. Even more astonishing is that you have yet to officially enroll at Hogwarts. Such formidable magical talent utterly defies our understanding. Oh, come now, enough with the flattery. No matter how much you praise me, the glue bomb can only be discounted by half at most. Feeling somewhat bashful from their compliments, Albert waved his hands dismissively and swiftly changed the subject to the slogan fireworks product. I may still need considerable time for research. However, the production of glue bombs has officially commenced about half a month ago, and we currently have an inventory of approximately 500 to 600 units ready for bulk sales. Yet, as I have not formally enrolled at Hogwarts, aside from you two, I hardly know any other young wizards. So I might need your assistance with the sales of the glue bombs. Oh, that is a trivial matter. The Weasley twins waved their hands nonchalantly. As long as the pricing for the glue bombs isn't exorbitantly high, I believe this product will undoubtedly sell like hotcakes. George remarked with a smile. However, the production cost of your glue bombs must be quite substantial, right? I have not meticulously calculated the production cost yet. Albert shook his head. However, the cost of this item is undoubtedly low. A glue bomb would only amount to about a dozen copper nuts. As for the pricing, I intend to reference the dung egg and set it at the price of a silver sickle each. Hiss, the cost of the glue bomb is surprisingly minimal? Upon Albert's conclusion, the Weasley twins simultaneously gasped in astonishment. With such a low selling price, achieving 100% profit is entirely feasible. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before the industry of pranks and joke props is revolutionized by you, Albert. Whether I can indeed transform this industry will depend on the innovative capabilities of the other practitioners. Albert smiled and shrugged his shoulders. The magical realm encompasses numerous domains that require vigorous competition. Otherwise, a century from now, Muggles might venture off to other planets, while the wizarding world remains unchanged. Indeed, Albert, you are an extraordinary genius, so prodigious that we can't help but wonder if you truly are just an 11-year-old wizard. George remarked half-jokingly, yet his jest genuinely startled Albert. He suddenly realized that he was not at home. Being out in the world necessitated a degree of caution. In the future, he would need to be more restrained in both actions and words. With this thought, he quickly shook his head and smiled. Honestly, I'm not as formidable as you think. These ideas are largely derived from my father, who is quite an impressive wizard and has lived in the Muggle world for many years. Consequently, he possesses perspectives that many other wizards might overlook. Oh, I see. Your father is indeed remarkable. Fred nodded in acknowledgement of Albert's explanation, while the Weasley twins did not dwell on it further. You two wait here. I shall fetch Lee Jordan so we can collectively devise a strategy to promote the glue bomb product. With that, he turned to exit the booth but was halted by Albert. Wait, Fred. I actually have a promotional plan for the glue bomb that could also serve to preview the slogan fireworks. Oh, do share your idea? Fred inquired, his interest piqued. Hee. This promotional method is bound to be intriguing. Just follow me. With that, Albert seized the suitcase containing a dozen slogan fireworks and swiftly exited the booth. Fred and George exchanged puzzled glances before hastily grabbing another suitcase and following suit. Aren't the head boy and the student council president in the first carriage ahead? Albert had just taken 2 steps when it seemed he suddenly recalled something. He hastily turned back to inquire of the Weasley twins behind him. Indeed, in the first carriage, there existed a private compartment reserved for the head boy and the president of the student council. George nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us refrain from venturing there and avoid unnecessary trouble. Albert shook his head and then bent down to retrieve 2 semi-finished slogan fireworks from the suitcase he was pulling. Once the fireworks explode, you shall commence tossing glue bombs into the aisle, he whispered rapidly to the Weasley twins. We will throw the glue bombs while retreating, ensuring that the majority of the aisle is coated with the invisible, powerful adhesive. Rest assured, we will accomplish the task. Upon hearing Albert's words, Fred and George's eyes sparkled with excitement. They swiftly opened the suitcase before them and pulled out over 10 glue bombs, having nearly deduced Albert's forthcoming actions. Chapter 6, Hermione and the Debut of the Glue Bombs. Albert swiftly pulled the fuse of the cold firework in his hand, and in the next moment, with a resounding bang, a line of fiery letters materialized on the ceiling of the corridor. Do not leave your compartment unless you wish to be anchored in place. Simultaneously, the Weasley twins forcefully hurled their glue bombs forward. Let us retreat quickly, lest the invisible, powerful adhesive come rushing towards us and bind us in place. That would indeed be quite amusing. Albert, as he spoke, casually tossed out 3 or 4 glue bombs and quickly pulled Fred and George away, retreating briskly. Before long, the trio had launched nearly 100 glue bombs, their invisible adhesive spraying in all directions, effectively coating the entire corridor floor. Ultimately, as they reached the end of the carriage, Albert produced a half-finished slogan firework and once again projected the message onto the ceiling: "Do not leave your compartment unless you wish to be rooted in place." At that moment, several students, intrigued, began to open their compartment doors to discover the source of the explosive sounds echoing in the corridor. "Do not leave your compartment unless you wish to be rooted in place?" A boy, seemingly around 15 or 16, robust yet somewhat simple-minded, gazed up at the 2 lines of slogans on the ceiling and exclaimed in a voice that was both amusing and peculiar, "Ha! Which fool concocted this childish prank?" He sneered, his face a mask of disdain and contempt. "That fellow was Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team," Fred quietly informed Albert. "He has a terrible temper and is exceedingly arrogant, often being the one who commits the most fouls on the Quidditch pitch. I wonder who will manage to keep me rooted in place after I step out of this compartment," Marcus Flint declared loudly as he strode out of his compartment. Quickly. "Which fool?" But in the next moment, his words faltered, and he stood frozen in shock. Who ambushed me?" Moments later, Marcus Flint began to bellow in fury. "Why can't I move my feet at all?" He bent down, gripping his thighs, exerting all his strength in an attempt to lift his right foot from the floor. However, no matter how hard Flint strained, he could not separate any part of his feet from the corridor floor, perhaps due to the commotion Flint was causing. Nearly every compartment door in the carriage swung open, revealing curious, bewildered, or mocking gazes directed at Marcus Flint, which only fueled his rage, though his actions and expressions grew increasingly comical. "Ha ha ha, is he performing?" A pale-faced boy with an air of arrogance and golden hair suddenly laughed. He appeared to be no older than 11, likely one of this year's new students. There was nothing on the floor. How could his feet be stuck? He turned abruptly to the 2 boys behind him. No, 2 boys resembling gorillas, and commanded loudly, "Crabbe and Goyle, go out and see what's going on." "Ah, Crabbe and Goyle? So that pretty boy must be Malfoy." Albert raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, George, standing not far away, soon began his introduction. "That cunning little fellow must be Draco Malfoy, the infamous son of Lucius Malfoy. I have indeed heard my father speak of the Malfoy lineage." Albert nodded slightly. The notorious 2-faced individual always aligned with the stronger side, yet reveled in projecting an air of superiority before others. At that moment, Crabbe and Goyle had exited their compartment, and predictably, these 2 veritable giants found their feet ensnared by an invisible adhesive firmly affixed to the floor, rendering them utterly immobile. Witnessing this spectacle, Malfoy discreetly took a step back. While students in the various compartments began to murmur in hushed tones, some expressing shock, others fear. Was the floor of the corridor under the influence of some peculiar enchantment? Any object that made contact with it appeared to be irresistibly drawn and adhered. Just as Albert and the Weasley twins watched with keen interest the awkward and comical struggles of those 3, a voice, contemplative in tone, suddenly emerged from the compartment beside them. Albert promptly turned his head and beheld a girl with thick, fluffy brown curls, possessing a pair of bright, expressive brown eyes, and a set of somewhat endearing large front teeth that, while slightly detracting from her beauty, still exuded a certain charm. She was cautiously stepping out from the adjacent compartment beside him, positioning herself behind Albert and his companions. Goodness, could this be Hermione? She appeared almost identical to the description in the original novel. The moment Albert laid eyes on her, he recognized her identity. Although Hermione's appearance in the source material may not be deemed conventionally beautiful, her distinctiveness is undeniable. For a devoted fan like Albert, identifying Hermione was certainly not a formidable task. Indeed, their feet felt as though they were firmly glued to the floor. Albert smiled and nodded. However, this was not achieved through any particular spell. In fact, aside from the area we occupied, the floor of this corridor was almost entirely covered with a layer of invisible, powerful adhesive that I had crafted, which forcibly bonded their feet to the ground. "Oh my goodness, you created your own magical glue. How impressive." Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione appeared somewhat astonished, though only mildly so. "Given your age, I would have thought you were also a first-year student at Hogwarts. By the way, I am Hermione Granger. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Albert Wells, indeed a first-year student at Hogwarts this year." Albert nodded with a smile. "What? You are truly a freshman." This time, Hermione was indeed taken aback. However, before she could utter a word, A sudden loud thud echoed from the corridor behind Albert, resembling the sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground. Chapter 7. Starting a company together as Hermione, still in shock, contemplated inquiring about how Albert managed to create such powerful magical glue before even entering Hogwarts. A muffled noise akin to a heavy object dropping abruptly resonated from the corridor not far away. Albert and his companions swiftly turned around to gaze in the direction from which the sound emanated. At that moment, approximately 10 meters away, Flint lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his thighs, having fallen backward onto the corridor. "What on earth is happening?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion as she observed Marcus Flint writhing in agony on the ground. Why did his feet suddenly detach from the floor? "The adhesive has not malfunctioned." Albert shook his head. "When I designed the glue bomb, I specifically adjusted the formula of the invisible super adhesive to reduce its activation time to just 1 minute. After all, I was merely creating a prank prop. Setting the adhesive's effectiveness to be permanent would surely lead to complications." "Ah, a glue bomb. What exactly is that?" Hearing yet another unfamiliar term, Hermione appeared even more perplexed. "This is a glue bomb, a novel prank device I crafted by drawing inspiration from the principle of a dung bomb." Albert retrieved a glue bomb from the suitcase beside him and handed it to Hermione, briefly explaining its usage. "Hello, may I inquire about purchasing several of these glue bombs?" As Hermione eagerly examined the bomb, which was roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, a boy who appeared to be around 12 or 13 suddenly peered out from a nearby compartment, his excitement evident as he addressed Albert and the others. Upon hearing the boy's inquiry, at least half of the students in the carriage turned to look, their faces reflecting a shared expression of anticipation. In truth, the mass production of these glue bombs posed quite a challenge. Observing the reactions of those in the carriage, a look of seemingly genuine discomfort crossed Albert's face. He paused for a moment, allowing the expressions of tension and disappointment to settle on the students' faces before he continued, "However, since everyone seems so fond of them, I shall endeavor to find a way to produce them in bulk." Upon hearing Albert's words, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group, while Fred and George turned away, struggling to suppress their laughter. Yet, considering the complexity of mass production, a boy who seemed around 15 voiced his concern. "But if they are produced in bulk, will their price not also be quite high?" "The production costs of glue bombs are indeed significant," Albert admitted. "But as I do not currently operate a magical joke shop, I assure you that the prices will not be exorbitant." Albert responded with a smile. "Moreover, to allow more classmates to experience the novelty, fun, and practicality of the glue bomb, I have decided to temporarily set the price of the glue bomb at merely 1 silver coin." "What? It only costs a single silver coin?" Upon hearing the price of the glue bomb, the students in the compartment instantly became exhilarated. However, at that moment, a furious shout suppressed all excited conversations. "You scoundrel! It's your doing that kept us stuck in the aisle for so long, and we're determined to teach you a lesson." At that moment, Crabbe and Gall, finally able to move due to the failure of the invisible adhesive, suddenly charged towards Albert. "Ha! 2 fools." Observing the furious Crabbe and Gall rushing towards him, Albert let out a cold laugh and swiftly grabbed 2 glue bombs, hurling them forcefully onto the floor before them. In the next instant, Crabbe, who had just regained his freedom of movement, along with Gall, found themselves once again stuck to the floor of the aisle. They nearly tumbled headfirst to the ground due to their forward momentum. "Well then, I believe no dim-witted fool will dare to disrupt us any longer." Albert clapped his hands and then addressed the students in the carriage with a loud voice. "If anyone wishes to purchase glue bombs, you may place your orders with me, Fred, and George right now. Once we arrive at school, I will arrange for the owls to deliver them in succession." As soon as he finished speaking, at least 70% of the students in the carriage rushed out of their compartments to gather around Albert and the others. An hour later, exhausted yet exhilarated, Albert dragged a suitcase alongside the Weasley twins as they made their way back to their previous compartment. During that hour, the trio had traversed 2 additional carriages and, utilizing a method nearly identical to their first demonstration, showcased the terrifying attributes of the glue bombs to all the Hogwarts students aboard the train. As for the results of their presentation, they were all neatly contained within the suitcase that Albert was pulling. He lifted the suitcase and placed it on the table in the compartment, then, filled with excitement, swiftly opened the lid. In an instant, a dazzling silver light flooded the eyes of Albert and his companions. This radiant glow emanated from thousands of silver sickles, meticulously arranged within the suitcase. "Now, we must tally today's earnings and discuss how to divide them," he declared, reaching into the suitcase to retrieve several bundles of sickles for counting. "What? You intend to share the profits with us?" Fred and George exclaimed in astonishment, speaking in unison. But we haven't done anything. Why would you share with us? Who says you haven't contributed? Albert chuckled and shook his head. Previously, when we were frolicking in the whimsical magic joke shop, you briefly elucidated the principles behind dung eggs. Just now, you assisted me in promoting and selling glue bombs. Given the substantial support you've provided, isn't it only reasonable to expect a share of the profits? Moreover, I genuinely aspire to establish a long-term partnership with you. For instance, we could co-found a company. After all, your profound expertise in prank props would be invaluable. With your assistance, I am assured that the various magical tools I develop would not suffer from a lack of market demand. However, Fred hesitantly interjected, our capabilities still pale in comparison to yours. What significance would collaborating with us hold for you? This is not necessarily the case. Albert chuckled and shook his head. Each individual excels in different realms. Naturally, you possess your own advantages. Moreover, if I aspire to expand the business, it is unequivocally impossible to do so relying solely on my efforts. The assistance of numerous partners often proves far more significant than the prowess of a solitary individual. Chapter 8. The Wizarding Company. Once Albert finished speaking, the Weasley twins exchanged glances, and then Fred spoke up. If you are indeed willing to involve us in establishing a company, George and I will certainly strive to contribute all that we can. However, our capacity to support the company will be rather limited, so our share of the profits must inevitably be modest. Very well, Albert replied, since you have both volunteered. You shall receive a smaller portion of the company's profits. Albert pondered for a moment before continuing. How about this? I will take 60% of the company's profits, and you two will each receive 20%. What do you think? Of course not. As soon as Albert's words fell, the Weasley twins simultaneously voiced their refusal. Hadn't Fred just stated that our contributions to this company would be quite limited? George promptly elucidated. All we can do is assist in selling products and perhaps occasionally offer suggestions for new items. Thus, the utmost we could hope for is to receive a mere 10% of the profits, while the remaining 90% would rightfully belong to you. No, you two receiving only 10% is simply too little. Albert resolutely shook his head. Thus, the three individuals engaged in a prolonged debate within the confines of the booth, ultimately managing to reach a reluctant agreement. The total profits of the company would see the Weasley twins each claiming 10%, while the remaining 80% would be allocated entirely to Albert. Once the distribution of profits was settled, the trio commenced the delightful task of counting and dividing the money. Owing to the formidable and innovative capabilities of the glue bomb, coupled with its remarkably low price, it garnered a staggering order of over 3,000 units. Even in its initial unveiling, this meant that Albert and the Weasley twins earned more than 3,000 silver sickles in just 1 hour, equating to approximately 200 golden galleons. Of this sum, around 80%, or 160 golden galleons, found their way into Albert's pockets, granting him a substantial boost of 160 system points in one fell swoop. By the way, Albert, it seems our company has yet to acquire a name, doesn't it? After all the silver sickles had been divided, Fred suddenly turned to Albert and inquired. Ah, indeed, how could such an important matter have slipped my mind? Albert suddenly slapped his forehead. Let me think. He pondered for nearly half a minute, before suddenly clapping his hands in excitement. I've got it. You see, my surname is Wells, and yours is Weasley. Both our last names commence with the letter W. Moreover, numerous words beginning with W carry positive connotations. Therefore, let us name our company the W Wizard Company. What do you think? It is splendid, a rather fine name indeed. The Weasley twins nodded in unison. At least we can't conceive of a better one. Around 6 in the evening, the Hogwarts Express finally glided into Hogsmeade Station. Albert, along with hundreds of students, crowded onto a dimly lit and small platform. At this moment, most of the freshmen appeared quite anxious, yet Albert and Hermione maintained a semblance of calm, displaying a slightly heightened excitement compared to the other upperclassmen. Well, Albert, see you at the start of term feast. I hope you are sorted into Gryffindor. Fred and George waved at Albert before joining the throng of students heading towards a gravel path beside the platform. First-year students, this way, please. A robust voice suddenly echoed from the far end of the platform. Albert and Hermione swiftly turned their heads to behold a towering figure, approximately 3 meters in height, whose physique rivaled that of several grown adults. This colossal giant was gesturing vigorously at their group of somewhat bewildered newcomers, while in his other hand, he held aloft an enormous lantern. The impact of encountering Hagrid in reality was far more profound than witnessing him on screen, as Albert internally marveled, along with the other new students, gravitated towards Hagrid. Goodness, could he truly be the legendary giant? Hermione nodded in Hagrid's direction and leaned closer to Albert to whisper. His name is Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. My parents mentioned him before. Apparently, he possesses a half-giant lineage. Yet he is far more intelligent and kind than a true giant. My father seemed to have a good rapport with Hagrid during his school years, and he asked me to send his regards upon meeting him. Subsequently, just as depicted in the original novel, a group of young witches and wizards, on the brink of commencing their studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, traversed the Black Lake in small boats under Hagrid's guidance, following the path once tread by the four founders, arriving at the foot of the castle. Notably, Albert and Hermione found themselves sharing a boat with Harry and Ron, thereby solidifying their friendship with the iconic trio from the original narrative. Upon crossing the Black Lake, Hagrid led the newcomers through a tunnel carved into the rock face, bringing them to a somewhat damp expanse of lawn before the castle. They swiftly ascended a flight of stone steps, halting before two grand oak doors. Hagrid raised one of his enormous fists and gently knocked, well, at least what constituted gentle for him, 3 times, producing resounding echoes akin to thunder. In the next moment, the doors swung open, revealing a middle-aged witch clad in a vibrant green robe, her hair styled in an elaborate bun. Her lips were tightly pressed, and her demeanor conveyed a seriousness that suggested she might not be particularly amiable. All first-year students are present, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced loudly to the witch. Thank you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nodded. You may leave them in my care now. With that, she pulled the oak doors slightly wider and gestured for the newcomers to enter the castle. The entrance hall of Hogwarts was vast, and Albert estimated it to encompass at least 300 square meters. The stone walls surrounding the hall were adorned with flickering torches, casting a bright and warm glow throughout the space. Following this, Professor McGonagall ushered the students into a relatively modest empty room, where she briefly introduced them to the 4 houses and the forthcoming sorting ceremony before turning and exiting the room. Chapter 9. The sorting ceremony. I wonder how they will sort us into houses, Harry whispered quietly to Albert after Professor McGonagall departed. Perhaps it involves some sort of special examination, possibly perilous, Ron replied uncertainly from beside Harry. I heard Fred say it would be quite painful, but he might just be trying to scare me, Ron added. Fred is definitely trying to frighten you, Albert remarked. Albert interjected with a smile, suggesting that the school must employ some unique method to assess or test us. However, such a method could not possibly be dangerous, nor could it inflict any harm upon us, for we are in Hogwarts, not Azkaban or the Ministry of Magic's courtroom. I hope it is some form of examination, as I have already memorized most of the knowledge from the textbooks during the summer break, which may prove beneficial for the sorting ceremony. Standing beside Albert, Hermione began to mutter rapidly under her breath. Yet, I sincerely hope it is not a test on defense against the dark arts, as the practical components are far too extensive, making it challenging to rely solely on the theoretical concepts from the textbooks. The first-year students waited in the crowded room for only 2 or 3 minutes before Professor McGonagall returned. Now, please move forward, she announced loudly to the students in the room. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Everyone, form a single line and follow me. Soon, a long line of first-years trailed behind Professor McGonagall as they exited the room. They traversed the empty foyer and passed through a magnificent pair of double doors, ultimately entering the splendid Hogwarts Great Hall. Although Albert had seen countless depictions of the Great Hall in films, the moment he stepped through its doors, he truly felt the awe it inspired, a sensation that no imagery or text could convey or encapsulate. The Grand Hall, resplendent in gold and brilliance, featured 4 long tables where students from the 4 houses sat, surrounded by gleaming golden plates, elegant goblets, and silver knives, forks, and soup spoons. At the head of the hall stood a slightly shorter table, where the Hogwarts faculty was seated. Thousands of candles floated above the 5 long tables, illuminating the entire hall as brightly as day. Albert raised his head, gazing expectantly at the ceiling of the hall. Above him, the inky blackness was adorned with twinkling stars, reminiscent of a vast velvet curtain embellished with scattered diamonds. Although he was aware that this wondrous sight was the result of magic, Albert instinctively perceived it as an entirely open-air auditorium. The ceiling of this hall had been enchanted to forever mirror the sky outside. Hermione, walking behind Albert, softly offered an explanation. I once read about this hall in a historical account of Hogwarts. I know that. Albert nodded slightly. However, the ceiling was so meticulously crafted that it was impossible to discern even the slightest inconsistency. At that moment, Professor McGonagall had already guided the first-year students to the front of the staff table, instructing them to line up and face the 4 long tables. From a small door not far away, she retrieved a stool and placed it before the newcomers, subsequently setting an old, tattered wizard hat atop it. This hat was not only grimy but also adorned with numerous patches and indelible stains that seemed impossible to remove. The first-year students, aside from Albert, gazed at the shabby hat with wide-eyed curiosity. In contrast, the expressions of the older students seated at the long tables were far more complex. Some were excited, others resigned. Some disgusted, and a few, well, that would be Fred and George, who displayed an unmistakable sense of eager anticipation. A moment of silence enveloped the room before the tattered hat began to quiver, and suddenly a wide, gaping slit opened at the top, resembling a mouth. Witnessing this scene, Albert shook his head in resignation, aware that the annual cacophonous Sorting Hat concert was about to commence. Indeed, in the very next second, the Sorting Hat began to belt out a tune, one that could not be notated by any musical score, singing in a loud, resonant voice. You may think me unappealing, but do not judge by appearances. If you find a hat more splendid than I shall gladly consume myself. Having heard but 2 lines of the Sorting Hat's piercing melody, Albert realized he had overestimated his ability to endure. He had thought he could listen to the entire song with composure, yet after only a couple of lines, his hands involuntarily shot up to cover his ears. Although this action did not completely block out the hat's song, it significantly mitigated the mental assault it inflicted upon him. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, at least. In Albert's perception, it felt as if a century had passed before the enchanted song of the Sorting Hat finally ceased. Hermione reached out and gently touched his arm, prompting Albert to exhale deeply and lower his hands from his ears. Looks like we simply need to wear that hat, Ron whispered to Harry beside him. I'm going to have a word with Fred. After hearing him, I thought we were going to battle trolls at the sorting ceremony. I will call out names. And when I do, that person will don the hat, sit on the stool, and await their fate. At that moment, Professor McGonagall stepped forward, unfurling a long scroll of parchment from her robes, and proclaimed loudly, Hannah Abbott. Ah, indeed, it's the steadfast Hannah. Albert chuckled quietly to himself, reflecting on the fact that regardless of the script any traveler brought into this world, during the sorting ceremony of 1991, Hannah would undoubtedly be the first to take the stage, such is the power of a surname. The ceremony progressed at a moderate pace, yet due to the initial of his surname, W., Albert found himself languishing toward the latter end of the list. After approximately 20 minutes, feeling somewhat drowsy from the wait, he finally heard Albert Wells, as Professor McGonagall glanced at the final lines of the roster and pronounced it aloud. Chapter 10. You should choose your house yourself. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall call his name, Albert instantly became alert. Good luck, mate, Ron murmured beside him, offering his quiet encouragement. Albert smiled and nodded in response, then swiftly approached the 4-legged stool. He picked up the sorting hat, gently brushed off the dust that clung to it, hesitated for a brief moment, and ultimately placed it atop his head. After all, what did a little dirt matter? Surely, one could not forego the sorting merely due to a soiled hat. Moreover, countless others had worn it before him. It was likely that the hat had been in a far worse state when they donned it, was it not? Albert, while mentally preparing himself, cautiously settled onto the 4-legged stool. The hat was quite large, its brim casting a shadow over his eyes. However, perhaps due to the numerous individuals who had donned it before him, the lining of the sorting hat was not as filthy as he had previously imagined. Alas, you shallow beings, you are solely concerned with trivial appearances, yet none comprehend the profound intricacies of my inner self. As Albert had just settled onto the 4-legged stool, a faint yet piercing sound suddenly resonated beside his ear. Albert rolled his eyes in exasperation, yearning to retort. The enigmatic essence, did it refer to the dissonance so profound that even sheet music could not encapsulate it? Yet, he ultimately stifled the impulse to scoff. After all, he found himself beneath the brim of the hat and had to bow his head, so to speak, even if he wished to voice his discontent. It would have to wait until the sorting hat had completed its task of assigning him to a house. At that moment, the voice of the sorting hat echoed once more in his ears. Which house shall I assign you to? This is quite a dilemma, indeed. What on earth is happening? Surely this wretched hat is not seeking to retaliate. At the very first utterance from the sorting hat, Albert's mouth twitched in bemusement. Was he merely pointing out his flaws? Yet, that was indeed the truth. One could hardly expect to be reprimanded for uttering a simple truth. Nevertheless, the Sorting Hat paid no heed to Albert's convoluted thoughts and continued its musings. Kindness, bravery, wisdom, courage, ambition, compassion, and an understanding of tolerance and respect. Your virtues seemingly align with each of the four houses. What on earth is happening? Why has this Sorting Hat suddenly begun to extol my virtues? Albert furrowed his brow in perplexity. Given this fellow's character traits, it would be remarkable if he refrained from seeking retribution against me. How could he possibly be so proactive in extolling his own virtues? To the point where it almost seemed like flattery? No, this wretched hat must certainly harbor some ulterior motives. I must remain vigilant and not let my guard down. With this thought in mind, Albert promptly heightened his alertness. Do tell me, child, to which house do you wish to belong? The voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly softened considerably. A talented individual such as yourself, possessing courage, kindness, and ambition, would be well suited to any house. I find it exceedingly difficult to discern which house would be the best fit for you, so I suggest you choose for yourself. What? It actually allows me to freely select my house. Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's words, Albert felt even more bewildered. Even the prophecy child, the destined protagonist, the student favored by Dumbledore, the boy who lived, Harry Potter, did not receive such favorable treatment during his sorting. I say, esteemed Hat, are you truly certain you wish to grant me complete autonomy in selecting my house? Albert inquired incredulously in a hushed tone. Of course, my dear child. A prodigy such as yourself ought to possess the right to select your own house, the Sorting Hat responded gently. To further alleviate Albert's apprehensions, it swiftly added, rest assured. The house you choose will be publicly announced by me, ensuring that no one will interfere with your decision or question the fairness of your sorting. Well, if I truly have the freedom to choose my house, Albert hesitated momentarily. Despite his lingering suspicion towards the Sorting Hat's dubious performance, he recognized that without concrete evidence, he could not remain seated in a standoff with this worn cap. Ultimately, he tentatively articulated his choice. Then I shall attend Gryffindor House. Are you certain you wish to join Gryffindor House? The Sorting Hat inquired at an astonishing speed. Yes, I am certain. Albert nodded thoughtfully. Several friends I know are in Gryffindor, and I truly believe I am more suited for that house. Very well, the Sorting Hat murmured softly, before suddenly raising its voice, exclaiming with fervor, congratulations to Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin, for Mr. Albert Wells has been sorted into Gryffindor. What does that even mean? Upon hearing the Sorting Hat's unexpected proclamation, Albert immediately lost his composure. The hall was filled with puzzled gazes from everyone present, including the professor seated at the staff table, directed towards the Sorting Hat and Albert. Do not be bewildered, for you shall soon understand why I extend my congratulations to the other three houses. The Sorting Hat remarked before sealing its lips, falling into a profound silence. Explain yourself, you wretched hat. What on earth did you mean by those words? Albert gritted his teeth and muttered softly to the Sorting Hat, you better explain yourself quickly, or I will find an opportunity to immerse you in disinfectant for a whole year. However, regardless of Albert's threats, the Sorting Hat remained obstinately silent, offering no response whatsoever. Cough, Mr. Wells, the Sorting Hat has made its decision. You need not concern yourself with its previous remarks. Since you have been sorted into Gryffindor, you should now report to the Gryffindor table, Professor McGonagall interjected, clearing her throat and casting a glance at Albert, gently reminding him, you foolish hat, just wait. I will throw you into that disinfectant eventually. Albert muttered another threat under his breath as he reluctantly rose, indignantly removed the hat, and tossed it back onto the stool. He then nodded politely to all the professors before striding towards the Gryffindor table. Chapter 11. Fool, Crybaby, Residue, and Twists. Did you perhaps offend that Sorting Hat in some way? As Albert had just taken his seat at the long table of Gryffindor House, Fred, seated at the opposite end, gazed at him with keen curiosity and inquired, it should be, right? Albert nodded thoughtfully. When I went it on the Sorting Hat, I found it utterly filthy. Even a cap plucked from a refuse heap would be cleaner. As you know, that hat is capable of perceiving our thoughts, so perhaps my disdainful sentiment prompted its displeasure. After speaking, he shrugged with a hint of resignation. Do not take the words of that hat to heart, Hermione, seated beside Albert, said with a smile. It always exudes a rather eccentric and whimsical aura, likely just to tease you with its cryptic remarks. Indeed, I believe that aside from a select few Slytherins, no one truly cares about the nonsensical utterances of that tattered hat, Hermione concluded, to which George nodded in agreement. Ah, well, let it be. As long as I remain vigilant and avoid infringing too many school rules, this rumor shall dissipate on its own. Albert waved his hand dismissively. After all, regardless of the circumstances, I had still been sorted into Gryffindor House. As long as that remained unchallenged, the rest was of little consequence. At that moment, Ron completed the sorting ceremony, and the sorting hat, almost upon making contact with his head, proclaimed loudly, Gryffindor. Upon realizing he had not been placed in another house, Ron let out a long sigh of relief, swiftly removed the sorting hat, and hurried towards the Gryffindor table. The Weasley twins leaped with joy, celebrating their brother's inclusion, just like the rest of the Weasley family, who had also been sorted into Gryffindor. At this juncture, only 2 or 3 students remained to be sorted, and Albert seized this opportunity to cast his gaze towards the staff table. At the center of the table, in a magnificent chair crafted from gold, sat Albus Dumbledore, with silver hair and a long beard, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles. Flanking him were Professor McGonagall, with a stern expression, and a young man, seemingly in his 20s, with a pale complexion and a large purple turban wrapped around the back of his head. It appeared that this individual was none other than Quirrel, the year's ultimate adversary. Albert quietly muttered to himself, gazing at Chilo's scarf for a moment before diverting his attention to the other professors seated behind the staff table. With the final freshman, Blaise Zabini, sorted into Slytherin House, the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts officially came to a close for the year. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment and picked up the 4-legged stool that held the sorting hat, then briskly exited the hall through a small door not far behind the staff table. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood up with a smile, extending his arms towards the students, and in a cheerful and enthusiastic tone, addressed everyone with a loud greeting. Welcome back to Hogwarts, as we embark on a brand new academic year. Before the feast begins, I would like to say a few words. You fools, crybabies, scum and twists, ha ha ha. Thank you all. As Dumbledore's words echoed through the hall, an immediate wave of applause erupted, yet nearly all the first years, save for Albert, were expressions of bewilderment. Is he a bit mad? Harry murmured softly. Of course not. Albert shook his head with a smile. Do you not find Professor Dumbledore's recent remarks to be remarkably incisive, striking right at the heart of the matter? What? Can you comprehend the meaning behind Professor Dumbledore's words? Not only Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the new students, but also many upperclassmen cast puzzled glances in Albert's direction. Of course, Professor Dumbledore's words were not particularly difficult to grasp. Albert nodded with a smile and then began to explain at a rapid pace. The 4 words that Professor Dumbledore had just mentioned actually reflect the biases that exist among our 4 houses, or rather, the stereotypes we hold about the other 3 houses. Firstly, the students of Ravenclaw have always been renowned for their wisdom. In their eyes, the students from the other 3 houses are nothing but fools. Next, we have Gryffindor, where we value bravery. In the face of adversity and challenges, we are always filled with courage, yet we easily perceive students from other houses as weepy cowards. As for Slytherin, well, Albert paused for a brief 2 seconds before continuing his discourse. It is widely acknowledged that the theory of pureblood supremacy is a cherished belief among them. Thus, in the eyes of Slytherin students, all wizards of non-pure blood, and even those who are pure-blooded yet do not endorse the pureblood supremacy ideology, are regarded as the dregs of society. Lastly, we have Hufflepuff House, the most inclusive and peaceful among the 4 houses. To them, the students from the other 3 houses often appear rather twisted, harboring thoughts and beliefs that they find peculiar, if not entirely incomprehensible. Therefore, Professor Dumbledore was indeed using these for seemingly inconsequential words, which might even sound like nonsensical ramblings, to remind us to remain vigilant against the biases and stereotypes that exist among the 4 houses. Ah, how profound. It turns out that the 4 words spoken by Professor Dumbledore just now carry such significant meaning. Once Albert concluded his remarks, there was a moment of silence at the Gryffindor long table, before Hermione was the first to express her astonishment. Professor Dumbledore is truly the greatest wizard of our time. In such a public setting, every word he utters must hold profound significance. Percy Weasley also expressed his admiration. However, it was the young student from Wales who left me even more astounded, as a newly enrolled first year, possessing such deep insight, such nimble intellect, and such a broad perspective. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed those words came from the lips of an 11-year-old wizard. What is there to be surprised about? Fred shrugged. If you knew that Albert had earned over 100 gold galleons on the Hogwarts Express in just a little over an hour, you would not find it strange that his thoughts possess such depth. Chapter 12, Albert. The enigma beyond the Sorting Hat Albert couldn't help but marvel at the culinary prowess of the house elves, which truly surpassed that of nearly all wizards. Although the food at Hogwarts' opening feast remained primarily British cuisine, it had undergone remarkable transformations through the elves' innovation, refinement, and optimization. Those traditional British dishes, once barely edible or altogether inedible, had evolved into something palatable, with some dishes and desserts so delightful that even Albert, a connoisseur who had savored the 8 major cuisines of China and the world's most renowned delicacies in his past life, found them exceedingly delectable, truly rivaling the culinary offerings of other European nations. The fare at tonight's banquet was simply exquisite, as Harry speared a hefty, golden brown, crispy lamb chop and placed it onto his plate. He exclaimed, "I have never tasted such delicious food in my life. Indeed, I have never enjoyed such splendid meals either." Ron replied, while eagerly biting into a sizzling sausage, "I can hardly believe these dishes were prepared by the English." Hermione took a bite of a fruit pie, exuding the rich aroma of butter and the sweet scent of fruits, and mumbled somewhat indistinctly, "This is truly remarkable." The opening feast continued for quite some time, persisting until nearly everyone felt utterly stuffed, unable to consume even a morsel of pudding, at which point the food on the table vanished in an instant. The gold and silver tableware gleamed anew, immaculate and devoid of even the slightest trace of grease or water stains. Once all the dishes, drinks, and desserts had disappeared, Professor Dumbledore rose slowly once more, and a hush fell over the hall. "Ah, now that everyone has had their fill and quenched their thirst, I wish to share a few words with you." He paused briefly before continuing. "I must remind everyone of a few important points. First-year students should take heed that the forest on school grounds is off-limits to all students. Of course, our older students must also keep this in mind." As he spoke, Dumbledore's eyes, as deep and blue as the ocean, unmistakably glanced toward the Weasley twins. "Additionally, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has requested I remind you that magic should not be cast in the corridors during breaks, and particularly, no prank items such as dung bombs should be used." "Very well, dung bombs are forbidden, but what of glue bombs?" Albert and Wesley, the twins, exchanged a knowing smile before George quietly mumbled in excitement. The evaluation of Quidditch players would commence in the second week of this term, as Dumbledore continued to speak. All students aspiring to join the Quidditch team should contact Madam Hooch. Finally, his voice took on a serious tone. Anyone wishing to avoid an untimely and painful demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry could not contain himself and burst into laughter. However, few students in the hall joined him in mirth. Surely, he could not be serious. Noting the lack of laughter from others, Harry hesitantly inquired, "Professor Dumbledore could not possibly jest about such matters." Percy shook his head solemnly. Strangely, he did not divulge the reason for his warning against entering that particular corridor. Under normal circumstances, he would provide an explanation whenever he forbade students from doing something. Next, Dumbledore directed everyone to sing the Hogwarts school song in an array of whimsical tunes, after which the students departed the hall, accompanied by their respective house prefects, to their common rooms. "Albert, which melody did you use while singing the school song?" Fred asked curiously and excitedly on their way back to the Gryffindor common room. "That tune was incredibly infectious. George and I were thrown off our funeral march several times by your rendition." "Hey, it's quite impressive that your tune was entirely overtaken by mine," Albert chuckled in response to Fred's inquiry. "The melody I sang is a divine piece from the East called Above the Moon. Its tune possesses a certain magic, regardless of what song one is performing. Playing this particular tune will invariably disrupt their original melody, leading to a gradual assimilation." "Ah, now it makes sense. No wonder I had to follow your lead to keep singing," Ron exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Meanwhile, in the castle's 8th floor office, Dumbledore sat sidewise behind his grand desk, conversing with the Sorting Hat placed on a nearby stool about Albert. "So, your comments during Mr. Wells's sorting were not merely out of spite?" Dumbledore inquired, a smile gracing his face as he looked at the hat. "What nonsense," the Sorting Hat retorted, its pointed tip swaying indignantly. "As a nearly 1,000-year-old entity, how could I concern myself with a rather impolite young lad? My remarks were simply due to, well, because I found him somewhat opaque. Since being crafted by the 4 founders, I have yet to encounter a wizard I could not decipher. Thus, I believe young Albert Wells will not be a simple matter in the future. He is so unique that I have not met another wizard in a similar situation in nearly a millennium." "Then why did you agree to his admission to Hogwarts?" Dumbledore queried, somewhat puzzled after the Sorting Hat spoke. You have refused more than one qualified young wizard entry into Hogwarts before. Indeed, I have denied many deserving young wizards admission to Hogwarts, the Sorting Hat replied calmly. However, my reasons for refusal are often due to their inherent malevolence, to prevent them from wielding great power and wreaking havoc upon the world. Yet, I have not detected any deeply sinister aura surrounding Albert Wells. Such a presence cannot be concealed, no matter how hard one tries. Even the faintest hint of malevolence is perceptible to me, much like Tom Riddle was in his time. Oh, if only Headmaster Armando Dipet had heeded your counsel and barred Riddle from attending, perhaps the subsequent wizarding wars would never have ensued. Dumbledore sighed softly, then turned his gaze back to the Sorting Hat. Let us discuss the matter at hand. According to your assessment, Albert Wells is not an overtly malevolent wizard, which is why you did not prevent his admission to Hogwarts, nor did you issue an immediate warning during his sorting. Yet, you believe this young lad may cause considerable trouble. I am curious as to why you hold such a judgment. This is merely speculation on my part. But you know that my speculations often prove correct, the Sorting Hat replied, bouncing lightly on the stool to lean back against the wall. Not being able to see through that boy does not imply I lack insight into his character or talent. I can ascertain with certainty that Albert Wells possesses extraordinary magical talent, along with creativity and innovation. His thoughts are remarkably quick and dynamic. Most importantly, he seems to harbor ambition, although the precise nature of that ambition eludes me. His mind appears to be shrouded in mist, making it challenging for me to grasp clearly. Fascinating, indeed. What an intriguing young man, Dumbledore remarked with an interested smile. If he develops positively, he is likely to become an exceptional wizard. However, I must keep a close watch on him and ensure he faces some trials. I cannot afford to repeat past mistakes. As Dumbledore contemplated the necessary adjustments to his previous plans and arrangements, Albert and the other Gryffindor students had already arrived at their common room. After briefly explaining the layout of Gryffindor Tower, Percy instructed the new students to return to their dormitories for rest. Albert, along with Harry, Ron, and the introverted chubby boy he had just met, an exceptionally promising talent, the Swordmaster of Gryffindor, and the future herbology professor at Hogwarts, Neville Longbottom, were assigned to the same dormitory. Upon returning to their quarters, the other three were so exhausted that they collapsed into slumber. Only Albert, after settling into bed, did not hasten to sleep. Instead, he summoned the system panel in his mind, intending to explore the newly unlocked system marketplace. He was intrigued by what items might be available in this marketplace, which had only become accessible after his system points reached 100. System, quickly display the marketplace panel, Albert called out in his mind as he lay down. I'm now somewhat of a wealthy individual, with 160 system points. That should suffice for a bit of indulgence. A chime resonated. The marketplace panel is now open. Please. Affluent host, proceed to indulge. As soon as the system's words faded, a semi-transparent panel materialized before Albert. He widened his eyes in excitement as he glanced at the product list displayed. Method for creating the Philosopher's Stone, 10,000 system points. Method for crafting the Elixir of Life, 30,000 system points. Exclusive system magic, spanning time and space, 100,000 system points. Special ability, Thought Attachment, 50,000 system points. Albert merely glanced at the first 4 items on the list before abandoning the notion of perusing the entire catalog. The prices, often exceeding tens of thousands, and even soaring past 100,000 system points, truly bore no relevance to his current circumstances. Nevertheless, Albert could not help but marvel at the terrifying nature of this magical exchange system, when viewed solely from the perspective of cost. The worth of the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life's recipe paled in comparison, amounting to merely 110 points for the system's unique spell, known as Transcending Time and Space. This implies that even the most exceptional potions and unparalleled alchemical creations in today's magical realm are, for this system, not deemed particularly valuable, certainly far less so than the system's exclusive top-tier spells and skills. Alas, he had once believed that possessing over 100 gold galleons made him a minor affluent individual, only to discover that, in the realm of this system, he remained a mere pauper. Albert shook his head in resignation, then, with a mere flick of his mind, began to scroll through the product list on the luminous screen at an astonishing speed. Countless items whizzed past his eyes until, after nearly a minute, the list finally reached its end. Here, he found primarily common skills and spells, each priced consistently at 100 system points. The introductory courses on alchemy, potion brewing, transfiguration, and spellcraft, which had been previously awarded by the system, were also included among these skills. It appeared, however, that there were no spells or skills that he urgently required. Albert casually skimmed through the items priced under 160 points, yet ultimately found little of interest. Just as he was about to close the shopping panel and retire for the night, a fleeting glimpse caught his eye in the lower right corner of the screen. There, in faint gray, was an inconspicuous line of text, Monthly Discount Zone. Ah, to his surprise, there was indeed a section for special offers. How delightful. However, given that the system has introduced a discount area, couldn't it be made more conspicuous for the convenience of users? Albert murmured to himself as he mentally clicked to enter the monthly discount section. Upon seeing the products within the discount area, his eyes widened in astonishment. The section featured 4 items, a bundle of 3 unforgivable curses, originally priced at 1,000 system points, now available for 100 points, a beginner's exclusive spellblind box, originally 1,000 points, now 100 points, a recipe for a love potion, originally 900 points, now 90 points, and an introductory guide to black magic artifacts, originally 1,000 points, now 100 points. Below these offerings was a brief note. Discounted items refresh monthly, with varying quantities, but each host may only purchase 1 item per month. Chapter 14. Touch Constriction Spell. Wait, what does this mean? Albert pondered, genuinely perplexed by the products in the discount zone. Aside from the beginner's exclusive spellblind box, which left him uncertain about what spells it might yield, the other 3 items were entirely related to dark magic, even including the 3 unforgivable curses. Surely, even with random refreshes, not all items could pertain to dark magic? Ding. Does the host believe this system would place unsellable products in the discount section? The items here are randomly selected from those deemed less desirable. Ah, it seems every merchant is cunning, including the system. Albert rolled his eyes in exasperation at the system's response. Well, it appears I have little choice here. I can only purchase a blind box and gamble on luck. With that, he mentally selected the system's exclusive spellblind box and clicked to purchase immediately. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have struck incredible luck, acquiring the Touch Constriction spell, valued at 2,000 system points. As the system's notification sounded, a torrent of intricate information flooded into Albert's mind. Goodness, this spell is quite fascinating. The system's creativity knows no bounds. Albert took nearly 5 minutes to organize the information that suddenly emerged in his mind, simultaneously mastering the system's unique touch entanglement spell. According to the system's description, the effects of this incantation are quite intriguing. In essence, if one successfully casts the touch entanglement spell on an object, once the spell takes effect, that object will unleash a series of persistent, erratic, and covert attacks on the first individual who comes into contact with it. Although this brief introduction is somewhat simplistic, Albert finds it challenging to fully conceive the nature of these so-called persistent, erratic, and covert attacks. However, he is certain that if the system's description is not exaggerated, the spell's effects will undeniably be fascinating and could be ideally suited for the creation of mischievous pranks. Well then, he will find time to experiment with the touch entanglement spell tomorrow. It is simply too late now, and he must hasten to bed. Albert let out a tremendous yawn, turned over, and swiftly drifted into slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, he rose promptly from his bed, a routine he had cultivated since his arrival in this world. However, the other 3 occupants of the dormitory were still rhythmically snoring away. Alas, if it weren't for me, you 3 would undoubtedly be late today. Observing the trio, blissfully unaware as the sunlight warmed their faces, Albert shook his head in exasperation. He then stood in the center of the dormitory and bellowed, "Wake up. If you don't get up now, you'll miss breakfast." "Ah, what time is it? Why are you shouting so loudly, Albert?" Ron yawned widely, grumbling softly as he groggily sat up in bed. It was already 8:10. Leaving just 50 minutes until the first class commenced. Albert replied, "Unless you wish to forego breakfast, we must rise promptly. Our familiarity with the layout of Hogwarts Castle is woefully inadequate, and locating our classrooms may take considerable time." He was indeed correct. The corridors of the castle were exceedingly intricate. Neville leapt from his bed and hurriedly donned his robes. "I worry that if I do not accompany you, I might become lost on my way to the Great Hall for breakfast." Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "I haven't fully memorized the route from the Great Hall to the common room either. Last night, I was so fatigued that I merely followed you all back in a daze. Do not fret. I still remember the way to the Great Hall, he assured them. Albert hurriedly packed his bag while speaking. However, on the way to the classroom, we could only inquire with the senior students for information. 10 minutes later, Albert swiftly entered the auditorium with a somewhat dazed Harry, Ron, and Neville, who appeared not to have fully awakened. At that moment, more than half of the students were already seated in the auditorium, although the number of first-year newcomers was still relatively modest. Albert gazed towards the Gryffindor long table and, indeed, Hermione was seated at one end. Judging by the substantial emptiness of her plate, it seemed that she was nearly done with her breakfast. "Hello, good morning, Hermione. How is it that you were up so early?" Albert greeted Hermione and then settled into an empty chair beside her. "Good morning, Albert, and to you, Harry, Ron, and Neville," Hermione said, closing her Transfiguration textbook that rested beside her plate. She lifted her gaze, smiling as she acknowledged Albert and the others who had just taken their seats at the long table. "Today marks the first day of school, and I find myself uncertain of the precise location of our classroom. In order to avoid being tardy, I decided to rise a bit earlier." She turned to Ron, who, with a mouthful of bagel, mumbled, "What is our first class today?" "Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class," she replied. Albert took a sip of his porridge and then replied, "According to my father, Professor McGonagall is one of the strictest professors at Hogwarts, and Transfiguration is among the most challenging subjects. Therefore, to avoid losing points on the very first day of school, it would be prudent for us to finish our breakfast quickly and arrive at the classroom early." Half an hour later, the five of them entered the Transfiguration classroom approximately 10 minutes ahead of schedule. The room appeared quite empty. Apart from 2 or 3 students languidly seated at the back, a tabby cat with a peculiar pattern around its eyes was quietly perched on the podium, observing Albert and his friends as they entered. "Wow, what an adorable tabby cat. But why is it so quiet? Should we go and play with it?" Hermione whispered excitedly, glancing at the cat on the podium. "I still have some snacks left in my backpack from the train ride. I could use those to tempt the cat." As she spoke, she unzipped her backpack and began rummaging through it. "Oh, if only I had some catnip. That would be perfect for enticing the cat," Ron lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. "Ahem, well, Transfiguration is actually quite difficult. How about we review the textbook material first?" As Harry, Ron, and Neville seemed inclined to engage with the tabby after hearing Hermione's suggestion, Albert quickly cleared his throat and pulled Hermione aside to a nearby desk. "All right. We should indeed review the course content." Hermione nodded in agreement. "However, I have already memorized all the key points. Yet, I still encounter numerous challenges when attempting to perform Transfiguration." While she spoke, she took out a beginner's guide to Transfiguration and her wand, placing them on the desk in front of her. With class about to start, there is hardly any time for revision. "It would be better to play with the cat while the professor hasn't arrived yet," Ron muttered regretfully. However, seeing that Harry and Neville had settled down, he resignedly shook his head and sat next to Harry. Soon, first-year students began to trickle into the classroom, and Ron finally abandoned his desire to approach the podium to play with the cat. At precisely 9 a.m., the bell rang, and at that instant, the tabby cat sprang down, transforming midair into a stern-looking witch clad in emerald robes. Indeed, it was Professor McGonagall. The classroom, which had been somewhat noisy, fell into an immediate hush as the majority of students gaped in astonishment at the sudden transformation of McGonagall from cat to human. "Good morning, students. I am Professor Minerva McGonagall, and starting today, I will be responsible for teaching you Transfiguration." Observing the myriad expressions of shock, admiration, and respect on the students' faces, McGonagall appeared quite pleased. She smiled and nodded at the class before briskly returning to the podium, her demeanor once again turning serious. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous form of magic you will learn at Hogwarts." She looked sternly at the class and declared, "If anyone misbehaves in my classroom, I will have them removed and permanently barred from returning. I have warned you." With that, Professor McGonagall suddenly produced her wand from her robe and swiftly waved it, transforming her lectern into a pig and then back into the lectern again. The classroom erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, with everyone visibly excited and eager to commence their studies in Transfiguration. However, this exhilaration among most students did not endure long. After more than 10 minutes into the first Transfiguration lesson, the expressions of nearly all students, except for Albert and Hermione, had turned to confusion and bewilderment. It was no surprise, not to mention the advanced knowledge McGonagall was imparting. Even the most fundamental concepts from the textbook were not particularly easy for many to comprehend fully. After explaining a plethora of complex and profound ideas, McGonagall handed each student a matchstick, instructing them to attempt transforming it into a needle. as Albert reviewed the beginner-level transfiguration techniques he had mastered in his mind, ensuring he had no issues. He calmly took out his wand and gently waved it at the matchstick while softly uttering, "Veriverdo." In the next moment, accompanied by a flash of white light, the matchstick on the table instantly transformed into a glimmering silver needle, complete with a tiny eye at its end. "Wow, oh my goodness. Albert, you are incredible!" Hermione exclaimed in astonishment, cautiously picking up the shiny needle to examine it closely. Hearing Hermione's exclamation, the attention of the entire class turned towards them, and Professor McGonagall swiftly approached their side. An impeccable transformation. Gryffindor receives 10 points. Upon seeing the silver needle in Hermione's hand, Professor McGonagall exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I have never seen, nor even heard of, a wizard achieving such a flawless transformation on their very first transfiguration lesson. Mr. Wells, could you kindly share how you accomplished this?" She fixed her gaze intently on Albert, her words flowing rapidly. "Actually, I had already studied some basic spells before officially enrolling." "Professor." Albert smiled serenely, his gaze unwavering as he responded, "Both of my parents are wizards. From a young age, I absorbed their teachings on the theoretical aspects of transfiguration. When I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts and acquired my own wand, they also imparted to me some fundamental spells. Thus, I was able to effortlessly transform the matchstick into a silver needle just now." "Very well," Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction after Albert finished speaking. "Many young witches and wizards engage in prior study or experimentation with magic before enrollment. However, possessing such remarkable talent as yours is indeed a rarity. Now, since transforming a silver needle back into a matchstick poses no challenge for you, you may attempt to transfigure larger objects, such as transforming the chair you are sitting on into a large travel trunk." With that, Professor McGonagall turned her attention back to observing the practice of the other students. As Albert rose to practice transfiguring his stool into a suitcase, a pang of disappointment suddenly surged within Hermione. When she first encountered Albert on the Hogwarts Express, she was profoundly taken aback by this boy of her own age. At that moment, she had merely read about the wondrous alchemical creations in a book, only to step out of her compartment and discover a peer who had already developed an alchemical item, albeit a prank device. Hermione believed that the complexity of creating that glue bomb must have been considerable. However, at that time, Hermione felt confident that she could still maintain a lead in more traditional academic subjects. Yet now, as she glanced at the peculiar suitcase with 4 chair legs beside her, a self-deprecating smile emerged on her lips. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such a significant setback in her studies. Chapter 16. Hermione's Resilient Spirit Veriverdo. Albert once again raised his wand and waved it at the trunk before him, which stood on 4 bench legs. In the next moment, with a flash of white light, those 4 legs transformed into 4 wooden wheels affixed to the trunk. Witnessing this spectacle, Hermione instinctively pressed her lips together. She could hardly believe that the fellow standing beside her not only possessed more skills than she did, but also excelled in transfiguration beyond her capabilities. And his rate of progress in practicing spells seemed to surpass hers as well. Since her kindergarten days, Hermione had always been the top student, relentlessly overcoming every challenge. When had she ever felt the weight of being overshadowed by someone else? When had she endured such a profound sense of humiliation? Gritting her teeth, she turned around, swiftly drew her wand, and concentrated all her energy on the matchstick lying on the table before her. Gently waving her wand while enunciating the incantation Veriverdo with utmost clarity and precision. In the next instant, accompanied by a flash of white light, the matchstick vanished, replaced by a sewing needle that was half silver and half wood. Observing this incongruous semi-finished needle, Hermione pouted slightly, raised her wand once more, and attempted the transfiguration spell on the needle again. This time, the half-silver and half-wood needle transformed into a needle comprising 2/3 silver and 1/3 wood, with its diameter noticeably reduced. However, Hermione was evidently dissatisfied with this outcome. Her brows knitted tightly together as she executed a 3rd rapid wave of her wand, nearly exhausting her strength to cast the transfiguration spell once more. With another burst of white light emanating from the tip of her wand, the needle on the table finally transformed entirely into silver, yet it still appeared somewhat coarse and lacked a distinct eye, revealing a marked contrast to the silver needle that Albert had conjured. Gazing at the silver needle she had painstakingly produced, Hermione allowed a wry smile to escape her lips. She well understood that creating such a rough silver needle was nearly the limit of her current abilities. After a moment of inner conflict, she ultimately shook her head in resignation and placed her tightly gripped wand back on her desk. She recognized that even without comparing their mastery or proficiency in transfiguration, the disparity in their rates of progress during practice rendered it exceedingly difficult if not nearly impossible, for her to catch up with Albert. Oh well, enough with the comparisons and transfiguration. After wrestling with her thoughts for a while, Hermione ultimately decided to let go of her frustrations, despite still feeling a twinge of discontent. She was not one to harbor grudges. She could accept that others might surpass her. Deep down, she held a genuine admiration for Albert's extraordinary talent in transfiguration. She just needed time to come to terms with the feeling of being completely eclipsed in a particular domain. During this period of inner turmoil, Albert had successfully transformed the bench into a large travel trunk, erasing all traces of its original form. All right, that's enough practice for today. I'm utterly exhausted, he declared. Albert transformed the suitcase back into a chair and, feeling somewhat fatigued, plopped down onto it. Your talent in transfiguration is truly remarkable, Hermione remarked once Albert had settled. Your mastery of the art should now rival that of a second-year student. In truth, my aptitude for transfiguration is not as formidable as you might envision. Albert smiled and waved his hand. I merely had an earlier exposure to various forms of magic. Had I been in your position, self-studying magic only after receiving my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, my proficiency in transfiguration would likely mirror yours. In fact, while practicing transfiguration earlier, Albert had noticed Hermione's emotional fluctuations. He could deeply empathize with her feelings, as he had experienced something akin to that in his past life. From elementary school through high school, he consistently ranked among the top 5 in his class. However, upon entering a prestigious university, he suddenly found himself at the bottom of the class, surrounded by at least 90 classmates whose abilities far surpassed his own. That overwhelming sense of disparity could easily lead to one's downfall. Nevertheless, Hermione's resilience exceeded Albert's expectations. He never anticipated that this young girl could reclaim her composure in less than 10 minutes. Could you share some insights or tips on practicing transfiguration? Hermione asked after a brief silence, gazing at Albert. I would like to attempt it a few more times, hoping to refine this silver needle before class ends. Of course. That is certainly feasible. Albert smiled and nodded, then began to quietly share with Hermione some experiences and techniques he had mastered in the art of transfiguration. With Albert's assistance, by the end of the class, Hermione was able to conjure a silver needle nearly identical to his. You two should really attend classes with the older students, Ron remarked, exasperated, as they made their way to the Great Hall for lunch. Learning alongside you is incredibly stressful. It's all right, you'll get used to it in time. Albert reassured him. Albert chuckled as he patted Ron on the shoulder. You should learn to focus less on Hermione and me during class. It will alleviate much of your stress. After lunch, Hermione made her way directly to the library, intending to utilize the lunchtime break to complete a portion of the assignment assigned by Professor McGonagall. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Neville opted to stroll through the gardens outside the castle. As for Albert, he chose neither to join Hermione in the library to work on their assignments nor to accompany Harry and the others to the gardens. After declining both invitations, he began to wander alone through the abandoned classrooms and storage rooms within the castle. Indeed, Albert was determined to explore these forsaken spaces, for it was in such locations that he might discover a few mice suitable for his experiment with the touch constriction curse. Chapter 17. Experimenting with the touch constriction curse. Albert wandered through the castle for nearly an hour, uncertain whether it was due to the mice's aversion to inhabiting the castle or the formidable presence of Mrs. Loris, the cat belonging to the caretaker, Filch, along with the various pets of the students. Regardless, he scoured dozens of abandoned classrooms and storage rooms, yet found not a single trace of a mouse. Just as he contemplated whether to wait until afternoon, after completing all his classes for the day, to venture to the outskirts of the forbidden forest in search of small creatures for his experiments, he finally discovered 2 plump gray mice nestled in a discarded paper bin in a corner of a storage room. With the aid of a glue bomb, Albert effortlessly captured the 2 mice. However, with only about half an hour remaining before afternoon classes commenced, he reluctantly concealed the cage containing the mice in an empty classroom on the 7th floor before hastily returning to the common room to reunite with Harry, Ron, and Hermione for their afternoon lessons. The first-year curriculum at Hogwarts was relatively relaxed. Typically, there would only be 1 class in the afternoon. Today, the first-year Gryffindors were to attend the renowned history of magic class, famously known for its ghostly professor, the illustrious Professor Cuthbert Binns. Legend has it that Professor Binns fell asleep in front of the fireplace in the staff room, and upon awakening the next day, hurried off to teach, forgetting to take his body with him, thus becoming a ghost. Although the students were aware of Professor Binns' spectral nature and had encountered several ghosts at the opening feast the previous evening, when the semi-transparent figure of Professor Binns suddenly emerged from the blackboard and floated to the podium, most students instinctively gasped in surprise. Professor Binns appeared oblivious to the students' reactions. In a dry and monotonous voice, more mechanical than synthesized speech, he introduced himself to the class and then began to recite the textbook content in an even more rigid and tedious manner. Albert realized he had underestimated Professor Binns' hypnotic abilities. Even though this was the first lesson in the history of magic, within just 5 minutes, nearly half of the students in the classroom had succumbed to slumber, their heads resting on their desks. By the time the lesson had progressed beyond 10 minutes, only Albert, Hermione, and a fellow Ravenclaw girl remained awake, their eyes still open to absorb the lecture. However, it wasn't long before Albert too succumbed to fatigue. At the 20th minute of the class, he imitated his classmates, propping his textbook on the table and then resting his head on his arms, swiftly drifting into a profound sleep. I do wish the school would schedule us more history of magic classes, he thought as the students drowsily filed out of the classroom. Ron yawned, his voice tinged with anticipation. Indeed, I hope other professors possess such a good-natured temperament as Professor Binns, concurred Dean Thomas, a Gryffindor student walking not far from Ron. We accidentally dozed off in his class, yet he showed no inclination to reprimand us. Hearing their conversation, Hermione furrowed her brow in displeasure. But before she could voice her thoughts, Albert suddenly spoke up. I plan to experiment with a rather intriguing new spell. Would you care to join me? He smiled as he looked at Hermione, Harry, and Ron. What? You can actually create spells on your own now. The three gasped in astonishment, their mouths forming an O shape. It is not a spell of my own creation, Albert shook his head. It's merely a fascinating spell I learned before arriving at Hogwarts. Yet I never had the opportunity to test its efficacy. Very well, let us accompany you and explore it together. After all, the hour is still early, and we have no other classes awaiting us. Hermione and the others nodded in agreement, then followed Albert as they made their way to the 7th floor of the castle. Before long, the quartet arrived at the empty classroom that housed 2 mice. Albert retrieved a cage containing a mouse from a dilapidated storage cabinet and placed it atop a desk covered in dust. He then extracted several small stones from his pocket and arranged them before the iron cage's entrance. Hermione, Harry, and Ron stood nearby, their curiosity piqued by Albert's peculiar sequence of actions. They understood that the new spell required a mouse, but the purpose of the stones before the cage eluded them. Under their expectant and inquisitive gazes, Albert drew his wand from his robe and lightly tapped each of the stones before swiftly uttering the incantation, Touch Entanglement. In an instant, subtle beams of purple light shot forth from the tip of his wand, merging seamlessly with the stones. Observing this, Albert nodded in satisfaction. His inaugural attempt at the Touch Entanglement spell had proven quite successful. It was now time to assess the spell's efficacy. With this thought, he extended his hand and promptly opened the door of the iron cage containing 2 mice. Upon witnessing the cage door swing open, the 2 mice hesitated momentarily before darting from the cage, leaping off the desk, and scurrying toward a cluttered corner of the classroom in a frantic escape. Unbeknownst to them, as they fled the cage, they inadvertently stepped upon the stones that had been enchanted with the Touch Entanglement spell. Meanwhile, the attention of Albert and his companions was wholly fixated on the enchanted stones, which, upon contact with the mice, began to levitate swiftly and flew into the shadows of various corners of the classroom. Chapter 18. No escape. Why did those stones suddenly rise upon encountering the mice? Harry inquired, perplexed by the sight of the stones vanishing into the corner's shadows. Indeed, it seems as if the stones possess a consciousness of their own, deliberately seeking refuge in the shadows to evade our sight, Hermione replied, her voice filled with astonishment. Such is the extraordinary and formidable nature of the Touch Entanglement spell. Albert responded with a smile. An object upon which the touch snare curse has been cast acquires a certain degree of memory and consciousness, prompting it to engage in persistent assaults on the first creature it encounters after being enchanted. However, such enchanted objects do not mindlessly launch continuous attacks on their targets. Rather, they tend to conceal themselves in unobtrusive locations, initiating random strikes. Once an attack is executed, they swiftly retreat to concealment, repeating this cycle until the magical energy contained within the touch snare curse is entirely depleted. How remarkable and fascinating is this spell? Hermione exclaimed, her tone brimming with admiration. If Fred and George were to discover the capabilities of this enchantment, they might very well become utterly ecstatic. Ron chuckled as he spoke. Just as his words lingered in the air, a sharp and tiny sound of something slicing through the air suddenly emanated from a corner of the classroom. Albert and his 3 companions quickly turned their heads, only to witness 2 stones suddenly shoot out from the shadows, aimed at 2 mice that had scurried into a cluttered corner. The mice, hearing the whistling sound of the stones slicing through the air, attempted to escape their hiding place. But as they emerged, they were struck forcefully by the stones and instantly lost consciousness. Following this, the stones, having incapacitated the rodents, soared into the air and swiftly vanished from Albert's view. This touch entanglement charm seemed quintessentially designed for mischievous and aggressive prank devices. With a gleam of excitement in his eyes, Ron turned to Albert and said, "You could certainly develop new prank devices based on this charm. I am convinced that their popularity would rival that of glue bombs." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Albert nodded in agreement after Ron finished speaking. "However, the development of such prank devices is considerably more challenging than that of glue bombs. My plan is to first ensure a stable supply of glue bombs. And only after successfully developing and launching the slogan fireworks will I consider officially creating devices based on the touch entanglement charm. But what do you think would be a fitting name for this series of devices? Touch entanglement is rather cumbersome. I have never been good at naming things." With a hint of exasperation, Harry waved his hand, saying, "Asking me to come up with a catchy and appropriate name for a prank device is far more daunting than the task of transforming those two mice into cats." "I feel the same." Ron shook his head, looking at Albert. "I think you might as well choose any name, after all. Devices created using the touch entanglement charm are bound to sell well, so the name doesn't really matter. That one do. The more a product is likely to sell, the more it deserves a proper name," Hermione interjected, shaking her head in disapproval. "In fact, I believe, Albert, that you could create a series of items imbued with the touch entanglement charm, not limited to mere prank devices. If this charm were applied to powerful melee weapons, it could even become a terrifying and elusive weapon for ambushes, difficult to defend against. Of course, during this peaceful time, it would be prudent to refrain from creating such dangerous weapons. You should start with simpler prank devices," she continued, pausing for a moment before suggesting. "What do you think of the name No Escape? It perfectly encapsulates the nature of the product. Once targeted, there is truly no escape. Items enchanted with the touch entanglement charm would relentlessly pursue and attack you, leaving you unable to evade or halt their assault until their magical energy is fully expended." "Excellent. No Escape is indeed a splendid name," Albert exclaimed, visibly excited by Hermione's suggestion. "As you envisioned, I too intend to develop a series of items imbued with the touch entanglement charm, and we could even explore customizations. Thus, this series will commence with the name No Escape. Additionally, Hermione, you will be recognized as one of the founding members of the No Escape series. If you are willing, I would also like to invite you to become a senior product manager at our W Wizard Company." "Wait, what? W Wizard Company? Is that your family's enterprise?" Hermione asked, her face a mask of confusion. "But I'm just a little wizard under 12. How could I possibly be a senior product manager?" Do not feel pressured." Albert chuckled at her reaction. "The W Wizard Company is merely an informal venture established by Fred, George, and myself to facilitate the sale of our developed products while also honing our skills. Currently, it consists solely of the three of us, and we are eager to welcome more talent, which is why I wish to invite you, a remarkable scholar, to join us." "Will the products from your W Wizard Company mainly focus on various prank devices?" Hermione inquired. "While these products are indeed entertaining, I'm not inclined to create items that would assist students in violating school rules." "Not at all," Albert shook his head with utmost certainty. "Our company's products will eventually encompass a myriad of diverse fields. However, at this stage, our capabilities are still quite limited, compelling us to focus initially on prank props. These items are relatively easy to develop, convenient to produce, and cost-effective to transport, while also being particularly popular at Hogwarts. Yet, my ambitions are far greater. Even revolutionary prank props represent merely a small initial step for our W Wizarding Company. Well, if you believe I can be of assistance, I would be more than willing to join your W Wizarding Company." Hermione pondered for a brief moment before smiling at Albert and speaking. Chapter 19, Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. "Well, you all might want to hold off on discussing the company's development for now," Ron interjected unexpectedly from the side. "Albert, why not lift the touch snare curse you cast on those stones? I suspect the two mice have already met their demise. However, those stones continue to sporadically strike. And if this persists, I fear we will end up splattering their brains, which would be utterly revolting." As soon as Ron's words fell, several stones flew out from various corners of the classroom, striking the unfortunate mice with a vengeance before retreating once more into the shadows or the crevices of clutter in the classroom. If I am to lift the touch snare curse, I must first locate those stones." Albert helplessly shrugged. "Yet, the dilemma lies in my inability to locate those stones. They are concealed so effectively that they are only visible for a fleeting moment when they dart out to strike the mice. However, during that brief interval, They move with such swiftness that my wand cannot possibly aim accurately, making it exceedingly difficult to dispel the enchantment. Consequently, if the duration of the attack is prolonged, it may transform into an unavoidable predicament that necessitates resolution. Hermione, pondering thoughtfully, remarked that many ordinary prank devices may not require such an extended activation period for the entanglement charm to take effect. If the duration is excessively long, it could indeed lead to unforeseen complications. After all, the essence of any prank device is to provide amusement, not to serve as instruments of aggression. The concern regarding the duration of effect was something I admittedly had not contemplated prior to conducting the experiments. Albert nodded slightly. However, the solution to this dilemma was rather straightforward. It merely required controlling the application of the enchantment upon the object, thereby manipulating the inherent magical potency of the binding spell. With a reduction in magical energy, the duration of the spell's efficacy would naturally diminish. Subsequently, Albert and his companions engaged in further discussions regarding their innovative concepts for the No Escape series of products, before hastily returning to the common room to prepare for the assignments set by their professors for the day. Although it was merely the first day of the new term, Professor McGonagall and Professor Binns had already assigned a considerable amount of homework, particularly in the subject of history of magic. For students who had nearly dozed off throughout the entire class, or for the majority of it, completing the paper required by Professor Binns would necessitate extensive research, taking several days to accomplish. On the morning of the third day after the commencement of term, the first-year Gryffindor students finally anticipated the much-awaited class on defense against the dark arts. Albert was also eagerly anticipating the class. However, as a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the nature of Professor Quirrel's lectures, so his true anticipation did not lie in the subject of defense against the dark arts itself, but rather in the opportunity to observe Quirrel closely and, by extension, to come into contact with Voldemort. At 8:40 a.m., with 20 minutes remaining before class commenced, a substantial number of first-year students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had already arrived at the classroom for defense against the dark arts. "I wonder if we will have any practical opportunities in this class," Harry remarked eagerly, as he intended to find a seat in the front row. "I'm unsure about the practical opportunities," Ron whispered with a furrowed brow, "but it would be wise for us to sit a bit further back. The scent emanating from Professor Quirrel is quite unbearable. If we sit in the front row, I fear we might faint before any practical session even begins." Indeed, being so close to Professor Quirrel could prove rather perilous. Albert nodded thoughtfully, delivering a remark laden with double meaning, before swiftly leading Hermione to a desk in the penultimate row of the classroom, adjacent to the window. Observing Albert's actions, Harry hesitated for a moment, then joined Ron in taking a seat at the desk to Albert's right. With nearly 20 minutes remaining before class commenced, the students in the classroom were engaged in cheerful conversation. However, mindful of Professor McGonagall's previous transformation into a cat to observe her students, they opted to discuss topics unrelated to the course or professors, uncertain of whether any particular instructor possessed the ability to metamorphose into an animal. Just 2 minutes before 9 o'clock, the classroom door was gently pushed open, revealing Quirrell, adorned with a large purple turban and a smile. As he stepped into the room, accompanied by an overpowering scent of garlic that could be detected from over 10 meters away, Albert took a deep breath, his nose twitching slightly as he detected a nauseatingly strong odor of garlic, mingled with a peculiar scent that, if his instincts served him correctly, belonged to some rather unusual potion. "Greetings, everyone. It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am your professor for the defense against the dark arts, Quirrell. From this day forth, I shall instruct you on how to defend against the attacks of dark magical creatures, as well as how to resist the terrifying forces of dark magic." After a brief yet far from succinct introduction of himself and the course, Quirrell picked up the textbook guide to dark magic defense and began to read, stuttering as he went. As a result, most of the students in the classroom soon wore expressions of distress, overwhelmed by the nauseating stench of garlic while enduring Quirrell's halting recitation. Few young wizards could withstand such a dual torment of body and soul. However, among the students, there was one exception. Although Albert's expression bore traces of discomfort, he appeared significantly better off than most. To others, he seemed to sit attentively in his seat, eyes fixed on Quirrell at the podium, brows slightly furrowed, clearly engaged in thoughtful consideration, a model student in earnest study. The truth, however, was that Albert was not listening to Quirrell at all. He was merely observing the peculiar figure before him. Chapter 20. Another test subject due to the oversized scarf wrapped around his head. Quirrell's skull appeared noticeably larger than that of an ordinary person, particularly exaggerated in the region at the back of his head, which protruded significantly. This peculiarity resulted in the purple scarf occasionally brushing against the blackboard as he faced the students. Every time Albert witnessed Quirrell's scarf graze the board, he couldn't help but imagine how amusing it would be if the blackboard were coated in a layer of invisible, powerful adhesive. When Quirrell turned around or moved his head away from the board, the scarf, now potentially affixed to the surface, might be wrenched free, revealing the visage of Voldemort on the back of his head for all to see. Albert could scarcely fathom the tumult that would ensue throughout the magical realm if such an event were to transpire. After much deliberation, he ultimately abandoned the notion of discreetly applying a long-lasting, invisible adhesive to the blackboard before a lesson on defense against the dark arts. However, the prohibition against applying the adhesive prior to class did not preclude the possibility of doing so at other times. If he could identify a moment when the surroundings were devoid of people, and the back of Professor Quirrell's head was in close proximity to a certain object, then devising a method to affix his headscarf to that object might not be entirely out of the realm of possibility. The more Albert pondered, the more exhilarated he became. He suddenly realized that Quirrell was indeed a remarkably perfect subject for experimenting with various apparatuses. Indeed, Albert intended to bestow upon the timid Professor Quirrell yet another role as a test subject. This notion arose primarily from his persistent need for a reliable and stable human specimen of considerable strength, one he could utilize without remorse during his myriad product trials. At present, dear Professor Quirrell seamlessly satisfied these three crucial criteria. Firstly, while the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts was known for his rapid depletion of magical energy, he could still maintain a steady performance for nearly an entire term. Secondly, despite Quirrell's seemingly stammering, timid demeanor, which suggested a lack of formidable prowess, one must consider that if his abilities were truly as meager as they appeared, Albus Dumbledore would never have permitted him to hold the esteemed position of defense against the Dark Arts instructor. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that, aside from the chaotic 5th and 7th years, during which the school was in disarray, none of the 5 professors in the original Harry Potter narrative could be deemed as ineffectual. Even the most inept, Gilderoy Lockhart, could wield a sophisticated obliviate charm and was astute in discerning the most opportune moments for ambushes. From another perspective, a man possessed by the nearly lifeless Voldemort could not possibly possess trivial abilities. Indeed, one could argue that he harbored a formidable backup in the form of Voldemort himself. Thus, in summation, if Quirrell were to be adopted as an experimental target, Albert harbored no concerns about inadvertently causing harm or incapacitating his subject during the trials. Lastly, and most importantly, employing Quirrell as a test subject for various new products was devoid of any emotional burden. For one who had willingly become a vessel for Voldemort, destined for a tragic fate, Albert felt no qualms about conducting a multitude of experiments on him. Consequently, he began to contemplate how to test his developing line of nowhere to escape products on Quirrell. However, wait a moment. Why must the unfortunate Professor Quirrell be the subject of the Nowhere to Escape series? Albert seemed to have a sudden epiphany, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly to reveal a gleam of excitement. Rather than Quirrell, was it not more fitting to use the noseless creature on the back of his head as a test subject? Yes, indeed, it was settled. He was determined to outpace Fred and George and become the first wizard, in a physical sense, to slap Voldemort in the face, and to do so repeatedly. Contemplating this, Albert nodded in satisfaction and began to earnestly ponder what kind of device he could develop for the esteemed Dark Lord Voldemort. One that would allow him to showcase his unique identity even while being slapped. Time gradually slipped by amidst Albert's deep contemplation and the agonizing struggle of his classmates. Finally, at 11 o'clock, the bell rang punctually, and in that instant, at least half of the students in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom sprang from their seats. As for those who did not react promptly, aside from Albert, who was still engrossed in thought, the others were too overwhelmed by the pungent odor of garlic to muster the energy to leap up immediately. "Albert, you are truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed, his tone filled with astonishment and admiration. "You managed to ignore the stench emanating from Quirrell and his stammering, rigid voice, while remaining utterly focused throughout the lesson without losing your train of thought." Once Albert and his companions had distanced themselves from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, with no other students nearby, Hermione expressed her admiration for Albert as well. Indeed, in such an environment, I couldn't even force myself to concentrate on the lesson. I didn't grasp a single word of what Quirrel was saying, Harry added with a rueful shrug. Honestly, Albert, you haven't been unable to smell Quirrel's odor because of a cold these past few days, have you? That's the only way I can comprehend how you managed to stay focused. Hey, what are you all talking about? I didn't hear a word from the very beginning. I have no idea what that fellow Quirrel was lecturing about. Albert chuckled as he glanced at the other three. As for the scent that enveloped me, I sat by the window, so the impact on me was not as pronounced as it was on you all. Chapter 21, Neighbors in the Same Block. What did you say? You weren't even paying attention to what Chilo was saying? Upon hearing Albert's response, Hermione, Harry, and Ron gaped in astonishment. Yet, during class, you seemed to be intently focused the entire time, Hermione inquired, perplexed. I was not actually listening to the lesson at all. Albert smiled and shook his head. I am merely observing Chilo while pondering certain matters. Observing Chilo? What is there to observe about that guy? Do you wish to learn how he wraps a scarf around his head? Ron inquired with a hint of amusement. Well, my mind is still quite sound. I have no desire to adorn myself in such an eccentric manner, he replied. Albert shrugged. However, my attention was indeed drawn to his headscarf, or more precisely, I found myself intrigued by what the fellow might be concealing beneath it. Perhaps Chilo is bald, Harry remarked with a hint of uncertainty. Or perhaps his scalp is riddled with sores, Ron suggested. At the very least, it is certainly not as simple as mere baldness. Albert shook his head. You may not have noticed, but the shape of Chilo's head, particularly the position of the back of his skull, appears quite distinct from that of most ordinary individuals. From the outline of his headscarf, it seems that the back of his head is more prominent and squared than usual. However, when viewed directly from behind, Chilo's occiput appears somewhat flattened, rendering this shape rather peculiar, were it not for his inherently unusual head structure. Achieving such a form solely through the wrapping of the headscarf would be quite challenging. Your observation is remarkably astute, Ron remarked with a click of his tongue after hearing Albert's words. Could it be that Chilo chooses to conceal his head due to its grotesque appearance? Hermione pondered thoughtfully. That remains uncertain, but I believe it is highly unlikely. Albert shook his head once more. If it were merely a deformity of the skull, wearing a turban would only draw further attention to the peculiar shape of his head, distinguishing it from that of an ordinary person. My suspicion is that Chilo is undoubtedly using the turban to conceal something that must not be seen by others. His head, particularly the back, is likely far more than just slightly misshapen. Additionally, I wonder if you have noticed. Albert paused momentarily before continuing. The aroma emanating from Chilo was not solely that of garlic. This, I have discerned. As soon as Albert's voice fell silent, Hermione eagerly interjected. From a young age, I have been particularly sensitive to various scents. The moment Quirrel entered the classroom, I noticed that, aside from a strong odor of garlic emanating from him, there was also a rather peculiar scent that I had never encountered before. It resembled some sort of unusual potion, yet it was entirely distinct from the aromas of potions in the Muggle world. Perhaps it is indeed a kind of wizarding potion. Indeed, I concur that it must be the essence of some magical elixir, and that scent seems oddly familiar to me, Albert remarked, a slight furrow appearing on his brow. However, I cannot quite recall where I have previously encountered such a fragrance. The more we discuss this, the more I suspect that Professor Quirrel is hiding something. Harry chuckled helplessly. It seems he harbors many secrets that must be concealed at all costs, even if it means transforming himself into an unwelcome oddity. While Quirrel is certainly a figure of suspicion, these matters should rightly concern the professors, Ron said with a hint of exasperation. What we ought to focus on is how to endure the impending barrage of hellish defense against the dark arts classes. With a mournful expression, Ron continued. I fear that if I inhale that strange scent from Quirrel any longer, I might truly reach my breaking point, or at the very least, find myself retching during class. And listening to Quirrel speak is driving me to the brink as well, Harry chimed in immediately after Ron. I suspect that after several more of his lessons, I might even start to stutter. Not wanting to endure Quirrel's scent is a relatively simple predicament to resolve. The corners of Albert's mouth curled into a faint smile. If each of us were to wear a thicker mask, we could effectively block out many odors. If that fails, we could always resort to gas masks. Masks. Gas masks. What are those? Ron inquired with a perplexed expression. These are protective items from the Muggle world, capable of significantly filtering out dust, bacteria, odors, and even toxic gases. This time, Hermione took the initiative to explain without waiting for Albert's response. However, I am rather curious, Albert. Aren't you from a wizarding family? How come you are so knowledgeable about muggle items? She turned to Albert, her brow slightly furrowed in confusion. Haha, that is quite an interesting story, Albert replied, his excitement palpable upon hearing Hermione's question. Although both my parents are wizards, we reside in the Muggle city of Manchester. Furthermore, my father even runs a company in the Muggle world, so my understanding of it is quite akin to that of an ordinary Muggle. Wait, what? Your family actually lives in Manchester? As soon as Albert's words fell, Hermione expressed her astonishment by inquiring, indeed, the Stone District of Manchester? Albert nodded thoughtfully. But why do you say also? He inquired, his expression marked by confusion. Does your family reside in Manchester as well? Although Albert had been a Harry Potter enthusiast prior to his journey into this world, he had spent a decade here, causing him to forget many details from the original novels and the surrounding lore of the Harry Potter universe. Consequently, he could not recall the specific location of Hermione's home in England. Yes, our family also lives in Manchester, and much like yours, we are located in the Stone District. Hermione replied with palpable excitement. Our address is 444 Lily Street in the Stone District. Which neighborhood do you reside in? Ah, what a remarkable coincidence. Albert's eyes widened in astonishment. I cannot believe we reside at 500 Lily Street. It is truly delightful to discover that we are neighbors in the same neighborhood. Before arriving at Hogwarts, I was genuinely concerned about whether I would find even a single friend to converse with during the summer holidays, fearing it would be even lonelier than my time at school in the Muggle world. However, there is no need for such worries now. During the summer, I can visit your home anytime, Hermione joyfully exclaimed. Chapter 22. George's idea. Since the students of Hogwarts have gradually attended the first class of defense against the dark arts for this academic year, Quirrel's lessons have become the most dreaded subject among all students, without exception. Albert heard that several upper-year Slytherin students could not endure the first defense against the dark arts class with Professor Chilo and resorted to vomiting in the classroom. There was even a third-year Ravenclaw girl who fainted outright during the lesson. Additionally, some upper-year students, who had already attended 2 or 3 classes, began to exhibit occasional stuttering while speaking. This is disastrous. We are scheduled to attend 2 consecutive defense against the dark arts classes with the Hufflepuff students this morning. Early Friday morning, as Albert, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table, preparing for breakfast, Fred, seated across from them, glanced at the schedule while sipping his porridge and uttered a despairing groan. What? 2 back-to-back defense against the dark arts classes. Upon hearing Fred's words, George shuddered, and the fork in his hand clattered into his plate. Indeed, it was a dire situation. He slumped listlessly against the back of his chair, voicing his hopelessness. I can only hope that by noon, we will still be alive to return for lunch, rather than becoming ghosts floating above the Gryffindor table. Yearning to watch you relish those unparalleled delicacies. Just hang in there a little longer. The masks I asked my parents to procure should arrive at Hogwarts in the next few days. Albert, as he spoke, skewered a hot dog and placed it onto the plate before him. Once we acquire the masks, our lives will undoubtedly improve, he asserted. Alas, I recall you uttering those very words just 2 days ago, Fred lamented with a sorrowful expression, his voice lacking in vigor. Yet, 2 days have slipped by without the arrival of the masks. Instead, we have been met with 2 consecutive classes of defense against the dark arts. There is nothing I can do about it. Albert shrugged helplessly. After all, we are in Manchester, not London, and there is no pressing need to wear masks daily to shield ourselves from excessive smog. Thus, acquiring a substantial quantity of masks in Manchester within a short time frame proves to be quite a challenge. Alas, it is indeed a grand farce that a defense against the dark arts professor must rely on the pungent aroma of garlic to ward off potential vampires. Sitting beside the Weasley twins was a somewhat unconventional-looking black boy, who quietly muttered his discontent. Indeed, this individual was none other than Lee Jordan, one of the Weasley twins' closest friends and a renowned Quidditch commentator at Hogwarts, known for his lack of decorum, nonconformity, and unpredictable nature. Lee, do you genuinely believe those absurdities that Quirrel spouts? Fred remarked with a shrug, accompanied by a sardonic chuckle. While such tales might fool children, we all know there is something amiss with Quirrel. He is likely using that garlic scent merely to mask other odors. Following this discussion about Quirrel, the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan planned to rise and depart. Just then, however, hundreds of owls suddenly poured into the great hall through the open windows. Oh my goodness, why are there so many owls today? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. The sheer number of owls today was indeed remarkable. Fred nodded in agreement, noting that there were at least 1.5 times the usual amount, and most of the owls appeared to be carrying packages rather than letters. George also displayed a hint of confusion. Haha, if I'm not mistaken, most of those owls bearing packages are likely delivering dung bombs. Albert glanced upward at the flock of owls circling above the hall, then smiled as he spoke. What? The glue bombs arrived so swiftly? Upon hearing Albert's words, the Weasley twins appeared quite astonished. We sold over 3,000 glue bombs on the train. Has your family managed to produce them all in just a few days? George inquired, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Most of these glue bombs that have been sent should be from existing stock. Albert chuckled. Before the school year commenced, I had already enlisted my father's assistance in the production. At that moment, the owls circling above the auditorium had nearly all located their respective recipients. One by one, they began to descend, dropping their packages, varying in size, before the students. Over 100 students received packages, and upon eagerly unwrapping them, they discovered they were filled with glue bombs. The ensuing period promised to be quite entertaining. Observing the glue bombs in everyone's hands, the Weasley twins exchanged mischievous grins. From now on, wherever one might wander, there would always be the risk of being stuck in place, unable to move for a full minute. Fred exclaimed with excitement. Ah, wait, being stuck anywhere at any time. No sooner had Fred's words left his lips than George's eyes sparkled with inspiration. I've just thought of a brilliant idea, he whispered, his excitement palpable as he addressed those around him. Considering that for most students, today marks their first encounter with glue bombs, isn't it quite natural for them to be a tad more enthusiastic? Indeed, Albert and his companions nodded in unison. Observing their exhilaration, one could surmise that, were it not for the presence of several professors seated at the faculty table, the floor of the auditorium would likely be coated in an invisible yet potent adhesive. Indeed, thus, it seemed rather customary for them to discreetly toss a few glue bombs in the corridor after vacating the auditorium, merely to test their efficacy, wouldn't you agree? Of course, it is entirely reasonable. After all, didn't Fred just mention something similar? Lee Jordan remarked. However, it was rather unfortunate that, while en route to the defense against the dark arts classroom, they encountered an abundance of glue bombs strewn about. As he spoke, the corners of George's mouth curved upward even more prominently. Consequently, with each few steps they took, they found themselves stuck in place for a minute, leading to their tardiness for a class, which, under the circumstances, could be deemed understandable. Chapter 23, Potion Class. Ah, what a splendid idea. As George's words faded, Fred was nearly propelled from his seat in sheer excitement. This scheme was nothing short of brilliant. Although it might not allow them to evade both defense against the dark arts classes entirely, evading even one or merely a portion of one would be a lifesaver. However, it appeared that their stock of glue bombs was dwindling. Upon this realization, Fred's previously exuberant expression fell instantaneously. To achieve the effect George had suggested, they would need to expend dozens of glue bombs. Moreover, such a quantity necessitated the collaboration of numerous classmates. If it were just the two of them, they would be swiftly apprehended by Filch. Fear not, I shall join you in your endeavor, and I am willing to contribute 5 glue bombs, declared Lee Jordan, who had just unboxed a sizable collection of glue bombs, his excitement palpable. I shall partake as well, chimed in Stephen Adler, a tall and somewhat slender third-year Gryffindor student. His demeanor refined. I acquired an ample supply of glue bombs, over 50, and I am prepared to contribute 10 to support George's ingenious plan. I, too, possess a considerable number of glue bombs, and I am willing to offer 5. All right, enough of this competition. In order to avoid suffocating from the garlic stench, I will also join your plan, utilizing all 10 glue bombs I recently purchased. With Stephen Adler's announcement of his support for George's scheme, the third-year Gryffindor students, save for a few girls who had not procured any glue bombs, eagerly expressed their commitment to backing George's plan and joining the Weasley twins in launching glue bombs down the corridor. Huh, splendid. This morning, we need only a 10-potion class, sparing us from experiencing any further harm inflicted by Quirrel, Ron exclaimed, glancing at the timetable with evident delight. That is not a certainty, Fred retorted dismissively. For our potion professor, Snape, is notoriously unjust. The reason Gryffindor has not secured the House Cup in so many years undoubtedly lies with Professor Snape's influence. Students of Gryffindor must tread carefully in his class. One might find oneself faint from anger, given Snape's absurd reasons for deducting points, which are often more ludicrous than not having a reason at all. Indeed, I too sense that Professor Snape is rather difficult to approach, Harry concurred. He seems particularly disdainful toward me. Every time I dine in the Great Hall, he casts me a malevolent glare. I genuinely fear being caught in his class for some infraction, resulting in substantial point deductions. Have you made any advanced preparations by studying the potions textbook? Albert seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He swiftly raised his head and turned to Harry, who was seated not far away, and inquired. During the first class, he merely posed a few questions or scrutinized classroom discipline. If one were to be cautious in these two aspects, he should not find many opportunities to deduct points. After all, even the most peculiar reasons for point deductions must possess some semblance of justification. This assertion was indeed valid. Harry nodded in agreement. However, I have only skimmed through the textbook, and I hope he does not pose overly challenging questions or delve into advanced topics. What do you think? Albert shrugged in silence. It was evident that the inquiries would be directed at Gryffindor. So do you think he would pose questions that were particularly simple, ones that could be answered with ease? Let us proceed this way. I shall select a few challenging concepts from the latter part of the textbook, ones that are likely unfamiliar to most. And you can memorize them in advance. Consider it a desperate measure. With that, he retrieved his satchel from the side, extracted the potions textbook, filled with magical brews and elixirs, and swiftly turned to the latter section. Half an hour later, Albert and his companions hurriedly exited the hall and descended a narrow, steep stone staircase to the castle's lower level. At this juncture, there remained approximately 5 minutes until class commenced. However, the majority of students had already arrived at the potions classroom. Attending class in such an environment was hardly a pleasurable experience. Once the group settled at 2 desks in the back of the classroom, Ron furrowed his brow and muttered softly. Indeed, the ambience of the potions classroom would render most newcomers exceedingly uncomfortable. Dark, damp, and cold. The walls were lined with shelves replete with glass jars containing specimens that were bizarre, eerie, or downright repulsive. This place was perhaps the most fitting location in Hogwarts for the filming of a horror movie. Albert chuckled teasingly, but only Hermione found his jest amusing. Ron and Neville were oblivious to what a horror film was, and as for Harry, he remained furrowed in concentration, striving to recall the challenging points from the potions class that Albert had just asked him to memorize, completely unaware of the conversations around him. At precisely 8:59, Severus Snape, clad in a black robe, strode into the potions classroom with the ringing of the first bell. His pace was brisk, the voluminous hem of his robe trailing behind him like a clumsy, bewildered tail, swaying aimlessly from side to side. In mere strides, Snape ascended the podium and abruptly halted, turning to face the students below with his cold, profound black eyes that swept across the classroom. Instantly, everyone, including Albert, felt the temperature drop several degrees, as if the very atmosphere had thickened. After a brief silence, he retrieved the attendance roll and began to call names in a voice that was both frigid and whisper-like. However, upon reaching Harry's name, he paused abruptly. Ah, yes, Harry Potter. He lingered in silence for 2 seconds before continuing. This is our class's new arrival, a person of significant renown. At this remark, a wave of malicious laughter erupted from the Slytherin students, with Draco Malfoy and his 2 cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, laughing the loudest. Harry was momentarily taken aback by Snape's words, uncertain of how to respond, but fortunately, Snape scoffed disdainfully before resuming the roll call. Chapter 24, Snape's Classroom. This plot is going awry. Once Snape finished calling the roll, he casually set the attendance book back on the podium and once again cast his cold, hollow gaze over the class. After a moment of silence, he began to speak in that whisper-like yet ruthless tone. You are here to learn the art of potion making, a precise science and rigorous craft. Since there is no need for foolish wand-waving here, many of you may doubt the existence of magic. He paused briefly before continuing. I do not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite allure of a simmering cauldron, exuding fragrant wisps of white smoke. You will not genuinely grasp the wondrous power of the liquid coursing through one's veins, stirring the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But this comes with a prerequisite. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter. Once Snape concluded this succinct introduction, an eerie silence enveloped the underground classroom, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Albert pursed his lips tightly, aware of his own smile that might be too evident, potentially attracting Snape's attention, who could very well deduct points from Gryffindor for it. Meanwhile, Hermione had shifted to the very edge of her chair, leaning forward as if eager to prove she was not the kind of fool described by Snape. Potter, what would be the result of adding powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Snape's voice pierced the silence of the classroom, noticeably elevated this time, causing at least half the class to startle. Harry, too, flinched at the sudden increase in volume, but quickly regained his composure and replied with a calm demeanor. If I were to add powdered daffodil root to mugwort infusion, I would obtain the elixir of life, a potent sedative, Professor. Snape, taken aback by Harry's correct answer to his meticulously prepared question, momentarily froze. Even his eyes, typically as still as a stagnant pool, widened slightly, glinting with inscrutable emotion. Barely correct, he said after a brief silence, resuming his inquiry with deliberate slowness. So, Potter, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you look? Bezoars can be found in the stomach of a goat, Professor, Harry replied, unflustered. Bezoars possess remarkable detoxifying properties. Snape raised an eyebrow in astonishment as Harry again answered his question. His lips pressed together involuntarily, his gaze fixated on Harry. Ah, a standard response. Devoid of any personal reflection or understanding, Snape sneered coldly, raising his voice slightly. Let us proceed. Potter, can you elucidate the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? Aconite and wolfsbane are, in fact, the same plant, commonly referred to as aconite, Harry responded after a brief moment of contemplation. The instant he uttered his final word, Snape's expression darkened ominously. He could hardly believe that the 3 challenging questions he had crafted had all been answered by Potter. No, this cannot be. Something is amiss. Potter could not possibly have studied this material in advance, Snape thought, shaking his head slightly before turning his gaze to Albert and Hermione, who sat beside Harry. You too. Have you secretly provided Potter with any assistance or hints? He asked, his tone frosty and his demeanor severe. Of course not. We would never dream of aiding Harry in cheating right under your nose, Professor, they replied in unison. Albert struggled to suppress his laughter as he responded. It was truly arduous for him to hold back his mirth, and he even began to imagine Snape's inner turmoil at that moment. If all went as anticipated, our dear Professor Bat would undoubtedly be thinking, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the unfolding of this script deviate so drastically from my expectations? No. There must be some flaw in the process. Perhaps someone has aided that Potter boy in cheating. I must uncover the culprit and administer a fitting punishment. And what about you, Miss Granger? Snape continued, turning his icy gaze towards Hermione, his voice stern and frigid. The distance between Harry and me is at least 2 meters. Hermione replied with a wry smile. At such a distance, even if I wish to assist him in cheating, I lack the means to do so. If that is the case, then it must be Potter who has employed some method of deceit. Snape's cold eyes once again fixed upon Harry. But I truly did not cheat, Professor, Harry retorted, furrowing his brow in annoyance. I merely perused additional textbooks before class, which is why I learned this material without needing to master it at this stage. In other words, I have not engaged in any cheating whatsoever, unless, of course, you consider pre-class review to be cheating by your definition, in which case I would indeed have no grounds to argue. Upon hearing Harry's words, Albert was taken aback and discreetly cast a glance at him. Harry's performance today was quite unexpected. It seemed that the butterfly effect of his transmigration was beginning to manifest. Based on Albert's observations over the past few days, both Hermione and Harry had displayed noticeable changes in their personalities compared to the characters he remembered from the original novels. Very well, Potter, very well. Snape's voice grew even colder. I hope that in future instances when I pose questions to you, you will be as foolish as today and merely regurgitate the content from your textbooks. With that, he suddenly cast a frigid glance around the classroom, surveying the other students. Why have you not yet recorded the question I just posed, along with the corresponding answers? At Snape's sharp command, the other students, who had been mere spectators, finally sprang into action, hastily retrieving their parchment and quills to begin writing furiously. Amidst the rustle of quills against parchment, Snape continued, Potter, due to your disrespect towards the teacher, Gryffindor House will lose a point. Upon hearing Snape's words, anger etched itself on the faces of every Gryffindor student. According to his method of point deduction, no matter how hard the Gryffindors worked, the points they earned from other professors could easily be stripped away by Snape. No wonder they claimed that Gryffindor had not won the House Cup in many years. Ron muttered quietly, with Snape around, doing everything he can to deduct points. There's no way we can win the House Cup. Our Professor Snape is indeed meticulous. Albert merely smirked. for he certainly had the ability to deduct all points from Gryffindor in one fell swoop. Yet, he insisted on seeking out nonsensical excuses to deduct them gradually, which truly seemed to burden him. Alas, let us refrain from further commentary. Hermione gently patted Albert's arm and then shook her head in resignation. Should our words reach his ears, it is likely we would face a significant point deduction. But what does it matter? After all, he can always find a pretext whenever he desires to impose penalties. Albert shrugged. Everyone took note and promptly divided into pairs, preparing to embark on the study of the most fundamental art of potion brewing. At that moment, Severus Snape abruptly commanded the entire class in a loud voice. In the next instant, everyone sprang into action, particularly the Gryffindor students, who were fueled by a sense of determination. They strived to outperform their Slytherin counterparts, making every effort to deny Snape even a single excuse that could justify deducting points from Gryffindor House. Albert was naturally grouped with Hermione. However, at this moment, his spirits were rather low. To their left sat Neville and Dean Thomas, while to their right were Sybil Finnegan and his roommate, Gainey Remington. At this moment, Albert was in a state of utter anxiety, while others enjoyed the auspicious presence of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger as their guardians. He found himself flanked by two rather unfortunate companions, Neville, who had a knack for calamity, and Seamus, who had an unfortunate tendency to cause explosions. Sitting between these two masters of misfortune, Albert's singular desire was to emerge from the potions classroom on his own 2 feet. Although Professor Snape had instructed the students to commence their studies on potion brewing right from the first lesson, he opted for the simplest potion in the textbook, the Scabbers Treatment Potion, as the introductory material for first-year students. This potion was not particularly difficult to concoct, especially for someone like Albert, a prodigious scholar who had successfully brewed countless batches of even the most elusive and powerful adhesives. With his eyes closed, he could produce a Scabbers Treatment Potion of nearly perfect quality, as he observed Albert beside him, exuding calm confidence and executing the potion-making process with an elegance that rendered it almost a performance art. Hermione found herself momentarily entranced. However, a bittersweet smile soon crept across her face. It became evident that, in the realm of potion-making, she could not hold a candle to the dashing boy beside her. Albert, do you need any help? Hermione hesitated for a moment before tentatively voicing her uncertainty. No, thank you. This potion is exceedingly simple. I can manage it on my own. Albert shook his head, casually tossing the finely chopped nettles into the cauldron before picking up a stirring rod to methodically blend the translucent potion within. At that moment, Snape was meandering among the students, his dark robes sweeping the floor, occasionally brushing against the legs of one or two unfortunate pupils with each turn. Fools, he admonished. Nettles must be thoroughly minced, not carelessly chopped into a few pieces. Potter, if you are concerned that the steam may scald the slug while boiling, I would advise you to refrain from attempting to concoct such a potion altogether. Thomas, I trust you are not so dim-witted as to misunderstand the meaning of crush. So why? Pray tell, do the venomous fangs you have pulverized still harbor so many fragments instead of being reduced to powder? Snape's cold, mocking voice echoed ominously throughout the classroom, occasionally punctuating the air with its sharpness. Apart from Albert and Malfoy, nearly every student had been subjected to Snape's scorn or criticism more than once. Malfoy, spared from such derision, basked in Snape's favoritism. Any minor accomplishment was met with lavish praise, while his numerous indiscretions were conveniently overlooked as Snape moved on to chastise others. As for Albert, he had perhaps become Snape's most loathed yet frustratingly unassailable student, second only to Harry. From the very beginning of brewing the Scabious Remedy to the present moment, Albert had executed nearly every task flawlessly, leaving Snape with no grounds for reproach. Well done. It is complete. Albert poured the final spoonful of powdered snake fangs into the cauldron and quickly stirred the potion twice. Once the liquid transformed into a pale yellow hue, he extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron and set the stirring rod aside. The potion was exquisite, pale yellow, slightly viscous, with a faint scent of sulfur, remarkably reminiscent of the finest quality Scabious Remedy described in textbooks. Hermione, seated beside Albert, whispered her admiration, perhaps hearing her soft words. Snape suddenly turned from Crabbe and Goyle, nearly knocking over their cauldron with the trailing hem of his robe. However, he paid them no mind and swiftly approached Albert's cauldron, bending down to scrutinize the potion within. The more he observed, the more his brows furrowed in concentration as he sought any flaw in Albert's work to critique. Yet, after nearly a minute, He could find not a single imperfection. Finally, he resignedly shook his head, preparing to rise and continue his admonishments of other students. At that moment, however, Seamus, seated to the right of Albert and Hermione, suddenly cried out in alarm, and in the next instant, a burst of yellow flames erupted from his cauldron. Upon witnessing this, Albert's expression shifted dramatically. He leaped from his seat, grabbing Hermione and stumbling backward. Chapter 26, An Unexpected Incident in Potions Class. Hearing Seamus's shout, Snape looked up with a frown, directing his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Upon seeing the large plume of yellow flames emanating from Seamus's cauldron, his face mirrored Albert's shock. Yet, Snape's reaction was slightly delayed. Before he could fully straighten, Seamus's cauldron exploded with a deafening bang. Shards of the cauldron and boiling, dark green potion flew in all directions, prompting students to scream and scatter, some diving beneath tables, others raising benches to shield their heads and faces. A few unfortunate souls, caught off guard and unable to find refuge, could only huddle on the ground, trembling, hands clasped over their heads. Among all those affected, Snape bore the brunt of the disaster. Thanks to Albert and Hermione's timely retreat, and Seamus and Neville's quick escape prior to the explosion, the unfortunate Professor Snape was the closest to the blast. A deluge of dark green potion splattered across his face and head, while shards of brass from the cauldron sliced through the air, tearing the sleeves of his robe and leaving 2 bloody gashes on his arm. Simultaneously, the force of the explosion sent Snape staggering back. In the next moment, another loud crash echoed as Snape collided with Neville's cauldron, which toppled and spilled its boiling contents onto the floor, causing Snape to fall directly into it. His anguished cries filled the chaotic classroom, and the already panicked students fled in all directions, some rushing to the door in terror. In contrast, the only student remaining relatively composed was Albert. Positioned between 2 unreliable protectors, his senses remained heightened, allowing him to pull Hermione to safety just before the explosion. Prepared mentally for such an event, he maintained his composure, unlike his peers who either fled in panic or stood frozen in shock. As the smoke and steam from the explosion began to clear, Albert quickly glanced toward the epicenter of the chaos. The sight that met his eyes left him astonished. The desks and chairs in the vicinity lay toppled, and the floor was awash with a mixture of dark green and charred liquid. The potions appeared to possess a potent corrosive quality, leaving visible damage on any surface they touched. However, what truly alarmed Albert was the sight of Snape lying motionless amidst a pool of the noxious liquid, seemingly in a deep coma. In that moment, Snape appeared both comical and horrifying. His face, head, neck, and hands were covered in numerous pustules and sores, with some areas exhibiting severe erosion. Blood and pus dripped from various wounds, mingling with the dark green potion beneath him. Professor Snape, he can't be dead. Can he? Hermione asked, her voice trembling as she turned to Albert. The girl appeared pale and quaking, on the verge of tears. At her words, the remaining students turned their gazes toward the center of the explosion, and in the next instant, Seamus and Neville, terrified, collapsed to the ground, sobbing before Hermione could voice her fears. Do not worry, Professor Snape is likely just unconscious. His chest is still rising and falling. He is breathing, at least. Albert squinted his eyes and spoke in a low voice. Everyone, please remain calm and heed my instructions. He paused briefly, ensuring there were no dissenting voices, before continuing. Now, all students who have mastered the cleaning spell, please raise your hands. Upon hearing Albert's words, the students exchanged glances, and ultimately, only Hermione hesitantly raised her hand. Is it that only Hermione has mastered the cleaning spell? Albert glanced around, and then furrowed his brow slightly. Actually, I have learned a bit about the cleaning spell before, Gonny said, feeling somewhat embarrassed and speaking softly. However, I'm not very proficient at it, and I often fail when casting the spell. It's all right, as long as you know a little, came the reassuring reply. Eber nodded thoughtfully. So, has any student mastered the levitation charm? He inquired loudly. This time, a few more hands were raised. In addition to Hermione and Ginevra, Lavender Brown from Gryffindor and a girl from Slytherin also raised their hands high. Excellent. Apart from those who have just raised their hands, the rest of you will need to temporarily leave the classroom. Albert spoke rapidly. Moreover, after you leave the classroom, select a few students with swift running speeds to ascend to the castle and inform the other professors, as well as Madame Pomfrey at the hospital wing, to come hastily. Professor Snape's condition is likely perilous. We can only endeavor to mitigate the ongoing damage he endures, but we are unable to alleviate or cure it. Fool! Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You wish to divert us merely to enact revenge and covertly harm Professor Snape. But that notion is utterly preposterous. At that moment, Malfoy, standing amongst the Slytherin students, suddenly shouted loudly, "Imbecile!" Albert cast a disdainful glance at Malfoy. "If I intended to do anything to Professor Snape, would I allow a student from your Slytherin house to remain? I merely requested that you vacate the classroom. Can you not observe the happenings within from the corridor? Listen closely, leave this instant. Professor Snape's condition is precarious, and should your foolishness and obstinacy lead to irreparable consequences, prepare to be expelled from Hogwarts." Chapter 27. Rescuing Snape. Upon hearing Albert audaciously rebuke him in public, Malfoy's face flushed crimson. He abruptly drew his wand, intent on charging forward to unleash a few basic hexes upon Albert. However, before he could break through the crowd, several Slytherin students intercepted him. "Now, Draco, do not be so incensed," murmured a short, plump Slytherin girl, whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to a toad, as she grasped Malfoy's arm. "The situation is urgent. Let us temporarily depart, and whatever transpires henceforth shall not concern us. If any trouble arises, let that fellow Wells bear the full brunt of the responsibility." At her words, Malfoy hesitated momentarily, remaining silent for 2 seconds before finally nodding. "Very well, Pansy, you make a fair point. Let us all leave this classroom for now, but do not stray too far. Remain near the door and ensure that no imbecile escapes." With that, Malfoy swiftly exited the classroom alongside the other Slytherin students, gathering at the doorway to peer curiously into the classroom's commotion. Everyone was eager to discern Albert's next course of action. "Now, all students capable of performing the levitation charm, join me in relocating the desks and benches surrounding Professor Snape to another area." As Albert spoke, he drew forth his wand and began to wave it rapidly. In the next moment, the nearest desk to Snape, along with several chairs, swiftly levitated into the air and, under the guidance of his wand, darted to a corner of the classroom. Observing Albert's actions, the others hastily followed suit, and soon the overturned desks and chairs surrounding Snape were cleared away, revealing a space that was, albeit barely, somewhat spacious. "All right, now I shall levitate Professor Snape." Hermione and Ginny quickly used the cleaning charm to remove the potions from the floor, and then let Professor Snape soak in that puddle of potion. It might truly be the end of him. With that, Albert once again waved his wand with fervor and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa." In an instant, Snape's body shot upward, crashing directly into the ceiling, as if a miniature rocket propeller had been affixed beneath his back. A chorus of gasps and shrieks erupted from the throng of students gathered at the classroom door, eager to witness the spectacle. Albert was taken aback as well. It seemed he had previously underestimated the strength of the magic within him, while overestimating his proficiency with the levitation spell. Albert swiftly waved his wand downwards, and in the next moment, Snape's rapidly ascending body came to an abrupt halt, leaving him less than 10 inches from a chandelier on the ceiling, which had likely never been illuminated. Phew, what a relief! I reacted quickly enough. Once he confirmed that Snape's head had not collided with the chandelier, Albert let out a long sigh and patted his chest with a hint of trepidation. "Wells, what do you intend to do?" Malfoy, standing at the classroom door, began to shout. "I see you are taking this opportunity to deliberately take revenge on Professor Snape." "Indeed, I am seeking to exact revenge on Professor Snape," Albert shrugged. "So, why don't you use the levitation charm to elevate Professor Snape into the air, and then employ the cleaning charm to clear away the potions scattered on the ground, as well as those adhering to Professor Snape? If you can accomplish that, I shall promptly return Professor Snape to the ground. You are insufferable, Wells. Just wait. Once Professor Snape regains consciousness, I will recount all your actions today to him." Malfoy stammered a threat before retreating back into the group of Slytherin students. "All right, you all need to expeditiously clean the potions on the ground, and do your utmost to remove the substances clinging to Professor Snape using the cleaning charm." Albert turned his head and addressed Hermione and Ginny. "No problem, leave it to us." Hermione nodded with unwavering confidence and drew out her wand, swiftly waving it over the large pile of potions on the floor. Ginny hesitated for a moment, then mirrored Hermione's actions, casting a cleaning spell upon the potions scattered on the ground. After approximately 5 minutes of their combined efforts, the potions in the central area of the classroom were completely cleared, and most of the substances that had splattered on Snape were also eradicated by the spells they had conjured. "Well done. You two are remarkable." Albert carefully placed Snape back on the ground, then raised his thumbs towards Hermione and Gonny. I performed rather well today, Gonny remarked while wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. My success rate with the cleaning charm was not nearly as high before. At that moment, a stir erupted among the group of students standing at the classroom door. Soon, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Madame Pomfrey from the hospital wing hurried through the crowd and entered the potions classroom. What on earth has happened? Madame Pomfrey inquired as she approached Snape, observing him for a moment before shaking her head with concern. Severus has sustained severe injuries, thermal burns, corrosive wounds, and damage from an unidentified potion. Fortunately, these children acted promptly. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Does this necessitate transferring Severus to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies? Professor McGonagall asked, her brow furrowed with worry. It's difficult to say. I must first take him back to the hospital wing for a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey replied. With a flick of her wand, a stretcher materialized beside her, and Snape's body floated gently onto it. Mr. Wells, Mr. Remington, Miss Granger, Miss Brown, and Miss Glass, please accompany me to my office. Professor McGonagall instructed, turning her gaze towards Albert and the others. I need to understand the entire sequence of events. Additionally, due to Mr. Wells's composed response during the crisis and his timely, correct rescue of Professor Snape, I shall award him 50 house points. The other students who participated in the aftermath will each receive 20 points. Chapter 28. The masks have finally arrived upon hearing that Professor McGonagall had awarded Albert 50 house points, and that the other students involved in the incident's aftermath would each receive 20 points. All the Gryffindor students present erupted in cheers. In stark contrast, the expressions of the Slytherin students turned ominously dark, as only one of their own had participated in the aftermath, while Gryffindor had not only Albert, but also 3 other students rewarded with 20 points. Malfoy appeared ready to voice a complaint, but upon seeing Professor McGonagall's stern demeanor, he swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. 5 minutes later, Albert and the other 4 followed Professor McGonagall to her office. Albert initially believed that Professor McGonagall would inquire about the intricate details surrounding the numerous incidents. However, to everyone's astonishment, her inquiries were predominantly focused on the aftermath of the incidents, specifically regarding Albert's role as a leader. She sought to understand the thoughts he had entertained, the arrangements he had made, the measures taken during the cleanup, and the spells utilized during the rescue of Snape, along with their effects. After the 5 of them awkwardly answered what seemed to be rather peculiar questions, Professor McGonagall dismissed them from her office. Shouldn't she have been more concerned with how today's incident transpired or the specific details surrounding it? Why was she instead fixated on my performance? Once they exited McGonagall's office and parted ways with a Slytherin girl named Greengrass, Albert quietly expressed his confusion. It was evident that, firstly, Professor McGonagall had likely already grasped the details of the situation. Hermione smiled and remarked, secondly, given your exceptional intellect, you have undoubtedly become a focal point of her attention. She will certainly strive to gather as much information about you as possible. After all, the more brilliant an individual, the more unpredictable they become. If a genius strays from the right path, they could potentially pose a threat to society. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Professor McGonagall to be so concerned about you. Well, at least I don't believe my talents warrant such intense scrutiny, Albert replied. Albert shook his head with a hint of exasperation. Moreover, my sole interest lies in transforming the antiquated magical realm. I have neither the inclination nor the desire to engage in such perilous and troublesome endeavors as world destruction. At this moment, Albert and his companions had reached the foyer of the castle, where Harry, Ron, and several other Gryffindor students stood in eager anticipation of their arrival. Oh, you've returned so swiftly. I thought Professor McGonagall would keep you for quite some time, Ron remarked with a smile, observing Albert and the others descend the marble staircase. Professor McGonagall merely posed a few questions before allowing us to leave. As Albert responded, he turned his gaze towards the 4 hourglasses in the entrance hall, each brimming with an abundance of gems, which recorded the scores of the 4 houses. At that moment, the red gems within the hourglass representing Gryffindor outnumbered those in the other 3 hourglasses by at least 13. Haha, this is all thanks to your efforts. Harry chuckled as he patted Albert on the shoulder, noticing his attention on the hourglasses. If only I had paid more attention during Charms class. I might have managed to master the levitation charm by now, he lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. Although Professor Flitwick had yet to have them practice the charm, He had indeed explained the principles and the precautions necessary for casting it. Had I listened intently, I could have potentially earned another 20 points for Gryffindor. Haha, I dare say all first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin share your sentiments, especially that bunch from Slytherin. Ron exclaimed, his fist pumping with excitement. Just imagine their expressions when they hear Gryffindor is to be awarded a full 110 points. I wish I had a camera to capture their looks of anger, despair, and disbelief. Just then, a flurry of 5 or 6 owls swooped into the entrance hall, clutching a massive parcel. Goodness, what on earth could this be that requires so many owls for transport? Harry gasped, gazing in astonishment at the enormous package held by the birds. Yet before he could finish his thought, the owls suddenly veered towards them, swiftly descending to drop the sizable parcel with a thud upon the ground, before flapping their wings and promptly exiting the hall. The group stood in bewilderment, exchanging glances before almost simultaneously directing their attention to the package at their feet. It was a cardboard box, nearly the size of half a classroom desk, but curiously devoid of any markings. Look, it seems there is a small note pinned beneath the box, Hermione suddenly pointed out, directing their gaze to a corner of the box. Following her indication, they indeed spotted a half-visible, palm-sized note that had been pressed beneath the box. Albert and Harry approached with a hint of confusion, turning the cardboard box 90 degrees. Indeed, affixed to the bottom of the box was a small note, upon which a line of tiny script was inscribed. Albert Wells received a package intended for you. Upon noticing the words inscribed on the small note, Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise and then turned to Albert, exclaiming, "Alas, I am truly astounded." Albert, in disbelief, tapped his forehead. Judging by the handwriting on the note, it was unmistakably his father's. This clarified everything. Given his father's propensity for carelessness, it was entirely plausible that he would send a package with merely a small note affixed to the bottom of a large box, accompanied only by the recipient's name. "Is this something your family sent you?" Hermione asked, her eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Albert. What could possibly fit into such a large box? "If I am not mistaken, it should contain masks," Albert replied. As Albert adjusted the box and prepared to retrieve his wand to open the lid, a voice filled with surprise and excitement suddenly broke through from behind them. "What did you say? The masks have finally arrived?" Chapter 29. Collecting money from the sack. Just as Albert had righted the cardboard box and was about to draw out his wand to lift the lid, a voice, tinged with astonishment, unexpectedly erupted from behind them. "What did you say? The masks have finally arrived?" Albert and the others were startled by the loud shout. Several of them quickly turned around to see the source of the call. There, pale-faced and listless, were Fred, George, and Lee Jordan, hastily descending the marble staircase. Rushing towards them, Merlin's tattered slippers. "What on earth happened to you three?" Albert sighed, observing the Weasley twins who looked as though they had just recovered from a severe illness, along with Lee Jordan, all bearing expressions akin to ravenous wolves spotting their prey. "What happened to us?" "It was all due to Quirrel," George exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation. "If it weren't for the numerous classmates who contributed their glue bombs to aid us in this arduous endeavor of delay, our entire class would likely have succumbed to the stench emanating from Quirrel, ending up in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries." Indeed, the back-to-back defense against the dark arts classes were utterly terrifying to contemplate. "We managed to delay for over half a lesson, and I felt as though we might never escape the classroom," Fred added with a wry smile. "Alas, poor children, tormented for at least an hour." Albert stifled a laugh as he spoke. Simultaneously, he raised his wand and gently tapped the large box in front of him twice. In an instant, the lid sprang open, revealing hundreds of paper boxes, each roughly the size of a standard lunchbox. Atop these boxes lay a parchment inscribed with an abundance of text. Out of curiosity, Albert picked it up and read through its contents. It was filled predominantly with his father's grievances. However, Albert could empathize. For sourcing a significant quantity of masks in Manchester within a short time frame was indeed a cumbersome task. Furthermore, according to the note, his father had sent him a total of 100 boxes, amounting to 5,000 masks. Excluding the time taken for the owl's long-distance journey, Edmund Wells had managed to procure 5,000 masks for his son in merely half a day, a feat that would have been exceedingly challenging in 1990s Manchester. "Albert, how do you intend to sell these masks?" The eyes of the Weasley twins sparkled at the sight of the entire 100 boxes of masks. "What? How to sell them?" Albert paused for a moment, but soon regained his composure. These masks were undeniably essential for the students at Hogwarts at this time. If not sold now, when would be the appropriate moment? Moreover, in the short term, he was the sole provider of this urgently needed item. And such a monopolistic venture was akin to filling a sack with gold. To miss the opportunity to profit handsomely before the young wizards from the Muggle world could react would be utterly reprehensible. With this thought in mind, Albert promptly spoke up. We are all classmates, and given the current extraordinary circumstances, how could I simply sell masks? That would be taking advantage of others. Furthermore, many of our peers from pureblood wizarding families might harbor skepticism or distrust towards a product originating from the Muggle world. Therefore, in consideration of each student's comfort and safety during the upcoming defense against the dark arts class, I have decided to generously distribute a mask free of charge to every student at Hogwarts. After Albert finished speaking, there was a brief silence lasting 2 seconds, followed by a raucous cheer led by the Weasley twins. The atmosphere was vibrant. As the applause began to wane, Lee Jordan suddenly shouted again, prompting most of the students present to join in the chant of "Boss is great." With lunchtime approaching, an increasing number of students began to flow from various corners of the castle towards the entrance hall, subsequently making their way to the dining hall for their meal. The commotion created by Albert and his companions naturally drew the attention of nearly all the students. Hey, what are you all making such a racket about? Just as Albert was preparing to distribute masks for free, Percy's irritable voice unexpectedly cut through the crowd. Our dear prefect is at it again. Meddling in affairs that don't concern him, Fred remarked with a smirk, while George shook his head in agreement, both of them simultaneously pulling identical faces. With lunchtime nearly upon us, what nonsense are you causing here? This is the castle's entrance hall, not the Gryffindor common room. Percy quickly maneuvered through the throng, striding toward Fred and George with a frown, his displeasure evident. Oh, our busybody, esteemed prefect. How fortunate you are to carve out time from your busy schedule to attend the free mask giveaway hosted by Boss Wells, Fred retorted sarcastically, eyeing Percy's grim demeanor. Free mask giveaway? What sort of event is that? And what exactly are masks? Percy questioned, seemingly unfazed by Fred's tone, turning his gaze toward Albert with curiosity. By the way, the Boss Wells they mentioned wouldn't happen to be you, would it? Haha. Percy, don't listen to their nonsensical chatter. Albert chuckled softly, expressing his intention to distribute masks free of charge to every student at Hogwarts. Subsequently, he provided Percy and the gathered students with a brief explanation of the mask's purpose and his motivation for their free distribution. That's wonderful, Albert, Percy remarked appreciatively. Although the professors may not award you points for this, I am certain that all the students will be immensely grateful. After Albert concluded his explanation, Percy, feeling quite pleased, patted him on the shoulder and casually took a mask from the box in his hands. When I visited London, I purchased a mask in the Muggle world, and I can attest to its utility, Stephen Adler suddenly exclaimed from the crowd. How about this, Albert? Could you do me a favor and sell me a few more? Rest assured, I understand the scarcity of these items, so I am willing to pay whatever price you deem appropriate. One mask simply isn't sufficient. Upon hearing Stephen Adler's words, Albert's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look at that. Even before any substantial promotion, a wealthy patron has sought me out, he thought, a smile creeping onto his face. Of course, that's not a problem. I had my father procure a substantial number of masks, fully aware that one would hardly suffice for everyone. He turned to Stephen Adler, beaming with a sunny disposition. However, acquiring such a large quantity of masks did require considerable effort on our part, and given the procurement costs, as for the selling price, rest assured, that can be arranged. Before Albert could finish his words, Stephen Adler interjected loudly, 1 gold galleon for a mask. How about that? Of course, I am not particularly familiar with the pricing in the Muggle world, but if masks are currently exorbitantly priced, feel free to propose a figure. Acquiring so many masks surely isn't an easy feat, and we wouldn't want you to suffer a loss. Cough, 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 what did you say? 1 gold galleon. Upon hearing Stephen Adler's proclamation, Albert was immediately taken aback and began to cough. That can't be right. Masks aren't that expensive, he exclaimed, hastily waving his hand. Besides, we are all classmates. I certainly wouldn't set the price too high. How about this? 5 silver sickles for a mask. I believe this price would be acceptable to most of our classmates. What? Only 5 silver sickles? After Albert announced the price of the masks, many students around him displayed expressions of astonishment. 5 silver sickles, such a paltry sum. You couldn't even buy a tub of ice cream in Diagon Alley with that. Are you sure you won't be operating at a loss by selling them so cheaply? Stephen Adler inquired with genuine concern. Well, while my earnings are modest, I can assure you that I will not incur any losses. Albert smiled and shook his head. A profit of nearly 100, that surely cannot be considered substantial. He silently added to himself. Excellent. Then let us begin with an order of 30 masks. Here are 10 gold galleons. Do not bother returning the remainder. Since you have worked so diligently to procure these masks for us, it would be unreasonable not to allow you any earnings. As Stephen Adler spoke, he reached into his pocket to retrieve 10 gold galleons, ready to hand them to Albert. I apologize, Senior Adler, but I fear that cannot be done. This time, we were only able to secure 5,000 masks. Albert hastily waved his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he addressed Stephen Adler. Thus, I am selling masks and can only implement a purchasing limit for the time being. Each student may acquire a maximum of 5 masks. However, rest assured, I will arrange for my family to promptly send more masks. 5 or 6 masks per person should suffice for now. He chuckled, acknowledging, indeed, this oversight was mine. I had not considered the needs of my fellow students. Stephen Adler scratched his head sheepishly. Then I shall take 5 masks, he declared, placing 2 gold galleons directly into Albert's hand. Subsequently, the surrounding students surged forward, eager to purchase, even resorting to competing for the masks. In less than 10 minutes, all 5,000 masks were swiftly sold out, with only a few hundred being given away for free by Albert. The remaining 4,000 were sold at a price of no less than 5 silver sickles each. This means that from a mere 5,000 masks, Albert earned over 1,000 gold galleons, as well as the goodwill of the majority of Hogwarts students. Oh dear, I've inadvertently made a tidy profit, Albert mused, gazing at the mountain of gold and silver coins before him, a smile involuntarily creeping across his lips. However, in order to accommodate such a substantial amount of money, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and even Neville contributed their own trunks. You are likely the wealthiest student at Hogwarts now, Ron remarked, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Casting an envious glance at Albert as they returned to their dormitory, each dragging a heavy trunk. You are truly overthinking this, Albert replied with a light-hearted chuckle. Albert pursed his lips. The cost of purchasing those masks required conversion into galleons before I reimbursed my father. As for the remaining profit, he would also take a 30% cut, leaving me with just a few hundred galleons. It would be far more lucrative to sell more glue bombs instead. Alas, it seems he is quite extravagant. A few hundred galleons hardly seem worth his attention, surpassing my father's salary for several months. Ron shook his head in bemusement. Never mind that. Let us first tally the money we have earned today. With that, he bent down and opened the lid of his leather suitcase. Just as Albert and his companions gazed in awe, excitement illuminating their faces at the sight of the mounds of gold and silver coins within the suitcase. A gentle knock echoed from the door of the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. Come in, Professor McGonagall, called Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk, a relaxed smile gracing his features. The door creaked open, and Professor McGonagall, clad in a deep green wizarding robe, entered briskly. Good afternoon, Headmaster, she nodded at Dumbledore. Though her face bore no smile, her brow was slightly furrowed. Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Would you care for some chilled lemonade? Dumbledore inquired, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. No, thank you, Headmaster, McGonagall replied, shaking her head as she took a seat opposite him. I have come to discuss a student. A genius whose potential I find somewhat difficult to gauge. You must be referring to young Albert Wells. Dumbledore interlocked his fingers and placed them on the table. His expression still relaxed. Indeed, you have noticed Mr. Wells as well? McGonagall raised her eyebrows in surprise upon hearing Dumbledore's words. Of course, I have been quite attentive. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. After all, Albert is the first young wizard since Hogwarts was established who has eluded the Sorting Hat's complete insight. Naturally, such a fascinating and gifted individual deserves my keen observation. Chapter 31. Madame Pomfrey's Potions Class Headmaster. What do you mean? McGonagall's eyes widened in astonishment at Dumbledore's revelation. The Sorting Hat unable to fully perceive Albert Wells? How could that be possible? No wizard's thoughts or inner workings had ever escaped the Hat's scrutiny. Exactly. Which is why I say that young Albert is intriguing, Dumbledore replied with a smile. However, you need not worry, Minerva. The Sorting Hat has confirmed that Albert Wells's essence is not malevolent. He is not an evil wizard, and I shall continue to observe him closely. I must not repeat past mistakes. Very well, I understand, Headmaster McGonagall nodded after a brief silence, then stood and exited the office. For a time thereafter, the lives of Albert and his companions grew monotonous and dull. The only thing that lifted the spirits of most students was the news that Snape had been sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries due to severe burns and potion corrosions. Meanwhile, Madame Pomfrey, the nurse from the school hospital, took on the role of substitute teacher for potions class. Except for the Slytherin students, the rest of the houses celebrated the news with varying degrees of enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating how much more enjoyable potions class would be without Snape. However, due to the complexities of the hospital's duties and Madame Pomfrey's need for preparation time, potions classes at Hogwarts were suspended for an entire week before resuming their normal schedule amidst the eager anticipation of countless students. On the third Friday of September, the first class of the morning was potions for the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin. That morning, the first-year Gryffindor students arrived early at the underground classroom, while the Slytherin first-years sauntered in just a minute or two before class began, dragging their feet. Madame Pomfrey followed closely behind them, her expression far from pleasant. She quickly ascended the podium and addressed the class in a loud voice. "Hello everyone, I am Madame Pomfrey, the nurse from Hogwarts Hospital, and I will be your substitute teacher for potions. You may call me Madame Pomfrey. Unlike some of your familiar teachers, I will not show favoritism to any house." After a brief pause, she scanned the class with a stern gaze before continuing. "Therefore, I expect certain students, who have grown accustomed to mischief, to adhere to discipline in my classroom. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to impose penalties and deduct points." Upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's words, the Gryffindor students beamed with satisfaction. In contrast, the Slytherin first years wore scowls of anger and disdain, as if to convey their disbelief that she could impose rules upon them. "When will Professor Snape return to Hogwarts?" Pansy Parkinson, seated next to Malfoy, suddenly voiced her discontent, raising her voice. "Yes, when will Professor Snape be back? He is the most suitable teacher for potions at Hogwarts," another Slytherin boy chimed in. "You might want to direct that question to the healers at St. Mungo's, Miss Parkinson." "And Mr. Trelawney," Madame Pomfrey replied coldly, cutting off any further comments from the Slytherin students. She once again addressed the whole class. "Now, students, please put away your previous potions textbooks and prepare your parchment and quills to transcribe what I will write on the blackboard. This will be essential for your studies in the upcoming period." This time, upon hearing Madame Pomfrey's instructions, even the Gryffindor students furrowed their brows in confusion. In potions class, instead of studying the relevant textbook, they were required to transcribe notes written by the instructor. This seemed quite absurd. However, given that she stood before them at the podium as a choice made collectively by the faculty, wielding nearly the same authority as any ordinary professor, the students could only grumble silently within their hearts while dutifully retrieving parchment and quills. After observing that all the students had completed their preparations, Madame Pomfrey nodded in satisfaction and turned to the blackboard, swiftly inscribing a comprehensive guide on the classifications, effects, and preparation methods of common healing potions. Approximately an hour later, the first-year students from Gryffindor and Slytherin emerged from the potions classroom, their expressions almost identical, marked by a profound sense of disillusionment. Merlin's tattered slippers. "I am truly at a loss for words. Having copied an entire lesson on healing potions, I can scarcely distinguish whether we just attended a potions class or a magical care class." After ascending a steep flight of stone steps and arriving in the castle's entrance hall, Albert began to rub his wrist, quietly voicing his complaints. At that moment, nearly all the students walked alongside him, listlessly massaging their right wrists. "I can hardly afford to ponder what class we just attended, for I fear my wrist may soon be rendered useless," Ron remarked with a pout. While I do not concur with those Slytherin students who assert that Snape is the most suitable instructor for teaching potions, he is undeniably far superior to Madame Pomfrey, Harry admitted with a wry smile. "Although he is quite unfair to us Gryffindors. At least he imparts genuine knowledge of potions rather than demanding we transcribe an overwhelming amount of information on healing drafts. To be honest, I find myself unexpectedly eager for Professor Snape's return," Hermione said with a rueful shake of her head. "Indeed, we feel the same," echoed several classmates in unison as soon as Hermione finished speaking. "Alas, you ought to refrain from indulging in such impractical thoughts." Albert waved his hand dismissively. Professor Snape's injuries were exceedingly severe, and it seemed unlikely he would return in the near future. Instead of indulging in complaints, it would be more prudent to contemplate how to navigate the forthcoming potions class. Chapter 32. Who isn't a flying prodigy? In the ensuing period, The students of the four houses at Hogwarts remarkably reached a near-unanimous consensus regarding Madame Pomfrey's rendition of the potions class disguised as a care of magical creatures lesson. They had never encountered such an exasperating course. Even Harry, who harbored a profound disdain for Snape, found himself yearning for the professor's swift recovery and return to his role as the potions instructor. After all, enduring the loss of points, biting remarks, and sardonic banter was far preferable to the daily drudgery of transcribing and studying care knowledge in the potions classroom. Albert and his peers had even overheard some upperclassmen discussing how Madame Pomfrey seemed to intend to instruct students in the upper years on how to treat and bandage a variety of peculiar wounds in the advanced potions class. If Madame Pomfrey were to ask us to dress those revolting injuries, we might as well adopt Fred and George's previous method of evading a class with glue bombs, or perhaps even skipping a significant portion of it. After completing the fourth potions class taught by Madame Pomfrey, Ron despondently remarked, "I truly do not wish to continue with such an absurd course. Utilizing glue bombs to skip classes might be acceptable once or twice, but if it becomes frequent, the professors will undoubtedly not turn a blind eye indefinitely." Albert shook his head with a wry smile. Thus, the method of using glue bombs to skip class can only be employed once or twice at most. It hardly addresses the fundamental issue. We cannot possibly continue attending increasingly absurd nursing classes, Hermione remarked, frowning. At the moment, I cannot conceive of any particularly effective solutions. Albert forced a wry smile and shook his head. It was best to take one step at a time. A solution would eventually present itself. At that moment, Albert and his companions had already crawled through the portrait hole and entered the Gryffindor common room. As they straightened up, they noticed that nearly all the students were gathered around the bulletin board. What are they doing? Why is everyone flocking to the notice board? Ron murmured in mild curiosity, then led the way toward the bulletin board. Albert and his companions struggled to navigate through the throng, only to catch sight of a colossal announcement affixed at the top of the bulletin board. It proclaimed that the first-year flying lessons for Gryffindor and Slytherin would commence this Thursday morning, urging all first-year students to prepare accordingly. Alas, must it be with Slytherin once again? After reading the notice, Harry shrugged in exasperation, expressing his reluctance. I certainly do not wish to ride a broomstick and embarrass myself in front of that Malfoy. Who said you would be embarrassed? Albert chuckled and patted Harry's shoulder. You haven't even attempted to soar on a broomstick. How can you be so certain of your inability? Perhaps you possess a remarkable talent for flying. He mused. Harry, however, remained somewhat apprehensive. At this moment, no one knows the extent of my flying abilities, not even myself, he confessed. Well, don't dwell on it too much. Regardless, I'm here for you. Albert smiled and clapped his hands. I consider my flying skills to be rather commendable, at least. I have no trouble with the basic concepts presented in the flying lessons. Thus, irrespective of your talents, I assure you, I will not allow you to embarrass yourself. Ever since the announcement regarding the commencement of flying lessons was posted, the first-year students of Gryffindor and Slytherin have exhibited a palpable excitement. In the common room, in the hallways, and even in the library, one can overhear these students animatedly discussing various topics related to flying or broomsticks. Naturally, the most boastful among them is our illustrious Draco Malfoy. From dawn until dusk, whenever Albert and his friends encounter Malfoy outside of class, he is invariably regaling his peers with tales of how he has been soaring through the skies on a broomstick since childhood, claiming that on several occasions, he nearly collided with Muggle helicopters due to his lofty flights. Furthermore, Malfoy incessantly bemoans the school's decision to prohibit first-year students from purchasing broomsticks or participating in the Quidditch team, deeming it a grave and ill-advised choice. Listening to him speak, one would think that if only he were allowed to join the Quidditch team, Slytherin would effortlessly dominate the other three houses and seize the Quidditch Cup with ease. However, boasting of one's flying prowess is not solely Malfoy's domain. According to Seamus Finnegan, he spent the majority of his childhood riding a broomstick in the fields near his home. Even Ron seizes any opportunity to regale others with tales of how he once brushed past a Muggle glider while riding on Charlie's battered broomstick. Amidst all these boastful tales of flying experiences and talents, Albert remains notably absent. Unlike most first-year students who are either exhilarated or anxious, Albert approaches the flying lessons with remarkable composure. It is not that he is feigning depth. He genuinely does not perceive the flying lessons as worthy of significant concern. After all, who isn't a flying prodigy? Albert is far too disinterested to spend his days bragging about the nights he soared hundreds of feet in the air on a broomstick, mimicking fighter jet maneuvers. In recent days, Albert has frequently found himself in the company of the Weasley twins, devising strategies to prevent Madame Pomfrey from continuing her lessons in healing. Indeed, the goal is to directly obstruct Madame Pomfrey's classes, for only then can they address the issue fundamentally and eliminate future complications. However, after nearly a week of brainstorming, the trio has yet to conceive a truly viable plan, having collectively lost considerable amounts of hair in the process. Why not modify the formula for the invisible adhesive, adjusting its efficacy to 1 hour? Fred proposed one Wednesday evening as Albert was finishing his homework. Then, before each potions class, we could spray some of this adhesive outside Madame Pomfrey's office door, effectively trapping her there for at least the duration of the class. Fred's suggestion was the most feasible solution they had devised thus far. After he spoke, George approached, shrugging helplessly at Albert. I had actually thought of that idea some time ago, he admitted. Albert smiled wryly, shaking his head in resignation. Although this method might yield satisfactory results in the short term, it does not fundamentally resolve the issue. If Madame Pomfrey finds herself lingering at the office door a few more times, she will undoubtedly file a request for an investigation with the school. Ultimately, we would be the ones facing repercussions, while Madame Pomfrey would continue to treat potions class as if it were a care of magical creatures lesson. Albert paused briefly before continuing. If Snape were to return to Hogwarts within the next week or two, we could indeed dare to experiment with this plan. However, just a couple of days ago, I overheard Professor McGonagall conversing with Professor Flitwick, who mentioned that, according to the treatment plan from St. Mungo's Hospital, Snape might require a stay of at least 2 to 3 months before he could return to the school. The potions that Neville had rendered ineffective must have reacted in a peculiar manner with those explosive potions concocted by Seamus, resulting in a new, highly corrosive and toxic substance. This agent has inflicted severe damage upon Snape's body, and the healing process promises to be quite complicated and time-consuming. What? Snape needs to be treated at St. Mungo's for such an extended period? Upon hearing Albert's words, Fred and George exchanged incredulous glances. However, that disbelief swiftly morphed into fear and despair. We're doomed. This is a complete disaster. Fred shook his head, muttering softly. A few months? By then, what use will Snape's return serve? The students at Hogwarts will have all been trained as nurses by then. Let us not be so pessimistic. Albert rose from the armchair as he spoke. As I mentioned earlier, there will always be a solution, but now I must return to the dormitory to rest. We have flying lessons scheduled for tomorrow morning, and I cannot afford to stay up too late tonight. After bidding farewell to the Weasley twins, he yawned and ascended the staircase leading to the boys' dormitory. On Thursday morning, the first-year Gryffindors woke up notably earlier than usual, despite the fact that the start time for their flying lesson would not be altered by their early rising. During breakfast, Hermione appeared somewhat anxious, incessantly whispering to Albert and the others about the flying instructions and experiences she had gleaned from a book titled The Marvelous Quidditch Ball. However, only Neville seemed fully engrossed, appearing even more nervous than Hermione. Everyone at the Gryffindor table felt a sense of relief when a flurry of owls finally swooped into the Great Hall just as they were finishing their meal. Interrupting Hermione's tedious and unhelpful monologue, a tawny owl landed on Neville's table, delivering a small package from his grandmother. Puzzled, Neville opened the parcel, and his expression immediately brightened. Look, this is a memory ball my grandmother sent me, he exclaimed, lifting the open package to show his classmates. Inside was a translucent glass orb, roughly the size of a quail's egg, seemingly filled with milky smoke. My grandmother knows I often forget things, so she sent me this memory ball. It will inform you if you have forgotten to do something. You simply have to hold it tightly, like this. With that, Neville retrieved the memory ball from its packaging and grasped it firmly in his hand. However, before he could finish his explanation, his expression turned awkward as the white glass orb suddenly transformed into a brilliant shade of red. If the memory ball changes to this color, it signifies that you have forgotten something, Neville said, his voice tinged with disappointment. But what could I have forgotten? At that moment, Draco Malfoy strode over from the Slytherin table and abruptly snatched the glowing red memory ball from Neville's grasp. Witnessing this, Albert, Harry, and Ron sprang to their feet. Harry and Ron clenched their fists, while Albert shook his head in resignation and drew his wand. However, Professor McGonagall soon noticed the commotion and hurried over. Her brow furrowed as she sternly inquired, "What is going on here? What are you up to?" "Malfoy stole my memory ball, Professor," Neville said, his voice filled with dismay. "We merely wish to reason with Malfoy and persuade him to return the memory ball to Neville, Professor," Albert added. Albert feigned an innocent demeanor as he spoke. "Shall we negotiate?" Let's discuss reason. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at the wand in Albert's hand and nearly erupted with laughter and exasperation. Here you go. Malfoy casually tossed Neville's memory orb back onto the table, then shot a fierce glare at Albert and his companions. We'll see about that. He muttered through clenched teeth before turning on his heel and striding briskly towards the hall's entrance. Using a wand to reason may not be the most prudent approach, Wells. Professor McGonagall remarked, her expression impassive as she regarded Albert. Such a method of discourse is likely to incur penalties. With that, she turned and made her way back to her place among the faculty. The weather today was delightful. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the sunlight bathed the students, dispelling the lingering chill of the October morning. Albert, along with several other first-year Gryffindor students, stepped out of the castle and strolled across the soft meadow towards the Forbidden Forest. Soon, they arrived at a spacious and even patch of grass adjacent to the forest. Dozens of broomsticks were scattered about, yet the dilapidated condition of these brooms left Albert at a loss for words. To put it simply, if there were a museum dedicated to flying broomsticks in the magical world, the brooms displayed there would likely appear more pristine than these. Meanwhile, the Slytherin students had already arrived at the site and were now stationed on the opposite side of the expansive lawn. Chapter 34. The flying lesson begins. I can't help but wonder if these, broomsticks can actually fly, Hermione murmured skeptically, eyeing the tattered brooms that lay on the nearby lawn, their surfaces caked with dust and mud, and in some places showing signs of clear mold. They should still be able to fly, Ron replied, albeit with uncertainty. However, I've heard Fred and George mention that many of the broomsticks at school might be older than my father. So, even if they can take to the air, their flying capabilities could be quite poor. Perhaps they can't fly in a straight line or tend to wobble incessantly. Some of them are also remarkably slow, Albert added. My father once mentioned to me that during his time at Hogwarts, the flying brooms available were so slow that they could hardly compete with butterflies and bees. What? The condition of these brooms is rather abysmal, Hermione remarked, raising her eyebrows in astonishment. With such antiquated and poorly maintained brooms, how can we ensure flight safety? Moreover, can we genuinely master the art of broomstick maneuvering and aerial navigation using such inferior equipment? As long as these brooms are capable of flight, utilizing them as teaching tools should not pose a significant issue, Albert replied. After all, if you can ride such a shoddy flying broomstick, then surely there is no model on the market that you would find difficult to control. As for the issue of safety, Albert, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged his shoulders. It seems this will depend on luck. However, with the flying instructor present, it is generally unlikely that any issues will arise during the flying lesson. Generally unlikely, you say? The more I hear that, the more anxious I become, Hermione remarked with a wry smile. At that moment, the flying instructor, Miss Hodge, who also officiated the Quidditch matches, approached the field with purpose. She sported a very short crop of black hair, and her piercing yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk. Sharp and observant. What are you all waiting for? Miss Hodge commanded sternly as she reached the edge of the field. Everyone, gather beside a broomstick, quickly. Upon hearing Miss Hodge's orders, the students from Gryffindor and Slytherin surged forward, anxious not to lag behind and risk being left with a broomstick that appeared on the verge of falling apart. Albert, being one of the first students to dash forward, managed to seize a broomstick that appeared to be in relatively good condition, as there were no visible signs of mold on its handle. Now, please extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick. Ms. Hodge stepped before the students and addressed them in a loud voice. Excellent, just like that. Now you need to shout up, with vigor. As soon as Miss Hodge's words echoed, a cacophony of varied tones and pitches erupted in the arena, all chanting up, up, up. The students endeavored to make their calls more distinctive, hoping that such efforts would elicit a response from the dilapidated broomstick before them. Among all the students, only Albert remained composed and unflustered. He casually extended his hand above the broom, and the broom began to levitate gently, rising until it reached a height almost level with his thigh, before coming to a steady halt. Wow, Albert, how did you do that? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the broom hovering in midair. How could it float without you even saying up? Hearing Hermione's question, the surrounding students perked up, with some even taking a few steps closer to Albert, eager not to miss any crucial details. It's really quite simple. Albert waved his hand dismissively. Once you gradually familiarize yourself with the flying broomstick, you will realize that controlling it with your mind is quite simple. Oh, so we can control it with our thoughts? Upon hearing Albert's words, Most of the students shook their heads helplessly or rolled their eyes in disbelief. However, excitement sparkled in Hermione's eyes. She extended her hand above the broomstick's handle, paused for a moment as if gathering her thoughts, and then softly uttered, "Rise." In the next instant, the broomstick, which had remained motionless despite her repeated calls, trembled slightly and then slowly floated into the air. "Haha, Albert, what you said truly works." Hermione turned to Albert, her face alight with enthusiasm. "If I first attempt to control the broomstick with my mind, causing it to levitate, and then command it to rise, it indeed makes it much easier for the broomstick to float." "Incredible, you truly are a top scholar," Albert mused quietly to himself. Establishing a simple communication with the broomstick through thought was something that many wizards, who had been learning to control broomsticks for months, might find difficult to comprehend. They may have assumed that their ability to make the broomstick levitate stemmed solely from their innate flying talent, believing that the broomstick understood their commands. Yet Hermione, on her first attempt, grasped this concept with just a single phrase, successfully making the dilapidated broomstick float. One could only conclude that while her flying talent might be average, her capacity for learning and comprehension was indeed remarkable. Observing Hermione's success following Albert's method, many students who had shouted "Rise" 6 or 7 times, or even over 10 times without success, began to imitate Hermione's earlier actions, attempting repeatedly. The results did not disappoint. Although their broomsticks did not elevate at the first command like Hermione's, after several attempts, all the broomsticks eventually floated beside them. Once all the broomsticks were airborne, Madame Hodge began demonstrating the correct riding posture and some important precautions. Longbottom, you need to grip your right hand a bit further forward, and your left hand should be on the side, not underneath. Malfoy, if you keep your hands resting on the broomstick like that once you're in the air, I can only hope your luck is good enough to only break an arm or a leg when you fall. After everyone mounted their broomsticks, Madame Hodge walked among the students, continuously correcting their incorrect riding postures and hand grips. "All right, when I blow the whistle, you will push off the ground with your legs to ascend into the air." After correcting the students' stances, Madame Hodge stood before everyone and spoke loudly. "You can allow the broomstick to rise a few feet, then lean slightly forward before gently descending back to the ground. Now, listen for my whistle. 3, 2. However, before she could finish counting down, Neville, overwhelmed with nerves, prematurely pushed off the ground, causing his broomstick, which was covered in mold, to shoot up into the air. "Come back, child, quickly," Madame Hodge shouted anxiously upon seeing Neville's sudden ascent. But at that moment, Neville, perhaps completely panicked, did not attempt to control the broomstick's descent. Instead, he continued to soar upward, like a cork ejected from a bottle. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. As he ascended higher, Neville's face grew increasingly pale. He gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. When Neville's broomstick reached approximately 50 feet above the ground, he suddenly slid off to one side, leaving only one leg gripping the handle. The students still on the ground looked up in terror, watching as Neville continued to rise. Madame Hodge frantically urged him to climb back onto the broom and regain control to return to the ground. However, at that moment, Neville was so terrified that he had almost completely lost his ability to control the broomstick. As everyone watched helplessly, the broomstick carrying Neville soared higher, with the imminent risk of him falling from the sky, when suddenly a figure shot out from the crowd, riding a broomstick and soaring towards Neville, who was on the brink of plummeting. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they widened their eyes, curious to see which daredevil would risk such a dangerous and reckless act on such a rickety broomstick. "Albert, are you insane? Be careful." Soon, Hermione, Harry, and Ron recognized that the one recklessly flying towards Neville was indeed Albert. The speed of ascent was so rapid that it far exceeded the limits of such an ancient broomstick, causing it to shudder violently when it reached about 20 feet off the ground. "Albert, slow down," Hermione shouted anxiously once more. Yet, Albert simply waved his hand dismissively and even accelerated his ascent. Of course, as someone who had been flying on toy broomsticks since the age of 1 and had ridden a proper broomstick at 6, soaring under the cover of night over Manchester, Albert was well aware of the peril of his actions. However, he was far too preoccupied to consider the risks compared to Neville's current predicament. The dangers he faced paled in comparison. Moreover, even if his luck were to fail him, and the broomstick disintegrated before safely returning to the ground, he still had the levitation charm as a safety net. Before takeoff, Albert had roughly calculated that, given his current mastery of the levitation spell, if he exerted himself fully, there was a substantial chance he could ensure both his and Neville's safety, preventing any serious injuries upon their descent. Excellent. The ground was drawing nearer. 10 feet, 8 feet. Nearly 5 feet remained. Albert fixated intently on Neville above him, extending a hand to reposition him back onto his broom. However, just as his hand approached within a mere 10 inches of Neville's body, Neville's broom suddenly jolted violently, casting him away. The students on the ground let out another terrified scream, and after a brief moment of shock, Albert swiftly regained his composure. He controlled the broomstick, promptly halting its ascent. While deftly retrieving his wand from the pocket of his robe, he directed it towards Neville, who was already beginning to plummet, and unleashed 2 successive levitation spells. Due to the relatively short distance between them, both spells successfully struck Neville, significantly slowing his descent. Now, Neville resembled a large feather, gently drifting towards the ground. Well, at this rate, he should land without sustaining any injuries. Albert nodded in satisfaction, then gently pressed down on the handle of his enchanted broom, preparing to gracefully descend back to the ground amidst the astonished, admiring, adoring, and envious gazes of his fellow students. However, in the next moment, his expression abruptly changed as the broom did not obey his command to descend steadily. Instead, it remained suspended in the air, beginning to tremble violently. It seemed that this wretched broom was indeed about to malfunction. Albert shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that the antiquated relics of Hogwarts were even more fragile than he had imagined. At that moment, the students below also noticed the unusual state of Albert's broom, and the relief they had just felt quickly turned into anxiety once more. Steady the broom, child, and descend slowly. Remember, it must be a gradual descent. Miss Hodge shouted anxiously, tilting her head to yell at Albert. However, barely had her words left her mouth when the broom Albert was riding suddenly erupted with a cacophony of cracking sounds, bursting into countless tiny splinters and fragments in midair. Chapter 36. A perilous descent. As Albert endeavored to control his broom and initiate a slow descent, a tremendous cracking noise erupted from the broom. In the following instant, this venerable artifact, which had served for decades, disintegrated into numerous broken twigs and charred wood. Simultaneously, Albert began plummeting from a height of over 50 feet, hurtling towards the crowd below. The students let out a chorus of terrified screams and scattered in all directions, fearful of becoming the unfortunate victim of Albert's fall. Yet, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Garni Remington remained steadfast in their positions. Harry and Ron gazed upwards, their eyes fixed on the rapidly descending Albert, beads of sweat forming on their anxious foreheads. "Stay here. I'll catch Albert," Harry shouted, preparing to mount his broom and ascend to rescue Albert. However, before he could take off, Hermione and Garni simultaneously drew their wands and, with remarkable speed, cast the levitation charm towards Albert. At the same time, Albert calmly pointed his wand at himself, simultaneously casting a few levitation charms as Hermione and Garni unleashed theirs. In less than a second, 4 or 5 levitation charms struck Albert, abruptly halting his descent and leaving him suspended 30 feet above the ground. "What on earth is happening?" Ron exclaimed, staring at the floating Albert in bewilderment. "It seems we may have overdone it a bit," Garni chuckled, tapping his forehead in realization. "The issue is that we both cast the levitation charm while Albert also cast one on himself, so now he is just floating there, unable to descend," Hermione said, half laughing, half crying. "What do we do now? Should we call a professor?" Ron suggested after pondering for a moment. "No, it would take too long to fetch a professor." Hermione quickly dismissed the idea. "Miss Hodge, do you have any way to safely lower Albert?" She turned to the flying instructor, her eyes filled with hope. "I'm afraid I can't help you there, Miss Granger," Miss Hodge replied, looking rather embarrassed. "I am proficient in flying and well-versed in Quidditch rules, but when it comes to spells, I may not be as adept as the professors in the castle. So, I may not have a way to help Mr. Wells descend safely at this moment. What shall we do? Our levitation charms might not last long enough to wait for a professor." Hermione's eyes glistened with urgency. "I'll ride my broom up and gently bring Albert down," Harry declared, ready to ascend once more. "No, Mr. Potter, you can't go up now," Miss Hodge interjected, stepping forward to stop him as he prepared to take off. "You lack flying experience, and it would be reckless to ascend like that. Moreover, the levitation charms on Mr. Wells may not be stable. If you tug him even slightly, they could fail, and both your weights would then rest entirely on your broom. You must realize that these brooms are quite old. Even a robust adult wizard would be hard-pressed to bear their weight. Therefore, if both your weights are on one broom, you will surely plummet together. For this reason, I cannot ride up on a broom to rescue Mr. Wells either. Wait here. I'm a swift runner." "I'll fetch a professor from the castle," Garni shouted, turning to sprint towards the castle. Do not panic. I will devise a plan. At that moment, Albert, still suspended in midair, called out to the crowd below. I'll cancel one of the levitation charms I cast, and I should be able to descend slowly. With that, he drew his wand and gently tapped it against himself. However, perhaps due to the instability of the levitation charms, as he attempted to nullify one, the others simultaneously faltered. Consequently, the unfortunate Albert began plummeting once more towards the ground. Blimey, what is this? In that instant, Albert instinctively exclaimed a phrase he hadn't uttered in over a decade, then quickly aimed his wand at himself and cast a levitation charm with unparalleled speed. Unfortunately, he was too close to the ground, and as the charm took effect, he landed heavily on the grass. Ah, Albert, are you all right? Seeing Albert fall onto the lawn, Hermione, Harry, Ron, Garni, and Neville, who had just regained his composure from the earlier fright, rushed to his side. Merlin's tattered slippers. That was an awfully precarious height to fall from. Albert, with a wry smile, rose from the lawn with the assistance of Hermione and others. If only the height had been a tad greater at that moment, I would have had ample time to cast the levitation charm. Fortunately, it seems that just a few feet from the ground, my charm did take effect. Otherwise, I would certainly be unable to stand now, and at the very least, I would have suffered a broken arm or leg. But you were injured as well, Hermione pointed out anxiously, indicating the long gash on Albert's wrist. These are mere trifles. Albert shook his head with a smile. Madame Pomfrey could remedy this in less than a minute. Chapter 37. Not an accident. Approximately 5 minutes later, Albert and Neville, accompanied by Madame Hooch, arrived at the school hospital. Originally, Hermione and a few others had intended to accompany Albert and Neville. But since Neville was not seriously injured and Albert had merely sustained some superficial wounds, they decided to leave Hermione and the others at the flying lesson grounds. Alas, yet another incident during this year's flying lesson. After Madame Hooch recounted the details of Albert and Neville's injuries, Madame Pomfrey shook her head in exasperation. It seems that every couple of years, some mishap occurs during the flying lessons. I truly cannot comprehend why the school does not replace those antiquated broomsticks. At this rate, flying lessons may become the most perilous class in the school. Oh, but that's dozens of flying broomsticks. Madame Hooch sighed with a wry smile. The cost to replace so many broomsticks would be staggering, and it's likely that the school cannot afford such an expense at present, as Albert had previously reassured Hermione. Madame Pomfrey took less than a minute to heal all of his superficial injuries. Nonetheless, for precautionary measures, she insisted that Albert and Neville remain in the hospital for at least half an hour of observation. Albert, I found something rather peculiar just now, Neville said hesitantly. Once Madame Pomfrey and Madame Hooch exited the ward, leaving only the two of them in the spacious room. Peculiar? What exactly do you find strange? Albert gazed at Neville with a furrowed brow, perplexed. In fact, during our flying lesson earlier, I wasn't particularly anxious. Neville carefully organized his thoughts and murmured. But just as Madame Hooch began her countdown, my legs suddenly twitched uncontrollably, and before I knew it, my broomstick soared into the air. What do you mean? Upon hearing Neville's words, Albert straightened abruptly. Are you suggesting that the broom took off not because you were overly nervous and pushed off the ground, but rather that it lifted itself? You were merely experiencing an involuntary spasm in your legs. Is that correct? Precisely, Neville nodded in affirmation. I distinctly felt that the broom indeed ascended on its own. Furthermore, he swallowed hard before continuing. Once the broom reached a significant altitude, my body seemed to stiffen abruptly, and I felt as though I had completely lost control of it, which caused me to slide off the broom. Well, this situation sounds increasingly peculiar. Albert's brow furrowed slightly. I had also found it rather peculiar that the school's flying brooms were so dilapidated, particularly the one you managed to seize, which was undoubtedly the oldest and most worn among them. Under normal circumstances, even if a broom were to lose control, it would be improbable for it to ascend at such a rapid pace. Oh, and there was another matter. Neville seemed to suddenly recall something. He slapped his forehead and gazed intently at Albert, speaking in a hurried manner. As you soared upwards to rescue me, preparing to push me back onto the broom, I felt an inexplicable force tugging me downwards with great intensity, and then I plummeted from the broom. Well then, if that is the case, we can draw a definitive conclusion. Albert lazily reclined against the back of his chair, yet a faint, enigmatic smirk flickered at the corner of his lips. The events of today, it seemed, were far from mere coincidence. Rather, they appeared to be a meticulously orchestrated incident. But if it were indeed a deliberate act, who would target me? Navi expressed his confusion. I have not wronged anyone. Why would someone wish for me to tumble from my broom? In fact, I can't help but think that if this is truly a man-made mishap, The individual responsible seems intent on causing my demise, rather than merely seeking vengeance. What if I were to tell you that you are not alone in facing an attack from the shadows? Albert languidly remarked. What? Am I not alone? Upon hearing Albert's words, Navi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you suggesting that your broom disintegrated mid-air, and it is not merely an ordinary mishap? Haha, certainly, it is not what one would call an ordinary accident. Albert let out a cold laugh. The disintegration of my broom was not due to overloading. Rather, it had inexplicably and rather bizarrely exploded. What? Your enchanted broom simply detonated out of thin air? This time, Neville was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Yet, during the flying lesson, no one cast a spell on your broom, did they? How could anyone bold enough to do such a thing possibly approach the vicinity of the flying lesson so openly? The smile at the corner of Albert's mouth grew somewhat colder. Let us not forget that adjacent to the flying lesson grounds lies the Forbidden Forest. Even at its edge, concealing an individual would be remarkably effortless. The distance between the edge of the Forbidden Forest and the flying lesson area is, for a wizard of considerable magical prowess, hardly significant. Yet, I still find myself perplexed. Who would wish to target the two of us? Neville continued to express his confusion. Or rather, who would contemplate launching an assault on a group of first-year young witches and wizards during a flying lesson? This, too, eludes my understanding for the moment. Albert shook his head in resignation. However, it is certain that within the vast expanse of Hogwarts Castle, there are scarcely any wizards capable of orchestrating such an attack. Aside from the professors, it is likely that only a handful of exceptionally talented and academically gifted seventh-year students could achieve this. The professors would undoubtedly be incapable of such actions. Neville shook his head. Thus, the only individuals left to be suspected are those seventh-year students. Yet we hold no profound enmity towards them. Ah, who can say? Albert smiled noncommittally, fearing that it was most likely some professor who would undertake such a task. He silently added this thought to himself. Subsequently, Albert continued to converse with Neville about various topics until, after nearly half an hour, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny entered the hospital ward, their expressions somewhat troubled. Chapter 38. Harry becomes the Seeker. Albert, Neville, how do you both feel now? Hermione inquired anxiously upon entering the ward. I wasn't really hurt. I just had a bit of a scare, Neville replied, slightly embarrassed. I'm fine now as well. Madame Pomfrey healed my wounds in less than a minute. Albert sprang up from his chair, shaking his arms and kicking his legs in front of Hermione and the others. However, Hermione, why do you all look so pale? Has something transpired after our departure? Albert, with a hint of confusion, inquired further. Indeed, something transpired after your departure. Hermione responded with a solemn expression. Neville, is this your memory orb? She produced a white memory orb from her pocket and handed it to Neville. Oh, the memory orb shouldn't be in my... Neville began, reaching into his own pocket, but his expression swiftly transformed from confusion to astonishment. I distinctly placed the memory orb in my pocket. It must have inadvertently fallen out at some point, he murmured, perplexed. This memory orb likely slipped from your pocket when it landed on the lawn, Hermione elucidated. Subsequently, shortly after Madame Hodge left with the two of you, Malfoy discovered this orb lying on the grass. He seized it before we could, intending to conceal it in a manner that would render it impossible for you to locate your memory orb. Following that, a confrontation ensued between Harry and Malfoy. That scoundrel took to his broomstick, intending to toss the memory orb atop a tree in the Forbidden Forest. In a moment of impulse, Harry mounted his broom and ascended, aiming to reclaim the orb from Malfoy's grasp. At that moment, Malfoy was undoubtedly startled. He never anticipated that Harry would fly so adeptly on his first attempt. And we were all equally taken aback. Later, perhaps out of fear, Malfoy carelessly discarded the memory orb, Hermione continued after swallowing hard and clearing her throat, her words tumbling forth rapidly. It is utterly astonishing that Harry managed to control the broom and pursue the falling memory orb. And even more remarkable that he caught it just before it touched the ground, landing smoothly thereafter. Wow, Harry is truly impressive. Neville's face lit up with admiration as Hermione finished her tale. But where is Harry now? I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to him. Harry was taken away by Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing Neville's question, the excitement on Hermione's and others' faces dimmed. Just as Harry returned to the ground, Professor McGonagall arrived at the flying lesson site. Ron continued Hermione's narrative. She witnessed Harry flying unsupervised during Madame Hodge's absence, and thus she took him away. What? Harry was caught by Professor McGonagall? After Ron's revelation, Neville initially appeared astonished. but then a look of guilt washed over his face. Alas, it is all my fault. I bear the blame. Had I been more cautious and not let the memory orb drop on the grass, none of this would have ensued. None of this is your fault, Neville, Hermione exclaimed, visibly agitated. This is clearly Malfoy's doing. He instigated the provocation and seized your memory orb, taking to the skies on his broom. Yet, for some reason, Professor McGonagall only took Harry. Perhaps she has left Malfoy's matter for Snape to address. I am not entirely certain, Ginny interjected. We all know Snape has always favored his own students. Perhaps he intends to downplay Malfoy's transgressions, treating them lightly or even ignoring them altogether. Alas, this is profoundly unfair to Harry. He was taken by Professor McGonagall and has yet to return. He may be facing severe consequences. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems. Albert smiled and shook his head. Harry would surely elucidate the matter. Professor McGonagall is not the type of teacher who indiscriminately punishes students. Let us refrain from unfounded speculation. I believe we will undoubtedly encounter Harry during lunch in the Great Hall. Indeed, as Albert had predicted, when they left the hospital wing and arrived in the Great Hall for lunch, they saw Harry seated beside the Gryffindor long table, animatedly discussing something with Fred and George. Hey, Harry, so you are really here. Upon spotting Harry, Albert and the others hurried over. How did it go? What punishment did Professor McGonagall impose on you? Did you manage to explain the situation to her? What did she say about dealing with Malfoy? As they approached Harry, Ron bombarded him with questions. Professor McGonagall did not impose any punishment on me, nor did she mention how she would deal with Malfoy, Harry replied with a smile. What? Professor McGonagall didn't punish you? Upon hearing Harry's response, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Ginny all displayed expressions of astonishment. Only Albert remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of someone who anticipated all that had transpired. Professor McGonagall introduced me to our Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Oliver Wood. She said I am the best candidate for the Seeker position, Harry said with some excitement. She relayed my previous flying performance to Wood. And he also believes I should join the Gryffindor team. Professor McGonagall is currently seeking special approval from the headmaster for me to join the Gryffindor team as a first-year Seeker. What? Joining the Gryffindor team? Becoming a Seeker? Harry, you must be joking. After Harry finished speaking, Ron asked in an incredulous tone. Harry was certainly not joking. Fred and George spoke almost in unison, albeit in hushed tones. Wary of being overheard by those around them. Wood already informed us about this. Harry's talent is unparalleled, even surpassing Charlie's. If the headmaster approves his joining our Quidditch team, Harry will be the youngest Seeker in a century. Chapter 39, The Duel Prize Display Room. This is truly unbelievable. After Albert and the others settled at the Gryffindor long table, Ron whispered in astonishment. Harry not only faced no punishment, but would also become the Seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. If Malfoy were to learn of this, he might very well faint from rage. Wait a moment, Albert. Why have you remained so composed throughout this? It's as if you already knew about it. Hermione suddenly inquired, turning to Albert with a puzzled expression as everyone else celebrated Harry's good fortune. While I may not have known for certain, I had an inkling of how events might unfold, Albert replied. Albert smiled and remarked, just the other day, Fred and George were lamenting to me that ever since Charlie graduated, our Gryffindor Quidditch team has not won a single match. The primary reason for our continuous defeats against other houses is our lack of a skilled Seeker. According to Hermione's earlier descriptions, Harry possesses extraordinary flying talent, making him exceptionally suited for the role of a Seeker, so I am not at all surprised by this outcome. But it is Professor McGonagall who is taking Harry, not Wood, Ron queried with some confusion. Given how strict Professor McGonagall is with us, how can you be certain that she won't penalize Harry, but rather introduce him to Wood and recommend him as Gryffindor's Seeker? The explanation is quite simple. Albert suddenly lowered his voice significantly. In fact, prior to attending Hogwarts, I had often heard my parents mention that Professor McGonagall, despite her stern and severe demeanor, is an avid Quidditch enthusiast. Furthermore, Harry had not committed any grave transgressions this time. So it was not entirely surprising that she would slightly bend her usual principles and occasionally deviate from her typical conduct. It was quite amusing that Professor McGonagall was a fan of Quidditch, a fact that was not readily apparent. Upon hearing Albert's explanation, the rest of the group, aside from the snickering Weasley twins, raised their eyebrows in astonishment. At that moment, Harry's Snow White owl, Hedwig, unexpectedly landed on the table before them. A note tied to its leg. Who could possibly be writing to me at this time? Harry murmured, perplexed, as he removed the note from Hedwig's leg. Hagrid has invited me to visit his hut this afternoon. Would you like to join me? After reading the scrawled and somewhat messy handwriting, Harry looked up at his friends. Sure, I'll go with you. I have no classes this afternoon, Ron replied, shoving a piece of steak into his mouth. I think I'll pass. I need to do some research in the library this afternoon, Hermione shook her head. I'll also refrain. I have a few experiments to conduct and hope to create some new devices, Albert said, chewing on a sizable piece of roasted lamb. Oh dear. Why haven't you left school yet, Potter? At that moment, Malfoy, with a mocking expression, approached the Gryffindor table, flanked by his two cronies, Crabbe and Goyle. Oh, I see, you intend to savor one last Hogwarts lunch before heading back to the Muggle world. When do you plan to take the train? With that, he and his companions erupted into raucous laughter. What is wrong, Malfoy? With these two little sidekicks trailing behind you. Your courage seems to have grown considerably since we were in the air, Harry retorted coldly, turning to face Malfoy. Hearing Harry's words, Crabbe and Goyle appeared momentarily stunned. Unable to comprehend why Harry, who was clearly shorter, would refer to them as little ones. I would gladly duel you, Potter, Malfoy spat through clenched teeth. If you haven't been expelled by then, how about tonight? We could have a wizard duel, once only, no physical contact. Do you dare, Potter? Oh, right, I nearly forgot. You probably haven't even heard of wizard dueling, he continued. Of course, Harry had heard of it. Before Harry could respond, Ron jumped to his feet, glaring at Malfoy. I'm his second. Who was yours? Malfoy turned to glance at Crabbe and Goyle. I suppose it LLB Crabbe then, he replied lazily. How about midnight? We can meet in the trophy room. The doors never lock at night. What exactly is a wizard duel? Harry inquired, bewildered, once Malfoy and his friends had departed. And what do you mean by being my second? Oh, if you were to die, the second takes over, Ron replied nonchalantly, continuing to eat his steak. But don't worry, only true wizards face death in formal duels. You and Malfoy will merely exchange sparks. Neither of you will be harmed. But what if I wave my wand and nothing happens? Harry expressed his growing concern. Don't fret, Harry. You won't even need to draw your wand. Albert interjected suddenly. If my experiments this afternoon go well, Malfoy might just find himself as the first human subject for a new device. Of course, all of this depended on whether they dared to show up at the trophy room that night. After lunch, Harry and Ron headed straight to Hagrid's hut, while Hermione planned to return to the dormitory for a brief rest before visiting the library. As for Albert, he hurried to an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle, secured the door, and retrieved a long iron cage from a pile of clutter in the corner. Inside the cage was a light gray snake, approximately the length of an adult arm. Chapter 40, A Hand with No Escape, haha. After nearly a month of effort, the snake I caught can finally be of use this afternoon. Albert gazed at the cage in his hand, confirming with simplicity that the snake within was still alive. He casually set the iron cage aside and retrieved a rudimentary palm-shaped wooden carving from the pocket of his robe. Alas, it appeared I possessed no talent for craftsmanship. As a child, I struggled with molding clay and failed to excel in manual arts classes. Now, even a simple wooden carving turns out so unappealing. Staring at the crude representation of a palm in his hand, Albert shook his head in resignation. Oh well, it is intended for experimental purposes, so its aesthetic appeal is of little consequence. The final version for sale can be crafted using my father's machine. After a moment of self-reassurance, he extracted a small silver knife from another pocket and began to awkwardly etch a series of peculiar symbols upon the surface of the palm-shaped wooden carving. After approximately 20 minutes, Albert finally set down the silver knife and sighed deeply. Phew, I have completed the carving at last. Yet, even the most basic level of alchemy proves to be a formidable challenge, as carving these fundamental and simplistic symbols of ancient runes is no easy feat. It seems imperative to enhance my alchemical skills to create more intricate and powerful artifacts. He muttered softly to himself, somewhat disheartened. Indeed, the strange symbols he had just inscribed on the wooden palm were ancient runes, of which many adult wizards might possess little knowledge. The purpose of these runes primarily lies in their ability to bestow upon objects the capacity to automatically absorb magical energy, thereby extending the duration of any enchantments affixed to a given item. Furthermore, if an alchemist's abilities are sufficiently formidable and the runes inscribed upon the object's surface are flawless, it is theoretically possible for the enchantment to remain perpetually effective, never to dissipate. Albert conducted a final inspection, ensuring that the rudimentary runic symbols engraved on the hand-shaped wooden sculpture posed no significant issues. He then retrieved his wand from his pocket and directed it at the sculpture, casting a touch entanglement charm. As a red light flashed, the simplistic runic symbols began to emit a faint glow. Indeed, it appeared that the prop had been crafted quite successfully. Observing the softly shimmering runes, Albert nodded in satisfaction. He adjusted the position of the iron cage containing the gray snake, ensuring that it would make contact with the wooden sculpture upon its emergence. With a swift motion, he flung open the cage door and retreated to the entrance of the classroom. Simultaneously, the snake slithered out rapidly. And as the enchanted wooden hand lay directly in front of the cage door, the snake could not avoid brushing against the sculpture. At the instant the gray snake touched the hand-shaped wood, the crudely carved palm suddenly sprang to life, soaring above the serpent before plummeting down to deliver a sharp slap to its head. It then ascended swiftly, vanishing amidst a clutter of objects in the corner of the classroom. The gray snake, momentarily stunned by the blow, quickly grew irate. It raised its head high, hissing and flicking its tongue, searching for the source of its unexpected assault. After an extensive search yielded no suspicious findings, the snake, puzzled, returned to the ground, intending to familiarize itself with this unfamiliar environment and perhaps locate the wretched human who had confined it in the cage. However, as it began to move, the previously hidden wooden sculpture reemerged, delivering another sharp slap to the snake's head before it could react. This strike was markedly more forceful than the last, nearly rendering the unfortunate gray serpent unconscious. Though the force may have been slightly excessive, it was perfectly suited for dealing with Voldemort or other particularly bothersome adversaries. Thus, no adjustments were necessary. Albert, concealed in the shadows behind the classroom door, nodded in satisfaction as he observed the dazed snake sprawled on the floor. Indeed, the purpose of this contraption was to deliver a delightful surprise to Voldemort, as Albert had long been plotting to outpace the Weasley twins and become the first in the world to physically confront Voldemort. To achieve this ambition, he needed to create a prop capable of striking Voldemort's face before the Christmas holidays, or more precisely, before the Weasley twins struck Quirrel with snowballs. Yes, this device shall henceforth be known as the Hand of No Escape. As he watched the hand-shaped sculpture once again soar toward the gray snake, a satisfied smile crept across Albert's lips. As the inaugural product of the No Escape series, this Hand of No Escape could be deemed a remarkably effective ambush tool. Approximately 10 minutes later, observing the gray snake thoroughly incapacitated by the Hand of No Escape, Albert shook his head in discontent. It seemed he had captured a creature too small, with an exceedingly low threshold for endurance. He hastily approached and returned the unconscious snake to its cage, planning to discard it at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, allowing it to fend for itself. However, it was prudent to keep the snake safeguarded for now, lest it become a casualty of the wooden sculpture while he crafted a second Hand of No Escape. Although he could clean the scene with a cleaning charm, Albert preferred not to witness such a bloody and repulsive sight on such a splendid afternoon. Chapter 41. The Argument Before the Duel. After 10 additional minutes, Albert successfully crafted a second inescapable hand, drawing from his previous experience. He not only completed this creation in a shorter time frame but also enhanced the surface carvings of the hand, rendering the cuneiform symbols more standardized. At the very least, they transitioned from a haphazard appearance to one that, while still imperfect, exuded a greater sense of order. Albert meticulously wrapped the recently crafted Hand of No Escape in a sheet of parchment, displaying even greater diligence in this task than in its creation. He had no choice. After all, this contraption was merciless, showing no regard for kinship. Even Albert, as its creator, was not immune. Should his exposed skin inadvertently come into contact with the surface of the wooden sculpture, this very Hand of No Escape, which he had just fashioned, would ruthlessly turn against him. At last, the task was complete. Once Albert had enveloped the second Hand of No Escape with 3 layers of parchment inside and out, he exhaled a sigh of relief and tucked the parchment-wrapped object into the innermost pocket of his robe. The next step was simply to await the opportune moment to present this unexpected facial massage service to the charming specimen known as Mr. No-Nos. Albert, lost in pleasant thoughts, lifted the iron cage containing the unconscious gray snake, humming an unfamiliar tune as he leisurely exited the abandoned classroom. So, Albert, what new contraption have you been researching this afternoon? Fred and George eagerly inquired in unison as Albert took his seat at the Gryffindor long table for dinner. Well, that's a secret for now, he replied. Albert smiled mysteriously. However, I can reveal a little something. The props I am researching, strictly speaking, are not mere prank devices, for their power is rather formidable. If they were used as such, they could easily cause real harm. What? They're that powerful? Upon hearing Albert's words, the Weasley twins became even more excited. Once you have completed your development, you must be sure to send us a few of these devices to play with, Fred whispered to Albert, lowering his voice slightly. That will depend on the circumstances. Albert shook his head with a hint of amusement. To be frank, He felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought of handing over such a potentially harmful device as the no-escape tool to the Weasley twins. By the way, Albert, how is your slogan firework coming along? George seemed to recall something suddenly and turned to Albert with urgency. Recently, numerous classmates have been inquiring about the fireworks you used on the Hogwarts Express that can launch words into the sky. I informed them that those were your own creations. And since then, they have been urging us to find out if you have plans to sell such fireworks. Judging by their reactions, we can be fairly certain that the popularity of the slogan fireworks will rival that of the glue bombs. Ah, right. How could I forget about the slogan fireworks? Upon hearing George's words, Albert abruptly slapped his thigh. He had been so engrossed in researching the No Escape series that he completely overlooked the fact that he had yet to complete the development of a veritable cash cow. Well, you should inform those classmates that I will expedite the research process. If all goes well, the slogan fireworks should be ready for launch before the Christmas holidays. If this continues, it seems we might just outpace most small to medium-sized magical joke shop businesses in the wizarding world, Fred remarked, while simultaneously forking a piece of pumpkin pie into his mouth. You two absolutely cannot do that. If the professors or Filch were to find out, Gryffindor House would undoubtedly lose a significant number of house points. However, we cannot afford to be cowards. If Malfoy dares to roam at night, why should we not? At that moment, the bickering of Hermione, Ron, and Harry suddenly drifted over from a short distance away. Albert turned back in confusion, only to see the furious trio of Hermione, Harry, and Ron bickering as they briskly approached the Gryffindor table from the entrance of the Great Hall. What on earth is the matter with you three? You seemed perfectly fine this morning, he inquired, perplexed, as they took their seats beside him. Earlier, he had thought they were merely jesting with Malfoy. Hermione, seething with anger, retorted, I never imagined that when I encountered those two in the entrance hall earlier, they were genuinely discussing their plans for a duel with Malfoy tonight. We were never joking, Ron interjected, his face flushed with indignation. As students of Gryffindor, how could we possibly fear a duel? We certainly cannot shy away from the provocations of Slytherin. We will do anything but act like cowards. Indeed, you are brave. Heroes even, unlike me, a coward who would rather swallow my pride than jeopardize the interests of the entire house, Hermione scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. However, Albert noticed a tremor in her voice, a hint of suppressed emotion. But we aren't certain that the professors or Filch will even find out, Harry remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Though his demeanor was calmer than Ron's, he still exhibited impatience towards Hermione's meddling. Enough. It's merely a trivial matter, he interjected, cutting off Hermione before she could continue. Your perspectives are not without merit, but they lack comprehensiveness. To preempt any interruptions from the three, Albert quickened his pace of speech. Firstly, Hermione, from a broader perspective, your concern for adhering to the multitude of school regulations regarding dueling at night is entirely valid. The emblem of Gryffindor signifies loyalty and bravery, not recklessness and impulsiveness. Harry and Ron, as representatives of Gryffindor, you must first discern what virtues we truly hold dear. Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione's previously stormy countenance transformed into one of clarity, though her eyes appeared even more reddened. Ron and Harry's agitation seemed to have diminished as well. Harry's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, while Ron appeared somewhat unconvinced, struggling to find an opportunity to interject amidst Albert's rapid discourse. Albert swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and then continued speaking at a rapid pace. Hermione, you must understand Harry and Ron's thoughts, as well as their feelings of anger. Consider how many times Malfoy has provoked us today. We Gryffindors cannot allow ourselves to be bullied by Slytherin, especially that Malfoy, who has the audacity to confront us directly. If Harry and Ron were to back down, how would the Slytherin students mock us? Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would find amusement in our plight, turning it into a significant source of ridicule for Gryffindor. You wish to secure an advantage in our house points, yet you must not overlook our dignity as a house. We do not initiate conflict, but when provocation arises, we have ample reason to respond with equal fervor. Indeed, Hermione, in the face of Malfoy as taunts today, Harry and Ron, as Gryffindor students, particularly as two young men, cannot afford to retreat. Fred, sitting nearby, smiled at Hermione and added, moreover, based on George and my experiences over the past 2 years, the likelihood of being caught by professors or Filch during nighttime escapades is quite low. In most cases, even if Filch spots you, if you run swiftly enough, you can easily evade him. So there is no need for excessive worry about them losing points. After much contemplation, Hermione finally whispered, well then, perhaps I shall accompany them tonight. With me there, at least I can supervise them and ensure they do not create too much noise. lest we inadvertently attract the attention of patrolling professors or Filch. Rest assured, there will be no unforeseen incidents tonight. I will join you as well." Albert chuckled and remarked, "I must ensure that Harry secures victory in this duel and impart a profound lesson to that Malfoy fellow." However, it was evident that Albert's words were merely a pretext. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware that there was no such thing as a midnight duel this evening. His desire to accompany Harry, Ron, and Hermione stemmed solely from his curiosity to witness the ferocity and fearsome appearance of the three-headed dog lurking in the corridor on the far right of the fourth floor. Upon hearing Albert's words, the expressions of Hermione, Harry, and Ron relaxed considerably. Unbeknownst to them, Albert had seamlessly become the unwavering core of their small group. Their leader and anchor, his presence alone instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance among them. Around 11:30 p.m., in their dormitory, the only sound breaking the silence was Neville's rhythmic snoring emanating from his four-poster bed. Albert turned to glance at the clock on the bedside table, then stealthily climbed out of bed, swiftly donning his robe. Hearing the commotion, Harry and Ron quickly emerged from their respective beds. The trio hastily dressed in their robes and, under Albert's lead, quietly exited the dormitory. Upon reaching the common room, they found Hermione already waiting for them. She rose from the nearest armchair to the portrait hole, exchanged nods with the three boys, and gestured for them to follow. The four of them then silently crept out through the portrait hole. Phew, that went rather smoothly. At least getting out of the common room was without incident. Once they emerged from the portrait hole and entered the corridor, Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. "I was worried that we might be caught by some upperclassmen, especially since they sometimes linger in the common room until midnight. In truth, even if upperclassmen were present, it wouldn't pose much of an issue. Nighttime escapades were a long-standing tradition among Gryffindors. Fred and George often brazenly slipped out for nocturnal adventures while many students remained in the common room. Not only nighttime excursions, but at Hogwarts. As long as one did not get caught by professors in the act of breaking the rules, there generally were no repercussions." As the four of them quietly conversed, they cautiously made their way toward the trophy room. However, most of the chatter came from Albert, Harry, and Ron, while Hermione remained vigilant, furrowing her brow and scanning the surroundings, fearful of missing any potential danger. After approximately 10 minutes, the quartet finally arrived at the trophy room located on the fourth floor of the castle. The room was devoid of any other presence, illuminated solely by beams of silvery moonlight streaming through the windows, casting a radiant glow upon the crystal trophy cabinets, which appeared resplendent and dreamlike. "Have we arrived too early?" Harry murmured. "There's nothing wrong with arriving early," Ron replied, wandering about the trophy room. "The sooner we familiarize ourselves with the layout and structure of the room, the better our chances will be during the duel." Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry nodded and began pacing alongside him. Hermione and Albert, however, did not rush to observe the surroundings. They remained at the entrance of the trophy room. Hermione attentively listened for any disturbances, while Albert pondered which corridor would provide the most advantageous escape route when Filch arrived. In the tense atmosphere, time seemed to fly. Albert had just mapped out his escape plan when a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from one end of the corridor. Instantly, the nerves of the four were taut. Harry and Ron swiftly drew their wands, while Hermione anxiously clutched the sleeve of Albert's robe, and Albert braced himself for an immediate flight. Yet, in the next moment, a conversation erupted in the corridor. "Draco, do you think Potter and Weasley will be too scared to show up?" Just when Albert and his companions were on high alert due to the approaching footsteps, they were startled by the unexpected dialogue. "Draco, do you think Potter and Weasley will be too frightened to come? What is happening?" "Isn't that Crabbe's voice?" Albert, who had been prepared for a hasty escape, now found himself frozen in place. This was not in line with the narrative of the original story. Wasn't Malfoy supposed to secretly report to Filch to assist in a sting operation? Yet here he was, genuinely accompanied by Crabbe. Albert quietly withdrew his outstretched right foot, as the unfolding events had surpassed his expectations entirely. There was nothing to be done but to observe the situation as it developed, taking each step as it came. Their fear was undeniable, yet it was highly probable that they would approach nonetheless. Malfoy's disdainful voice soon followed. After all, that reckless band of Gryffindor lions would resort to any foolish act for the sake of their trivial and laughable pride. "Damn it. Just wait and see how we teach him a lesson," Ron muttered angrily upon hearing Malfoy's words. "Here, Harry, take this." Albert withdrew the carefully wrapped parchment containing the device of escape from the innermost pocket of his robe and discreetly handed it to Harry, whispering, When the time comes for you to duel with Malfoy, partially unwrap this parchment. However, be vigilant not to let your hand touch the contents within. Seize the opportunity to hurl this item directly at Malfoy, ideally striking him squarely on the head. After that, you need not concern yourself further. If this contraption successfully hits Malfoy, you won't have to lift a finger. He will flee on his own, and for at least a day or two thereafter. He shall endure the consequences of his actions. All right, I will aim carefully, Harry responded, accepting the parchment with determination and nodding vigorously. Now, let us position ourselves behind the trophy cabinet. Albert spoke rapidly to the other three. First, let us create the illusion that no one is here for Malfoy and his entourage. Then, when they begin to feel suspicious or are about to leave, we shall emerge from behind the shelves, laughing loudly at them. This way, we can frighten them half to death before the duel officially commences. What a splendid idea! Exclaimed Harry and Ron in unison, nodding enthusiastically at Albert's words. Hermione hesitated for a moment but ultimately joined the other three, taking refuge behind a row of trophy display cases. Soon, Malfoy and his two hulking cronies cautiously entered the trophy room. Strange, why is there no one here? Malfoy remarked, surveying the room with a hint of confusion. It shouldn't be the case. Those two are quite impulsive. Even if they were frightened, they would still come over. Who knows? Crabbe shrugged. Perhaps they are so terrified that they've forgotten they are Gryffindor lions, now hiding in their dormitories, too afraid to show their faces. Indeed. It's fortunate, Draco, that you didn't inform Filch about this, Goyle chimed in, who had been relatively quiet until now. If he knew Potter and Weasley were supposed to be here to steal something tonight, but didn't come because of fear, then we would be the ones in trouble. Why fret? There are still 6 or 7 minutes until midnight. Malfoy waved his hand impatiently. Maybe if we wait a few more minutes, those two fools will show up. At Malfoy's words, Albert gestured to the other three, leading them to emerge from behind the trophy display. Ha ha. The Slytherin snakes are not only cowardly, but also quite cunning, he proclaimed loudly as he walked out. Startled by the sudden voices and the sight of 4 figures emerging from behind the display, Malfoy and his companions cursed and quickly retreated towards the door. Ha ha. Look at your terrified expressions. How can you still claim we are the timid ones? Ron laughed heartily, pointing at the pale, trembling Malfoy and his companions, who had backed up to the entrance of the trophy room. Malfoy, what a disgrace. Not only did you issue a duel challenge and then back out, but you also tried to sneakily report us. You are truly embarrassing your Slytherin house, Harry mocked loudly. I believe we should share tonight's events with more people, so everyone can see what kind of character your Slytherin snakes possess. Shut up, you, Malfoy shouted, his bravado faltering as he drew his wand and charged at Harry. How curious I am to see what powerful spell you can conjure now, Harry sneered, rather than appearing like a muggle thug wielding a stick. It would be far more fitting to use something magical, resembling a true duel among wizards. With that, Harry swiftly unwrapped the parchment Albert had given him earlier and, with a vigorous flick of the latter half, sent the enchanted object, a hand that could not escape, hurtling towards Malfoy's head with a whistling sound. You scoundrel! You're resorting to sneak attacks, Malfoy yelled, attempting to dodge, but he was moving too quickly, and the distance between him and Harry was minimal. Just as he managed to turn his head, the hand struck him squarely on the left cheek. Malfoy cried out in pain, reaching to grasp the object that had slapped his face, only to be astonished as a dark shadow zipped past him and vanished without a trace. In truth, besides Albert, the others in the trophy room wore expressions of bewilderment and shock. They could not comprehend what had just struck Malfoy, and then disappeared so instantaneously. Chapter 44, The Collapse of Malfoy. Albert, what was that thing you just gave me? Harry inquired curiously, glancing back at the shadow that had struck Malfoy before vanishing. It felt like it wasn't a bird. It was rather hard, and didn't move like an animal. Haha. Who said something that flies must be a bird or some kind of creature? Albert chuckled as he patted Harry on the shoulder. This is the prototype of a new device I have just created, and Draco has been fortunate enough to become the first human tester. What? You have developed a new device? Harry exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in astonishment at Albert's words. You couldn't possibly have completed a product from the No Escape series so quickly, could you? Indeed, it is a product from the No Escape series. I have named it the Hand of No Escape. Albert nodded slightly. The effective duration of this particular attack is approximately 12 days. So for the foreseeable future, Malfoy can look forward to indulging in a rather unique massage experience. As Albert's words fell, the elusive hand, which seemed impossible to escape, suddenly reappeared behind Malfoy, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. Damn it, who attacked me? Malfoy exclaimed, rubbing his swollen left cheek while remaining wary of another potential ambush from Harry. Just then, he felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. He roared in anger and spun around, but in the next moment, Malfoy swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. He quickly reached for the nearby crystal display case for support, using his other hand to gingerly massage the spot that had just been struck. The force of that sudden blow had indeed been substantial, nearly knocking him unconscious. However, his current state was hardly better than being unconscious. Malfoy felt the world spinning rapidly around him, with countless stars swirling before his eyes, while the surrounding environment grew increasingly surreal. The only reality seemed to be the throbbing pain radiating from the back of his head. Seeing Malfoy's condition, Crabbe and Goyle rushed to support him. "You three. Don't worry about me," Malfoy said after a brief pause. "I'm fine. I just feel a bit dizzy after that hit. Those boys must have something sinister up their sleeves. You two need to be cautious and go teach them a lesson. Make sure they reveal what they used to ambush me. Are you really okay? You look terrible," Crabbe said with concern. "Maybe we should head back. I feel like Potter is up to something. We can deal with him in the daylight. Don't be ridiculous." Malfoy weakly retorted, "Could you muster a bit more courage? They're just a bunch of cowards who wouldn't dare to show their wands. They probably can't even cast a decent spell. They just caught me off guard with some bizarre trick. You two can definitely take them down." But before Malfoy could finish his sentence, the elusive hand reappeared before him, striking him hard across the mouth. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the prize display room as Malfoy covered his mouth, incoherently roaring in frustration. "You three, go beat those scoundrels. Make them hand over whatever they used to ambush me. Don't worry, we'll take care of it," Crabbe and Goyle shouted, raising their fists and preparing to charge towards Albert and his companions. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from the corridor, accompanied by Filch's excited voice. "Ah, wonderful. Students causing a ruckus in the middle of the night. I will catch you little rascals and ensure you are adequately punished." At the sound of Filch's voice, the 7 individuals in the display room froze in place. Even Malfoy, who had been muttering with his mouth covered, held his breath, pressing his hand against his mouth more tightly. Just then, the elusive hand appeared above Malfoy's head once again and struck down with force. With a dull thud, Malfoy cried out in pain, and the next moment, he broke down in tears. "This is too much. It's utterly humiliating. Our proud Draco Malfoy, having never endured such indignity before, is being struck repeatedly without knowing the source of the attack or when it will cease." At that moment, Filch burst into the prize display room, while Albert and his companions simultaneously made their escape through a small door on the other side. "Hey, you little brats, don't run," Filch bellowed, intent on pursuing Albert and the others. However, after just a few strides, he caught sight of Malfoy and his companions hiding in the shadows. There are 3 more little miscreants," Filch cackled, shifting direction to charge at the trio lurking in the shadows. "Run, quickly. You two help me," Malfoy urged Crabbe and Goyle in a panic. "I'm feeling incredibly dizzy and can't run fast on my own." To his shock and anger, Crabbe and Goyle, either out of sheer fright or some other reason, dashed past Filch and fled from the display room. Malfoy watched in despair as Filch approached him with a sinister grin. Drowning in a sense of hopelessness, given his current state, escape seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 45, The Three-Headed Dog Part 1, unaware that Filch had remained in the prize display room to capture Malfoy. Albert and his companions ran from the display room without paying attention to their direction, making their way along the corridor towards the right side of the castle's 4th floor. Panting, "We have come quite a distance. Do you think Filch will give up the chase? Perhaps we should rest here a moment. I'm truly out of breath," Ron suggested quietly as they reached the far right side of the 4th floor. "All right, let us take a short break here." Albert nodded thoughtfully, then gradually came to a halt. "We have traveled quite a distance. It is highly unlikely that Furk will pursue us. He is probably off chasing after Malfoy and his companions. I can't help but anticipate how Malfoy will appear when we see him tomorrow." After a brief pause for rest, allowing everyone's breaths to steady, Harry suddenly remarked with a grin, "I am certain he will take a leave of absence." Ron shrugged dismissively and replied, "That fellow has likely turned into quite the pig, and according to what Albert just mentioned, that relentless prank will continue to pursue him. Before the device malfunctions, Malfoy will probably confine himself to his dormitory, hiding under his blanket." Upon envisioning this scene, he let out a stifled laugh. "Albert, do you think the power of the device you created is perhaps excessive?" Hermione interjected with a note of concern. "From what I observed earlier, Malfoy was nearly knocked unconscious. Such a perilous prank item, Could it seriously violate school regulations, or even the law? It is unlikely to the extent of being illegal. Albert smiled and shook his head. The multitude of legal loopholes established by the Ministry of Magic is not nearly as stringent, and strictly speaking, my unescapable hand cannot be classified as a prank device. It ought to be defined as an alchemical product with a certain degree of offensive capability. According to my current plans, the unescapable hand will not be sold indiscriminately to ordinary underage wizards. Oh, that is reassuring. I thought you might market the unescapable hand like glue bombs, selling it to everyone. Hermione sighed in relief upon hearing Albert's explanation. Just then, the classroom door directly opposite Albert and his companions suddenly swung open with a loud creak, and a shadow tumbled out from within. Oh no, how unfortunate to encounter Peeves, Ron muttered under his breath, his brow furrowed. Before his words could fully settle, Peeves erupted into a high-pitched shriek. For insufferable first-year brats roaming the castle at this hour. Someone come and capture them. Please, Peeves. Could you refrain from shouting? Your racket will get us expelled, Harry pleaded quietly. Naughty, naughty. Such a bothersome bunch of little rascals. Rest assured, you shall be caught. Peeves continued to cackle, ignoring Harry's entreaty. That won't happen. It certainly won't, as long as you don't betray us, Peeves. We beg you, Harry urged, his voice anxious. If only you would cease this incessant shouting, we would be fine. Oh no, I must inform Filch. It is imperative. Peeves exclaimed excitedly, doing somersaults in midair. This is for your own good, you know? For mischievous, rule-breaking little imps. Get away, Peeves, Ron shouted, throwing a punch at the poltergeist. Calm down, Ron, Albert quickly cautioned. But his warning evidently came too late. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Ron's fist had already struck the mischievous Pippi, an action that thoroughly incensed the creature. Students are awake, students are awake. Pippi suddenly began to shout furiously. Albert felt that, in the stillness of the night, his voice could echo throughout much of the castle. There are 4 students awake, sneaking about for a midnight adventure, right here in the corridor of the 4th floor charms classroom. Someone hurry and apprehend them. Oh no, we must flee. Albert quickly uttered a phrase, then bent down to evade the mischievous creature, leading the other 3 as they began to sprint desperately down the corridor. However, after a short distance, they realized they had reached the end of the hallway, with no passage to other areas save for a small door on the side that was firmly locked. What shall we do now? Hermione asked anxiously. Should they take the chance while no one was pursuing them and rush back the way they came, or remain here and devise a way to unlock the barred door? I fear we may have no choice but to stay here, came the solemn conclusion. Albert chuckled wryly and shook his head. Earlier, I refrained from mentioning to you all that as we departed the communal lounge, I took a deliberate glance back at the portrait of the fat lady. It was conspicuously empty. She must have gone to pay a visit to another portrait. Even if fortune favors us, and we manage to flee swiftly before being apprehended by the professors or Filch, reaching the portrait hole does not guarantee our safe return to Gryffindor Tower. In fact, the perils we might face could be even greater. Very well. I shall attempt to see if I can unlock this door. After Albert finished speaking, Hermione nodded and, feeling somewhat anxious, drew her wand. She gently tapped the lock twice while quietly uttering the incantation Alohomora. In the next moment, accompanied by a distinct click, Hermione's spell successfully unlocked the door, much to the astonishment of the other 3. However, at that very instant, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the corridor. This is not good. Someone is already on our trail. We must hurry inside. Albert furrowed his brow and muttered softly, then drew forth his wand, decisively pushing open the small wooden door before the other 3 could react. Although he was aware that the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, was likely restrained, he nonetheless readied himself to cast a spell at a moment's notice. With a soft creak, the door at the end of the corridor swung open, and the 4 of them swiftly slipped inside. Just as they secured the door behind them, they heard Filch's voice echoing from the corridor outside. Peeves, where did those students who sneaked out for a midnight jaunt run off to? Chapter 46, The 3-Headed Dog, Part 2. Upon hearing Filch's exceedingly eager voice from the corridor, the tension among Albert and his companions intensified. They hoped that Peeves would once again manage to thwart Filch's efforts. Ron pressed his ear against the crack of the door, murmuring in anticipation, "Which way did those little rascals run, Peeves?" Soon, Filch's excited chatter resonated once more in the corridor. "Hurry, tell me quickly. You ought to say please." Peeves replied in a sing-song, mocking tone. "Enough of your nonsense, Peeves. Just tell me." Filch snapped impatiently. "Where on earth did those little brats go? If you don't say please, I won't tell you a thing. Peeves continued to respond in his peculiar, half-sung manner. Fine, fine. Filch sighed, exasperated yet somewhat annoyed. Then please enlighten me. Peeves. Know nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Even if you say please, I still know nothing. Ha ha ha. Peeves cackled gleefully, zipping away down the corridor. Damn that Peeves. The headmaster should really expel you from the castle. Filch muttered under his breath, knowing he had no recourse against Peeves. He reluctantly began to search the corridor slowly. I hope Filch believes this door is locked, so he won't think we could possibly be hiding behind it, Harry whispered eagerly. As Harry had hoped, Filch reached the end of the corridor and turned back, grumbling as he retraced his steps. Haha, excellent, Harry exclaimed with excitement. Filch truly didn't suspect we would be concealing ourselves behind this door. He would never imagine anyone would dare to hide here. Albert suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. What does it mean? Why does he think that no one would hide here? Hermione asked, somewhat perplexed. It's quite simple. This is the corridor at the far right of the 4th floor, the very one Professor Dumbledore warned all students against entering during the opening feast. What? This is the corridor at the far right of the 4th floor? Upon hearing Albert's words, the expressions of the other three shifted dramatically, and they almost simultaneously turned to look behind them. The corridor was long and dimly lit at its depths, but near the entrance, a window allowed silvery moonlight to filter in, illuminating the section close to the entrance and revealing a massive 3-headed black dog just a few meters away from the group. The reason it was still referred to as a dog was due to its canine appearance, yet its size was truly extraordinary when it stood. Its 3 heads nearly grazed the ceiling, and its body filled the narrow corridor space. At that moment, the 3 pairs of eyes belonging to the creature were fixed menacingly on Albert and his companions, while its 3 noses twitched in their direction. The gaping maws of the 3 heads were slightly ajar, large droplets of saliva dripping from the corners of their mouths, creating a scene both revolting and terrifying. As Hermione, Harry, and Ron were momentarily frozen in shock, the 3 throats of the beast emitted low, rumbling growls. Run quick! This monster will eat us alive! Harry shouted in sheer terror, frantically searching for the doorknob behind him. There's no need to be overly concerned. If you look closely, you'll see that the creature is actually chained. At this moment, Albert, the only one among them who seemed relatively calm, spoke up. What? This monster is chained? Harry trembled as he asked, continuing his frantic search for the door handle. Indeed, it is bound by chains, Hermione replied, her voice quivering. She was the only one among the 3, aside from Albert, who dared to observe the 3-headed dog closely. Regardless of whether it is chained or not, we should leave swiftly. Even if it can't reach us, just the sight of this creature is enough to make me feel faint, Ron said, a mix of fear and discomfort in his tone. Wait, what is that under the dog's feet? Just as Harry found the doorknob and prepared to turn it swiftly to escape the corridor, Hermione asked curiously in a hushed tone. What? Under the dog's feet? Harry paused his action and followed Hermione's pointing finger. I noticed it earlier. It appears to be a trapdoor. Before Harry and Ron could get a clear view of it, Albert spoke directly. If I am not mistaken, this 3-headed dog is guarding something. Whatever it is guarding doesn't concern us, Ron said dismissively. I believe it's time for us to leave this dreadful place. With that, he turned the doorknob and quickly pulled open the wooden door leading to the corridor outside, taking the lead as he stepped through. Whether it was due to sheer luck or the fact that Filch and the patrolling professors were distracted by Malfoy and his cronies, Albert and his friends encountered no further troubles on their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Not even a ghost or Filch's cat, Mrs. Norris. I truly cannot fathom what could possibly require such a beast to guard it, Albert remarked as the 4 of them collapsed into the armchairs upon their return to the common room. After resting for a while, Ron grumbled, well, obviously, it must be something very precious and important. Hermione shrugged. I do have a theory about what that guarded item might be. After a brief moment of silence, Harry suddenly spoke thoughtfully. What theory? Do share. Albert, lounging comfortably in his chair, smiled as he inquired. His spirits were quite high, as the main plot of the year was finally about to unfold. I previously mentioned that when Hagrid took me to Gringotts, he not only visited my vault but also a high-security vault numbered 713, Harry began to recount. He told me then that if one wished to hide something, Gringotts was the safest place in the world, aside from Hogwarts, of course. So you suspect that the 3-headed dog is guarding something that Hagrid retrieved from Gringotts? Hermione asked, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, that is precisely my thought, Harry affirmed with a nod. when we went to the vault numbered 713 to retrieve that small package. Hagrid mentioned it was a task assigned to him by Professor Dumbledore, which clearly indicates he was to bring that package back to Hogwarts. Did Hagrid divulge any additional information about the contents of that package? Ron inquired eagerly. No, Hagrid told me nothing, Harry replied with a hint of frustration. All I know is that the package was quite small, just over 2 inches in length, and not particularly regular in shape, but beyond that, I know nothing. Well, this is not something we need to concern ourselves with, Hermione replied, shaking her head as she stood from her chair. We simply need to remember to avoid entering the far right corridor of the 4th floor in the future. The rest is not something we first-year students should be privy to or worry about. Additionally, it is quite late. I must return to the dormitory to sleep. If you don't want to be late, it would be wise for you all to head back and rest as well. Upon finishing her words, she turned and swiftly ascended the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory. For a while, life resumed its tranquil pace. However, the occasional minor incidents prevented Albert from feeling an overwhelming sense of monotony. On Saturday morning, Harry received a small note from Hagrid, inviting him and his friends to visit the little hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest in the afternoon. This would be Harry and Ron's second visit to Hagrid, while it marked the first for Albert and Hermione. Hagrid greeted Albert with great warmth, regaling him with amusing anecdotes about his father, Edmund Wells, which revealed a close friendship between Edmund and Hagrid during their time at Hogwarts. In fact, Hagrid had once clandestinely taken Edmund deep into the Forbidden Forest to gather ingredients for potions and alchemy. The four of them enjoyed afternoon tea in Hagrid's cozy abode, during which Albert discovered a torn half of the Daily Prophet on a corner of the table. The article detailed the robbery that occurred at Gringotts on July 31st. He showed the fragment to Harry, who then attempted to extract further information about the mysterious package in Vault 713 from Hagrid. However, it became evident that Hagrid's discretion was not so easily breached. Despite their best efforts, Harry and Albert could glean little of substance from him. I fail to comprehend why you are so fixated on uncovering the nature of the creature guarding that vault, Hermione remarked, somewhat exasperated, as they made their way back to the castle. Well, a touch of curiosity is quite normal, I assent it. Harry chuckled, recalling the terrifying 3-headed dog they had encountered in the castle. It would be unnatural not to be curious. Nevertheless, Harry and Ron's intrigue about what the 3-headed dog was guarding did not last long, as the scant information they possessed left them with little to go on. Relying solely on wild imagination or strenuous speculation could yield no fruitful results. Moreover, as the first-year students began to acclimate to the rigors of life at Hogwarts, their professors seemingly conspired to simultaneously increase their academic burdens. Consequently, Harry and Ron found themselves with scant time or energy to ponder the enigmatic beast. Currently, the students' favorite class was Professor Bin's History of Magic, perhaps more accurately described as a course in hypnotism, where one could safely doze off without fear of losing points or facing detention. Wonderful. This afternoon, we finally have History of Magic, Ron exclaimed, munching on his lunch while glancing at the schedule beside him. I hope the last class on the final day of October bodes well for us. Perhaps next month, our workload will lighten a bit. He forked a large, golden brown piece of fried chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Wait a moment, the last day of October. Albert suddenly recalled, hastily finishing his steak and casually muttering about a product trial he had forgotten to conduct. He then rose from the Gryffindor table and hurriedly left the hall. Thank goodness Ron mentioned that today is the last day of October. As Albert ran, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief as he murmured to himself. If Ron hadn't reminded him, he would have missed out on this month's promotional discount in the system's marketplace. Soon, Albert arrived at the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle, a place he typically used for experiments. System, please direct me to the monthly discount section, he urged anxiously in his mind after ensuring the door was securely shut. In the next moment, a translucent system panel appeared before him. However, Albert felt somewhat disheartened to find that the October discount section featured only 4 items. The trio of unforgivable curses was being offered as a package for 100 system points, down from the original price of 1,000 points. A compilation of lethal poison recipes was available for 1,000 points, reduced from 10,000 points. Advanced alchemy was listed at 100,000 points, down from a staggering 1,000 points. Finally, a unique intermediate spell mystery box was priced at 1,000 points, originally 10,000 points. Chapter 48, the imprisoning cage system. It's quite evident that you want me to purchase the mystery box. After reviewing the newly refreshed items in the monthly discount section, Albert rolled his eyes dramatically and vented his frustrations to the system in his mind. Ding. The host can opt to purchase advanced alchemy. Oh, my apologies. I seem to have forgotten that the host has yet to earn such wealth and lacks sufficient system points. Alas, there seems to be no solution for this predicament. The host's financial woes must be resolved independently. The system is powerless in this regard. As soon as Albert's words fell, a somewhat cheeky voice from the system echoed within his mind. What the devil? When did your mouth become so insolent? Upon hearing the system's remarks, Albert could not restrain himself and let out a curse. Yet, the very next moment, his expression darkened even further as the system's notification sound resounded again in his mind, this time with a languid tone. Ding. Civilized communication is everyone's responsibility. This system maintains a zero-tolerance policy towards any malicious insults or personal attacks. In light of the host's recent derogatory remarks towards the system, 10 system points will be deducted as a warning. The current system points stand at 5110. Well, I see you mean business, system. Albert forcibly suppressed the urge to curse and casually clicked to purchase the unique spell-blind box offered by the beginner's system. However, he stood in place for quite some time without hearing the anticipated system notification indicating the successful opening of the blind box. What is going on? What is the system dawdling about? Albert, somewhat irked, pondered in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have struck extraordinary luck, successfully opening a blind box and acquiring a unique spell from the system, valued at 10,000 system points. Celestial Cage. This time, the system's voice noticeably adopted a tone of discontent, hastily concluding its announcement before thrusting a plethora of information into Albert's consciousness. Fortune shifts with the tides. This blind box was conjured by the system itself, so you cannot blame me. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Albert reveled in delight, chuckling heartily in his mind. Spending 1,000 system points to obtain a spell worth 10,000 points. How fortunate am I? Alas, I feel somewhat embarrassed to accept such a boon, yet there is no choice. Having transmitted the information about the celestial cage into my mind, it is unavoidable that I must embrace it, albeit reluctantly. With that, Albert produced his wand and, directing it at a dilapidated desk nearby, lazily uttered, Celestial Cage. In an instant, accompanied by a flash of white light, a cage over a meter tall and nearly a meter in length and width, forged from iron, ensnared the rickety desk. Goodness, this is remarkably impressive. Observing the colossal iron cage that enveloped the desk, Albert clicked his tongue in awe. The bars of the cage, constructed from steel rods about the thickness of a pinky finger, glimmered ominously, emanating a formidable aura of intimidation. Albert strode forward briskly, raising his hand to strike the surface of the iron cage with considerable force. To his dismay, the entire structure remained impervious, exhibiting not even a discernible vibration. While his own palm throbbed with discomfort from the impact, Albert took a step back and, facing the iron cage before him, delivered a forceful kick. In the next instant, a dull thud resonated through the somewhat empty classroom, followed by a sharp cry from Albert. Goodness gracious, Merlin's moldy old slippers, how can this thing be so sturdy? Even a cage forged from steel shouldn't be this unyielding. He clutched his foot, rubbing it incessantly while lamenting loudly. I am truly determined to have a showdown with this iron cage today. After a brief moment, Albert straightened up and approached the pile of clutter in the corner of the classroom, beginning to search meticulously. Alas, all I find are wooden furnishings. Can't there be something more suitable as a weapon? He murmured to himself while rummaging through various heaps of debris. At last I found it. There is a hammer here. Approximately 5 minutes later, Albert emerged with a certain excitement, having pulled out a somewhat rusty hammer, its handle adorned with large patches of mold, from a dilapidated storage cabinet in the corner. This is it. I refuse to believe that with this hammer, I won't be able to reshape that cage. Albert, filled with excitement, briskly returned to the side of the iron cage, gripping a hammer tightly. He took a deep breath, summoned all his strength, and swung the hammer forcefully towards the center of the cage's bars. With a resounding crash, the rusty hammer struck the massive iron cage summoned by Albert through the spell of the celestial prison. Albert, filled with a sense of exhilaration, set the hammer down on the ground beside him and began to examine the condition of the iron cage. To his astonishment and disappointment, He found that the surface of the cage bore no marks whatsoever from the hammer's strike. It was evident that this cage, summoned by the celestial prison spell and seemingly forged from steel, was composed of a material far beyond ordinary iron. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for such a formidable hammer to leave no trace after a vigorous blow. The capability of the celestial prison spell to conjure such a fearsome cage left Albert thoroughly satisfied. Yet, the failure to deform the cage with the hammer ignited an inexplicable competitive spirit within him. Gripping the heavy hammer once more, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to strike the iron cage repeatedly. After a brief interlude, during which he mistakenly referenced a different scene, he found himself gazing at the ground where the hammer's handle had splintered into two segments. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he rubbed his now sore arms. Meanwhile, the surface of the immense metallic cage before him continued to shimmer with a chilling light. Reminiscent of the moment it was first summoned, Albert took a brief respite, waiting for the soreness in his arm to subside before he once again retrieved his wand from the pocket of his robe. With a swift gesture towards the metallic cage before him, a faint white light flickered, and in the next moment, the cage vanished without a trace, leaving even the dust-laden floor untouched. Chapter 49. The Terrifying World of Correction. Albert, in the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle, diligently experimented with the falling cage spell more than 10 times. Only after mastering the summoning of cages of various sizes did he finally cease his endeavors. Indeed, this spell, valued at 10,000 system points, proved to be extraordinarily practical. It served not only as an offensive weapon but also as a means of defense. Moreover, it could be cleverly employed as a prank tool or a pivotal spell among offensive spells. Even considering the recent expenditure of 100 system points, investing 10,000 system points to acquire the falling cage spell would undoubtedly yield a profit. However, to utilize the falling cage as the centerpiece of a prank, further enhancements are necessary. At the very least, the metal bars of the cage must be altered to fine wire, and adjustments to the spell's activation duration are essential. As Albert pondered how to exploit the sudden confinement to earn a bit of pocket money, he hummed an indiscernible tune while stepping out of the abandoned classroom he had repurposed as a laboratory. Despite the impending Halloween Eve, the afternoon's classes had proceeded without interruption. Much like in the original novel, Professor Flitwick had tasked the students in their charms class with attempting to levitate a feather or their desks. Indeed, it was a feather and a desk. To be precise, Albert, renowned as a prodigious talent, was seldom held to the same standards as ordinary students by his professors. Thus, during this charms lesson, while others practiced with feathers, Professor Flitwick demanded Albert to levitate his desk, maneuvering it swiftly between the students' heads and the classroom ceiling without allowing it to collide with the walls or ceiling. Upon hearing this extensive list of demands, Albert's previously relaxed demeanor transformed into one of dismay. Each individual requirement was not particularly daunting. However, combined, they posed a formidable challenge, even for someone like Albert, who had already mastered the fundamentals of charms. As Albert captured the attention of his peers, Hermione did not, as in the original narrative, focus on Ron's mispronunciations or misplaced accents during his spellcasting. Once Albert began practicing the levitation charm, Hermione devoted at least 80% of her attention to him. Even as Seymour Finnegan ignited his feather in flames towards the end of the lesson, failing to divert her focus. After charms class concluded, the first-year students of Gryffindor hurried to the underground classroom for their care of magical creatures lesson. Indeed, the class had ceased to be referred to as potions ever since Madame Pomfrey began instructing the first-year students on the use of magical bandages and how to dress various peculiar wounds. The once tedious, monotonous, and occasionally nauseating care class had decisively eclipsed Professor Quirrel's defense against the dark arts class, becoming the most loathed course among all Hogwarts students. Without exception, however, today was somewhat unique, despite Madame Pomfrey's lesson being no different from previous ones. Equally dull, tedious, and off-putting, the anticipation for the forthcoming Halloween feast lightened the students' perception, making the lesson seem less unbearable. Ah, it's over. It's finally over. All classes for this month have concluded. As the students ascended the stairs from the underground classroom back into the bright entrance hall, Ron stretched widely and exclaimed in excitement, "I can hardly wait for tonight's Halloween feast. I've often heard Fred and George say that Hogwarts Halloween feast is always a grand affair. I wonder what this year's will be like." With that, he led the way, brimming with enthusiasm towards the great hall. "Oh no, my stomach suddenly aches. Perhaps I indulged a bit too much in the cold pudding during lunch. and now I'm feeling queasy. As they entered the hall, Hermione abruptly clutched her stomach. Her brow furrowed and her expression pained. You all go ahead to the feast. I need to make a quick trip to the restroom. With that, she turned and hurriedly exited the hall. Tonight, the Great Hall of Hogwarts was adorned in the festive spirit of Halloween. Thousands of bats flitted swiftly between the students and the ceiling. Additionally, hundreds of bats swirled above the 4 house tables, forming shapes reminiscent of dark clouds. Thousands of floating jack-o'-lanterns, illuminated by candles, cast a bright glow throughout the hall. Most of the students engaged in excited chatter. However, Albert appeared somewhat disinterested. In truth, ever since Hermione had rushed away, his brow had remained slightly furrowed, his expression one of concern. Alas, the terrifying rectitude of this world. Albert sighed inwardly with a sense of resignation, casually spearing a hot dog and placing it onto the plate before him. He felt both helpless and anxious. Although his presence had prevented Hermione from succumbing to despair over Ron, leading her to the girls' restroom for a secret cry, she had inadvertently consumed something unsuitable, resulting in an abrupt bout of stomach trouble before the banquet. If Albert's instincts were correct, Hermione had likely dashed into the restroom where the troll would soon make its entrance. What is wrong, Albert? You seem somewhat off, Harry finally remarked. Noticing the peculiar expression on Albert's face, he set down the half-peeled baked potato and inquired softly with evident concern. I'm not sure, but I can't shake this ominous feeling. Albert shook his head gently and replied in a hushed tone, do not let your guard down too much. I have a lingering sense that something ominous may transpire this evening. What? Harry and Ron exclaimed, their eyes widening in astonishment at Albert's words. Chapter 50, Seeking Hermione. I cannot be entirely certain, yet such premonitions seldom arise within me. Albert furrowed his brow and whispered, so it's better to be cautious. My sixth sense is usually quite accurate, but what unexpected events could occur at Hogwarts? Ron, indifferent, forked a piece of fruit pie and stuffed it into his mouth. Continuing to speak somewhat incomprehensibly, with Dumbledore around, Hogwarts is undoubtedly the safest place in the world. Nothing bad could possibly happen. However, before Ron could finish his sentence, the grand doors of the hall were suddenly flung open, and Quirrell stumbled in, appearing extremely disheveled. His face was as pale as a sheet, devoid of color, and his enormous turban was precariously askew on the back of his head, as if it might fall off at any moment. The once bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, with everyone turning to gaze at him, puzzled and unsure of what had transpired. Quirrell staggered to the side of the staff table, weakly leaning against it while gasping for breath, and in a terrified voice, he addressed Dumbledore, their S.A. troll. A troll in the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed to the floor, fainting instantly. A silence hung in the hall for nearly 2 seconds before the students reacted, erupting into a cacophony of screams. Fear was etched on the faces of most students. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave, as he raised his wand high. The tip of his wand emitted bursts of purple flame accompanied by a series of loud cracks. Observing Dumbledore's composed yet serious demeanor, the panicked students gradually quieted down. Heads of houses, please escort your students back to their dormitories or common rooms immediately. Once the hall regained its calm, Dumbledore spoke in a low and urgent tone. Follow me, and be careful not to get separated. No sooner had Dumbledore finished speaking than Percy sprang up from the Gryffindor table, calling out to the bewildered younger students, just stick close to me and don't run around. And you won't encounter any trouble, let alone a troll. Now, everyone follow behind me. Those in front, please make way for the younger students. Oh, pardon me. I am the prefect. Please clear a path. Soon, Percy led a group of first and second years swiftly through the crowd, ascending the stairs to the second floor of the castle. Albert, your sixth sense is truly remarkable, Harry said, looking at Albert with admiration. I never expected such a significant event to occur on Halloween Eve. But how did the troll even get into the castle? I believe I heard Hagrid mention that they only dwell in the Forbidden Forest. We have no idea, Ron shook his head. But trolls are not the most intelligent creatures. Who knows what whim led them to wander into the castle? Of course, it could be Peeves who let the troll in. Perhaps he wanted to add to the Halloween fright. Oh no, Hermione is probably still in the girls' bathroom. She has no idea that a troll has entered the castle. Just as they reached the second floor, Albert suddenly halted, turning to Harry and Ron with urgency. Hermione might be in grave danger. We must find her and quickly return to the Gryffindor common room. Right? How could we forget about Hermione? Harry exclaimed in frustration, slapping his forehead. But we don't even know where she is. There are so many girls' bathrooms in the castle, we can't possibly search them one by one. You need not worry about that. Finding Hermione should be relatively straightforward. As Albert spoke, he discreetly slipped away from the crowd alongside Harry and Ron while Percy was momentarily distracted. Given that Hermione was experiencing stomach troubles, it was likely she hastened to the restroom, without opting for a distant location. The first floor of the castle appeared devoid of any girls' restrooms, which meant she must have ventured to the second floor. We merely need to search a few girls' restrooms on that level. Sighing, Ron expressed his hope that upon hearing the sudden commotion within the castle, Hermione would recognize that something unusual had transpired and would voluntarily exit the restroom. I certainly do not wish to barge into the girls' restroom shouting. That would be rather, well, peculiar, he lamented. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor behind them. Oh no, it could be Percy. Perhaps he has realized that the three of us have stealthily departed the group, Ron murmured anxiously. He and Harry quickly tugged Albert aside, seeking refuge behind a suit of armor along the corridor. The footsteps approached rapidly, and soon they discerned the identity of the individual. To their astonishment, it was not Percy as they had presumed, but rather Severus Snape, clad in black robes, his brow furrowed, and his demeanor somewhat anxious. He strode past the suit of armor where the three students were concealed, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was being closely observed by three of his most detested pupils. Snape's pace was brisk. In a mere 10 seconds, he traversed the corridor and vanished around the corner ahead. Where could he be heading? After Snape's departure, the trio lingered for nearly half a minute before Harry finally dared to whisper a question. Hadn't he returned to Hogwarts prior to the feast? Why was he not with the other professors in the subterranean classroom? Who knows? Came the uncertain reply. Albert shook his head. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Our immediate priority was to locate Hermione. With that, he led the way down the corridor towards the nearest girls' restroom. I could hear Snape's footsteps, seemingly ascending to the fourth floor. Harry whispered, "Shoo, let us keep quiet for now." Suddenly, Albert made a gesture for silence, his expression anxious. "Do you smell that?" he asked in a hushed tone. Chapter 51. The Troll was thus resolved. Part 1. I seem to detect a rather peculiar stench, Albert remarked. Upon hearing his words, both Harry and Ron took a deep sniff, their brows furrowing in unison. This odor does not resemble that of the restroom, Ron murmured in bewilderment. Indeed. It was not the scent one would expect from a lavatory. Albert nodded grimly. If I am not mistaken, this must be the scent of a troll. What? The scent of a troll? Upon hearing Albert's words, Harry and Ron appeared utterly astonished. Almost in unison they inquired. But didn't Quirrel just mention that the troll was in the dungeon classroom? How could it have ascended so swiftly? Who knows why that creature would venture upstairs? Albert shrugged. However, we must hasten our pace. Let us hope the troll does not wander into the girls' restroom where Hermione is. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the trio heard a deep growl and the sound of immense footsteps dragging across the floor, emanating from a nearby location. The troll appeared to be lurking over there. Harry, nervously raising his hand, pointed towards a corridor ahead and said, his voice trembling, "But that leads to the girls' restroom." Ron swallowed hard, his face now ashen. "Quickly, we must proceed. Based on my earlier deductions, the girls' restroom Hermione has gone to is most likely the one just ahead." Albert spoke rapidly, then dashed down the corridor ahead, bathed in the moonlight filtering through the windows along the corridor. Albert and his companions soon beheld a colossal figure looming in the distance. They all gasped simultaneously. After all, the sight of such a creature was undeniably terrifying. By Albert's estimation, the beast before them stood at least 12 feet tall. Its skin appeared dull and lifeless, resembling a deep gray stone. The creature's body was immense, yet it bore a comically small head, bald and resembling a coconut, perched atop its broad shoulders. Despite its massive form, its legs were short and stout, akin to two thick tree stumps. Clutching a long wooden stick, the creature dragged it along the floor, producing a cacophony of clattering sounds. The foul stench that had assailed Albert and his friends emanated from this very beast, were it not for the need to rescue Hermione. Albert vowed he would never venture within 10 meters of such a monstrosity. The creature moved slowly down the corridor and soon came to a halt before a tightly shut wooden door. It hesitated for a moment, shaking its small head from side to side, before turning abruptly and, with a resounding crash, smashed through the door before it. The key is hanging on the doorknob. We can lock the creature in that room. Harry whispered excitedly. Lock it. That's the girls' restroom. Albert rolled his eyes in exasperation, then sprang into action, leading the charge into the girls' restroom just as the giant creature had entered. Simultaneously, terrified screams echoed from within. Hermione was indeed inside. We must hurry to assist Albert, Harry shouted, grasping Ron and following closely behind Albert into the restroom. Upon their entrance, the trio beheld a pale-faced Hermione, curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. The giant, with its lengthy wooden club in hand, was slowly advancing towards the corner where Hermione was hiding. However, in its excitement upon spotting its prey, the creature failed to watch where it was going. After just a couple of steps, its side collided with the restroom's sink, dislodging it from the wall and causing the giant to stumble awkwardly to the side, nearly toppling over. This incident incited the giant's fury. It let out a furious roar and swung its club down viciously upon the already toppled sink. With a resounding crash, the sink shattered into countless pieces, debris scattering in all directions, transforming the restroom into utter chaos. "What are you three doing here? You must flee at once." Hermione, still quaking in the corner, finally noticed Albert and the others bursting into the restroom. With a mixture of fear and urgency, she shouted at them, "This creature is a troll. It will take your lives. Foolish girl, what will happen to you if we run away? We came here to rescue you." Albert waved at Hermione and then drew his wand from the pocket of his robe. "You three just watch. I shall handle this foolish and clumsy giant." He called out to Hermione, Harry, and Ron. With a forceful flourish of his wand directed at the troll, he cried out, "Cage of the Heavens." Accompanied by Albert's fierce shout, a massive metallic cage, slightly taller than the troll and nearly 2 meters in length and width, materialized instantaneously within the girls' restroom, ensnaring the troll within its confines. "Wow, that's so cool," Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison. "Now, for a short while, the troll should be unable to break free from this iron cage. We must hurry to inform the professors and resolve this predicament," Hermione urged, her voice urgent as she steadied herself against the wall and slowly rose to her feet, then staggered towards Albert and the others. "What professors are you looking for? It's just a troll. How difficult can it be to handle?" Albert smiled and waved his hand, then retrieved 4 or 5 explosive devices from the inner pocket of his robe, casually tossing them into a nearby metallic cage. Albert, what are you intending to do? Surely, you do not mean to use those glue bombs, such a whimsical prank, to immobilize that terrifying creature, do you?" Ron inquired, bewildered by Albert's actions. "Congratulations. You are correct." Albert chuckled as he patted Ron on the shoulder. "However, do not underestimate the prank devices I have crafted. For sometimes you may discover that the distinction between my jesting contraptions and those meant for combat is not as pronounced as one might think." Chapter 52. The Troll is thus resolved. Part 2. But did you not witness the sheer strength of this creature? Upon hearing Albert's words, Ron remained somewhat incredulous. Just moments ago, it merely brushed against that pool, yet the water basin was violently dislodged from the wall. How could such a powerful troll possibly be hindered by a glue bomb? Before Ron could finish his thought, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. The troll's left foot had fortuitously landed upon a recently detonated glue bomb, and in the next instant, that foot was firmly affixed to the ground. Regardless of how fiercely the troll struggled, it could not budge its left foot even the slightest bit in its frantic attempts to free itself. Its right foot became ensnared by the invisible yet potent adhesive glued to the restroom floor. Coupled with the constraints of the descending cage, the troll was now rendered immobile, left to bellow in impotent fury. "Good heavens, your glue bomb is remarkably powerful." Ron was momentarily stunned, then expressed his admiration with fervor. "This is splendid. We can seize this opportunity to fetch the professors," Hermione exclaimed with exhilaration. "Oh, by the way, Albert, you must remain here, after all. The efficacy of the glue bomb lasts merely a minute, and the professors cannot possibly arrive within such a short span. Therefore, once that minute has elapsed, you will need to continue tossing glue bombs into the cage." "What a bother that would be." Albert chuckled and shook his head. "Once I manage to daze this behemoth, you can summon the professors without the need for such anxiety." "What? You intend to incapacitate this giant creature?" Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione, Harry, and Ron exclaimed almost in unison, regarding him with incredulous gazes. "Albert, have you lost your mind? This is a giant," Hermione remarked, her disbelief palpable. "Let us not even mention the 4 of us, mere first-year wizards. Even a quartet of ordinary adult wizards would find it exceedingly challenging to subdue a giant in a short span of time. The only ones capable of effortlessly dealing with such a formidable creature would likely be the professors at Hogwarts or the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. We all acknowledge your prodigious talent, but your current abilities cannot possibly rival those of the professors. Who says that one must possess immense power to daze a giant?" Albert chuckled softly, then waved his wand with a flourish, dispelling the descending cage enchantment that surrounded the giant. As a faint white light flickered, the metallic prison that ensnared the creature vanished instantaneously, prompting a chorus of terrified shrieks from Hermione and her companions. "Have you lost your mind, Albert? Why would you make that enormous cage disappear?" Ron exclaimed incredulously. "Without that iron enclosure, once the invisible adhesive from the glue bomb loses its potency, aren't we all doomed?" "There's no need to panic," Albert reassured them. "If I can summon that cage once, I can certainly conjure it a second time." Albert spoke calmly. "If we cannot incapacitate this behemoth, we can simply conjure another cage to contain it." With that, he raised his wand once more, this time aiming it solely at the wooden club held by the giant. "Wingardium Leviosa," he intoned. Albert let out a thunderous shout, simultaneously brandishing his wand with great force. In an instant, a brilliant flash of red light erupted, and the wooden club in the giant's grasp was violently wrenched from his hand, soaring upwards to hover just inches from the ceiling of the washroom. Witnessing this spectacle, Hermione and her companions gasped in astonishment, never having anticipated that the levitation spell could wield such formidable power. Albert nodded with satisfaction, then with a grand flourish, he forcefully waved his wand once more. In the next moment, the large wooden club, once belonging to the ogre, hurtled through the air at an astonishing speed, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, directly striking the ogre's small, bald head. The creature, upon hearing the sound of the wind, turned its head in confusion to the side. However, before it could fully rotate its head, the massive club came crashing down upon it, with a resounding thud. The ogre did not even have time to emit a cry of despair before it collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. The diminutive ogre was vanquished. Albert tucked his wand back into his pocket and smiled as he gently clapped his hands. Was the troll truly subdued so effortlessly? Hermione, Harry, and Ron paused in astonishment, and it was Hermione who, with an air of utter disbelief, stammered her inquiry. Indeed, dealing with a troll that had not yet reached full maturity was not as troublesome as one might imagine. Albert replied with a smile. The Achilles heel of a giant lies within its head. Typically, during battles with such formidable creatures, one must continuously evade their attacks, rendering it exceedingly difficult to land a precise spell on their cranium. Additionally, when attempting long-range strikes, the size of their heads makes accurate targeting quite challenging. However, our current situation is markedly different. With the assistance of glue bombs, this behemoth is immobilized, making it remarkably simple to incapacitate it. Had we not witnessed the entire process of you stunning the giant firsthand, one might easily be led to believe that such a perilous creature is rather manageable. Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle wryly and shake her head. To be frank, I find myself questioning whether you truly are an 11-year-old wizard. How could that be possible? Surely I am not some aged individual masquerading as a child. Albert shook his head with a smile. Yet inwardly he wiped away a cold sweat, compelled to concede that the young lady, Hermione, was indeed remarkably clever. Just then, a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the restroom. Moments later, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Quirrel, accompanied by a throng of other professors, rushed into the girls' restroom. Their faces were tense, and they were breathing heavily. However, upon witnessing the scene within, their reactions diverged completely. Quirrel gasped at the sight of the giant sprawled on the floor, promptly collapsing onto a nearby toilet. The pallor of his already ashen complexion deepened. Yet Albert caught a fleeting glimpse of astonishment and incredulity flitting across Quirrel's face. Chapter 53. Another substantial contribution to the house points. Alas, this fellow's performance skills still leave much to be desired. Amused by the brief expression of surprise on Quirrel's face, Albert silently chuckled to himself. However, the moment he beheld the extreme fury etched upon Professor McGonagall's visage, he could no longer find humor in the situation. To his recollection, he had never witnessed Professor McGonagall so consumed by rage. Her lips were nearly devoid of color, and her tightly clenched fingers trembled with indignation. Among the three, Professor Flitwick maintained a relatively calm demeanor. He furrowed his brow and hastily approached the giant, bending down to examine it closely. "What on earth are you four playing at?" Ignoring her colleagues, Professor McGonagall glared furiously at Albert and his companions, her voice quaking with anger. "Consider yourselves fortunate that you were not harmed by this creature today. Do you have any idea how perilous a troll is? Headmaster Dumbledore has ordered all students to return to the common room. So why, pray tell, are you still here? In the same room as a nearly mature troll?" "I'm sorry, Professor, this is all my—" Before Hermione could finish her sentence, Albert interjected. These are merely trivial matters. Are they not, Professor? He replied with remarkable composure, a smile gracing his lips. This is merely an immature troll, not particularly dangerous. Moreover, I happen to have numerous glue bombs on hand, so confronting this creature is hardly a daunting challenge for us. Besides, how could we, knowing a friend was in danger, simply abandon them and flee? Such behavior is unbecoming of a Gryffindor student, and certainly not the thoughts of a brave, kind-hearted, and just young wizard. Wouldn't you agree, Professor? Albert's eloquent speech, positioned atop a moral high ground, left Professor McGonagall momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, her expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, before she finally managed to ask, Wells, I hope you can adequately clarify the meaning of your previous statement. What do you mean by the notion that one must not turn a blind eye to a friend's peril? Who exactly encountered danger, and under what circumstances? If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I fear Gryffindor will forfeit its current standing at the top of the House Points leaderboard. Indeed, Professor, Hermione interjected before Albert could respond. This morning, I inadvertently indulged in too much cold pudding, which led to an unexpected stomach upset just before the Halloween feast. I urged Albert and the others to proceed to the feast while I hastily made my way to this restroom. However, just as I was beginning to feel better and was about to descend to join the festivities, a troll suddenly burst into the girls' restroom. Having read about such terrifying creatures in books, I was truly petrified when the troll appeared. Fortunately, Albert, Harry, and Ron arrived just in time. And with the aid of a glue bomb, Albert quickly subdued the troll, allowing us to escape safely. Her explanation was indeed reasonable. After hearing Hermione's account, Professor McGonagall nodded, her earlier anger visibly dissipating. Yet, a glimmer of curiosity remained in her eyes as she turned to Albert. Wells, how did you manage to incapacitate the troll? While the glue bomb may have immobilized it, trolls possess formidable defenses. Even a spell cast by many adult wizards would struggle to inflict significant harm. It was the levitation charm, my dear Professor McGonagall, a brilliant, powerful, and nearly impeccable levitation charm. Before Albert could elaborate, Professor Flitwick pointed to the large wooden club that had fallen to the side, originally wielded by the troll, and explained with a smile, Mr. Wells skillfully disarmed the troll by levitating the club from its grasp, then cleverly appropriated the troll's weapon for himself. With that very club, he struck a decisive blow to the troll's head, thus rendering the unfortunate creature unconscious. Mr. Wells' actions were nothing short of exemplary, a series of textbook maneuvers. If I were you, Minerva, I would award Gryffindor 50 points for Mr. Wells' ingenuity, courage, and unwavering loyalty to his friends. Indeed, that was commendable. Professor McGonagall replied with a smile, casting a look of approval toward Albert. However, 50 points may be a tad excessive. Therefore, I shall award Gryffindor 20 points for Mr. Wells' wisdom, bravery, and steadfast loyalty to his friends. Additionally, I recognize the commendable courage displayed by Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, and I shall grant each of you 10 points as well. Now, you four should promptly return to the common room. Your fellow Gryffindors are quite concerned for your safety. We shall handle this troll. Upon hearing that Professor McGonagall not only refrained from punishing them, but also generously awarded house points, Albert and his companions exhaled in relief. After bidding farewell to the three professors, they hastily exited the girls' restroom. Finally away from that dreadful place. Had I stayed any longer, I might have succumbed to the odor emanating from that troll, Ron exclaimed, taking a deep breath of the fresh air in the corridor. I am truly grateful to all of you for thinking of me in such a perilous situation, Hermione said, looking appreciatively at Albert and the others. Without your swift intervention, I fear I might not be here today. Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Oh, it was nothing, Albert reassured her. As friends, it is simply what we ought to do. Albert chuckled as he patted Hermione on the shoulder, but in the next moment, the smile on his face abruptly froze. He swiftly pulled Hermione aside, seeking refuge behind a suit of armor. Chapter 54. The Suspicious Snape. What is it, Albert? Hermione, taken aback by Albert's sudden action, blinked in surprise before inquiring. Hush, let us remain silent for now. Albert gestured for silence, then extended a hand, waving it twice at Harry and Ron, who stood bewildered in the middle of the corridor, signaling them to find a place to hide swiftly. Observing Albert's actions, Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Yet they quickly concealed themselves behind a statue of a witch on the opposite side of the corridor. Moments later, an odd sound resembling the dragging of a foot echoed from a nearby staircase. Soon, a pale-faced Snape, limping and somewhat unsteady, descended the stairs leading to the third floor. His condition appeared to have deteriorated significantly. His once pristine and flowing black robes, suitable for dramatic flair, were now tattered and in disarray, particularly the hem, which had been nearly torn away, exposing much of his left calf. Upon catching sight of his exposed leg, the three of them gasped in shock, with Hermione, in particular, gripping Albert's arm tightly in fear. Although Albert's reaction was not as intense as that of the other three, he instinctively furrowed his brow at the sight of Snape's left calf, which was gruesomely mangled, with even hints of the bone beginning to show. While he remained unaware of the method Snape had employed to stem the flow of blood from such a grievously injured limb, the absence of blood only served to render the gaping, deep wounds even more grotesque and horrifying. Albert squinted, forcing himself to scrutinize the wounds that would evoke profound physiological discomfort at merely a glance. Despite the dim lighting in the corridor, he could ascertain that these injuries had been inflicted by some ferocious beast. Snape, leaning on the banister, painfully dragged his injured leg as he hurried down the staircase. He moved slowly, taking over half a minute to descend from the second floor to the entrance hall of the castle. Albert cautiously peered out from behind the armor, intently observing Snape's movements. From his vantage point, he had a clear view of most of the hall. He watched as Snape slowly descended the final 2 steps, pausing momentarily at the base of the marble staircase before limping toward the narrow stone staircase that led to the lower level. Albert gazed intently as Snape descended the stone staircase, exhaling a long sigh only after the figure had vanished from sight. He pulled Hermione, who still appeared quite tense and somewhat pallid, from behind the armor and signaled to Harry and Ron, who were concealed behind the witch statue, indicating that the peril had subsided and they could safely emerge. By Merlin's most robust trousers, I nearly fainted from fright just now, Ron exclaimed, emerging from behind the statue and vigorously patting his chest as he gasped for breath. How could Snape's leg sustain such injuries? Harry inquired, his voice trembling. Those wounds were truly horrifying. I couldn't even bear to look closely. However, I forced myself to examine the injuries on Snape's leg. Albert rubbed his forehead in exasperation as he spoke. The wounds were clearly inflicted by some ferocious beast. Considering that we had just found out that Snape had gone to the 4th floor of the castle when we sought out Hermione, it was not difficult to deduce how he had sustained those injuries. What? Snape only just returned to Hogwarts before the dinner began? Hermione exclaimed, visibly astonished. How could he have gone to the 4th floor immediately after arriving back at school? Snape's condition should not have been fully restored yet. The headmaster would surely not send him to inspect the items guarded by that 3-headed dog. Hermione, what are you thinking? Ron chuckled, rolling his eyes at her. Do you really believe that if Professor Dumbledore had ordered Snape to investigate, he would have suffered such severe injuries? It was evident that the man had attempted to force his way past the 3-headed dog guard and had consequently endured a brutal attack, leading to his grave injuries. In other words, Snape intended to steal the object that the 3-headed dog was guarding, Harry pondered aloud. In this light, it was quite plausible that the individual who attempted to rob Gringotts Vault 713 on July 31st was indeed Snape. However, Hermione shook her head in disbelief. But Snape is a professor, she protested. How could he possibly attempt to steal something that Professor Dumbledore wishes to protect? This assumption seems utterly illogical. Huh? Who told you it was illogical? Ron scoffed. If Snape truly cared for this school and respected Professor Dumbledore's wishes, would he harbor such animosity towards students from the other 3 houses, besides Slytherin? Perhaps we should inform Professor McGonagall about this matter, Harry suggested rapidly. Judging by Snape's recent display of pain and despair, it was clear he had not succeeded in his endeavor and had been thwarted by the 3-headed dog. Yet who could guarantee that the creature would stop him next time? We must not forget, Snape is a master of potions. Concocting a potion capable of incapacitating or even killing a 3-headed dog would hardly pose a challenge for him. No. We do not yet possess sufficient evidence to prove that Snape intended to steal the item guarded by the 3-headed dog. After Ron and Harry finished speaking, Hermione resolutely shook her head. We can only suspect Snape at this point. However, without absolute proof, we cannot disclose this to the other professors. Otherwise, we would be the ones in trouble. After all, Professor Dumbledore has expressly forbidden any students from entering the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor. If we inform the other professors, it would be tantamount to confessing our own wrongdoing. Chapter 55. The successful development of firework banners. All right. You 3 should stop bickering. Albert interjected, raising his hand to halt Ron and Harry's attempts to refute Hermione. Hermione is correct. We simply lack the ample evidence needed to demonstrate that Snape genuinely intended to steal the object guarded by the three-headed dog. Even if you wish to inform Professor McGonagall or even Professor Dumbledore, we must first gather sufficient evidence. Thus, what we ought to do now, or rather what we can do, is to settle down and gradually investigate, seeking ways to swiftly collect enough evidence to substantiate our suspicions regarding Snape. However, Snape is a professor at Hogwarts and one of the heads of the four houses. His abilities must be profoundly formidable, Ron voiced his concerns. If he manages to breach the three-headed dog's defenses and successfully steals the item while we are still gathering evidence, we would be left powerless. Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore is always meticulous and cautious in his endeavors. Since he took the trouble to safeguard the item by retrieving it from Gringotts, he certainly would not rely solely on a three-headed dog for its protection. Indeed, that three-headed dog is likely just the first line of defense for safeguarding the item. After Albert finished speaking, Hermione immediately nodded in agreement. I firmly believe that Professor Dumbledore must have implemented numerous layers of protection to safeguard such a secret object. Snape could not even pass the first hurdle, the three-headed dog, in one attempt, so I am confident that he would be utterly incapable of successfully stealing such an item. Well then, let us heed your counsel for now. Harry and Ron pondered for a moment before ultimately nodding in acceptance of Albert's proposal. By the way, Albert, how were you able to summon a large iron cage so suddenly when you were confronting that troll? On their way back to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione curiously inquired of Albert. Surely you have not mastered the summoning charm already? Of course, it is not the summoning charm. Albert chuckled and shook his head. Subsequently, he provided Hermione and the others with a succinct explanation of the fundamental aspects of the descending cage charm, including its formidable power and practical applications. As for how he acquired this spell, Albert could hardly be bothered to concoct a new excuse. He simply shifted the responsibility onto his parents. After all, whether he bore one blame or 10, it was all the same to him, and he found no need to seek out other credible scapegoats. Goodness, I now even question whether you could triumph over an ordinary adult wizard in combat. Once Albert concluded his discourse on the effects and uses of the charm, Hermione remarked with a hint of astonishment. You might be overthinking this a bit. Albert chuckled softly, shaking his head. You suggest that I could triumph over second or even third-year Hogwarts students. That seems somewhat plausible. However, when compared to the average prowess of adult wizards, my combat abilities remain woefully inadequate. No matter how formidable a spell may be, it cannot compensate for such a significant disparity in strength. What truly captivates my interest, Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling, is the prank item you mentioned, crafted from the conjunctivitis curse. I assure you, its popularity will rival that of glue bombs. I am indeed confident in that, Albert replied, yet the timeline for its creation remains uncertain. Albert smiled helplessly. The slogan fireworks I had previously showcased to my classmates have yet to be mass-produced. Fred and George are practically holding a knife to my throat, compelling me to hasten the product development. As November commenced, the temperature in the Scottish Highlands abruptly dropped, and the clear skies that had persisted for over a month began to turn gloomy, occasionally accompanied by several days of light rain. This sudden shift in weather forced most students to remain within the confines of Hogwarts Castle unless absolutely necessary, particularly for the first-year wizards. They were only required to leave the castle for herbology class, spending the remainder of their time enjoying the castle's cozy and warm environment. Poor Harry, however, was an exception. Ever since receiving the Firebolt 2000 broomstick from Professor McGonagall at the beginning of November, he had been dragged into intense Quidditch training by Wood. With the first match of the year looming just under a month away, Albert's circumstances were not much better than Harry's. Due to the urgent need to develop and test the slogan fireworks, he often found himself outdoors, conducting extensive experiments on various prototypes utilizing different production methods. The primary reason for the considerable time and effort he dedicated to developing these fireworks was his insufficient level of alchemical skill. The novice gift pack from the system only provided him with a basic alchemy skill, which was barely adequate for crafting simple alchemical items like glue bombs. But proving successful in creating mass-producible slogan fireworks, items that required proficiency in alchemy, charms, and transfiguration, was exceedingly challenging. Of course, Albert had initially contemplated purchasing a basic alchemy skill from the system, but upon seeing the price tag of 10,000 system points, he had no choice but to leave the warm confines of Hogwarts Castle and endure the biting winds of November in the Scottish Highlands, diligently conducting various experiments and tests. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. Just 5 days before the first Quidditch match of the year, Albert finally developed a reliable, relatively simple, and cost-effective slogan fireworks product. At the very moment of his success, he borrowed Harry's owl, Hedwig, to send the production process and details to his father, emphasizing in the letter that he needed at least 50 finished slogan fireworks within 5 days. Albert had planned something grand for the first Quidditch match of the year. Chapter 56. The price of slogan fireworks. As in previous years, the first Quidditch match of the year at Hogwarts pitted Gryffindor against Slytherin. As the match approached, the students' excitement intensified. In the days leading up to the event, the prevailing topic of discussion among the students was predominantly the upcoming Quidditch match. However, on the eve of the competition, many students shifted their focus to Albert. During lunch that day, a flight formation of 5 or 6 owls, numbering at least 10, suddenly soared into the Great Hall at remarkable speed. Each owl squadron carried a large box, circling above the students before dropping the boxes with a series of muffled thuds beside the Gryffindor long table. This scene seems oddly familiar, Harry remarked, glancing at the large boxes that had been dropped by the owls. If I'm not mistaken, these boxes must be sent for Albert. Ron set down a large roasted chicken leg and curiously turned to Albert, asking, "These boxes aren't all filled with masks, are they? I'm running low on the ones you gave me and would like to purchase a few more." "What? Are these boxes filled entirely with masks?" Hermione exclaimed, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "But Albert, can you sell so many masks? There are only a few hundred students at Hogwarts. These boxes must contain at least 10,000 masks." Not everything in these boxes is necessarily masks." Albert stood up and glanced at the labels affixed to the boxes, then smiled as he spoke. Indeed, the largest white box contained 2,000 masks, while the remaining red boxes were filled entirely with the new gadgets I had developed. "Wait a moment, Harry, Ron, and Neville. You three assist me in carrying these 5 boxes back to the dormitory. The contents will prove invaluable during tomorrow's Quidditch match." "Wow. Your newly developed gadgets, are they?" "Sure. Could you two exercise a bit of discretion?" Upon hearing Albert's words, Fred and George, who were nearby, instantly became excited. However, before they could mention the slogan fireworks, Albert swiftly intervened. It was crucial to prevent these two from divulging too much information in public. Otherwise, the grand surprise anticipated for tomorrow might lose its impact. The group quickly finished their lunch. Initially, Albert had intended for Harry, Ron, and Neville to assist him in transporting the boxes containing the slogan fireworks back to the dormitory, but ultimately, Hermione and the Weasley twins joined them as well. There were 5 red boxes containing the slogan fireworks, none of which were particularly large. According to Albert's father, for safety reasons, each box contained only 10 slogan fireworks. "Hurry, Albert, open the boxes so we can see what the final retail version of the slogan fireworks looks like." As soon as they entered the dormitory, the Weasley twins urged him eagerly. "Oh, what is so special about it? It doesn't differ much from the versions I experimented with before." Albert shook his head in mild exasperation, then casually opened a red box, revealing an orderly arrangement of 10 red slogan fireworks. Each firework bore a prominent logo of the Wizarding Company, represented by a capital letter W formed by 4 wands. Beneath the logo, 2 lines of striking black and gold text proclaimed, "Wizarding Slogan Fireworks. Send your words soaring into the sky." Adjacent to the Wizarding Company logo and the elegant text was a square blank area, accompanied by a small note. "Please write your message here, with no length restrictions." However, any text outside the designated writing area will not be displayed. How incredibly cool! This final production version of the slogan fireworks is far more impressive than those rudimentary prototypes you had before, the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. "Do you think the cost and selling price of these slogan fireworks will be high?" Ron inquired hesitantly, considering the exquisite appearance and packaging of the finished products. Now that he was aware of the fireworks functionality, "I was even contemplating purchasing a few as Christmas gifts for Charlie and Bill. But if both the price and cost are steep, I might need to consider other gifts. My set price is quite reasonable, and as for the cost for you?" Albert paused momentarily, and after observing the anxious expressions of several individuals, he smiled and spoke. "It is approximately equivalent to the price of a licorice wand." "What? The price of a licorice wand?" Upon hearing Albert's words, the Weasley twins exclaimed in unison. "If my memory serves me correctly, 5 silver sickles should suffice to procure 2 licorice wands. Is the cost of such slogan fireworks truly so low?" Hermione inquired, her disbelief evident. "Indeed. The production cost of these mass-produced slogan fireworks is only about 3 silver sickles. Albert nodded with a smile. To be honest, I did not anticipate the cost to be so low. Based on my previous estimates, the expense for the slogan fireworks should have been around 5 silver sickles. However, after entrusting the production methods and processes to my father, he made a few minor optimizations, which subsequently reduced the cost to 3 silver sickles. As for the selling price, I intend to adopt a strategy of thin profit and high sales volume, making it accessible to the masses with excellent cost-effectiveness. After careful consideration, I reluctantly decided to set the price of the slogan fireworks at 10 silver sickles each. Additionally, there is a discount for bulk purchases. One can acquire 2 large boxes, totaling 20 slogan fireworks, for just 10 gold galleons, truly an unbeatable value. Haha, what a cunning merchant. Once Albert finished speaking, Hermione, standing nearby, rolled her eyes and quietly remarked in disbelief. Ahem, setting that aside, what we admire most is your remarkable audacity, Albert. Fred's lips twitched as he patted Albert on the shoulder. Indeed, your knack for profit, or rather, your ability to capitalize on opportunities, is even more formidable than the cost-effectiveness of the slogan fireworks, George added, nodding vigorously while suppressing a laugh. Chapter 57. Making a big deal at the Quidditch match, Part 1. Oh, you are mistaken in your thinking. Upon hearing their remarks, Albert shrugged. The cost-effectiveness of a product is not determined by the ratio of its cost price to its selling price. Rather, it can only be assessed through a horizontal comparison with similar products. Of course, if there are no comparable products available, then regardless of the price I set, this item will possess cost-effectiveness. Well, you have a point there. The Weasley twins shrugged, reluctantly admitting that Albert's clever argument, or rather, his ability to elucidate matters, was remarkably strong, leaving them unable to find a counterpoint. By the way, Albert, why didn't you allow us to announce in the Great Hall that this box contains the retail version of the slogan fireworks? With so many people present, just imagine the promotional effect if we had stated it outright, Fred suddenly inquired with curiosity. Yes, you produced these slogan fireworks with the intention of selling them publicly. So why the sudden need for secrecy? George appeared equally perplexed. It is precisely because the slogan fireworks are intended for public sale that I instructed you to keep it confidential in public settings for the time being. Albert explained with a smile. Although many students had already encountered the initial version of the slogan fireworks aboard the Hogwarts Express, and a considerable number had shown interest in this novelty, I still believe that this level of enthusiasm is far from sufficient. I currently possess an excellent promotional strategy that can ensure the slogan fireworks achieve remarkable success. However, before the commencement of tomorrow's Quidditch match, we must refrain from allowing others to anticipate the novelty of the slogan fireworks. So, you intend to use the slogan fireworks to create a stir during the first Quidditch match of the academic year, then? Upon hearing Albert's explanation, Fred and George's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Harry, who had remained quietly on the sidelines, wore an expression of tension and concern. Indeed, I do have such a plan. Albert smiled and nodded, then extended his hand to gently pat Harry on the shoulder twice. Do not be so tense, Harry. The endeavors I am about to undertake will undoubtedly not affect your competition. Moreover, perhaps witnessing the meticulously prepared performance I have in store will allow you to relax completely. Early the next morning, before his magical alarm clock had even chimed, Albert was roused by the commotion caused by Harry as he rose from his slumber. For heaven's sake, it is not yet 7 a.m. Harry, why are you up so early? Albert let out a tremendous yawn, and then, bleary-eyed, emerged from his blankets. I had awoken at 6 o'clock, initially wishing to indulge in a bit more slumber, yet anxiety rendered me utterly incapable of rest. Harry responded with a hint of exasperation, then listlessly shed his pajamas and donned his robe. Do not be so anxious. Reflect on your performance during training, for you soar far better than the majority of Quidditch players. Albert, while providing comfort, swiftly leapt from the bed and began changing clothes alongside Harry. By the time the group arrived in the Great Hall, the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were already seated beside the Gryffindor long table, appearing in high spirits, with only Wood exhibiting a hint of seriousness. Perhaps it was due to the Quidditch match scheduled for that afternoon, as Hogwarts had laid out an exceptionally lavish breakfast spread. Large platters brimming with sizzling sausages, roasted lamb chops, crispy fries, and an array of delightful desserts adorned the 5 long tables within the hall. The majority of students were relishing their meals with great appetite, animatedly discussing the forthcoming match while indulging in the tantalizing and visually appealing cuisine before them. However, Harry, who was undoubtedly on edge, was an exception. He sat listlessly at the long table, absent-mindedly prodding the hot dog on his plate with a silver fork. "All right, Harry. Take it easy." One could almost hear the encouragement in the air. Albert leaned closer to Harry's ear and whispered, "Even if you have not yet participated in a Quidditch match and harbor doubts about your performance, do not forget that there awaits a grand surprise I have prepared for all the faculty and students. This information is known only to a select few. And I assure you, the surprise I have orchestrated will delight our team, yet it may not bode well for that group of Slytherin snakes. Their mindset will undoubtedly be affected, and they shall struggle to perform at their best. Consider this, and perhaps you will feel less anxious." "Well, I still hope to conquer them solely through my own abilities," Harry replied, nodding, though his expression visibly relaxed. He finally picked up the hot dog before him and began to devour it heartily. After finishing breakfast, the group rested for a moment before Harry, accompanied by the other members of the Gryffindor team, departed the hall, preparing to head to the locker room for their pre-match preparations. Albert, Hermione, Ron, and Neville escorted Harry to the entrance of the changing room, each offering words of encouragement before they turned back towards the castle. Indeed, while other students hurriedly made their way to the Quidditch pitch, these four hastily returned to the castle. "Shall we transport all 5 boxes of slogan fireworks to the Quidditch pitch?" Hermione inquired curiously upon their return to Albert's dormitory. "I don't think we need so many. I believe 3 boxes will suffice," Albert replied. With that, Albert, Ron, and Neville each lifted a box of fireworks, and the 4 of them swiftly exited the dormitory. Upon their arrival at the Quidditch pitch, they found the stands nearly filled to capacity. After considerable effort, they finally located a few empty seats in the top row. "What's in these 3 large boxes you've brought?" gasped Ginny, who was seated next to Ron, her curiosity piqued. "Aren't these the boxes Albert received yesterday?" remarked Seamus Finnegan, raising an eyebrow in surprise from a short distance away. "Indeed, these are 3 of the boxes I received yesterday," Albert confirmed. Hagrid nodded with a hint of a mysterious smile playing upon his lips. "As for what lies within, you shall discover when the match commences." Chapter 58, A Major Incident at the Quidditch Match, Part 2. Pardon me, could you please make way? With mere minutes remaining before the match begins, Hagrid, struggling a bit, squeezed his way to the last row of the stands while holding a massive brass telescope. "Hey, Hagrid, over here. There are a few empty seats this way," Ron called out, waving his hand energetically. "I initially planned to watch the match from my little hut," Hagrid said with a hearty smile as he settled down beside them, patting the enormous brass telescope that hung from his chest. "However, the atmosphere of watching among the crowd is entirely different, so I decided to come to the pitch instead. Oh, by the way, what are you 3 doing with those large trunks? What treasures do they hold?" Albert still wore a mysterious smile. "Wait, we are about to use something to stir things up during the match." "Stir things up? You surely do not intend to create a ruckus at the Quidditch match, do you?" Hagrid furrowed his brow in confusion upon hearing Albert's words. "You, my boy, have more audacity than your father did in his time. He only had the courage to turn a Quidditch final into a backdrop for his confession to your mother when he reached his 5th year. Yet here you are, barely months into your schooling, contemplating making a move during the first Quidditch match of the year. But wait, you're not even 12 yet. Are you truly planning to confess to a young girl already?" "Ahem, Hagrid, what are you saying?" Albert, who had been thoroughly enjoying the stories of his father's past, was suddenly choked by Hagrid's last remark. He coughed vigorously a few times, then rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Couldn't you have a bit more imagination? When I say I'm stirring things up, it could simply mean I'm cheering for the Gryffindor team and perhaps putting on a little show for everyone." He added quietly, "Well, I might as well sell a few things too." The group chatted casually for a while, and as the official start of the match approached, with less than 5 minutes to go, the Gryffindor and Slytherin Quidditch teams emerged from their respective locker rooms in near unison, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. The 14 players, each wielding their own broomsticks, strode confidently to the center of the Quidditch pitch. At the referee Madam Hodge's signal, Wood and Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, exchanged a stiff handshake before both teams mounted their brooms. Meanwhile, Albert finally opened the large red box he had been carrying, retrieving 2 slogan fireworks. He then pulled out a quill from the pocket of his robe and began to swiftly inscribe slogans on the blank surfaces of the fireworks. "What is that? It looks a bit like a fizzing Whizbee-esque cold flame fireworks," Hagrid inquired, puzzled by the sight of Albert's slogan fireworks. This is not a fizzing Whizbee-esque cold flame fireworks, which is merely a low-end toy, Albert replied, shaking his head with a smile. Similar to a glue bomb. This is a high-end entertainment prop I developed myself, which I have named Slogan Fireworks. Ah, could this be the final retail version of the Slogan Fireworks? As soon as Albert's words fell, over 10 classmates around him excitedly rose from their seats, all eager to catch a glimpse of the long-awaited Slogan Fireworks and to discover what the final retail version truly looked like. However, there was no need for haste. The Quidditch match was about to commence. During the course of the game, I shall continuously showcase the actual performance of the mass-produced Slogan Fireworks to you all. Albert shouted loudly at the students who were gathering around him. However, for safety's sake, please return to your seats. While I have endeavored to design these Slogan Fireworks to be as safe as possible, they are, after all, fireworks, and it is best for everyone to sit down and watch without obstructing the view directly in front of them. Upon hearing Albert's words, the surrounding students, though still curious, considered the imminent start of the Quidditch match and ultimately, albeit reluctantly, returned to their seats. At that moment, Madame Hodge announced the start of the match with a whistle, and in the next instant, 14 Quidditch players soared into the sky atop their impeccably polished broomsticks, resembling arrows released from a bow. The match had officially commenced, marking the first Quidditch game of the academic year. Lee Jordan's voice resonated from the commentary booth. Before him lay a large purple magical microphone capable of amplifying his voice at least tenfold, ensuring that every spectator in the stands and each player in the air could hear his commentary clearly. As per tradition, the competing teams were once again Gryffindor Quidditch Team and Slytherin House. It was hoped that both teams would perform with their usual stability, delivering an extraordinary opening match. After Lee Jordan completed his opening remarks, a resounding wave of applause and cheers erupted from the stands. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced through the atmosphere, overshadowing all other sounds. The applauding audience turned their heads in confusion towards the top row of the Gryffindor stands, the source of the thunderous noise. In the blink of an eye, the applause and cheers transformed into astonished gasps of admiration. A burst of colorful fireworks erupted from the top row of the Gryffindor stands, quickly exploding in the sky to form a vibrant message. The first Quidditch match of the season has officially begun. It promises to be an unforgettable game. "Oh my, how spectacular!" exclaimed one student. "Is this the legendary Slogan Fireworks? Truly magnificent. It surpasses anything I've seen on the Hogwarts Express by countless degrees. I must purchase a few of these marvelous items, provided they are not too exorbitant." Nearly every student in the stands expressed their admiration for the Slogan Fireworks. But before many could voice their thoughts, another deafening whistle resounded over the pitch. Chapter 59. Making a big scene at the Quidditch match, Part 2, as the students and professors in the stands marveled at the impressive display of Slogan Fireworks. Another tremendous whistle erupted from the top row of the Gryffindor stands. They quickly turned their heads once more, witnessing yet another stunning scene. A cascade of colorful fireworks ascended, exploding above the Quidditch pitch to reveal a new slogan: "Gryffindor will prevail, Harry Potter will triumph." This time, the applause and cheers were noticeably quieter compared to the first. And if one listened closely, amidst the cheers, one could discern a chorus of boos and curses emanating from the Slytherin stands. It was evident where these sounds originated. Upon seeing the slogan, Harry, soaring high above, performed an excited flip. In that moment of takeoff on his broomstick, he had cast aside all previous tension. However, upon witnessing Albert's supportive slogan for his team, Harry felt an added sense of lightness, as if the speed of his Nimbus 2000 had increased slightly. "How awesome!" Harry heard Fred shout to George nearby. "Once the match concludes, I'm going to seek out Albert and, in the name of product promotion, request a few more Slogan Fireworks from him for some fun." Indeed, I believe everyone is thoroughly captivated by such dazzling fireworks. Lee Jordan's voice rang out once more. Many of you may have heard of these spectacular fireworks, but I believe a number of you might still be unaware of what magical item this truly is. Allow me to introduce it to you. The fireworks you just witnessed, capable of displaying slogans in the sky, are known as Slogan Fireworks. Invented by the renowned genius and prodigy, Albert Wells. Yes, the very same brilliant mind behind the glue bomb has created this innovative magical item. I have had the fortune of observing several product tests during its development, and I assure you, the Slogan Fireworks are a remarkable creation. Jordan, I hope you haven't forgotten that the Quidditch match is still in progress. Professor McGonagall's somewhat impatient voice suddenly interrupted through the massive purple microphone. cutting off his enthusiasm. "Oh, right, Professor," Lee Jordan replied sheepishly, scratching his head before resuming his spirited commentary on the match. "Now, let us once again focus our attention on the 14 Quidditch players. I believe their performance today will be as captivating as the slogans displayed by the fireworks. Especially Gryffindor's new seeker, Harry Potter, the youngest Quidditch player in a century. However, finding the golden snitch is no easy task. Let us first observe the performance of the chasers. Currently, it is Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson holding the ball. She is indeed a remarkably beautiful young lady. I have attempted to ask her out several times, but to no avail. Jordan." Professor McGonagall's voice now held a distinct edge of annoyance. My apologies, Professor. I merely meant to say that Angelina is truly exceptional. As we speak, she skillfully dodged the attacks of two bludgers and launched the quaffle toward the Slytherin goal with great force. What a remarkable shot. Angelina has successfully scored the first goal of the match for Gryffindor, leading 10-0 against Slytherin. As Lee Jordan concluded, another sharp whistle rang out, and Albert once again employed the slogan fireworks to display a massive, colorful message. "Congratulations to Gryffindor for scoring. What an exhilarating start." Upon witnessing the display of fireworks bearing slogans, the majority of the audience erupted in cheers, save for the Slytherin students, whose jeers grew louder than before. "The idea of these slogan fireworks is nothing short of genius," Hermione remarked, her gaze drawn to the fiery admiration directed towards the large red box cradled in Albert's arms. "I believe the sales of these fireworks will far surpass that of glue bombs. They serve a purpose beyond mere entertainment." At that moment, Hagrid, who had been chuckling beside them, interjected, "The sound upon ignition is quite deafening, and the messages are so strikingly visible. In emergencies, they could effectively convey information or signal for help." In truth, the props crafted by Albert were far more intricate than he let on. Take the glue bomb, for instance. Ginevra observed with a smile from a distance. If used as a prank, it fulfills that role splendidly. However, its true nature remains ambiguous if one does not use it as intended. Just then, Katie Bell scored another goal for Gryffindor, extending their lead to 20-0. Albert, in a fit of excitement, produced two slogan fireworks and simultaneously launched identical messages into the sky. "Congratulations, Gryffindor, on another goal, 20-0, a commanding lead." This time, not only did the Slytherin stand erupt in furious boos, but even the 7 Slytherin players soaring in the air shook their fists or bats at Albert in ire. As the match progressed, Slytherin, trailing Gryffindor by 50 points, finally managed to score their first goal, courtesy of seeker Dorian Pusey. In unison, all eyes turned to Albert's position, curious if he would once again release a slogan firework, and if so, what its content would be. Chapter 60. The imminent outbreak of inter-house conflict. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Albert merely smiled calmly, then leisurely retrieved a slogan firework from the box before him. With a quill in hand, he swiftly inscribed a message in the designated area, then pulled the fuse, igniting the firework. In an instant, a piercing whistle accompanied by an explosive burst revealed a large, radiant message overhead. "Congratulations, Slytherin, on your significant breakthrough. You need no longer fear a final score of XXX0. Ha ha, Albert, you've outdone yourself," Ron exclaimed, bursting into laughter upon reading the message, prompting joyous laughter from the Gryffindor spectators. Conversely, the atmosphere among the Slytherin stands was entirely different. Every Slytherin student wore a grim expression, glaring across at the Gryffindor supporters. Soon, dozens of Slytherin students sprang to their feet, hurling insults at the still laughing Gryffindors. To Albert's surprise, the vitriol from these self-proclaimed noble serpents was shockingly foul-mouthed. Initially, the Gryffindors managed to contain their reactions, but it wasn't long before most of them, save for the composed Albert and a few demure girls, rose in indignation, engaging in a fierce verbal battle with the Slytherin masters of insults. At first, the situation remained somewhat manageable. However, as the exchange escalated, tempers flared, and some students brandished their wands towards the opposing stands. The Quidditch players, witnessing the chaos below, lost their focus on the game, aligning with their respective captains and pointing their wands at one another in midair, just as the situation threatened to spiral into a full-blown inter-house conflict. Professor McGonagall's furious voice echoed throughout the stadium, amplified to easily overshadow the clamor of the two factions. Match paused. "Everyone, immediately sheath your wands and return to your seats," she commanded, If I see anyone holding their wand aloft in 5 seconds, they will lose 50 house points and face detention for an entire term. At the sound of Professor McGonagall's ire, the previously raucous Gryffindors and Slytherins fell silent, hurriedly stowing their wands away in their robes, returning to their seats with expressions ranging from discomfort to dismay. The 14 Quidditch players hovering in the air also quickly retracted their wands and descended swiftly to the ground. Professor McGonagall briskly approached the two teams, chastising their captains before casting a warning glance at Albert and announcing the resumption of the match. "Goodness, Professor McGonagall didn't even take a moment to reprimand you," Hermione remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise at Albert once the game resumed. If my slogan had provoked her ire, how would she address the throng of Slytherin students who instigated this ruckus? Albert shrugged nonchalantly in response. This is known as the law of collective responsibility. Unless Professor McGonagall possesses the capability to identify which Slytherin students instigated the verbal altercation and subsequently reprimand or penalize them, she would certainly feel disinclined to criticize me. After speaking, Albert retrieved a banner firework from the box, for during his conversation with Hermione, Ileana Spinnet had once again assisted the Gryffindor Quidditch team in scoring a goal. In the ensuing 10 minutes, with Albert continuously stirring the pot and engaging in antics, the Gryffindor Quidditch team grew increasingly exuberant, while the Slytherin players found themselves teetering on the brink of collapse. Each time they scored, they were met with Albert's cleverly veiled praise or scathing remarks. Under such circumstances, it was a testament to their restraint that the typically impulsive and emotionally volatile Slytherin players managed to suppress their fury and continue the game, rather than soaring into the stands to deliver a thrashing to Albert. Half an hour into the match, with Angelina Johnson swiftly netting another goal, Gryffindor's score finally surpassed the century mark, reaching an astonishing 100-30. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before we led Slytherin by over 150 points. Albert, you are undoubtedly one of the most significant contributors in this match. Hagrid chuckled as he patted Albert on the shoulder, nearly causing him to tumble from his seat in the stands. However, Hagrid paid no heed to such trivial details. He continued to speak animatedly. If we can lead Slytherin by more than 150 points, then Harry's pressure will be virtually alleviated. After all, he will no longer need to hastily seize the golden snitch to secure victory. He can take his time searching for it, and a longer match duration would not be detrimental to us. Wait, something seems amiss. Look, what is happening to Harry? Before Hagrid's words could settle, Ron, who was seated nearby, suddenly shouted in alarm. Chapter 61, an unexpected turn of events for Harry upon hearing Ron's exclamation. Albert and the others quickly raised their heads to the sky, where a small black, signifying Harry appeared. Although they could not discern the precise situation due to the distance, Albert and his companions noticed that Harry's trajectory and flying posture seemed rather abnormal. His speed fluctuated erratically, and his direction changed unpredictably. Harry's condition is quite peculiar. At that moment, Hagrid, peering through his brass telescope, voiced his growing concern. It appears that his broomstick is malfunctioning. We must alert the referee and call for an immediate halt to the match. With that, he set down the telescope, preparing to rise from his seat to request Madame Hooch to suspend the game. Wait, Hagrid, may I borrow your telescope for a moment? Before Hagrid could stand, Ron intercepted him. But Harry's situation is perilous. Hagrid expressed his worry. I fear that if this continues, he may fall from the sky. That is unlikely to happen, Ron replied skeptically, shaking his head. The Nimbus 2000 is the most advanced broomstick available, renowned for its exceptional interference resistance and stability. Theoretically, unless some extraordinary circumstance arises, that broomstick should not throw Harry from the air. All right then, take a look. But I can't shake the feeling that we shouldn't be overly reliant on a broomstick. Judging by Harry's flying posture, it truly seems as though the broomstick might be at fault. As he spoke, Hagrid removed the large brass telescope from around his neck and handed it to Ron. Strange. It does appear that the broomstick is indeed malfunctioning. Ron examined Harry through the telescope for nearly half a minute before frowning and shaking his head in confusion. His flying posture is erratic, speed is inconsistent, and the broomstick seems to be bucking wildly. It certainly resembles a failure in the broomstick's stabilization system. However, Harry is riding a Nimbus 2000, not one of the outdated, decrepit school broomsticks. Theoretically, such a basic malfunction should not occur. Let me take a look. Based on what you've described, it may not necessarily be an issue with the broomstick itself. Albert furrowed his brow, attempting to don a serious expression upon his visage. Very well, here's the telescope. However, Hagrid is correct. Harry's current predicament is indeed perilous, and we cannot afford to squander any more time here. Ron spoke rapidly, passing the telescope to Albert. Upon receiving it, Albert merely cast a cursory glance at Harry's situation in the sky before adjusting the telescope's angle and swiftly scanning the audience surrounding the pitch. "What are you looking at, Albert?" Ron inquired, perplexed to see Albert so briefly regard Harry before diverting his attention to the spectators. "You must realize that Harry's situation is dire. How can you still find the time to observe what those onlookers are doing? Well, if we do not take a moment to see what the audience is doing, how can we possibly rescue Harry?" Albert let out a cold laugh, then replied at a rapid pace. "Surely you don't genuinely believe that Harry's current predicament is merely due to a malfunction of his broomstick? What do you mean?" Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and even Hagrid furrowed their brows in concern. "So, Albert, you suspect that someone in the audience has employed some sort of special means to interfere with Harry's broomstick, rather than it being an inherent issue with the broom itself?" Hermione said, her voice laced with indignation. "We cannot be entirely certain yet, but it is highly probable," Albert responded. Albert held Hagrid's brass telescope and swiftly scanned the rows of seats occupied by the audience, simultaneously whispering explanations to those nearby. If it were indeed a flying broomstick experiencing a malfunction in its stability system, the erratic shaking, sudden fluctuations in speed, and unpredictable changes in direction would exhibit a level of instability that defies logic. Naturally, if the broomstick itself were faulty, it would be improbable for it to manifest such chaotic shaking, drastic variations in speed, continual shifts in direction, and inconsistent alterations in altitude all at once. Typically, regardless of which component of the broomstick is defective, one would expect no more than 12 distinct issues to arise from the aforementioned conditions. Should all these symptoms occur simultaneously, it would strongly suggest that every system within the broomstick, or indeed every crucial part, has failed. Yet, if every system on the broomstick were to malfunction at the same time, one must ponder, would the broomstick still be able to carry Harry, soaring at such heights as it currently does? Indeed, how had I not considered these possibilities earlier? Once Albert finished speaking, Ron slapped his forehead in realization. It seemed increasingly likely that someone had intentionally targeted Harry. Thus we must urgently call off the match. Hearing their analysis, Hagrid, visibly agitated, abruptly stood up and hurried towards the referee's area beside the pitch. "Wait, Hagrid, we cannot halt the match just yet. If we do, we may never uncover who sought to harm Harry." Albert, feeling somewhat anxious, called out to Hagrid's retreating figure. However, the surrounding environment was exceedingly noisy, and Hagrid, consumed by his own urgency, failed to hear Albert's words. He continued to push through the crowd with determination, eager to reach Madame Hooch's side as swiftly as possible. "Alas, dear Hagrid," Albert helplessly shook his head, then raised the telescope once more, scanning the stands with increased urgency. Fortunately, already aware of the answer, his speed in locating individuals was commendably swift. Just as Hagrid was struggling to push through the crowd, Albert had already spotted Quirrel, who was fixated on Harry, alongside Snape. How could it be Quirrel? He feigned a look of utter astonishment and whispered in disbelief, "What did you say? Quirrel is the one targeting Harry?" Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione, Ron, and Neville wore expressions of heightened shock. "But why would he strike at Harry? Quick, pass me the telescope. Let me take a look," Hermione urged. Snatching the brass telescope from Albert's hands and directing her gaze towards the same location he had been observing. Oddly enough, it appeared that Quirrel was indeed casting a spell at Harry. No, wait. Snape's actions seemed equally suspicious. What were those two up to regarding Harry? Chapter 62. Who aimed at Harry? What do you mean? Snape's actions are also peculiar? Ron exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement. "See, I told you all along that Snape was up to no good. Hermione, you refused to believe me, but now you've witnessed it with your own eyes. Harry's perilous encounter in the air is undoubtedly the result of Snape's machinations. Oh dear, poor Professor Snape." Albert sighed, shaking his head at the exchange between Hermione and Ron. As someone privy to the truth of events, he had initially intended to shield Snape from suspicion. At the very least, he hoped to prevent others from noticing Snape's unwavering gaze fixed on Harry, which could lead to misunderstandings. Yet, it seemed some misunderstandings were destined to arise, and even a time traveler could not entirely avert them. "Ron, could you refrain from only hearing what you wish to hear when others speak?" Hermione rolled her eyes in exasperation. Moments earlier, Albert had indicated that Quirrel was the one targeting Harry. Moreover, she had observed Quirrel's demeanor, Like Snape, he was unblinkingly focused on Harry, muttering incessantly. And judging by his expression, Quirrel appeared even more menacing than Snape, whose countenance was merely grim. Thus, based on the scant evidence at hand, one could not definitively conclude which of the two was responsible for endangering Harry, attempting to dislodge him from his flying broom. Is it possible that both of them are targeting Harry? Neville inquired, his brow furrowed and his tone uncertain. I cannot say, Hermione replied, shaking her head. I've only read a few passages about curses and hexes in some extracurricular books, which led me to sense something was amiss with Snape and Quirrell's behavior. However, I cannot discern any more specific details. I do not believe that Snape and Quirrell are simultaneously casting curses on Harry. Albert shook his head. If two individuals were to cast curses simultaneously upon the same target, unless they were exceptionally well-coordinated partners, their spells might conflict, resulting in both curses failing simultaneously. I do not believe there exists such synergy between Snape and Quirrell, especially given the considerable distance between them. It is far more likely that only one of them is directing a curse at Harry, while the other is intently observing Harry's condition, perhaps even reciting a counter-curse to mitigate any adverse effects of the malevolent spell on him. What? Are you suggesting that one of those two, Snape or Quirrell, might actually be protecting Harry? Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. But I can't shake the feeling that neither of them is trustworthy. Let us refrain from debating who is good or bad, or who intends to harm Harry. Hermione interjected with a furrowed brow, rising from her seat in exasperation. Given the perilous situation Harry is in, our immediate priority should be to find a solution to the predicament he faces. If we continue this discussion, he may very well fall from his broom before the match is interrupted. But what can we possibly do now? Ron replied, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Even if you and Albert are exceptionally talented, your abilities are not formidable enough to confront the professors directly. Who says we must confront the professors head-on? Albert chuckled as he patted Ron on the shoulder before rising from his seat, his hand tightening around the wand concealed in his robe pocket. We simply need to devise a way to interrupt Snape and Quirrell's incantations. There's no need for a direct confrontation, he stated, glancing towards Hermione beside him. Snape has only recently begun to recover from his illness and is likely not yet at full strength. Hermione, you should focus on disrupting his spellcasting, while I will handle Quirrell. Additionally, be mindful to conceal our presence. We must not be detected by either of them. It would be prudent if our actions remain known to as few individuals as possible. Rest assured, I will take care to protect myself. And everyone is presently engrossed in the match, so few will notice us, Hermione replied. With that, she and Albert dashed off in opposite directions. Snape sat at the farthest point from the Gryffindor stands, within the Slytherin section, while Quirinus Quirrell, a graduate of Ravenclaw, occupied a seat adjacent to the Gryffindor section. To ensure his actions went unnoticed, Albert stealthily climbed to the rear of the topmost row of seats, bending low to shield his figure behind the backrest of the last row. He then commenced a swift dash along the edge of the stands. Quirrell, perhaps in an attempt to remain inconspicuous yet still closer to Harry, had chosen not to sit at the very top, but rather on the third row. However, the ominous aura emanating from him was potent enough to deter anyone from sitting nearby, particularly behind him, where at least 4 or 5 seats remained vacant, facilitating Albert's movements. He swiftly positioned himself directly behind Quirrell, crouching silently and concealing himself behind the last row's seats. He drew his wand and peered through the gaps between the chairs, aiming at Quirrell not far below. At that moment, Angelina Johnson scored another goal for Gryffindor, prompting Ron to take Albert's place, igniting a celebratory banner with a firework spell. Consequently, aside from those already seated near Albert, no one noticed his absence as the crowd's attention turned skyward to the jubilant display. Seizing the moment, Albert whispered an incantation. Flames arise. In the next instant, a flame the width of a thumb shot forth from the tip of his wand, hurtling towards the large scarf that enveloped the back of Quirrell's head. Chapter 63. The match concludes just as everyone gazed upwards at the celebratory fireworks. Albert unleashed a fire spell aimed at the large scarf draped over Quirrell's head. However, just when Albert anticipated witnessing the spectacle of Voldemort being scorched, Quirrell abruptly leaped from his seat, the flame merely singeing the fabric of his robe. Alas, what a disappointment, Albert thought, shaking his head in regret at Quirrell's swift reflexes. It appeared that even in a semi-conscious state, Voldemort's awareness and reaction time surpassed that of most ordinary wizards. At the moment Quirrell sprang up, it was evident to Albert that his movements were stiff and uncoordinated. suggesting that Voldemort had seized control of Quirrell's body rather than Quirrell himself sensing danger and acting on his own accord. Though he felt a pang of regret at not witnessing Voldemort's fiery demise, Albert had nonetheless succeeded in thwarting Quirrell's attempt to curse Harry. To avoid detection by Quirrell, or more precisely, by Voldemort inhabiting him, Albert quickly retraced his steps back to his original position. Upon his return, he found Hermione already waiting for him. It seemed likely that Quirrell had indeed cast a dark curse upon Harry. As Albert settled back into his chair, Hermione furrowed her brow and whispered rapidly to him. "When you ambushed Quirrell, I had only just arrived beside the Slytherin stands and hadn't yet managed to intervene in Snape's peculiar behavior. However, I observed that after Quirrell leapt from his seat, Harry's flying posture seemed to revert to normal. Subsequently, once Harry's broom regained its stability, Snape no longer maintained his previous posture, fixated intently on him. But this defies all logic." Ron, seated beside Albert, exclaimed incredulously. "We all know that Snape harbors a deep disdain for Gryffindor students, particularly for Harry. How could he possibly take it upon himself to protect Harry? Moreover, you all understand the essence of his character. Given his propensity for such actions, how could he act out of a sense of duty to safeguard Hogwarts students?" At this juncture, Ron paused momentarily before continuing. "If it were Snape attempting to harm Harry while Quirrell endeavored to shield him, I might entertain that notion. Though Quirrell certainly exudes an odd and awkward aura, and his abilities appear rather lackluster, he is nonetheless the defense against the dark arts instructor. Perhaps he could act out of a sense of responsibility to protect a student under threat from dark magic. While what you propose may seem somewhat logical, the truth remains unaltered. No matter how implausible it may appear, it is still a fact." Albert shook his head with a hint of exasperation. As for Snape's situation, it remains uncertain, yet there is no doubt that Quirrell poses a threat. He was undeniably casting a dark curse upon Harry just moments ago. This fact leaves no room for skepticism. All right, I can accept that Quirrell indeed has issues. After all, that fellow hardly appears to be a normal individual, Ron conceded, nodding in agreement to Albert's assertion. However, it is truly difficult for me to believe that Snape would proactively protect Harry. I trust Harry himself would share this skepticism. Well, perhaps Snape merely noticed Harry's peculiar behavior and chose to observe the unfolding events from a distance. Albert was unwilling to quarrel with Ron over this matter, so he helplessly shook his head and concocted a casual excuse. After all, the truth would inevitably come to light by the end of the term. Therefore, to avoid discord with his good friend, he could only allow Snape to bear the brunt for a while longer. Once Harry's broom regained its stability, the Quidditch match proceeded smoothly. As Slytherin's lead over Gryffindor reached a staggering 110 points, Harry suddenly dove from the sky, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, he successfully caught the golden snitch just 10 feet above the ground, landing gracefully on the pitch's grass. Madam Hooch blew the whistle to signal the end of the match, followed by the roar of the audience and a series of 20 thunderous cheers, accompanied by the sounds of fireworks exploding. 20 enormous, colorful banners burst forth almost simultaneously in the sky above the Quidditch pitch, proclaiming, "Congratulations to Gryffindor House for winning with a terrifying score of 300-40. Observing the banners that nearly filled the sky, students from the other three houses erupted in a tsunami of cheers, while the Slytherin students stood up in silence, some filled with disappointment and others with indignation, swiftly departing the stands. Just as the first group of Slytherin students exited the Quidditch pitch, a familiar, deafening roar erupted from a nearby grove. Instinctively halting in their tracks, the Slytherin students looked up toward the sky, only to be met with a chorus of furious shouts from the crowd. The unfortunate Slytherin students could no longer contain themselves, for the banner displayed above them read, "Slytherin students need not be disheartened, for soon your house points will fall far behind Gryffindor's. Those Gryffindor little brats are too arrogant. Everyone, let South surround that grove and teach those insufferable little lions a lesson today," shouted a sixth-year Slytherin boy, charging ahead into the grove. However, this group of Slytherin students was destined to be thwarted, for Albert and his companions, who had just set off the banner fireworks, had already taken a cobblestone path leading towards Hogwarts Castle. Watching those Slytherin students nearly driven to madness is quite refreshing. Ron laughed triumphantly as they walked. Yet, before he could continue, Albert suddenly gestured for silence. "Shoo, let's not talk," he whispered to the others, pointing to a figure hastily making its way towards the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 64, Following Quirrell. Before Ron could finish his sentence, Albert raised a hand to signal for quiet again. "Shoo, let us keep our voices down," he instructed Hermione, Ron, and Neville then pointed towards a figure hurrying towards the Forbidden Forest. "Isn't that Quirrel?" Hermione remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. "His robes have already been pointed out by Albert. Why isn't he rushing back to change and instead heading into the Forbidden Forest?" Ron questioned, puzzled. "He seems to be in a hurry. There must be something urgent," Neville suggested. "What urgent matter could a defense against the dark arts professor have in the Forbidden Forest?" Hermione furrowed her brow even deeper. "Moreover, look at his demeanor. He gives off a sneaky vibe. I can almost guarantee he is not going into the Forbidden Forest for anything good. Let us not forget, he just attempted to harm Harry." Hermione was right. Quirrel's intentions in the Forbidden Forest were certainly not noble. Albert nodded affirmatively. "How about this? You all return to the castle to avoid causing Harry unnecessary anxiety upon his return. As for me, I shall accompany you for a while, as I need to ascertain what exactly Quirrel intends to do in the Forbidden Forest." "But what you are proposing is exceedingly perilous," Hermione interjected with evident concern. "Let us not forget, that is the Forbidden Forest. If by chance Quirrel were to discover your presence, he may not hesitate to act against you, and there would be no one around to come to your aid. Even the professors at Hogwarts would remain oblivious to the danger you might face." "You need not worry excessively about such matters," Albert replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "For one, as long as I exercise ample caution, the likelihood of being discovered is quite minimal. Even if fortune were to abandon me and I were to encounter the worst-case scenario of being spotted by Quirrel, I remain utterly confident in my ability to extricate myself from the situation. Although I stand little chance against him in a direct confrontation, I possess the capability to flee swiftly upon detection. I firmly believe that within the confines of Hogwarts, as long as neither Professor Dumbledore nor the heads of the 4 houses intervene, no one could dispatch me in mere moments. Yet, even if you are confident in your ability to escape, the risk of injury remains." Hermione expressed her lingering apprehension. "Truthfully, the probability of my sustaining any injury is also quite minimal." Albert chuckled softly. "Do not forget, I am equipped with numerous tools. Even if I were to encounter an insurmountable danger, I merely need to ignite a signal firework, and the inhabitants of the castle would be alerted to my peril. Professor Dumbledore is currently within the castle. While others may falter, he requires only a disillusionment charm to swiftly come to my aid. Quirrel stands no chance of inflicting any significant harm upon me." He urged, "Now, hasten back to the castle. We cannot afford any further delay. I must pursue Quirrel quickly. The longer I procrastinate, the more challenging it will be to track him once he ventures into the Forbidden Forest." With that, Albert did not allow the other 3 a moment's pause for further discussion, instead turning decisively to follow in the direction Quirrel had taken. Soon, he found himself walking into the depths of the Forbidden Forest alongside Quirrel. Although he had been at Hogwarts for nearly 3 months, this marked Albert's inaugural venture into the forest, renowned for its dangers and opportunities, terror and thrill. Upon initially entering the forest's periphery, he felt relatively at ease. However, as he delved deeper, the surrounding trees and vegetation grew increasingly dense, with even the brightest sunlight struggling to pierce the thick canopy above. It was only at this juncture that a flicker of apprehension crept into Albert's heart. He quickened his pace slightly, narrowing the distance between himself and Quirrel. In such dim surroundings, maintaining their previous distance could lead him to lose track of Quirrel altogether. After traversing the forest for a few minutes, Quirrel suddenly slowed his pace, and, shortly thereafter, came to a halt. Albert promptly slowed his pace, cautiously inching closer to Chilo ahead. When the distance between them dwindled to less than 10 meters, he finally halted, concealing himself behind a tree with a diameter exceeding half a meter. Albert waited silently for a moment, and then the stuttering voice of Quirrel suddenly echoed in the tranquil forest. "Master, I have followed your orders and ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest. But there are no large creatures here at all." Quirrel's voice was laden with fear. It was evident that his stammering stemmed from genuine terror rather than the usual pretense. "To think that Voldemort sent him here." Albert raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing Quirrel's words. Could it be that Voldemort was in a hurry to procure unicorn blood? The timeline seemed somewhat askew. However, Albert's confusion did not linger for long, as another voice, both sinister and hoarse, emerged from Quirrel, providing clarity to his doubts. "It is daytime. I am well aware that finding any sizable creatures in the Forbidden Forest at this hour is a daunting task. Nevertheless, I must locate some potent souls to absorb. Assisting you in evading that fiery curse has drained much of my soul energy. Thus, You must enable me to gather sufficient soul energy before nightfall, or else I shall have no choice but to replenish my strength by consuming your soul. No, master, please do not absorb my soul, Quirrel exclaimed, panic rising in his voice, tinged with a hint of sobbing due to overwhelming fear. I am still of use to you. I can be of great assistance. I promise I will strive to find some creatures. Please, do not take my soul. If you wish to avoid having your soul rendered incomplete, you must act swiftly. Voldemort's voice was unmistakably laced with impatience. Should you continue to stand here weeping and proving yourself more useless than a mere waste, I shall not wait until nightfall. I will take half of your soul this very moment. Chapter 65. Following Quirrel, Part 2. At Voldemort's words, Quirrel shuddered violently, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. I will find animals for you right away, immediately, he stammered, unsteadily moving forward. It seems I shall not be seeking unicorn blood after all. Albert let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he truly wished to avoid the sight of such a sacred unicorn being ruthlessly slain before his eyes, let alone being drained of its blood by Voldemort. Yet, in the broad daylight, most creatures were likely in slumber. Where could Chilo possibly be assisting Voldemort in the pursuit of prey? Albert pondered with curiosity, while his feet continued to follow. In truth, after discerning Chilo's purpose in entering the Forbidden Forest, he could have easily chosen to turn back. After all, the longer he trailed Chilo and Voldemort, the greater the likelihood of being discovered by that half-breed ahead. Nevertheless, Albert's curiosity about Voldemort's intentions regarding the consumption of animal souls, combined with the fact that this was his inaugural venture into the Forbidden Forest, compelled him to persist in his risky pursuit of Chilo, postponing his return to Hogwarts Castle. However, half an hour later, Albert began to regret his earlier decision. In that span, apart from cautiously navigating through the forest and following Chilo with great care, he had yielded no other discoveries, nor had he witnessed how Voldemort absorbed souls. Albert began to harbor doubts, sensing that Chilo had indeed lost his way, for he had spent the past half hour meandering aimlessly within the same vicinity. I found it, master, I found it. Just as the exceedingly bored Albert was preparing to turn back and return to the castle on his own, Chilo's exultant cry suddenly resonated from ahead. Albert swiftly turned around, instinctively tightening his grip on the wand nestled in his pocket. Judging from the fervent tone of Quirrel's voice, he surmised that what had been discovered was indeed a formidable creature. In the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts, such beasts were typically not easily dealt with. Thus, in the interest of ensuring his safety, Albert prepared himself for a potential confrontation. However, Quirrel's next utterance nearly caused him to stumble over a branch beneath his feet. Master, look, there is a snake over half a meter long ahead. This is significantly larger than the insects, spiders, cockroaches, or mice I previously encountered. This creature should aid in your restoration of soul power. What a shocking thought. Albert couldn't help but wonder if Quirrel's mind had been mostly consumed by Voldemort. Upon hearing Quirrel's proclamation, he genuinely felt the urge to rush over and kick him. The sheer absurdity of the situation, which had him so tense over merely a small, limbless snake, was maddening. Honestly, possessing such an eccentric host made Albert feel a twinge of sympathy for Voldemort. You fool, I shall grant you one final opportunity. After a tense pause of over 10 seconds, Voldemort's voice, laced with malice, emanated from the back of Quirrel's head. If within 2 hours you do not procure a suitable creature for me, I shall immediately absorb half of your soul. Furthermore, if you dare to present me with any more trivial creatures within this time frame, as punishment, I will similarly claim half of your soul. Do you understand, imbecile? Why, yes, master. I understand, Quirrel stammered as he trembled uncontrollably. He hesitantly turned to venture deeper into the Forbidden Forest, but Voldemort's voice halted him once again. Stop. First, you must slay that snake. While its soul may be insignificant, it can serve as a meager appetizer before the main course. Albert nearly burst into laughter at Voldemort's words, which were utterly outrageous. It seemed the Dark Lord was indeed famished, not even sparing a diminutive snake in his hunger, truly a case of desperate measures. Oh, do you wish to consume the snake's soul as well? Then I shall kill it immediately, Quirrel replied, momentarily taken aback by Voldemort's demand. However, he quickly regained his composure and dashed toward the small gray snake nearby before Voldemort could further unleash his fury. Avada Kedavra, Quirrel shouted, reaching a distance of about a meter from the snake. He drew his wand with haste, casting the killing curse. In the next moment, accompanied by a faint green flash, the gray snake, which had begun to writhe and attempt to burrow into a pile of dead leaves, suddenly convulsed violently before collapsing rigidly to the ground, motionless. Albert furrowed his brow, a fleeting expression of distaste flickering across his face. Although Chilo had merely dispatched a small snake with the killing curse, the moment the incantation was released, Albert felt an overwhelming aura of malevolence flash by in the distance. The wickedness, brutality, and murderous intent embodied in that presence were sensations he had never encountered in either of his lifetimes combined. Indeed, it was one of the 3 unforgivable curses. Even a spell of such limited power could unleash such terrifying negative energy. Albert silently reflected on this revelation. He finally grasped why the frequent use of dark magic could influence a person's emotions and even fundamentally alter their character. As Albert pondered, Chilo turned away, positioning himself so that Voldemort was directly facing the small snake he had just slain. In the next moment, under Albert's astonished gaze, a gray orb, no more than a centimeter in diameter, emerged from the snake's lifeless head. The orb trembled incessantly, as if struggling to escape. Yet it ultimately drifted slowly into the purple scarf wrapped around the back of Chilo's head. Witnessing this scene, Albert felt a dryness in his throat. He instinctively swallowed and shook his head vigorously, forcing himself to suppress the urge to retch. Having witnessed 2 profoundly malevolent images within a single minute was overwhelming for him. A young man who had lived a little over 30 years combined, with a psychological age barely surpassing 20. Chapter 66. An unremarkable rabbit. Chilo remained motionless for a moment longer, until Voldemort's voice resonated from the back of his head once again, about a minute later. Very well. You may now continue your search for animals. I hope this time you will apply yourself more diligently for the sake of your other half. Perhaps due to having absorbed a fragment of a soul, Voldemort's voice sounded slightly more powerful than before. Yes, master, I shall do so at once. Chilo nodded and promptly set off deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Albert hesitated for a moment. The scenes he had just witnessed had profoundly impacted him, prompting an instinctive desire to turn away. However, after 10 seconds, he lifted his legs and hastily pursued the direction in which Chilo had departed. Compelled by an intense curiosity and an inexplicable impulse, he ultimately overcame the discomfort brought on by the dark magic and found the motivation and courage to continue trailing Chilo, eager to observe his forthcoming actions. This time, after resuming his journey, Chilo ventured straight into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Clearly, his previous behavior of circling within the same area was not a result of being lost or unfamiliar with the terrain. Rather, it was a deliberate act of procrastination, an unwillingness to fulfill the orders given to him by Voldemort. How peculiar, Albert mused, observing Chilo briskly advancing deeper into the forest. Given that he had willingly become Voldemort's pawn, why did he not comply fully? Why engage in such foolish acts of defiance, harboring a delusional hope of secretly rebelling? After all, with Voldemort entrenched in his mind, how could he possibly think that his intentions could remain hidden? As Albert trudged along, his mind wandering in boredom, he followed Chilo, meticulously searching the periphery of the Forbidden Forest's central region, perhaps out of sheer trepidation towards the terrifying creatures that lurked deep within. Chilo dared not venture into the heart of the forest. The two meandered through the dense woods for nearly half an hour, and just as Albert felt utterly exhausted, Chilo suddenly erupted with jubilant exclamations not far off. Splendid news, master. I have discovered an animal from which you can absorb souls. Behold, over there is a group of remarkably plump rabbits. I have never encountered such large specimens before, and there are at least a dozen of them. Absorbing their souls should significantly rejuvenate yours. Upon hearing Chilo's words, Albert was momentarily taken aback. Rabbits? They were nearing the core of the Forbidden Forest, a locale fraught with peril. It seemed implausible for such ordinary creatures to exist in such a dangerously enchanted place. Curiosity piqued, he gazed ahead, only to be rendered speechless in astonishment the very next moment. Before him, within a mere 20 meters, a large assembly of at least 15 or 16 rabbits grazed leisurely on the verdant grass. Unlike the common varieties found in the Muggle world, this group of rabbits was astonishingly large, some standing tall enough to reach Albert's knees. Moreover, their fur was exceedingly long and dense, further amplifying their imposing size. Surely, these rabbits could not be. No, it was unlikely. Albert shook his head. The legendary rabbit had not been seen by anyone for over a century. His luck could not possibly be that fortuitous. Merely accompanying Chilo on a stroll through the Forbidden Forest would not grant him a glimpse of such a mythical creature. Of course, if fate were indeed on his side and these rabbits resembled those of his imagination, it would only serve to illustrate that his luck today was extraordinarily favorable. While Chilo and Voldemort's fortunes had plummeted to the lowest depths, these rabbits, while somewhat acceptable, were certainly insufficient in number, thus after their demise. Albert's tasks for the afternoon would remain unfulfilled. As he grappled with disbelief regarding his judgment of the rabbit's breed, Voldemort's exceedingly satisfied voice drifted from Chilo's direction. Very well. Master, I shall proceed to eliminate that entire group of rabbits and subsequently assist you in locating new prey. Chilo nodded and cautiously made his way toward the cluster of rabbits leisurely grazing nearby. It seems these rabbits may merely possess a peculiar breed, rather than being the ones I envisioned. Otherwise, Voldemort would surely recognize them and would not permit his temporary vessel to willingly march towards its demise. Hearing Voldemort's words, Albert shook his head in resignation. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately withdrew his wand from his pocket. Alas, there is no choice. I had no desire to stir trouble, but how could you, fool, set your sights on rabbits, those creatures I hold dear? Other matters may be negotiable, but I shall unequivocally not allow anyone to harm a single innocent rabbit in my presence. As Albert silently conversed with himself, he raised his wand high, aiming it at the nearby Chilo. However, just as he was poised to cast the ensnaring cage spell, his hand abruptly froze midair. At that moment, the group of large rabbits, which had been nibbling on the grass just a second ago, suddenly lifted their heads in unison, gazing directly at the approaching Chilo. What astonished Albert was not merely the rabbits' heightened alertness. Indeed, if they had been ordinary rabbits from the Muggle world, they would have likely fled at the first sight of Chilo. These magical rabbits possessed an awareness that could not be inferior to that of their mundane counterparts. They had clearly noticed Chilo long before, but had chosen to ignore him until now. What truly took Albert by surprise was the fact that as the rabbits turned to look at Chilo, a pair of enormous, translucent wings sprouted instantaneously from their sides. Chapter 67. The Long-Haired Winged Rabbit. Part 1. Upon witnessing the emergence of the wings from the sides of the large rabbits, both Albert and Chilo remained rooted in astonishment. By Merlin's pure golden beard, these are indeed the fabled long-haired winged rabbits. Albert gasped inwardly. He had once encountered a rare book on magical creatures that featured descriptions and illustrations of these extraordinary rabbits, which enabled him to identify them at first glance. According to that very book, long-haired winged rabbits were an exceedingly rare and powerful magical species, with no wizard having seen one for at least a century. The book itself had been published over 50 years prior. Later, Albert had sought out more recent records and findings, but had uncovered no mention of long-haired winged rabbits. Thus, based on his deductions, these wondrous creatures had likely evaded the observation of magical zoologists for more than 100 years. And now, in the deep recesses of the Forbidden Forest, he had encountered over 10 of them at once. Such extraordinary luck led Albert to muse that upon returning to the castle, he must indulge in several more chocolate frogs, for perhaps, in light of his fortune today, he might complete his collection of chocolate frog cards. Meanwhile, Chilo appeared to be at a loss, standing frozen, neither advancing nor retreating, his face a canvas of surprise and bewilderment. Master, the creatures ahead, they don't seem like ordinary rabbits. He stammered nervously. How did those things grow wings? I've never heard of such magical beings. With your limited knowledge, it is no wonder you are unaware of this species, Voldemort's cold yet exhilarated voice soon echoed. They are a special type of magical rabbit known as long-haired winged rabbits. While they can be somewhat perilous, I assure you, their souls are immensely powerful. You need only to slay a couple of these rabbits and allow me to absorb their souls. That will sufficiently replenish the soul energy I have expended and may even enhance my strength. As Voldemort spoke, his voice grew increasingly animated, and his words quickened. Do not hesitate. Swiftly go and eliminate them. Should you manage to kill 2 or more long-haired winged rabbits, not only will I refrain from punishing you, but I shall bestow upon you rewards beyond your wildest imagination. But you just mentioned that these magical creatures are somewhat dangerous. Chilo's voice trembled noticeably. If even you consider them perilous, wouldn't I be walking to my demise? You foolish coward. Voldemort's tone suddenly brimmed with malice. Do not forget, I am currently inhabiting your body, and our paramount objective at Hogwarts has yet to be fulfilled. If you are destined to perish at the hands of these long-haired winged rabbits, I would not demand your sacrifice. Therefore, if you refuse to confront those rabbits, I shall have no choice but to absorb half of your soul and merge it with the other half, forcibly taking control of your body to eliminate them myself. Please, Master, spare me. I will go at once. I shall kill those rabbits for you." Hearing Voldemort's words, Chilo nearly collapsed in terror. As he pleaded, he drew his wand and, albeit unsteadily, charged toward the group of long-haired winged rabbits. Observing this scene, a faint smile crept across Albert's lips. His tense form relaxed. Given Chilo's rudimentary skills, he might barely qualify as a half-decent wizard against an ordinary adult sorcerer. But rushing headlong into a battle with a horde of long-haired winged rabbits was tantamount to suicidal folly. Albert was now contemplating whether he should trip Chilo when he attempted to flee, allowing the group of long-haired, winged rabbits to dispose of him. After all, keeping such a noseless monstrosity in the school, while not posing any real danger, was undeniably repulsive. At that moment, Chilo had already dashed to within 2 meters of the 10 or so long-haired, winged rabbits. He abruptly raised his wand, aiming at the closest rabbit, and uttered the killing curse. Clearly, Chilo was at the peak of his anxiety, exerting all his strength. As a brilliant green light shot forth from the tip of his wand, racing towards the large rabbit just 2 meters away, the corners of Chilo's mouth began to curve upwards, attempting to form a smug smile, but as soon as it began to materialize, his expression abruptly froze. The long-haired, winged rabbit, upon seeing the green light, displayed no sign of panic. Instead, it shook its head disdainfully and flapped its wings lightly, vanishing from sight in an instant. Remarkably, the description in that popular science book was not exaggerated in the least. Witnessing the rabbit vanish with a mere flap of its wings, Albert couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. According to the book, these rabbits could fly at incredible speeds, easily evading spells cast by wizards at close range. In fact, Albert felt the description was rather conservative, as he had not even caught a glimpse of the rabbit's flight path, and even now, he could not discern where it had flown off to. This was not merely fast flight, it was akin to instantaneous teleportation. In stark contrast to Albert's astonishment, Chilo was engulfed in profound terror, for even with his prowess, he had failed to perceive how the long-haired, winged rabbit had taken to the air. However, the rabbit's final glance at him, cold, mocking, and laced with a subtle malice, sent chills down his spine, causing his grip on the wand to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 68, Long-Haired Winged Rabbits, Part 2, Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Chilo hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritting his teeth, unleashed a frenzied barrage of killing curses at the mass of long-haired, winged rabbits before him. He understood all too well that if he did not act swiftly before the other rabbits took flight, seizing his luck, there would be no further opportunities once they were airborne. His very safety in this area would be in jeopardy. Yet, it was evident that against a swarm of long-haired, winged rabbits capable of instantaneous flight, no matter how fervently he cast his spells, they merely struck the ground or the trees, resulting in futile efforts. After more than half a minute, panting heavily, Chilo halted. The 10 or so long-haired, winged rabbits had merely ascended into the air, not a single one had fled, nor had they changed positions significantly. "Master, the spells I cast cannot hit these peculiar rabbits," Chilo gasped, wiping the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But at that very moment, the nearest long-haired, winged rabbit suddenly shook its body, and the next second, a long strand of white rabbit fur floated gently down from it. "Fool, if you wish to live, quickly evade." Just as Chilo held on to a flicker of hope that Voldemort would tell him to abandon his attempts to slay these strange rabbits and seek other prey, an urgent and furious roar erupted from behind his head. "What? Quickly evade?" Stunned by Voldemort's bellow, Chilo quickly realized why his master was so insistent that he dodge. A white arrow, slightly longer than a typical wand, had suddenly appeared just over a meter away and shot towards Chilo's forehead like a streak of white lightning. "Good heavens! Who is ambushing me?" Chilo cried out in panic, attempting to dodge clumsily to the side. However, as he did so, his foot was ensnared by a long vine, and he stumbled, falling face first to the ground in a most undignified manner. Observing Chilo's unfortunate tumble, Albert, who was hiding behind a tree, shook his head with a hint of regret. Chilo's fall was indeed well-timed, given the circumstances. There was no way his reflexes could have allowed him to evade the incoming white arrow. Ironically, his unintentional stumble had fortuitously spared him from disaster. Otherwise, the arrow, even if not striking him directly in the forehead, would likely have hit his face or the side of his head. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as these long-haired, winged rabbits possessed an abundance of their long white fur, with over a dozen of them present. Even a single rabbit's fur could easily turn dozens of Chilos into a porcupine. Indeed, that fearsome white arrow had been transformed from a strand of fur from a long-haired winged rabbit. Compared to their nearly instantaneous flight speed, the rabbit's most terrifying ability was their capacity to convert every strand of fur into a powerful arrow aimed at their adversaries. Moreover, these rabbits regrew their fur rapidly, making them akin to a rabbit-shaped bow with an infinite supply of arrows. Oh, and let us not forget, this formidable bow possessed a movement speed akin to teleportation and intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. Thus, Albert found himself unperturbed by the prospect of Chilo harming these long-haired, winged rabbits. Not only Chilo, but even Voldemort himself, upon his resurrection, would find no means to contend with these seemingly adorable, yet extraordinarily perilous creatures. At best, he could only ensure his escape amidst the onslaught of the long-haired, winged rabbits. Albert leaned against the trunk of a nearby tree, twirling his wand in hand, eagerly observing Chilo's comical performance. At that moment, Chilo seemed either dazed from a fall or simply bewildered. He lay on the ground for a while before abruptly springing to his feet, brandishing his wand and searching the surrounding forest while muttering to himself, "How dare you ambush me with such a muggle weapon as a bow and arrow? You had better pray I do not find you, for if I do, I shall surely end your life and allow my master to absorb your soul. A human soul is far superior to that of these lowly creatures." Hearing Chilo's ramblings, Albert nearly burst into laughter, feeling a twinge of pity for Voldemort, who was bound to such an absurdly foolish host. Perhaps sharing Albert's desire for amusement, the long-haired winged rabbits that had taken to the skies earlier did not leave after Chilo regained his footing. Instead, they descended back to the ground, regarding the bewildered Chilo with the same curious gaze Albert wore. "Fool, did you not see that arrow was fired by a rabbit? Those rabbits now look at you as if you were a simpleton." After more than 3 minutes of watching their absurdity, Voldemort, trapped in such a dim-witted vessel, could no longer contain his fury and began to roar. "What did you say, master? Those rabbits can shoot arrows?" Chilo stood in stunned disbelief. How could a group of rabbits possibly wield bows and arrows, and none of them bore such weapons? Perhaps exasperated by Chilo's ignorance, Voldemort chose not to answer. But at that moment, a small rabbit from the group suddenly took flight, clearly a young one that had yet to mature. Once airborne, this diminutive long-haired winged rabbit adjusted its posture and gently shook its tail, causing a minuscule strand of rabbit fur to detach and fall. Chilo, intrigued, gazed at the small rabbit hovering 5 meters away, puzzled as to how such an obviously juvenile creature could pose any threat. As Chilo watched, the tiny rabbit fur drifted down, and in a moment of sheer astonishment, the fur swiftly expanded, transforming within half a second into an arrow nearly the same length as a standard wand. Good heavens, I have never heard of such terrifying rabbits existing in this world, Chilo muttered, his voice trembling. He quickly raised his wand, casting a rapid incantation, Protego. No sooner had he spoken than the wand-length white arrow shot toward his forehead. Instead of fear, a smirk of disdain crept across Chilo's face. "You think a tiny arrow made from rabbit fur can truly penetrate my defenses?" Yet before he could finish his derisive comment, the rabbit fur arrow shattered the translucent barrier before him with a sound akin to shattering glass, continuing its trajectory toward his forehead. Though the arrow's speed was somewhat diminished by the protective spell, Chilo's confident smile evaporated as panic set in. He leapt aside just in time to narrowly evade the rabbit fur arrow. "Damn rabbit, I refuse to believe you can shoot another arrow at me." After regaining his composure, Chilo gritted his teeth and directed his wand at the small rabbit in midair, his voice a near incomprehensible roar. Avada Kedavra! Clearly, he had pushed his spell-casting speed to its limits, for as he uttered the final syllable, a brilliant green light shot forth from the tip of his wand, racing toward the airborne young rabbit at a speed almost impossible to discern. Observing the rapidity of Chilo's curse, Albert felt a jolt of surprise. If the target had been an adult long-haired winged rabbit, he would not have been particularly concerned, as their speed likely approached that of light itself. Even Dumbledore would struggle to land a hit. However, a juvenile long-haired winged rabbit might not possess such swiftness. Yet just as Albert raised his wand, he lowered it again. For the young rabbit, like its larger counterpart before, merely flapped its wings and vanished from sight. "Ah, now Chilo shall suffer," Albert chuckled softly, witnessing the astonishment and fury etched across Chilo's face. Unaware of the true terror of the long-haired winged rabbits, Chilo likely considered them merely peculiar magical creatures. Now, confronted with the reality that he could not even best a young magical creature, his psyche must be crumbling. Before Chilo could dwell on his frustration, The small long-haired winged rabbit reappeared behind him, approximately 2 meters away. It gently shook its body, and within moments, at least 5 or 6 delicate rabbit hairs drifted down from its form. Poor Chilo, your doom is nigh, Albert thought, observing the 6 white rabbit hair arrows floating around the small rabbit. He cautiously stepped back 2 or 3 meters, apprehensive that Chilo's impending misfortune might result in blood splattering onto him. Fool, if you wish to survive, lie flat. Voldemort's voice echoed from the back of Chilo's head once more, but this time, Albert detected a hint of urgency in his tone. Good heavens! It appears the power of these rabbit hair arrows exceeds my expectations. Albert silently lamented. He truly did not anticipate that Voldemort, the Dark Lord who feared no creature save for Dumbledore, would exhibit such palpable anxiety in the face of 6 rabbit hair arrows. This indicated that the terrifying long-eared winged rabbits could instill a modicum of fear even in the noseless Dark Lord. Upon hearing a tone of urgency in his master's voice, Quirrel momentarily froze, then turned in surprise to look behind him. When he beheld the 6 arrows aimed directly at him, his complexion drained of color, and he shuddered violently, collapsing to the ground in a weak heap. Observing the crumpled Quirrel, the small long-eared winged rabbit tilted its head, then turned to the 2 larger rabbits within the nearby group. The 2 rabbits nodded in unison, prompting the small winged rabbit to refocus its gaze on Quirrel, who was now transfixed by fear. Consequently, the 6 rabbit hair arrows shot toward him with lightning speed. Protective shield. Quirrel stammered, his voice trembling to the point of near inaudibility. Nevertheless, he managed to cast the shield charm, though it proved to be of little utility. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the 6 arrows effortlessly shattered the barrier formed by the charm, piercing Quirrel's body. The forbidden forest fell silent for 2 seconds before a heart-wrenching scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from Quirrel's gaping mouth. Each arrow struck his shoulders, arms, left ear, and a spot slightly to the right of his chest, with 4 of them even passing straight through his limbs and emerging from his back. Chapter 70. The First Confrontation with Voldemort, Part 1. Alas, what a tragedy! Observing Quirrel sprawled in a pool of blood, wailing in despair, Albert shook his head and clicked his tongue. Ignorance is not a fault. However, to venture forth in ignorance invites suffering. Indeed, it verges on self-destruction. Cursed fool, unable to contend with mere winged rabbits. Amidst Quirrel's pig-like howls, a sudden roar from Voldemort filled the air. Get up, leave this place. If you linger any longer, these rabbits will surely end your life. Hearing Voldemort's command, Quirrel's cries diminished slightly, and he began to weep. Oh, master, I truly cannot rise. He sobbed, his voice punctuated by gasps. The injuries are too severe. The arrows have pierced my body, rendering me immobile. I beseech you, master, heal my wounds, and I shall depart post-haste. Should I encounter these frightful rabbits again, I shall distance myself as far as possible. But if you do not assist me, I fear I shall not stand again, nor escape this realm. I may very well perish here today. Remarkable, indeed, was Quirrel's audacity. Upon hearing his words, Albert regarded him with a mixture of shock and admiration. Even in his dire state, the man dared to address Voldemort with such fortitude. Lacing his pleas with an undercurrent of implicit threat, Albert could only sigh, reflecting that regardless of how tragically Quirrel might meet his end, it was ultimately by his own merit that he would face such a fate. After all, what rational individual could be as foolish as he? Perhaps even Voldemort had grown weary of conversing with such a simpleton. Under Albert's gaze, Quirrel's body suddenly convulsed violently a few times before becoming rigid. Moments later, he gradually rose from the ground, only to soar into the air, heading straight into the deeper recesses of the Forbidden Forest. Goodness! It was evident that Voldemort truly regarded Quirrel as less than human. Observing Quirrel's sudden ascent, Albert couldn't help but roll his eyes in disbelief. Clearly, Voldemort had seized control over Quirrel's body, yet he showed no concern for the immense strain and suffering inflicted upon this vessel, which was already gravely injured. This was a spontaneous flight. If Albert's calculations were correct, Voldemort must have drained Quirrel's potential, perhaps even his very life force, to execute such an advanced flying spell. Alas, perhaps I am too benevolent, unable to bear witness to Voldemort's bullying of Quirrel. Regardless, you are a professor of Hogwarts at this moment. As a student of the same esteemed institution, I shall lend you a hand. Albert murmured softly to himself before raising his wand to aim at Quirrel, who was hovering in midair. He uttered softly, "Cage from the heavens." In the next instant, a colossal metal cage plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon Quirrel, who was under Voldemort's control and attempting to flee, forcing him back to the ground. The Quirrel trapped within the metal cage. No, it should be said. Voldemort, disguised as Quirrel, momentarily froze, perplexed by the sudden appearance of the cage, as he had not sensed any magical fluctuations preceding it, perhaps due to some constraint. Voldemort was unable to maintain control over Quirrel's body for long, so he did not ponder the matter extensively. Instead, he raised his wand and gave it a gentle wave. Instantly, accompanied by a blinding flash of red light, the metal cage began to tremble violently, emitting a cacophony of creaking sounds, as if someone was attempting to saw through its bars with a chainsaw. However, after a minute, the harsh metallic noise gradually subsided, and the massive cage came to a halt, yet Quirrel, under Voldemort's influence, remained ensnared within, with no visible damage to the cage's bars. Damn it! From where did this wretched cage emerge? Voldemort cursed quietly, as he once again commanded Quirrel to raise his wand. With a flash of orange light, a tremendous explosion erupted from the top of the metal cage. This time, a significant hole was blasted into the cage's roof, and in the next moment, the entire structure disintegrated into a cloud of light, vanishing into thin air. Oh! As expected of Voldemort, he effortlessly dispelled the metal cage spell I had unleashed with all my might. Watching the cage that had ensnared Quirrel disappear, Albert shook his head in resignation. His current offensive repertoire was still too limited. If only his magical prowess were stronger. If only he could master a few more potent offensive spells, then combined with such a formidable spell as the Celestial Cage, he might have had a chance of detaining Quirrel here today. But now, well, wait, it seemed there might still be a glimmer of hope. Just as Albert contemplated giving up and allowing Quirrel, under Voldemort's control, to escape, his peripheral vision caught sight of several white rabbit hair arrows that had fallen to the ground nearby. A knowing smile crept upon Albert's lips. In the next moment, he cast the Celestial Cage spell again at the recently airborne Quirrel. However, this time, Voldemort was evidently prepared. As soon as the metal cage materialized, he swiftly raised his wand and unleashed another spell, the same orange incantation he had just employed. This time, he obliterated the cage that ensnared him in less than a second. Yet, as Voldemort, controlling Quirrel, triumphantly prepared to delve deeper into the Forbidden Forest, he suddenly came to a jarring halt, plummeting earthward at an alarming speed. Alongside Quirrel descended at least 4 or 5 white rabbit hair arrows and a new, seemingly larger metal cage than the last. Chapter 71. The First Confrontation with Voldemort, Part 2. Quirrel, under Voldemort's control, crashed violently onto the ground of the Forbidden Forest. Fortunately, the landing area was not strewn with hard debris, merely covered with a layer of decaying leaves and a few lengthy vines. Unfortunately, due to Voldemort's mismanagement of Quirrel's descent, he landed awkwardly, colliding his wrist against a nearby branch, causing his wand to be flung away. Who would have thought that this little play would yield unexpected rewards? Albert raised an eyebrow in surprise at the sight of the wand lying on the ground not far away. However, he did not rush to retrieve it. Instead, he continued to wield his wand, directing the floating rabbit hair arrows towards Quirrel, who was struggling to rise from the ground. Indeed, the arrows aimed at Quirrel were not fired by the gathering throngs of curious long-haired winged rabbits. Rather, they were controlled by Albert from a distance using the levitation charm, orchestrating their attack on Quirrel, perhaps due to a psychological aversion to such weaponry, or perhaps because of the limitations on his sensory abilities while controlling Quirrel. Voldemort had failed to recognize that the arrows were merely manipulated by the levitation charm and lacked significant offensive power while airborne. However, once back on the ground, Voldemort finally grasped the situation. With a dismissive wave of his hand, a nearly transparent barrier materialized above him, intercepting the incoming rabbit hair arrows. Yet, having thwarted the arrows, Voldemort now faced a more pressing predicament. He found himself ensnared once more in an eerie metal cage, while Quirrel's wand lay scattered elsewhere. Voldemort would likely first utilize wandless magic to summon Quirrel's wand back to him before shattering my metal cage. Observing Voldemort successfully block the arrows using wandless magic, Albert muttered to himself. Thus, the immediate priority was to devise a means to destroy Quirrel's wand. However, doing so would present a new dilemma. His presence would inevitably be revealed, as he currently lacked the capability to discreetly obliterate a person's wand. Albert hesitated for just a moment, then swiftly resolved to destroy Quirrel's wand. If he did not act, Voldemort would undoubtedly escape from the metallic cage within 5 seconds. Previously, It was likely that Voldemort had already discerned that the rabbit hair arrows were under the influence of a levitation charm. Consequently, upon his escape, he might not immediately flee, as the long-haired winged rabbits currently seemed disinclined to attack him. Thus, it was plausible that Voldemort would first scour the surrounding forest, and at that juncture, Albert would find himself in grave peril. Conversely, seizing this opportunity to obliterate Quirrel's wand would merely expose his hiding place. Yet it was improbable that Voldemort would uncover his true identity. This meant that he stood a significant chance of retreating unscathed. And there was even a possibility of keeping Quirrel, under Voldemort's control, occupied for an extended period. Alternatively, he might compel Voldemort to further deplete Quirrel's potential, employing wandless magic to cast formidable spells that could aid his escape. Regardless of the outcome, both scenarios were desirable to Albert. Thus, after swiftly analyzing the pros and cons of both choices, Albert raised his wand and aimed it at Quirrel's wand, which lay quietly on the ground nearby. Whispering a swift incantation, shattered to pieces. In an instant, with a brilliant flash of red light, Quirrel's wand erupted with a tremendous bang, disintegrating into fragments of varying sizes that scattered across the ground, with some smaller pieces reduced to charred remnants. "Who is there? Step forward." Voldemort's furious voice resonated from the nearby metal cage. He had now ascertained that a mysterious wizard was concealed in the vicinity, one who likely comprehended all of his and Quirrel's secrets. Voldemort would never permit someone with such knowledge to leave the Forbidden Forest alive. "The wand, bring the wand." He bellowed in the direction where Quirrel's wand had presumably fallen, and the next moment, a multitude of dirt covered with fragments, along with a few small pieces of charcoal, came flying out of the woods in a chaotic procession. Suppressing the urge to laugh aloud, Albert turned and sprinted desperately toward the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. As anticipated, he had barely taken a few steps when Voldemort's wrathful roar echoed behind him once more. "You scoundrel, damned scoundrel. No matter who you are, I will kill you. I assure you, you will not escape this Forbidden Forest alive. Without a wand, what threats can you muster?" Albert scoffed at Voldemort's furious outburst. "Perhaps you should first figure out how to escape this cage from the sky. Without your wand and trapped within a cage, do you really think you can resort to sheer rage to kill someone? The problem is, it seems that such a skill is non-existent in the world of Harry Potter." As Albert desperately sprinted towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest, he unleashed a barrage of scornful taunts directed at Voldemort in his mind. Yet, events did not unfold as Albert had envisioned. He had anticipated that Voldemort would either be unable to escape the descending cage in a short span of time, or would have to expend considerable effort to shatter the metal confinement by sacrificing Quirrel's vitality, subsequently retreating to a safe haven to recuperate. However, scarcely had he covered 100 meters when a thunderous explosion reverberated behind him, followed closely by Voldemort's furious roar. "Embrace your demise, boy. I have made it clear. There is no way you shall escape the Forbidden Forest alive. Relish these last fleeting seconds of your existence before you succumb to anguish and terror." Chapter 72. A successful escape. Upon hearing the distant explosion and Voldemort's ensuing wrathful cries, Albert furrowed his brow. He had not foreseen Voldemort's capability to breach the descending cage so swiftly, nor his vigor to pursue him thereafter. The situation had turned perilously precarious. With only a mere 100 meters separating him from Voldemort, an interval that could be traversed in less than a minute. No, he had to devise a means to conceal his identity. Resolving this, Albert quickly bent down, picked up a leaf the size of a dinner plate from the ground, and while running, he drew his wand and lightly tapped the leaf twice, transforming it into a green serpentine mask, which he hastily affixed to his face. Simply donning a mask would not suffice. He needed to disguise his form and attire as well. Thus, Albert abruptly halted, raised his wand, and swiftly tapped his robes and shoes several times. Instantly, the soles of his shoes thickened by at least an inch, and his robe morphed into a long cloak predominantly black, adorned with green and silver stripes. Now, considering Voldemort's current detection and perception abilities, it should be exceedingly difficult for him to discern Albert's true identity under these circumstances. With his disguise complete, Albert nodded in satisfaction and resumed his frantic dash toward the forest's periphery. He hoped fervently that Voldemort would not ascertain the direction of his flight. Once he reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort would undoubtedly refrain from overtly attacking him. With this thought in mind, Albert quickened his pace, estimating that if he maintained this speed, he would reach the outskirts of the forest in approximately 10 minutes. At that moment, Voldemort's cold, malevolent voice pierced through the air from not far behind him. Do you truly believe you stand a chance of escaping the heart of the Forbidden Forest, boy? Rather than futilely struggling against your fate, you would do well to confront death with composure. Understand this. You possess no possibility of survival. Startled by Voldemort's unexpected proximity, Albert's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Voldemort would pursue him with such alacrity. This predicament was dire. Albert furrowed his brow tightly. Facing Voldemort head-on was a perilous gamble, and even a direct confrontation with Quirrel seemed overwhelmingly daunting. However, the notion of summoning aid via a signal firework filled him with reluctance. Such opportunities for extreme self-testing were rare indeed. Very well, he decided. I shall engage in a confrontation first, and if my life hangs in the balance, I will resort to the signal firework. Yet, I must prepare in advance to avoid being caught off guard should danger truly arise. With this resolve, he pulled a signal firework from his robes and, while continuing to run, hastily scrawled a plea for help in the blank space. Help! I am Albert Wells. Originally, Albert intended to write, Help! Voldemort is here, but reconsidered the potential ramifications of such a declaration, opting instead for a more prudent message. Once he completed the plea, he returned the firework to his robe pocket and extracted 2 glue bombs. To pierce the very marrow, Albert had just completed his preparations when the chilling voice of Voldemort echoed ominously from approximately 10 meters behind him. By Merlin's tattered socks. How audacious of him to cast an unforgivable curse right upon arrival. Upon realizing that Voldemort had directly targeted him with the Cruciatus curse, Albert cursed under his breath and swiftly leaped to the side, taking refuge behind the sturdy trunk of a massive tree. In the next instant, a blinding crimson light struck the adjacent tree, creating a fist-sized crater upon impact. Taking advantage of the opportunity to evade the curse, Albert turned his head to observe the direction from which the spell had been cast. Before him, he beheld Chilo, bloodied and in a state of disarray, swiftly gliding towards him with his back turned. Indeed, he was gliding. Albert cast a deliberate glance at Chilo's feet. In reality, the fellow was actually gliding just above the ground, with the distance between his soles and the surface being less than an inch, thus creating the illusion that he was merely sliding along. Albert cast another glance at Chilo's empty hands. Indeed, the fellow possessed no wand. It seemed there was no spare wand at hand. In that case, this confrontation might be worth attempting. For controlling Chilo's body would undoubtedly impose significant limitations on even Voldemort's wandless magic. Thus, it was time for you to once again experience the sensation of being ensnared within a celestial prison. Albert murmured softly, then waved his wand once more, casting the falling cage spell at Quirrel, who was under Voldemort's control. A mere trifle, he thought. The first time, I was caught off guard and was ensnared for an extended period. But not this time. Watching the metal cage suddenly materialize in the air above him, descending rapidly, Voldemort sneered. He raised Quirrel's hand, and with a swift motion, the cage, not yet fully enveloping him, shattered into oblivion with a loud bang. However, at that moment, Quirrel's feet returned to the ground. A golden opportunity presented itself. Albert's eyes sparkled as he saw Quirrel, still under Voldemort's control, land back on solid ground. In less than a heartbeat, he hurled 2 glue bombs with great force. Voldemort, oblivious to the 2 small spheres that shattered at his feet, continued to laugh maniacally as he strode towards the large tree behind which Albert was hiding. In the next instant, without any surprise, Voldemort, controlled by Quirrel, found himself firmly glued in place by an unseen, powerful adhesive. A perfect chance to escape had arisen. Observing Quirrel stuck steadfastly, a relaxed smile crept across Albert's face. The glue bombs he had thrown earlier were not the commercially available ones that only lasted a minute. They were specially concocted by Albert before arriving at Hogwarts. Designed for self-defense in emergencies, the powerful adhesive contained within those 2 bombs was effective for a full hour, and Albert was absolutely confident that, no matter how formidable Voldemort might be, he would not escape in a short span of time. Chapter 73. Back to the common room, damn it. You set a trap on the ground. Voldemort roared in frustration upon realizing Quirrel was stuck and unable to move. He pointed a finger, unleashing a series of spells at the ground, yet he remained tethered. At that moment, having confirmed that Voldemort could not break free from the adhesive's grasp in the near future, Albert stepped out from behind the tree, a smile gracing his face. You are quite adept at hiding, boy, and you possess remarkable talent. Voldemort's voice came from Quirrel, who had his back turned. I can offer you a chance to serve me. Only by becoming my servant can you leave this forest alive. and only through this servitude will your exceptional talents not go to waste in the future. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Albert paused for a moment, then could not help but laugh. He shook his head, refraining from a direct response, instead raising his wand and swiftly gesturing towards the ground. In a matter of seconds, a question appeared before Voldemort. Are you truly that hungry right now? Voldemort was momentarily taken aback by the words that materialized on the ground. Do you not comprehend what I am saying, you fool? His voice turned icy. Or are you feigning ignorance to buy time, hoping for someone to come to your rescue? But let me inform you, boy, we are deep within the Forbidden Forest, at least 2 to 3 miles from Hogwarts. What transpires here would even escape Dumbledore's notice. So abandon this foolish notion of delaying, for it is utterly pointless. Hearing Voldemort's words, Albert chuckled and shook his head. He once again raised his wand, quickly inscribing another line next to the previous question. Apologies, humorless Voldemort, but my inquiry was purely out of curiosity. After all, if you weren't ravenously hungry, why would you be contemplating eating dung? Would you not agree? A faceless entity still yearning for minions. How amusing. After composing this response, Albert retrieved 2 more glue bombs from his pocket, swiftly tossing them onto Quirrel's shoes, before turning and sprinting away towards the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, just as Voldemort began to cast various unforgivable curses at him. Watching Albert's figure retreat into the distance, Voldemort lowered his hand, which had been poised to unleash a killing curse. You wretched boy, should I commend your cleverness or bemoan your foolishness? He mused coldly to himself. A mere student from Hogwarts has managed to corner me to this extent, proving you are indeed a prodigy. Yet, how can such brilliance not realize that you have only glued my shoes to the ground? I can still remove them and pursue you within seconds. With that, Voldemort, controlling Quirrel, bent down swiftly, preparing to remove the cotton boots he wore. 2 seconds later, without any surprise, a furious roar echoed once more from the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Damn it, I will find you at Hogwarts and kill you. I swear you will not live to see the Christmas holiday. Hearing Voldemort's distant, furious bellow, Albert could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter as he ran. The image of Voldemort, crouched down, attempting to remove his shoes while his hands remained stuck to them, was simply too comical to resist. Half an hour later, breathless and covered in leaves and dirt, looking quite disheveled, Albert finally returned to the Gryffindor common room. It was a lively scene, filled with jubilant chatter, as nearly all the Gryffindor students celebrated their Quidditch team's recent, thrilling victory. However, Albert noticed 4 individuals who seemed out of place amidst the exuberance. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville were sitting in a corner, their brows furrowed, faces etched with concern, quietly discussing something. At that moment, everyone was too caught up in their excitement to notice the somewhat disheveled Albert, who had just crawled in through the portrait hole. This was precisely the outcome Albert desired. He did not wish to draw too much attention to himself just yet. He produced his wand, casting a cleansing spell on himself to ensure he appeared less disheveled before quietly approaching the 4 friends engrossed in conversation. It's been nearly 2 hours since Albert entered the Forbidden Forest. Logically, if he encountered no danger, he should have returned to inform us of whatever transpired. Hermione's voice was filled with anxiety and concern. You should have listened to me sooner. We ought to have informed Professor McGonagall an hour ago, she added. Ron furrowed his brow and muttered in dissatisfaction. No matter how formidable Albert might be, he was still merely a first-year wizard. If he were to encounter a particularly perilous situation, he might not have the time to signal for help with his colorful fireworks. Therefore, we should not linger any longer and must promptly inform Professor McGonagall. However, I have previously mentioned that once Professor McGonagall is made aware of this matter, Albert is certain to face severe repercussions. As soon as Ron's words fell, Harry shook his head. Although the professors all claimed that the Forbidden Forest was fraught with danger, it was still a part of Hogwarts. It was unlikely that anything truly terrifying would emerge. As for that fellow Quirrel, he probably would not dare to directly confront Albert within the school's grounds. Thus, I believe that Albert must simply be entangled in some troublesome affairs, such as, Harry scratched his head, suddenly realizing that he could not think of anything that could possibly occupy Albert for such an extended period. Perhaps it was a professor with questionable intelligence, or the specter of Voldemort residing within him. Either way, both were rather troublesome. Albert chuckled softly while providing Harry with a thoroughly convincing explanation. Chapter 74. The Return of the Money-Filled Suitcase. Albert, you have finally returned. The sudden sound of Albert's voice startled Hermione and the others. Ron jumped up from his chair in surprise, turning to face Albert with evident delight. Wait, what did you just say, Albert? The other three had barely savored their joy for a few seconds when Hermione's question fell upon them like a bucket of icy water. Indeed, Albert, what did you mean when you mentioned encountering a certain mysterious figure? Ron swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly as he spoke. I do not believe we should succumb to any fear regarding a mere name, Ron. Albert smiled as he patted Ron's shoulder. Voldemort is indeed Voldemort. I even uttered his name right in front of him just moments ago. What? You truly encountered Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest? Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione and the others were rendered speechless, their shock lingering for several moments. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, Hermione, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief, inquired, But Voldemort has been gone for so many years. How could he possibly reappear, especially in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts? Ron, his face somewhat pale, stammered his question. That fellow Voldemort did not merely make an appearance in the Forbidden Forest. Albert shook his head with a smile. In truth, he was right beside us. Everyone at Hogwarts could see him nearly every day. It was merely that he had donned an additional layer of disguise, rendering him unrecognizable. What? You mean to say that every day, each of us could behold Voldemort, but due to his added concealment, we simply failed to recognize him? Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione and the others turned somewhat pale. Wait a moment, Albert, you just mentioned the professor, and you followed that Chiron fellow into the Forbidden Forest. Could it be? I believe we ought to find a more secure location to discuss this topic. Just as Hermione was about to draw a conclusion, Albert interrupted her, turning his gaze toward a nearby group of students who were exuberantly celebrating their victory in the Quidditch match. Oh, right. I almost forgot that we're still in the common room, Harry exclaimed, tapping his forehead. Let us step outside to find an empty classroom, and then Albert, you can elaborate on what transpired in the Forbidden Forest. With that, the four of them rose, intending to follow Albert out of the common room. However, this time, perhaps due to the conspicuousness of their group, the moment they approached the portrait hole, the Weasley twins, along with Ginny and several other members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, spotted the five of them. Hey, Albert, you finally returned. We searched for you everywhere. After hearing from Hermione and Harry that you were discussing something with the professors, we returned to join the celebration, Fred called out, striding quickly toward them with George in tow. Ah, what's the rush? What do you need to see me about? Albert queried, momentarily puzzled. Ahem. Well, the matter we wish to discuss may not be suitable for such a public setting. Perhaps we should retreat to your dormitory for a more private conversation, George suggested discreetly after clearing his throat. What? Another topic that cannot be discussed in front of everyone? Ron remarked, somewhat exasperated. Why does everything we need to talk about today seem to be a secret? He continued. So you're also planning to discuss something that we're not meant to hear? After Ron spoke, Fred raised an eyebrow and smiled. How about this? Let us head back to my dormitory, and you can tell me what you wanted to discuss. Albert pondered for a moment before addressing the Weasley twins. The matters I wish to discuss with them are rather intricate, and I fear we may not be able to conclude our conversation promptly. Thus, let us first attend to the matters you wish to discuss. 2 minutes later, Fred and George accompanied Albert and his companions to their dormitory. You five wait here for a moment. We will fetch a few items and return shortly, George announced, and with that, he and Fred hurriedly exited the room. Sighing, Ron expressed his bewilderment. I really don't understand what those two are being so secretive about. They might be discussing the sales of slogan fireworks with Albert. Hermione replied with a smile. After all, so many have placed deposits. I imagine they must be feeling quite anxious. Wait, did many students rush to Fred and George to reserve slogan fireworks after the match? Albert inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Not just a few students. Hermione chuckled, shaking her head. It's at least over 80 or 90% of the Hogwarts student body clamoring to place orders for the slogan fireworks. On several occasions, some students nearly came to blows over the order of the queue. Good gracious, that seems rather exaggerated, Albert exclaimed, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Although he had anticipated a surge in popularity for the slogan fireworks following the Quidditch match, while surpassing the glue bombs, he had not expected such fervor among Hogwarts students, with at least 80 to 90% eager to reserve them. What intrigues me the most is how much deposit Fred and George collected earlier, Ron remarked, his eyes gleaming. I heard many students put down half the selling price as a deposit, so I imagine it must be at least 1,000 galleons. Ron, your imagination is rather lacking. Fred and George returned, dragging 2 large trunks back into the dormitory. If it were only just over 1,000 galleons, we wouldn't be acting so mysteriously. What? You mean to say those trunks contain? Ron stammered, pointing at the trunks with wide eyes, struggling to articulate a complete thought. Ha ha ha, you guessed correctly, Fred laughed, patting Ron on the shoulder. These trunks are filled entirely with money, and here's an even more astonishing revelation. Nearly all of it is in galleons. After a brief calculation, he continued, we estimate the total to be around 3,000 galleons. Oh my, 3,000 galleons. The room fell silent for a moment. Then Hermione gasped in disbelief. Indeed, 3,000 galleons, and this is merely the deposit, George added as he opened the trunks, revealing the overflowing coins. With at least half being galleons. We truly had no idea that so many little tycoons were hidden among the students of Hogwarts, Fred exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he surveyed the gleaming treasure. Initially, we thought most students would only purchase 2 or 3 slogan fireworks, with only a few affluent classmates opting for 10 or more. He paused briefly before continuing. To our astonishment, the minimum ordered by students was 5, while the majority chose the 20 firework package for 10 galleons. The most outrageous were Stephen Adler and a few other affluent Ravenclaw and Slytherin students, each of whom ordered 10 complete packages and paid in full. Have those fellows lost their minds? Ron exclaimed incredulously. 10 packages, that's 200 fireworks. Forget about how long it would take to set them off. There isn't even enough space in the Hogwarts dormitories for all that. Those fellows provided us with their addresses. Fred shrugged with amusement. They said they could have all 10 boxes shipped home and enjoy them during the Christmas holidays. As for the slogan fireworks they need at school, they will return to purchase them once Albert's bulk order arrives. Ah, indeed, they are the epitome of extravagance. It seems to them that 100 galleons holds little value. Albert smiled and playfully remarked, no matter how affluent they may be, they cannot compare to our illustrious proprietor, Albert Wells. George chuckled as he patted Albert on the shoulder. According to the profit-sharing agreement we established earlier, Fred, Hermione, and I each hold a 10% stake in the company, leaving you with the remaining 70%. Thus, out of these 3,000 galleons, over 2,000 rightfully belong to you. Coupled with the earnings from the sale of glue bombs, our esteemed Mr. Wells must now be worth nearly 8,000 galleons. If we are to speak of opulence, you ought to be regarded as the wealthiest among the students of Hogwarts. However, all this wealth has been painstakingly earned by me, and I cannot bear to squander it carelessly as they do. Albert shook his head in mild exasperation. Oh wait, I almost forgot to mention that I hold a 10 stake in Wizard Company. At that moment, Hermione, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. Previously, I was unaware of the impressive profits of Wizard Company, which is why I acquiesced to this profit-sharing ratio. However, given the current circumstances and the assistance and value I can provide to the company, I should not possess such a substantial 10 share. Therefore, Albert, shall we reconsider the allocation of the profit sharing? There is nothing to reconsider, Albert firmly interjected, shaking his head resolutely. You did assist me during the development of the slogan fireworks, did you not? The share I granted you was a strategic long-term investment in talent. Given your aptitude and capacity for learning, it will not be long before you become an indispensable pillar of Wizard Company. By that time, I may even need to increase your stake in the company. But right now, Hermione attempted to continue, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Albert. There is no but. Your 10 stake must remain intact. Fred and George, I would appreciate it if you could tally the specific income from our recent pre-sale of slogan fireworks and then distribute the shares accordingly among the 4 of us. I have a pressing matter to discuss with Hermione and Harry, so let us reconvene later. With that, he took the lead and swiftly exited the dormitory. Ah, how wonderful it is to excel in studies. Ron quietly lamented as they stepped out of the dormitory. If only I could be as accomplished as Hermione. I wouldn't have to worry about pocket money. Well, it's not too late for you to focus on your studies now, came the encouraging reply. Albert smiled and remarked, the future of W Wizard Company will undoubtedly witness expansion. It cannot solely rely on the 4 of us founders. As long as you possess the capability to contribute to the company's growth, there will certainly be opportunities for you to join us in the future. Do not forget, each of you is among my dearest friends and most trusted individuals. Once W Wizard Company reaches a considerable scale, certain pivotal positions will likely be reserved for those whom I hold in the highest regard. Chapter 76, Monitoring Qilu. Albert, accompanied by Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville, swiftly departed from the Gryffindor common room, making their way to the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle, which he had repurposed as his laboratory. All right, Albert. Please share with us what transpired after you ventured into the Forbidden Forest, Hermione inquired eagerly, lowering her voice as she closed the classroom door. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. Albert organized his thoughts briefly before speaking at a rapid pace. After following that fellow Chilo into the Forbidden Forest, I found myself wandering in a peripheral area, making numerous laps. At that moment, I thought he might be losing his mind, merely seeking a leisurely stroll in the woods out of sheer boredom. I was on the verge of abandoning my pursuit. However, just as I was about to give up, I suddenly heard him conversing with an invisible entity, referring to that being as his master. Driven by curiosity, I decided to linger and discern what he was truly up to. Who could have anticipated that the individual conversing with Chilo was, in fact, within him, likely concealed within the enormous scarf he wore? You mean to say that the being residing in Chilo is none other than Voldemort? After Albert concluded a segment of his narrative, Hermione promptly inquired. However, her voice trembled, and her hands anxiously clasped together. Upon hearing Hermione's question, Harry, Ron, and Neville collectively gasped, with Ron's complexion swiftly turning pale once more. Indeed, Albert nodded. The one possessing Quirrel was none other than Voldemort. He then proceeded to recount in detail all the events he had encountered upon entering the Forbidden Forest. Of course, since Quirrel had never removed the large scarf tied around the back of his head, Albert refrained from informing Hermione and the others that Voldemort's face was, in fact, situated on the back of Quirrel's head. Very well, now that you have confirmed that Voldemort is indeed inhabiting Quirrel, we should immediately relay this information to Professor McGonagall or speak directly with Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said, her words tumbling out in a flurry, tinged with urgency. However, I do not believe it prudent to disclose this matter to others at present, Albert replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Consider this. If Voldemort, concealed within Quirrel, could be easily detected by others, how could Professor Dumbledore, or any of the professors who frequently share the staff room with Quirrel, fail to notice the peculiarities surrounding him? Albert understood well that if he could persuade Dumbledore or the other professors to forcibly remove the scarf from Quirrel's head, the year's final adversary could be eliminated prematurely. Yet, such a course of action seemed rather dull. It would squander the meticulously crafted challenge that old Dumbledore had prepared. Thus, even though revealing Voldemort's possession of Quirrel could resolve a minor inconvenience, Albert was resolute in his decision to refrain from doing so. Often, adhering to Dumbledore's overarching plans proved to be a wise choice. I am aware that both Quirrel and Voldemort possess formidable means of concealment, Hermione said, frowning as she continued after a brief silence. However, we cannot abandon our course of action simply because it appears difficult or fraught with the potential for failure. After all, we are dealing with Voldemort. Even if he merely inhabits another's body, the danger he poses is unimaginable. This pertains to the safety of all of Hogwarts, and we must inform the headmaster and the professors. But what if we inadvertently alert him? Harry, who had been quietly observing, interjected, his brow furrowed. At this point, we lack absolute evidence, and we cannot guarantee that Voldemort has not placed other spies among the professors. Thus, Albert's concerns are indeed valid. It would be wise to wait until we possess irrefutable evidence before making this matter public, ensuring we can eliminate Voldemort while safeguarding our own security. But Voldemort is already aware that someone at Hogwarts knows of his existence, which could drive him to desperate measures, resulting in an attack against us, Ron added, equally anxious. We could confide solely in Professor Dumbledore, allowing him to prepare in advance, Hermione suggested. Yet, even if the headmaster is immensely powerful, he cannot maintain constant vigilance over Quirrel, Albert countered. However, should he disclose this matter to others, it risks leaking information and provoking Voldemort. Albert once again dismissed Ron's idea. What do you propose we do now? We can't simply pretend that nothing has happened and passively wait for Voldemort to launch an attack on Hogwarts, Ron said, frowning and looking at Albert with discontent. It is impossible to remain idle. Albert shook his head. However, we must gather and comprehend more evidence and information. Therefore, I propose that we divide ourselves into 2 or perhaps 3 groups to monitor Quirrel during our time outside of classes, meals, and sleep. This approach would not only facilitate the collection of further evidence and information, but also prevent Voldemort from seizing control of Quirrel and launching a surprise attack when we least expect it. Well, if you insist on not informing the professors, then monitoring Quirrel may be our best course of action for now. Once Albert finished speaking, the other 4 pondered for a moment before Hermione was the first to nod in agreement. I have no particular thoughts. I simply support all of your decisions. Neville, who had remained silent since entering the classroom, also expressed his stance. Well, I have no better solution, so I will defer to you all. Ron shrugged but also showed his approval. I have always been in favor of Albert's proposal, Harry said with a smile. However, I have one more question. Since we are going to monitor Quirrel, how should we divide ourselves into groups? Chapter 77. The pentagram set to rise in the magical world. We can discuss and decide together on the group division for monitoring Quirrel. Upon hearing Harry's question, Albert contemplated briefly before responding. Let me share my thoughts first. He paused momentarily before continuing. According to my plan, we can form 3 groups, Hermione and Neville in one group, Harry and Ron in another, and I could operate alone as a 3rd group. What do you all think? Why would you want to go solo? That seems far too perilous. As soon as Albert's words fell, Hermione immediately shook her head, expressing her dissent. If one were to surveil Quirrel alone, any unforeseen circumstances could render one utterly helpless, lacking even a companion to summon the headmaster or other professors for assistance. Therefore, Hermione, you cannot genuinely believe that Albert requires, or that we can offer him, any assistance, can you? Before Albert could respond to Hermione's statement, Ron, with a hint of exasperation, shrugged and spoke up. I even think that aside from you, if I, Harry, or Neville teamed up with Albert, it wouldn't be helping him, but rather hindering his progress. Thus, rather than worrying about Albert, you should concern yourself with our group of Harry and me. After all, Neville paired with you would undoubtedly be more advantageous than me with Harry. Upon hearing Ron's words, Harry, who stood nearby, let out a resigned chuckle. Yet he couldn't deny the truth in Ron's assertion. Why don't you omit me from your considerations when forming groups? At that moment, Neville, appearing somewhat dejected, suddenly lowered his head and said, I always feel that no matter which group I am placed in, I will only bring trouble to others, dragging everyone down. Without me, the 4 of you could form 2 groups, one led by Albert and the other by Hermione. That combination would surely be the best. Are you joking, Neville? Upon hearing Neville's words and observing his demeanor of both disappointment and sorrow, Albert and Harry simultaneously chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. You are far from the inept and feeble individual you perceive yourself to be. Albert spoke with unwavering certainty. Reflect upon your time at Hogwarts. Your performance across various subjects has consistently been at a respectable, if not commendable, level, though at times you may exhibit a tendency towards carelessness or forgetfulness. Do you not perceive that much of this negligence stems from your own anxiety and insecurities? If you would heed my words. Neville, his tone shifted to one of earnest conviction. You might endeavor to believe in yourself, to trust that you can accomplish anything you set your mind to, that you are not inferior to anyone, and that you can surmount the myriad challenges that lie before you to achieve your aspirations. If you can maintain such a mindset for a time, you will surely uncover a version of yourself that is profoundly transformed. Indeed, Albert had previously wrestled with the decision of whether to include Neville in their group for the first-year quest against formidable foes. After all, the current Neville is worlds apart from the one who, 6 years hence, would sense Voldemort and successfully destroy a Horcrux. Such a vast chasm separated them. Frankly speaking, allowing the present Neville to join their quartet would likely render him a mere burden. However, upon recounting his harrowing experiences in the Forbidden Forest before Neville and observing that Neville did not exhibit undue terror, Albert resolved to integrate him into their little team. He felt certain that, with proper encouragement, Neville's potential far exceeded the expectations set by the title of Gryffindor Swordmaster. With Albert's arrival as a time traveler, their trio had transformed into a symbol of diamond-like brilliance and eternal resilience. Why not invite an additional soul of boundless potential, a spirited lad, to elevate this eternal diamond into a resplendent star, illuminating the Western magical world, a star that shines with radiant brilliance, capable of brightening an entire era, surely holds far greater significance than a mere diamond. Albert's assertion was not unfounded. Hermione, adorned with an encouraging smile, turned to Neville and said, reflect upon your experiences in herbology. Did Professor Sprout not frequently award you extra points? Furthermore, in Charms class, your progress in spell practice has already surpassed that of many peers. Even in Transfiguration, widely regarded as the most challenging course, you have received commendations from Professor McGonagall. Contemplate these achievements, Neville. I firmly believe that with your exceptional abilities, upon joining our team, you will become an invaluable asset. In our small group, there is no room for any member to become a liability. Very well, I shall join this team. Neville paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Additionally, I am truly grateful for your encouragement. Throughout my life, no one has ever spoken such words to me. His voice trembled slightly, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet he managed to suppress his emotions and declared, "Since you all have such faith in me, I assure you that I will not betray your trust. From this day forth, you shall witness a completely new Neville Longbottom." Upon uttering these words, Neville's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. The timidity and self-doubt that once defined him dissipated, replaced by a confident youth standing tall, his eyes aglow with determination. "Excellent, Neville. Your current state embodies the true spirit and demeanor that a Gryffindor should possess." Albert, both touched and contemplative, firmly patted Neville's shoulder. "You are now a true Gryffindor, a genuine Longbottom." Upon hearing Albert's final words, "a genuine Longbottom," Neville, whose emotions had only just begun to settle, involuntarily shuddered slightly, and his eyes once again glistened with unshed tears. Albert could distinctly observe the tears welling in Navier's eyes. However, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and resolutely stifled the tears. Finally, he whispered, "I will defend the glory of Lombard just like they do." Chapter 78. Albert's Fortuitous Fortune. After a brief discussion regarding the grouping arrangements and the respective duty schedules for the three teams, Albert and his four companions departed from the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle. At that moment, Voldemort and Quirrel, the master and his servant, were poised to launch an imminent attack on the school or its students. Thus, the responsibility of supervising Quirrel this evening fell to Albert, a remarkable individual who had successfully evaded Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. "By the way, Hermione, once you return, please instruct Fred and George to deposit my share of the profits, along with the corresponding gold galleons for the cost of the slogan fireworks, into the trunk in my wardrobe. As for the 3 shares belonging to you, you may take them directly." Upon exiting the classroom, Albert exchanged a few final words with Hermione before hastily making his way to the 2nd floor of the castle. Approximately 2 minutes later, he arrived at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office. After pacing back and forth and conducting a thorough reconnaissance, confirming that the office was indeed unoccupied, he swiftly returned to the staircase and concealed himself behind a suit of armor. Albert was prepared to conceal himself behind the suit of armor, adopting a strategy of waiting for an opportune moment. From his current vantage point, his line of sight was exceptionally clear, allowing him to nearly observe the oak doors of the castle's ground floor. This meant that as soon as Chilo returned to the castle, he would undoubtedly be the first to notice. However, the act of waiting proved to be rather tedious. Within less than 10 minutes behind the armor, Albert found himself succumbing to boredom and drowsiness. No, this simply wouldn't do. If he continued to linger in such a manner, he would surely drift off to sleep before long. Albert let out a substantial yawn and then quietly murmured to himself, when would Chilo and that unreliable fellow Voldemort return to the castle? It was imperative to find something else to occupy his time, for this period had been exceedingly arduous. With this thought in mind, Albert decisively opened the panel of the system's marketplace, casting a glance at his current accumulation of system points. 125 points. Not bad at all. It seemed he had indeed earned quite a considerable amount during this time. Albert sighed and habitually opened the discount section for this month's 1/10 price offers. As anticipated, the offerings for November's 1/10 discount zone mirrored those of the preceding months almost identically, aside from a uniquely crafted spell mystery box from the novice system. The other discounted items were either sinister dark magic artifacts or various toxic potion recipes, certainly items that Albert would resolutely refrain from purchasing. I implore the system. Perhaps it would be best to forego the establishment of such a discount section altogether. Albert, while grumbling, casually clicked to purchase the system's unique spellblind box. After all, in this clearance section with a $1 discount, there was nothing else worth buying apart from the blind box. Why exert such effort? Simply grant me the opportunity each month to acquire the system's unique spellblind box at a discounted rate, and all would be much easier for everyone. What is it? Does the host truly consider themselves a benevolent believer? As soon as Albert's words fell, the voice of the system resonated directly within his mind. However, this time, a distinct tone of mockery could be discerned in the system's demeanor. Surely, the host does not genuinely believe that the absence of any current desire or intention to acquire dark magic or poisons signifies a lack of future need for them. Am I to understand that I cannot wield the formidable spells of white magic in my future battles? The system's retort left Albert momentarily speechless, though he still managed to feebly counter with a hint of uncertainty. Does the host truly believe such a statement? The system's tone was dripping with sarcasm. Magic possesses no absolute distinction of black or white. The true measure of good and evil lies solely within the human heart. A truth the host comprehended long before his transference, did he not? Your reluctance to purchase spells, skills, or knowledge associated with dark magic is merely a reflection of your limited experiences and your mindset not yet reaching a certain level. Inevitably, there will come a day when these elements will be of use to you. Sighing, Albert conceded, perhaps you have a point. After the system concluded its exposition, he fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in resignation. However, to be honest, I still feel you are merely masking your true nature as a mercenary. After all, did you not admit that items related to dark magic are notoriously difficult to sell? Let us abandon this futile discourse, please. Hasten to unveil the contents of this blind box. Whether you, the merchant, will suffer a significant loss this month hinges upon the spells contained within. Ding. The initiation of the unique spell-blind box has been successfully accomplished. Well then, what treasures have emerged from this blind box? Why has the system fallen silent once more? Albert had been waiting for over half a minute, only for the system to provide a mere notification that the mystery box had been successfully opened. Yet it remained silent about the enchantment contained within. However, the longer the system hesitated, the more exhilarated Albert became. For the more the system lingered in its reticence, the more it indicated that the spell within the treasure was undoubtedly of immense value, so much so that the system seemed reluctant to disclose it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a unique spell worth 1 million system points, the Shadowless and Formless Charm. Hiss. What did you say, system? 1 million system points. Surely, you jest. Upon revealing the worth of the spell within the mystery box, Albert found himself utterly astounded, rendered speechless for a good 20 to 30 seconds. Finally, in a tone of profound disbelief, he inquired within his mind. Though he was loath to admit it, the system never shied away from its debts. So congratulations were in order. Indeed, you have procured a spell valued at 1 million system points for the mere cost of 1,000 points. Haha, 1,000 versus 1 million. This is no mere discount. It's practically a giveaway at 0.01%. After receiving the system's reluctant affirmation, Albert erupted into wild laughter in his mind. He had thought that last month, when he acquired the Cage of Descent spell for 1,000 points, his luck had peaked. Little did he expect that this month's mystery box would yield a spell valued at 1 million system points. Chapter 79. The Shadowless and Formless Charm. Alright, system. Please expedite the transmission of the Shadowless and Formless Charm to me. Albert remained in a state of excitement for 2 to 3 minutes before it finally dawned on him that the system had yet to transmit the elusive Shadowless spell into his mind. With a sense of urgency, he mentally urged the system to proceed. Ding. Please prepare, as the transmission of the Shadowless spell will take longer than usual, an estimated 3 to 5 minutes. Ensure that the surrounding environment is secure before proceeding with the transmission. This time, the system's voice adopted a serious tone, devoid of its usual banter. Astonished, Albert raised an eyebrow at the system's announcement. The complexity of such a high-level magical incantation was indeed astonishing. After confirming that no one was approaching the castle from the vast open space outside, he retreated behind his armor and issued the command for the spell's transmission. In the next moment, a torrent of intricate and obscure information began to flow into Albert's mind. Perhaps due to the complexity of the information, the system deliberately slowed the transmission speed to ensure that Albert could grasp and absorb the essence of the Shadowless spell. After approximately 3 minutes, the transmission ceased, leaving a somewhat fatigued Albert to exhale deeply, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. At last, it's over. This feels even more exhausting than running 10 kilometers followed by solving 10 sets of advanced mathematics problems, he muttered to himself, though his expression quickly transformed into one of exhilaration. Despite his fatigue, Albert felt that the effort was undeniably worth it. The power of the Shadowless spell exceeded his wildest imagination, surpassing his previous understanding of the magical prowess within the Harry Potter universe. According to the system's description and Albert's own insights after mastering the spell, its function could be likened to a super-enhanced version of the disillusionment charm. Unlike the latter, which only provided visual invisibility, the Shadowless spell offered a dual form of concealment, encompassing both sight and touch. Specifically, when someone or something is under the influence of the Shadowless spell, the surrounding space becomes distorted, allowing light to bend around the enchanted object. Consequently, when one attempts to touch it, their hand traverses the warped space, reaching beyond the object itself. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. As Albert fully comprehended the implications of the Shadowless spell, He found himself marveling at its potency. The disillusionment charm and the invisibility cloak seemed trivial by comparison. Even the so-called Deathly Hallow, the invisibility cloak that Harry was destined to acquire, appeared mundane next to the Shadowless spell, rendering it nearly useless. After all, no matter how impressive the invisibility cloak might be, it only offers visual concealment. If someone were to unleash a barrage of spells or throw a muggle grenade into the vicinity, one would still be in peril. However, with the Shadowless spell, the situation would be entirely transformed. The distortion of space around one's body would ensure that any magical or physical attacks would bypass them entirely, striking elsewhere. In other words, mastering the Shadowless spell might not guarantee victory over an opponent, but it would undoubtedly place one in an advantageous position, as no formidable adversary or powerful attack could inflict harm. Ding! A friendly reminder from the system, night is approaching. So it would be prudent for the host to cease daydreaming. Just as Albert was reveling in his newfound power, contemplating whether to confront Quirrel and Voldemort, the system's voice, tinged with disdain, interrupted his thoughts. What do you mean by that, system? Albert, wand in hand and poised to cast the Shadowless spell before departing the castle to confront Voldemort, suddenly found himself frozen in place upon hearing the system's words. Technically, his understanding of the Shadowless spell was not incorrect, but the system had only conveyed part of the message, lazily leaving the rest unspoken. Come on, system, can you please finish your thought? Frustration began to bubble within Albert. If the system had a physical form, he would have been tempted to deliver a few solid punches to its head. Since you seem so eager, I shall graciously elaborate. The system replied after a brief silence. To achieve the effect you envisioned with the Shadowless spell is not impossible, but it requires a prerequisite. Your magical prowess must be at least on par with, if not surpassing, a fully realized Dumbledore. As for your current abilities, casting the Shadowless spell will only enable you to achieve basic visual invisibility, particularly in dim lighting or a uniformly colored environment. However, in bright or complex surroundings, your presence may still be detected. As for your defensive capabilities against magical or physical attacks, they are barely sufficient. The distorted space created by the Shadowless spell can only withstand spells from ordinary young wizards or a full-strength punch from an average adult male. Any stronger magic or attack will obliterate the distortion. Thus, unless your opponent is an ordinary young wizard of your age, you cannot rely on the Shadowless spell to place yourself in an absolutely invulnerable position. Chapter 80. Quirrel's return to the castle. Hearing the system's explanation, Albert, who had been on the brink of ecstasy, gradually regained his composure. Yet, he felt no significant disappointment. After all, this outcome aligned with the natural order of things. In this world, it was implausible for a spell to grant invincibility upon mere mastery, no matter how extraordinary the system's abilities might be. Furthermore, according to the system's detailed elucidation, the Shadowless spell's capabilities were already remarkably powerful. Albert now possesses unwavering confidence. Should he encounter Chilo once more in the Forbidden Forest, alongside Voldemort and his half-breed servant, he believes that, even with the assistance of the disillusionment charm, although he may not yet be capable of outright overpowering the peculiar half-breed, he is certain he can hold his ground and engage them in battle. This is a stark contrast to this afternoon, when, despite exerting every ounce of his strength, he was only able to seek opportunities to escape swiftly. Disillusionment. Albert raised his wand and aimed it at himself, softly uttering an incantation. In the next moment, he felt a subtle tremor in the space surrounding his body. When he glanced down at himself again, he found that he was left with nothing but the wall behind him. Excellent. This effect is truly remarkable, he exclaimed. He moved about a bit, observing intently for a while. After confirming that, under the dim light of the corridor, there was no trace of his existence. Albert boldly sat down upon the base of the armor. After all, there was no risk of being discovered, so there was no need for him to remain crouched behind the armor, paralyzed with caution as he had before. He pondered whether, once his powers grew stronger, he could employ alchemy in the more advanced ancient languages, such as Niven, to bestow the invisibility spell upon a special cloak, ensuring that the enchantment could function for an extended period. If this notion were to come to fruition, a cloak imbued with the invisibility spell would undoubtedly surpass all invisibility garments available in the market. As the wait for Chilo dragged on, Albert sat on the armor's base for a while, contemplating the potential applications of the invisibility spell in the future. System, do you believe this idea is feasible? Albert pondered for a moment before he began to inquire about the system's perspective within his mind. The host aspired to transform this concept into reality, and theoretically, there was no inherent difficulty in doing so. The system responded with a cheerful tone. However, to create such a formidable alchemical object, it was imperative that, aside from one's own capabilities reaching a sufficient height, a profound mastery of alchemy and ancient languages, such as Niven, was equally essential. For instance, one must at least be proficient in ultimate alchemy and possess an advanced understanding of ancient languages. These intricately profound skills and knowledge would pose an exceptionally high challenge for the host to acquire through self-study. Nonetheless, there was no need for convoluted salesmanship. Albert, somewhat at a loss for words, interrupted the system's discourse. Once my system points are sufficiently amassed, I shall undoubtedly venture into the system marketplace to procure these skills. The more dealings Albert had with the system, the more he felt it ought to be renamed the greedy system. Time elapsed slowly in Albert's tedious wait, and finally, around 9 o'clock in the evening, a sluggish, almost lethargic sound of footsteps echoed from the castle's foyer. Leaning against the wall, on the verge of dozing off, Albert's eyes snapped open at the sound. He straightened up abruptly, rubbing his temples in an effort to awaken himself more fully. Then, he turned his gaze towards the marble staircase leading to the castle's first floor, peering down into the foyer. There, he beheld a somewhat stooped figure draped in a black robe, unsteadily dragging its legs, its steps wavering as it traversed the foyer, before stumbling up the staircase to the second floor. By Merlin's foul socks and wretched slippers, Chilo had finally returned. If that imbecile had delayed any longer, I would have begun to suspect that their master and servant had perished in the Forbidden Forest. Upon recognizing the individual's attire, Albert released a long sigh of relief. Though the voluminous black cloak and hood obscured much of the figure's face, the garb was unchanged from that worn during their time in the Forbidden Forest. As the figure ascended the staircase to the second floor, the unmistakable scent of garlic mixed with vomit wafted through the foyer, filling Albert's nostrils with a gust of wind. Well, now I can be 100% certain. Albert nodded thoughtfully, then swiftly retrieved a mask from the pocket of his robe and donned it over his face with remarkable speed. Quirrel ascended the staircase slowly, his movements unsteady, pausing midway to grasp the handrail and catch his breath for a moment. It seemed evident that this fellow had been thoroughly tormented by Voldemort. In his current state of utter exhaustion, he might very well collapse upon returning to the office. Observing Quirrel, whose gait resembled that of a frail old man, Albert began to stifle a silent laugh. He stretched lazily, and, before Quirrel had fully reached the second floor, stealthily returned to his hiding place behind the armor. Indeed, Albert felt confident that in Quirrel's current half-dead condition, coupled with the dim lighting of the castle corridors, even standing beside him would go unnoticed. However, considering that Voldemort still resided within him, one could never be certain of that wretched creature's current state. Thus, to ensure his absolute concealment, Albert chose to remain hidden behind the armor for the time being. Approximately half a minute later, panting heavily, Quirrel finally made it to the second floor, leaning against the wall of the corridor to rest. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there were no other individuals nearby and that no suspicious sounds echoed in the distance. Once satisfied, he leaned wearily against the wall, removed his hood, and began to breathe deeply. Chapter 81. Quirrel's dialogue with Voldemort. Quirrel stood at the top of the staircase, resting for a moment before laboriously moving toward his office. Albert, concealed behind the armor, kept a close watch on Quirrel's retreating figure until he entered his office and gently closed the door. Only then did Albert emerge from his hiding place. He meticulously checked the invisibility charm that cloaked him, reassured by its continued effectiveness, before hastening towards Quirrel's office. Soon, Albert arrived at the door of Quirrel's office. As he pressed his ear against the door, Voldemort's cold, seething voice resonated within. "You wretched fool! How dare you ask me to restore your body? You must understand that had you not fortuitously encountered a few injured acromantulas upon leaving the Forbidden Forest and easily dispatched them, allowing me to absorb their souls, your own would likely no longer exist in this world. If not for your foolishness and incompetence, I would not have had to expend such vast amounts of soul energy, nearly harming my own essence in the process. When I was in Albania, I should have consumed your entire soul and fully seized control of this body, rather than merely residing within your pitiful form. I'm sorry, my lord, but I did not intend for any of this to happen. Everything that transpired this afternoon was beyond my expectations." Quirrel's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of weeping. "During the Quidditch match, I was on the verge of success. At that moment, Harry Potter was about to fall from his broom. But who could have foreseen that that damned Snape would cast a protective charm on Potter, thwarting my curse? Had I not exerted every effort to combat Snape's counter-curse, I would not have been oblivious to the ambush from behind. As for what happened in the Forbidden Forest, that is certainly not my fault. Those monstrous, winged rabbits were simply too formidable. I doubt anyone at Hogwarts, save for Dumbledore, could defeat them. And that mysterious assailant who attacked me, his methods were far too strange. Even when you, my lord, had direct control of my body, he still managed to escape unscathed, leaving you immobilized for an hour. Upon hearing Quirrel's words, Albert felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He found it incomprehensible that Quirrel's emotional intelligence and intellect could be so lacking as to recount those events to Voldemort at such a moment. Did this man truly wish to hasten his demise, or had he never experienced the horrors of Voldemort's wrath, thus yearning to feel it? As Albert had anticipated, after Quirrel's confession, Voldemort chose not to elaborate further. The office fell silent for a few seconds before Quirrel's anguished scream pierced the air, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Albert, pressed against the door, shuddered involuntarily. The torturous sound was so harrowing that he began to doubt whether Voldemort's punishment inflicted upon Quirrel was even more agonizing than the Cruciatus curse itself. Fortunately, perhaps out of concern that Quirrel's screams would attract the attention of other professors, Voldemort's retribution ceased after only a few seconds. Albert shook his head in resignation and rubbed his ears, regretting pressing them against the door, having not anticipated the sheer terror of Quirrel's wails. This is merely a small warning for your excessive foolishness, Quirinus, Voldemort's cold, calm voice resumed after an extended silence of nearly 2 minutes. If you continue to act without thought or consideration, I shall not hesitate to absorb your entire soul and seize complete control of your body. Oh, of course, I am aware that you believe this to be Hogwarts, where I would not dare to take such a significant risk under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. Yet perhaps your stupidity has led you to overlook one crucial detail, dear Quirinus. Voldemort's voice lowered conspiratorially, yet grew even more frigid. If my calculations are correct, there is less than a month until the Christmas holiday, during which professors are free to leave Hogwarts. Since I placed a minor curse upon the position of defense against the dark arts professor, no one has ever managed to complete a full academic year without incident. Thus, I believe that should a defense against the dark arts professor mysteriously vanish during the Christmas break, it would hardly raise eyebrows. Wouldn't you agree, dear Professor Quirinus Quirrel? Oh, no, please, my lord, I truly do not wish to die. As soon as Voldemort's voice fell, the office was filled with the trembling, tearful tones of Quirrel. I will certainly obey all your commands from now on. Please, do not absorb my soul. I promise to be your most loyal servant and assist you in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. However, once you consume my soul, you will be compelled to leave Hogwarts, and it will be exceedingly difficult to retrieve the stone then. Very well, Voldemort replied, adopting an oddly measured tone. Since you have professed your absolute loyalty and promised to help me acquire the Philosopher's Stone, you shall now execute the new plan I have devised. Chapter 82. Voldemort's new arrangement. Upon hearing Voldemort's final words, Albert, who had been lazily leaning against the office door, eavesdropping while contemplating whether to scurry to the Hogwarts kitchen for a late-night snack after completing his surveillance, suddenly straightened up, pressing his ear against the wooden door of Quirrel's office. Voldemort was altering the previous course of action, something he had not anticipated. More precisely, Albert had not foreseen that the butterfly effect resulting from his time travel would manifest so swiftly. What? Execute your new plan? Clearly, Albert was not the only one taken aback. Quirrel's astonished voice echoed in the office. But master, the plans you devised earlier were already perfect. Why change them now? Oh, yes, indeed, the previous plans were flawless. Had we followed them, you could have continued to languidly linger at Hogwarts for several more months, Voldemort sneered, his tone dripping with derision. But alas, due to your own foolishness and incompetence, my existence has been revealed. I do not know who that damned boy is, but I am certain he is a student at Hogwarts. Therefore, to prevent my existence from being fully exposed, the previous arrangements must be revised. All progress must be expedited to avoid prolonged complications. Then, master, how do you intend to amend the previous plans? After a moment of silence, Quirrel inquired, somewhat dejectedly. Just a few days ago, during a meeting with the professors, Dumbledore emphasized the need for us to prepare our respective challenges quickly, so he could select an appropriate time after Christmas to secure the Philosopher's Stone in the final chamber. There is no need to wait until then, Voldemort replied impatiently. What you must do now is swiftly prepare yourself, and then venture into the forbidden forest to seek and kill a unicorn, allowing me to drink its blood. This is the final crucial step I must complete before utilizing the Philosopher's Stone for my rebirth. Once this task is accomplished, I will assign you your next duties. But until then, you need not concern yourself with any irrelevant matters. Understood, Master. I will promptly prepare myself and assist you in finding a unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrel murmured after a half-minute of silence. You must find and slay a unicorn before the Christmas holidays arrive. Voldemort's voice cut in, his impatience increasingly palpable. If you do not allow me to drink the unicorn's blood before the holidays, I will personally take control of your body to seek it in the Forbidden Forest. You have already experienced the taste of being under my control this afternoon. So, if you wish to endure that sensation again, you may continue to slack off and procrastinate regarding my orders. I will not, Master. I dare not be lazy again, Quirrel stammered, clearly terrified, as he hastily assured. I will exert every effort to find the unicorn and ensure you drink its blood before the Christmas holidays. Afterward, Albert continued to eavesdrop at Quirrel's office door for a while, and upon confirming that Quirrel had retreated to the inner room to rest, he nodded in satisfaction and turned away, sprinting at full speed towards Gryffindor Tower. From the earlier conversation between Voldemort and Quirrel, it was evident that the current situation was far less dire than Albert had initially imagined. First and foremost, Dumbledore had not yet placed the Philosopher's Stone in the final challenge, meaning that, if Quirrel's timeline was accurate, Albert and his companions need not worry about the stone until after the Christmas holiday. Moreover, neither Voldemort nor Quirrel seemed preoccupied with investigating the mysterious figure they encountered in the Forbidden Forest. Their focus appeared entirely directed towards finding a unicorn. Thus, Albert too need not be concerned for his own safety or that of his fellow students. He and Hermione were likely only required to devise a way to prevent Quirrel from harming the unicorn or, when he prepared to seek it, to create as much trouble as possible. Approximately 3 minutes later, Albert returned to the Gryffindor common room, which had once again fallen into tranquility. Most of the students who had celebrated the Quidditch victory had returned to their dormitories, leaving only a few upperclassmen seated at tables, diligently attending to their assignments or engrossed in their textbooks and various reference materials. In the common room, only Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville remained, 4 first-year students sitting at a table closest to the entrance, somewhat distracted as they completed their homework and engaged in casual conversation. Albert had just crawled through the portrait hole into the common room when the 4 of them sprang up from the table almost simultaneously. What happened, Albert? Didn't you say you wouldn't return until 10 o'clock? It's still more than half an hour until then. Why are you back so early? Did something unexpected occur? The 4 of them hurried to Albert's side, and Hermione, with a slight frown, whispered quickly, "Things have indeed changed. At least in a manner quite different from what we had envisioned." Albert nodded with a smile. "However, do not fret too much. At least I bring no ill tidings." Chapter 83, A Bold Idea. 2 minutes later, Albert and his party of 5 once again arrived at the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor of the castle. "All right, Albert, please share with us what you have uncovered," Hermione inquired eagerly as she closed the classroom door. "I have gathered a wealth of information this time." Albert carefully organized his thoughts and then quickly recounted the conversation he had overheard between Voldemort and Quirrel to Hermione and the others. It appeared that the developments were entirely different from our previous assumptions. After Albert finished speaking, the classroom fell silent for a moment before Hermione, with a slight frown, began to articulate her thoughts slowly. "Based on your recounting, Albert, we can distill several crucial points from the dialogue between Quirrel and Voldemort. First, Voldemort has possessed Quirrel and arrived at Hogwarts primarily to aid in his own resurrection and return. Second, the key items that can facilitate Voldemort's rebirth are the Philosopher's Stone and the blood of a unicorn. Third, the Philosopher's Stone is currently in the possession of Professor Dumbledore, where it remains in absolute safety. However, he is planning to relocate it to a secure location protected by numerous enchantments. Unbeknownst to him, that Quirrel is one of the professors responsible for designing those very protections. Fourth, Professor Dumbledore intends to transfer the Philosopher's Stone to a heavily guarded place after the Christmas holiday at an appropriate time, while Voldemort plans to instruct Quirrel to act during that period to steal the stone. Lastly, Quirrel and Voldemort's immediate objective is to venture into the Forbidden Forest to hunt and kill a unicorn, allowing Voldemort to absorb its blood to complete his preparations for resurrection. Indeed, your summary is remarkably accurate. Avery nodded thoughtfully. Thus, Our ensuing discussion can utilize these 5 points as a foundation, allowing us to deliberate on how we should specifically respond and what our subsequent course of action should be. In fact, based on the 5 pieces of information Hermione mentioned, we can derive even more detailed insights. Harry interjected, for instance, as I previously stated, the mysterious parcel that Hagrid retrieved from Vault 713 at Gringotts likely contains the Philosopher's Stone. Moreover, the 3-headed dog located in the corridor on the 4th floor is presumably one of the guardians of the Philosopher's Stone. If that 3-headed dog is indeed tasked with protecting the stone, we can surmise yet another piece of information. Ron suddenly exclaimed with rapid fervor, apart from Quirrel and Voldemort, Snape is also intent on acquiring that elusive Philosopher's Stone. Oh, by the way, may I inquire what exactly the Philosopher's Stone is? That it possesses the ability to aid Voldemort's resurrection? I have never before encountered such a marvel within the magical realm. I believe I once read about the Philosopher's Stone in a book, yet Hermione's brow furrowed slightly. However, I must admit I did not pay it much heed at the time, and now I struggle to recall the specific powers attributed to the stone. No matter, I am well aware of the properties of the Philosopher's Stone. Albert suddenly smiled and spoke. It was a remarkably powerful and enchanting alchemical artifact, capable of transmuting any metal into gold, and it also served as the most crucial tool for crafting the elixir of immortality. To date, it is known that only the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel possesses such a Philosopher's Stone, and he is the sole master capable of producing this extraordinary alchemical creation. If memory serves me correctly, Mr. Flamel and his wife should now be at least 6 centuries old. My goodness, Albert, you cannot be jesting with us. As soon as Albert's words fell, Ron exclaimed in disbelief. The notion that any metal could be transmuted into gold, and that an elixir of immortality could enable a person to live beyond 6 centuries, seemed utterly preposterous. How could such a fearsome magical artifact possibly exist in this world? Albert was not jesting with us. At that moment, Neville, who had been standing quietly to the side, unexpectedly spoke up. I believe I have heard my grandmother mention the Philosopher's Stone in conversations with other wizards. It is said to be a pinnacle of alchemical achievement. However, she only remarked that it grants immortality and did not mention its capacity to transform any metal into gold. At the time, I thought she was jesting, but it now appears that her words were indeed true. By Merlin's beard, it is simply astonishing. No wonder Voldemort desires the Philosopher's Stone. He must intend to utilize the elixir of life to resurrect himself, Ron remarked with a sigh, then added anxiously, so now that we possess such comprehensive information, should we not inform the headmaster and the other professors? Of course, this matter must remain concealed from Snape. He might be assisting Voldemort just as Quirrel is. We only hold a wealth of information, not irrefutable evidence, Ron. Albert feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a wry smile. To be honest, if I could utilize a Muggle recording device to capture the conversation between Voldemort and Quirrel, such recordings could serve as compelling evidence. However, regrettably, within the confines of Hogwarts, the use of any Muggle appliances is strictly prohibited, leaving us unable to gather such proof. Nevertheless, we can at least alert Professor Dumbledore, urging him to keep a vigilant eye on Quirrel and Snape. Hermione hesitated before speaking. I have faith that with the headmaster's capabilities, should he choose to investigate, he will undoubtedly uncover something amiss. We cannot allow Voldemort to prevail. We must ensure that Quirrel and Voldemort do not succeed in their attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Albert nodded affirmatively. However, given the current circumstances and considering the formidable prowess of Voldemort and Quirrel, it seems rather unnecessary for us to inform the headmaster of this matter. After all, those two individuals are not particularly strong, and even if we were to combine their intellect, it would still yield rather uninspiring results. Thus, I entertain a rather audacious thought. Perhaps we could resolve this matter ourselves, using that master and servant duo as a sharpening stone to hone our skills. I believe the outcome would be quite favorable. Chapter 84. Albert's plan. What do you mean? You think we can handle Voldemort and Quirrel, even using them as a means to sharpen our abilities? Upon hearing Albert's words, the other 4 stared at him in astonishment. Albert, have you lost your mind? That is Voldemort, Hermione exclaimed incredulously. If it were just Quirrel, then perhaps the 5 of us together could manage. But he is accompanied by Voldemort. And even in a weakened state, he is not something we can easily contend with. Your escape from Voldemort's minions in the Forbidden Forest was, in part, due to your considerable strength. Moreover, Quirrel was gravely injured by those long-haired, winged rabbits at the time, even though Voldemort controlled his body. Their capabilities were severely limited under such conditions. However, if we were to face both Voldemort and Quirrel, the four of us lack your formidable prowess, and within the castle, we will not have those long-haired rabbits to assist us. Wouldn't that mean we are willingly courting death? But Albert just suggested that the five of us confront Voldemort and Quirrel. Neville hesitated for a moment before speaking up. The combined strength of the five of us might not necessarily be inferior to that master and servant duo. If we can achieve perfect coordination during combat, our combat effectiveness may indeed rival that of Quirrel and a half-dead Voldemort. Yet how can you ensure that we can coordinate so seamlessly right now? Ron said with a hint of resignation. Not only is our team newly formed, but in truth, we have known each other for less than 6 months. While we may be good friends, that does not guarantee our synergy in battle. Perhaps we could train in advance, Harry mused thoughtfully. After all, before the Christmas break concludes, Voldemort has no intention of sending Quirrel to steal the Philosopher's Stone. This means we have at least a month to practice combat techniques and enhance our mutual understanding. But where shall we practice? Who shall we use as our target? Hermione frowned and shook her head. We cannot simply find an empty classroom and split into 2 groups to engage in combat. Wait, it seems like your discussion is veering off course, Albert said, shaking his head in mild exasperation. While I did suggest that we could handle Voldemort and Quirrel, I never asserted that we must confront them head-on. During my escape from Voldemort's minions in the Forbidden Forest, I emerged unscathed largely due to the assistance of those long-haired rabbits. Now, while those charming little creatures cannot come to our aid within the castle, we can still seek assistance from other avenues. Other avenues of assistance? Hermione raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Albert's words. Who else in the castle would come to our aid? Or do you believe that once a battle ensues, the other professors will rush to our aid? No, certainly not the other professors. Albert smiled and shook his head. I do not wish for the other professors to interfere with our training. In truth, you have all overlooked a crucial detail. Professor Dumbledore has established numerous obstacles to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. Do you not think that these challenges could serve as significant advantages for us? Professor Quirrel is one of those who helped design these very obstacles. How could he possibly be unaware of how to navigate the challenges he himself helped create? Hermione shook her head in disbelief. I cannot accept that Professor Dumbledore would merely allow a multitude of professors to collectively design a single obstacle. If his intent were simply to protect the Philosopher's Stone through just 1 or 2 challenges, there would be no need for the professors of Hogwarts to collaborate in the design. The challenges crafted by those professors would surely be inferior to those devised by him alone. Therefore, I surmise that to protect the Philosopher's Stone, Professor Dumbledore must have conceived a multitude of obstacles, delegating their arrangement to various professors. Alternatively, he might have allowed each professor to design a unique challenge in their area of expertise. If my speculation holds true, then even if Quirrel is one of the professors involved in the arrangement of these challenges, it would indeed be a formidable task for him to navigate the obstacles set by his colleagues and ultimately succeed in stealing the Philosopher's Stone. Do you truly believe that the challenges established by the other professors would become our greatest asset? Hermione pondered aloud. However, before Albert could respond, she continued, Yet, even if all your assumptions are correct, there remains a fundamental question. How can we ensure that we will successfully navigate the obstacles designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone, while simultaneously engaging in a fierce battle against Voldemort and Quirrel without being hindered by those very challenges? An excellent question, Albert replied. Albert nodded slightly. This brings me to another matter I wish to discuss. To ensure that we can engage in battle against Quirrel and Voldemort without any hindrance in those chambers, we must become thoroughly familiar with and comprehend the challenges within them prior to Quirrel's attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Only then can we devise a comprehensive battle strategy. So, you don't intend to take us along to navigate those trials first, do you? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with astonishment and incredulity. Clearly, Albert meant just that. Hermione shrugged her shoulders, expressing a hint of exasperation. In fact, I believe the feasibility of Albert's plan is quite high. At that moment, Neville, who had been quietly standing aside and hardly uttered a word, suddenly smiled and spoke up. Although this plan may sound a bit insane and poses considerable challenges, as long as we can execute it successfully, there is a strong likelihood we can prevent Quirrel and Voldemort from obtaining the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 85. Preparing for the Trials. While theoretically plausible, I still believe, Albert, that your plan is exceedingly audacious. Hermione furrowed her brow and remarked with a wry smile. It is indeed somewhat reckless. Albert nodded thoughtfully. Yet, some degree of madness is essential, as are certain dangers and challenges that we must learn to adapt to in advance. At this point, his expression suddenly grew serious. Have you considered that since Voldemort has not truly died, there will inevitably come a day when he returns? This time, he foolishly chose to infiltrate Hogwarts to steal the Philosopher's Stone, which signifies that this attempt is doomed to fail. However, following this failure, as long as we do not completely eradicate his soul, Voldemort will surely make a second, third, or even more attempts until he successfully resurrects. Therefore, it is highly likely that the wizarding world will witness another war in the near future. Thus, for the sake of ourselves, our families, and friends, we must learn to confront various dangers and challenges and resolve them successfully. After hearing Albert's words, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville fell into silence, and the atmosphere in the room instantly turned heavy and oppressive. You are right. Now that we are aware of this information, and knowing Voldemort will ultimately return, we cannot, and are in no position to be delicate flowers in a greenhouse. After nearly a minute of silence, Hermione finally broke the quiet, which had become suffocating. So, Albert, when do you plan to take us to face the challenges that guard the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked excitedly, looking at Albert with rapid-fire questions. We need to make some preparations in advance, and in the coming days, we must also keep watch on Quirrel's movements, doing our utmost to prevent him from harming the sacred and precious unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Albert pondered for a moment before continuing. How about we embark on our inaugural challenge next Friday evening? Sounds perfect. I will dedicate this week to enhancing my spellcasting skills, ensuring I won't hinder the team during the challenge, Ron declared confidently, raising his fist. I will do the same. Both Neville and Harry nodded eagerly in agreement. Thus, the following week, the lives of Albert and his 4 companions became extraordinarily hectic. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville devoted nearly all their time, aside from eating, sleeping, attending classes, and monitoring Quirrel, to practicing various spells. Hermione even managed to carve out some fragmented moments to scour the library for extensive information about the 3-headed dog, striving to discover a swift, safe, and practical method to bypass the creature guarding the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor. As for Albert, he utilized every spare minute to craft a diverse array of alchemical items, hoping they would prove vital during their challenge or in modifying the obstacle. Indeed, as a time traveler already privy to the contents of the challenges, Albert's recent thoughts had not revolved around how to tackle the obstacles or engage in combat with Voldemort and Quirrel. Instead, he had been contemplating how to alter those challenges to create more trouble for Quirrel and Voldemort without jeopardizing the safety of his companions, inflicting upon them greater tribulations. Perhaps due to the severe injuries Quirrel had sustained previously, he had not left Hogwarts Castle throughout the week, seemingly devoid of any intention to venture into the Forbidden Forest to assist Voldemort in his quest for unicorns. This absence made the surveillance efforts of Albert and his friends significantly easier, allowing them to channel more energy into spell practice and preparations for the upcoming challenge. Time in the midst of such busyness always seemed to fly, and before they knew it, November's final Friday had arrived. At 11 p.m., when the common room was left with only Albert and his 4 companions, Hermione was the first to close her textbook. She then stood up, retrieving a small backpack from beneath her armchair and slinging it over her shoulder. Albert carefully picked up his bag from the side and donned it. Harry, Ron, and Neville swiftly organized their assignments and quickly rose to their feet. The 5 exchanged knowing glances before silently slipping out through the portrait hole of the common room. Due to the necessity of monitoring Quirrel, they had ventured out for nighttime excursions quite frequently lately. Consequently, even Hermione had accumulated a wealth of experience in nocturnal escapades, one of the benefits of which was their ability to reach their destination with remarkable speed and stealth. Approximately 3 minutes later, the 5 of them came to a halt before the door at the end of the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor. Albert withdrew his wand and gently tapped the lock of the wooden door before him twice, murmuring softly, Alohomora. In the next instant, accompanied by a crisp click, the lock sprang open, and the wooden door leading to the corridor of the 3-headed dog creaked ajar. Simultaneously, Hermione retrieved a small harmonica from her little backpack. I hope the methods described in those documents are effective, she muttered under her breath. If most 3-headed dogs really do fall asleep upon hearing music, we should be able to pass through this first challenge safely. With that, Hermione raised the harmonica to her lips, poised to play at any moment. Harry, Ron, and Neville also drew their wands, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. You need not be so anxious, Albert chuckled, shaking his head at the reactions of the four behind him. Dealing with that three-headed dog is not particularly difficult. Let us not forget that Hermione has several substantial pieces of steak marinated in the potion of death in her bag. Such a generous portion of the potion should suffice to lull that behemoth into a deep slumber for several hours. With that, Albert gently pushed open the wooden door and led the way into the corridor ahead. Chapter 86. The Challenge Begins. Part 1. Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville followed closely behind Albert, cautiously and swiftly entering the corridor at the far right of the fourth floor. The scene within the corridor was nearly identical to the last time they had inadvertently wandered here. Silvery moonlight streamed through a small window on the adjacent wall, barely illuminating the stretch of corridor near the entrance. It also cast light upon the colossal three-headed dog, whose immense stature nearly brushed the ceiling when standing upright. At that moment, the three-headed dog glared menacingly at the five intruders, its memory of their previous trespass evident. Instead of launching an immediate attack, the creature merely fixed its fierce gaze upon them, occasionally baring its teeth. "Hello there, old friend. It seems you remember us." Albert greeted the three-headed dog with a smile, waving a hand. "Do not be alarmed. We bear no ill will. We simply wish to invite you to a little concert." With that, he gestured to Hermione to commence, tightening his grip on his wand, prepared to cast the constricting cage spell if necessary. Upon noticing Albert's signal, Hermione promptly blew into the harmonica. However, perhaps due to nerves or lack of familiarity, her rendition was noticeably off-key, and the rhythm was somewhat chaotic, transforming what should have been a gentle lullaby into a jarring alarm. As Hermione's unconventional lullaby filled the air, Harry, Ron, and Neville instinctively took a step back, their faces displaying palpable tension, while Hermione's own hands began to tremble slightly. Yet Albert, standing at the forefront, remained remarkably composed, smiling at the three-headed dog, with his wand still at his side, showing no inclination to raise it. Indeed, after just over 10 seconds of Hermione's playing, the three-headed dog began to sway and eventually lay down, its three massive heads tilting to one side, almost in unison. Witnessing this, Harry and the others finally relaxed, stepping forward once more, while Hermione's hands ceased trembling and her melody began to sound less peculiar. After approximately another half-minute, the three-headed dog finally closed its eyes, its three mouths emitting a thunderous chorus of snores. "Well done, Hermione." Albert gave Hermione a thumbs up, smiling as he offered her praise. Upon hearing his compliment, Hermione felt a bit shy and nodded modestly. However, she did not dare to utter a word. Instead, she continued to blow into the harmonica, ensuring that the music did not pause for even a fraction of a second. "We should have made the three-headed dog step back a bit. Look, it's currently blocking the trapdoor on the floor," Ron remarked quietly, pointing towards the trapdoor beneath the creature's belly. "Oh, these are merely trifles." Albert waved his hand and then directed a levitation spell at the three-headed dog, causing the massive creature to drift approximately 2 meters backward, fully revealing the trapdoor on the floor. Albert hastily advanced, swiftly lifting the trapdoor. At that moment, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville hurriedly followed suit. The five of them gathered around the dark abyss revealed by the floor, their heads bowed as they gazed into the unfathomable depths of the opening. Except for Albert, the other four were utterly unprepared for the vertical passage that plunged straight downwards, seemingly endless beneath the trapdoor. A flicker of luminescence danced within. Albert murmured softly. In the next moment, the tip of his wand burst forth with a dazzling silver radiance. Although it could not rival the brilliance of a searchlight or a powerful flashlight, its luminosity was at least comparable to that of an ordinary light bulb in the Muggle world. Albert bent down and extended his wand into the vertical shaft below. Despite the brilliance of his Lumos charm, the light failed to illuminate the depths of the passage, merely affirming to the others that its depth certainly exceeded 50, perhaps even 80 feet. "By Merlin's beard, this is quite deep," Ron remarked, crouching down to inspect the shaft for quite some time before shaking his head in disbelief. "If we descend this passage, it will undoubtedly lead us directly to the castle's underbelly. But how on earth are we to navigate such a profound abyss?" Neville inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Of course, we shall descend using the rope," came the reply. Albert chuckled softly and swiftly unzipped his backpack, from which he extracted a substantial bundle of coiled jute rope. This was the automatic retractable rope I had specifically requested my father to procure from Diagon Alley. It can extend up to an impressive 500 feet, ample for our needs. Afterward, he produced a small spray bottle from his bag and, directing it towards the ground beside him, dispensed a completely transparent liquid. This was a powerful invisible adhesive I had concocted just 2 days prior. With an effective duration of 2 hours, sufficient time for our purposes. As Albert elucidated, he pressed one end of the retractable hemp rope onto the surface coated with an invisible, powerful adhesive. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, he tugged firmly on the rope to ascertain that it was securely fastened to the floor. Subsequently, he unceremoniously cast the remaining length of the rope into the abyssal, inky void before him. "Albert, it seems you have overlooked a rather significant concern," Ron remarked, gazing at the thick hemp rope dangling into the endless darkness below, shrugging helplessly. "While you may have engaged in perilous extreme sports during your youth and could adeptly and safely slide down this rope, we have never attempted such a challenging and hazardous endeavor. The outcome of holding onto this rope and sliding down will likely not differ much from simply jumping directly into the void. Perhaps I might try to descend," Harry suggested hesitantly after listening to Ron. "In my childhood, to evade Dudley and his gang of friends, I often climbed to the tops of trees, so my tree climbing skills are quite proficient. Sliding down this rope should pose no unforeseen mishaps, but I am uncertain how I would ascend back up from such a height. I have a slight fear of heights, so I, too, hesitate to slide down a rope from this elevation," Neville murmured, a blend of anxiety and embarrassment evident in his tone. "What are you all thinking? How could I possibly neglect such a fundamental issue?" Albert shook his head in disbelief after hearing their concerns. "Have you all forgotten that we are wizards? While sliding down the rope is indeed perilous, and we remain unaware of the conditions below, even I am reluctant to proceed. However, by casting a levitation charm on ourselves, we would not expend excessive magical energy. We need not truly levitate, but merely lighten our weight. Once our weight is sufficiently diminished, we can grasp the rope and descend safely." "Ah, indeed. How do we not think of that? Albert, you are truly remarkable," Ron exclaimed, clapping his hands together excitedly before raising his wand to himself, preparing to cast the levitation charm. "Hold on. Don't be so hasty," Albert interjected, shaking his head to halt Ron's actions. "We are still unclear about what lies beneath this opening, so you all should remain above for now. I will be the first to descend and scout the situation. If it appears safe, I will then call you down. Therefore, Hermione, it falls to you to continue your lullabies a while longer. I shall return with prompt news." With that, Albert raised his wand and cast the levitation charm upon himself. After a brief acclimatization to the sudden decrease in gravity, he grasped the retractable hemp rope and lightly leapt into the profound, shadowy chasm before him. Albert skillfully executed the floating spell, reducing his weight to approximately 15 of his normal body mass. This weight allowed him to descend at a relatively swift pace, while maintaining control over his fall to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. After roughly half a minute, he felt his feet land upon an exceptionally soft surface. Releasing his grip on the rope, he cast a luminescent charm, which illuminated the surroundings with a dazzling white light. Before him appeared a chamber of approximately 10 square meters, its walls, ceiling, and floor constructed from stone, and he found himself standing atop a sprawling mass of green, vine-like plants. The tendrils of these plants twisted incessantly, resembling elongated green appendages, evidently attempting to approach Albert and ensnare him. However, the radiant light emanating from the tip of his wand instilled fear in the vine-like tendrils, compelling them to keep their distance. Even the vines beneath his feet hesitated to fully encircle him. The scene was indeed reminiscent of the original novel's description. After surveying the arrangement within this small room, Albert nodded with a smile. It appeared that Professor Sprout's challenge, the Devil's Snare, was nearly ready. Nevertheless, the difficulty of this task was rather insufficient, and he resolved to leave suggestions for improvement. With this thought, Albert stepped down from the Devil's Snare and raised his voice toward the opening above, proclaiming, "It's safe below. You may descend without worry." "All right, we're coming down," responded Harry, Ron, and Neville in unison. After approximately another half-minute, Harry swiftly slid down the retractable rope, followed closely by Neville and Ron. However, these two had evidently miscalculated the force required for the floating spell. Neville descended rapidly, ultimately landing with a startled cry directly onto the massive Devil's Snare. In stark contrast, Ron, upon descending, neglected to grip the retractable rope, instead pushing himself down with both hands against the vertical passageway. Once all three had safely landed on the stone floor of the chamber, Hermione, who had been playing the harmonica in the corridor above, ceased her performance and glided down the retractable rope at a steady pace, landing gracefully beside Harry and the others. "Oh, there are even cushions laid out for cushioning?" Neville remarked as he attempted to rise from the devil's snare, only to discover, with horror, that his legs were tightly bound by numerous thick vines, which were rapidly coiling upwards, having reached his waist in less than 10 seconds. At that moment, Harry and Ron, standing beside Neville, also realized their feet and calves were ensnared by the robust green tendrils. "Merlin's beard, what is this dreadful thing?" Ron shouted, struggling to free his legs from the clutches of the vines. The more he fought, the tighter the tendrils constricted, quickly advancing toward his waist. "Stop struggling. It's the devil's snare. The more you resist, the tighter it binds you," Hermione called out anxiously to the trio, who were still desperately writhing. Professor Sprout discussed this plan in her biology class. "The tendrils are perilous. They can envelop their prey entirely, binding them until they suffocate from lack of oxygen. However, they fear light and warmth. Exposure to bright light or flames causes them to retract." This was precisely why Albert had managed to escape unscathed. The intense light from his wand deterred the devil's snare from ensnaring him. Chapter 88. We are here to modify the challenge. "Please, Hermione, Harry, Neville, and I are on the verge of suffocation. Could you perhaps postpone your lecture?" Ron bellowed, urgency in his voice. "The pressing matter is to extricate the three of us. I promise to take herbology seriously in the future." "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you were still ensnared," Hermione replied, somewhat sheepishly, as she hastily drew her wand and cast a luminescent charm alongside Albert, directing the silvery light toward the vines that bound Ron, Harry, and Neville. Under the dual beams of light, the tendrils of the devil's snare quickly loosened their grip. Phew. That was terrifying. Thank goodness you two were here. Otherwise, Harry, Neville, and I might have faced dire consequences, Ron exclaimed, stumbling toward Albert and Hermione, breathing heavily with lingering trepidation. "This challenge must have been designed by Professor Sprout," Neville said, patting his chest as he spoke rapidly. "Other professors would likely struggle to conceive a trap using such a dangerously magical plant. I find this challenge to be ingeniously crafted," Harry added after taking a few deep breaths. "It's quite difficult for anyone descending from above to immediately recognize that the soft mass beneath them is, in fact, the devil's snare. If the individual standing on it does not react swiftly, they could find themselves in a perilous situation, potentially unable to draw their wand in time. Professor Sprout's design for this challenge is indeed commendable." After they finished discussing, Albert nodded. "However, I believe the difficulty still falls short. There remains ample room for enhancement. After all, these challenges will ultimately confront Voldemort and Quirrel, not just as fledgling first-year wizards." Albert's assertion was indeed reasonable, prompting Hermione to nod in agreement. "Yet, I feel that Professor Sprout's design is already quite perfect. I wonder in what ways it could be further refined? In truth, enhancing the challenge to elevate its difficulty and danger could be achieved with just a couple of minor adjustments." Albert chuckled softly and then reached into his backpack. Retrieving a feather quill, he began to inscribe rapidly upon the adjacent stone wall. The design concept of this level is exceedingly clever, as it directly lays a devil's net upon the ground, enabling an unexpected attack that ensnares the enemy when they are least prepared, potentially leading to their demise. However, this level still possesses two glaring shortcomings. First, the offensive power and lethality are somewhat lacking, resulting in an overall insufficiency of force. Second, the area covered by the devil's net is too small, and this type of plant exhibits significant weaknesses, being overly sensitive to light and heat, which renders the escape difficulty relatively low, especially for experienced wizards who can navigate through this trial with relative ease. In light of these deficiencies in the level's design, I boldly propose the following modifications for consideration. First, relocating the placement of the devil's net to the midpoint or higher within the vertical passage would ensnare challengers as they descend. In this scenario, the challenger's body would be suspended, making it considerably more difficult to escape the net's grasp. Second, I suggest covering the ground beneath the devil's net with gravel, shards of glass, iron nails, and thorny vines, ensuring that even if a challenger manages to break free, they would still sustain severe injuries upon falling to the ground. Observing the lengthy list of improvement suggestions that Albert had inscribed on the stone wall, Hermione and the others raised their eyebrows in astonishment. They were taken aback not only by Albert's ability to contemplate and offer enhancements to the level's design while navigating it, but also by the severity of his proposed solutions. They imagined that had they just encountered a level modified according to Albert's suggestions, it was beyond doubt that, apart from Albert, None of the other four would have had even the slightest chance of successfully overcoming the challenge. Goodness, that's ruthless. After Albert finished writing, Ron clicked his tongue and remarked, "If this modification is implemented, I believe the difficulty of this level would at least double. Indeed, the challenge would be excessively high." Harry concurred, nodding. Unless Quirrel, after breaking free from the devil's net, could land slowly and steadily on his feet, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries from the hazards laid out on the ground, even if he escaped the net. Aha, exactly. That's brilliant, Harry. You've reminded me. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Albert excitedly patted his shoulder. If that individual were to land steadily on his feet, he would be less likely to incur injuries. Hence, I must add another point to my improvement plan. With that, he picked up the feather quill once more and added a line to the lengthy list of modifications. A special note: when placing the iron nails on the ground, ensure that the points face upwards and guarantee that the length of the nails can easily pierce through any thick-soled footwear. Haha, splendid. This revised plan for the level should have no loopholes. Albert swiftly reread the extensive improvement plan he had inscribed on the wall, nodding in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze towards a narrow stone tunnel on the opposite side of the room. "Well, it is time for us to embark on the next challenge," he declared. "There are likely many more stages awaiting our gradual acquaintance, along with opportunities to offer further suggestions for enhancement." With that, he took the lead, striding purposefully towards the stone-crafted tunnel. Chapter 89. We are here to revise the levels. Part 2. Albert took the lead and ventured into the stone tunnel on the side of the room. The passage was rather narrow, and perhaps due to its subterranean nature, droplets of water occasionally dripped from the ceiling. Considering the heightened tension among the others, Albert consciously slowed his pace, allowing Hermione and the others ample opportunity to observe their surroundings. The tunnel stretched on for quite a distance, sloping downward, rendering the end of it invisible as they entered. The five of them walked forward in silence. Apart from Albert, the other four clutched their wands tightly, visibly anxious. "I think I hear something ahead," Harry whispered suddenly, his words tumbling out in a rush after what felt like a minute and a half of walking. "I heard it too," I replied, recognizing a sound akin to something scraping softly against the ground. Ron nodded, his expression growing even more tense. "There's light up ahead," Hermione exclaimed, pointing forward with urgency. With a few more cautious steps, they continued onward, discovering what appeared to be another chamber, which at least seemed devoid of immediate danger. Albert spoke in a light-hearted tone and quickened his pace, striding towards the glimmering light at the end of the tunnel. Hermione and the others hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit, entering the room at this end of the tunnel alongside Albert. The room was considerably larger, roughly the size of an ordinary classroom, though its ceiling soared high above. Above their heads, approximately 40 to 50 metallic keys with wings flitted about swiftly. At the far end of the room stood a heavy wooden door, adorned with a brass doorknob featuring a massive keyhole. In the corners of the room lay several flying broomsticks, dozens of winged keys resembling those above, and an assortment of other miscellaneous items. "Wow, these keys are exquisitely crafted, and they truly resemble little birds," Hermione remarked, gazing up at the flying keys with genuine admiration. "If there were a few more of them, darting about even faster, one might easily mistake them for birds at first glance." "If I am not mistaken, that wooden door over there must be locked," Harry observed. Striding towards the other end of the room, he reached out and twisted the brass doorknob, but despite his efforts, it remained immovable. Together, Harry and Albert forcefully bumped against the wooden door several times. Ultimately, Albert resorted to the unlocking spell, attempting it repeatedly, yet the door showed no inclination to yield. "Well, it seems that this door is protected by a special enchantment, and can only be opened with those flying keys," Albert concluded. Albert shrugged, and then tucked his wand back into the pocket of his robe. However, with so many keys flying about in the air, and at least a dozen more piled in the corner over there, how could we possibly discern which key was needed to unlock this wooden door? Neville questioned, filled with confusion. "I suppose we must search patiently." Albert chuckled and shrugged his shoulders. The key intended for opening the door must possess some distinctive qualities. Otherwise, even Professor Flitwick himself might struggle to distinguish it. "Oh, so you believe this challenge was devised by Professor Flitwick?" Ron inquired with a hint of curiosity upon hearing Albert's words. "Indeed. Both these ingeniously designed keys and this wooden door, which evidently cannot be unlocked by a simple unlocking charm, have been enchanted with a plethora of different spells." Before Albert could respond, Hermione nodded vigorously, her words spilling forth in a rapid explanation. Only someone exceptionally skilled in charms, capable of orchestrating various spells to operate simultaneously and in perfect harmony, could render these ordinary objects into such an extraordinary state. Clearly, this individual must be a master of charms, and among the many professors at Hogwarts, aside from the headmaster, it is evident that Professor Flitwick possesses the highest expertise in this field. Thus, it is certain that this challenge was indeed crafted by him. However, given the difficulty of opening this wooden door, Harry reached out and firmly knocked twice on its surface. Why would Professor Flitwick place the key in this room? If he merely carried the key with him or concealed it elsewhere, wouldn't it make it exceedingly challenging for Quirrel and Voldemort to surmount this obstacle? Albert paused momentarily, taken aback by Harry's question. He had not anticipated someone would pose such an inquiry, and thus had not considered how to respond. To be honest, I find it rather peculiar as well. Perhaps Professor Flitwick did this merely for the convenience of other professors, or he has some arrangements in mind that we have yet to consider. Albert hesitated for a moment, awkwardly scratching his head, before speaking in an uncertain tone. In such a brief span of time, he struggled to conjure a more suitable explanation. Yet, he could not divulge the truth, revealing to Hermione, Harry, and the others that these challenges were not devised for Quirrel or Voldemort, but merely served to test them. Thus, Albert was left with no choice but to concoct a flimsy excuse to pass the moment, disregarding whether it was reasonable or not. After all, the others would simply mock the professor's peculiar ideas, never suspecting Albert himself. I truly do not comprehend the strange notions of those professors. Upon hearing Albert's explanation, Ron shrugged in utter disbelief. It was evident that hiding the key would resolve the matter, yet they insisted on complicating things, designing the challenges in such a convoluted manner. I believe I could offer suggestions for improvement regarding this particular challenge. By simply concealing the actual key that opens the door, the difficulty of successfully navigating this challenge would increase manifold. Your idea is indeed sound, Ron remarked, and Albert nodded in agreement. However, I doubt Professor Flitwick would embrace it, as he must have considered such an approach before devising this challenge. The fact that he ultimately dismissed it suggests he had his own reasoning. Therefore, rather than overturning the current design philosophy, it would be more prudent to offer optimization suggestions akin to those we provided for the Devil's Snare, enhancing the danger and difficulty of this challenge without drastically altering the original concept. Chapter 90. We are here to revise the challenges. Part 2. Do you, Albert, possess an excellent revision plan for this challenge? Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville regarded him with astonished expressions. Indeed, that is correct. Albert nodded with a smile. For this particular level, merely modifying these keys could significantly enhance the difficulty of the challenge and increase its lethality towards the challengers. He paused momentarily, observing the expressions of extreme curiosity on the faces of the other four before continuing. Currently, these keys were crafted in the shape of little birds. While they appeared visually appealing and could create a certain degree of confusion when sufficiently numerous, the most pressing issue was that these keys lacked any real lethality. Therefore, if the design of the keys were to be transformed from birds into short swords or daggers, and their flight speed were to be accelerated, wouldn't the lethality of these keys be substantially elevated? Of course, simply making these alterations would not suffice. Albert paused briefly, swallowed to moisten his throat, and then continued his discourse. Professor Flitwick could effortlessly replicate the appearance of both the genuine and counterfeit keys, allowing all the false keys to soar into the air while concealing the authentic key that could unlock the wooden door in some hidden corner of this room. The precise location of the key would be known solely to Professor Flitwick and Professor Dumbledore, should circumstances arise necessitating the involvement of other professors in this challenge. They would be required to submit a request to either Professor Flitwick or the headmaster. One of them would then retrieve the genuine key from this trial and present it to the requesting professor, ensuring that neither Professor Flitwick nor the headmaster would disclose that the true key was not among those flying above, but rather hidden within the confines of the room. Excellent. This proposed modification is splendid, Ron exclaimed, clapping his hands and smiling as Albert concluded. To obtain those keys soaring in the air, one must ride a broomstick to ascend. However, considering the few rickety brooms in the corner, it is unlikely one could evade the keys' attacks. The maximum flying speed of those brooms might not even match that of the keys. If Professor Flitwick heeds your advice and indeed shapes the keys like short swords or daggers, even if Quirrel and Voldemort manage to reach this challenge, the onslaught of dozens or hundreds of flying blades would be far from easily surmountable. Yet, They could utilize the shield charm to defend against the key's assaults, Hermione interjected. The shield charm would indeed provide some measure of protection. Albert nodded slightly. However, when faced with the concentrated assault of hundreds of flying swords or dagger-like keys, the ordinary iron armor charm would likely not endure for long. I can't help but feel that if Albert's proposed modifications are implemented, these trials would serve not merely to protect the magical stone, but would instead appear to be designed for the purpose of inflicting harm. Harry remarked with a hint of exasperation. Given the current level of difficulty and danger, the likelihood of vanquishing Voldemort and Quirrel seems rather slim. Upon hearing Harry's words, Albert shook his head. Nevertheless, creating additional trouble for them, or even inflicting serious harm on that master and servant duo, should pose no significant challenge. After saying this, Albert retrieved the feather quill he had previously used from his bag and began to swiftly inscribe improvement suggestions on the wall beside him, specifically for this trial. Well, I suppose I understand now. We are not here merely to navigate the trials or familiarize ourselves with the challenges. Rather, we are here to amend them. Observing Albert as he diligently pinned his suggestions on the wall, Harry shrugged and chuckled. Approximately 2 minutes later, Albert completed his notes, double-checked for accuracy, and then stowed the quill away. He turned to gaze at the dozens of keys piled in the corner. All right, now that the suggestions for improvement have been put forth, we should search for the key that can unlock this wooden door. Albert approached the large pile of keys as he spoke. But how can you be certain that the correct key lies within this heap on the ground rather than among those soaring through the air? Hermione inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Albert. The challenges had yet to be fully set, and Professor Dumbledore had certainly not placed the Philosopher's Stone at the final obstacle. Hence, there was no need for Professor Flitwick to allow the key that could unlock the door to fly about. That would merely invite unnecessary complications, wouldn't it? With that, Albert knelt down and began to rummage through the substantial assortment of keys in the corner. Soon, he extracted a key that was noticeably larger and somewhat distinct in shape compared to the others. If all went as anticipated, this should be the one. Albert muttered under his breath, then took the key and inserted it into the keyhole of the brass doorknob, gently turning it. With a crisp click, the lock was successfully disengaged. Albert deftly turned the doorknob and then pushed open the wooden door before him. Beyond it lay an immense and pitch-black expanse, where he and his 4 companions could only discern a small area just beyond the threshold, illuminated by the faint light seeping from the room. Why is that room so dark? Ron inquired, a palpable tension in his voice. Moreover, I believe I faintly glimpsed some enormous shadows lurking in the darkness. Surely, this room does not harbor any terrifying creatures? It was now almost certain that those shadows were unlikely to be any magnificent beasts of considerable size. Albert adopted a remarkably solemn demeanor, deliberately lowering his voice before speaking slowly and softly. However, the room was shrouded in darkness, vast in size, and despite our collective efforts to cast luminescent spells, we could only illuminate a small portion of the space, leaving the entirety of it concealed from view. Therefore, we must remain vigilant, heightening our alertness to 100, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances or ambushes that may arise from the shadows. This forthcoming chamber may prove to be the most perilous or challenging obstacle we have encountered since the commencement of our trials. Upon hearing Albert's words, the already tense expressions of the group grew even more grim. They simultaneously raised their wands high, assuming a stance ready for a fierce confrontation, and followed Albert with heavy, resolute steps as they cautiously entered the massive, dark room beyond the wooden door. Once all 5 of them had crossed the threshold, the previously impenetrable darkness was suddenly filled with a brilliant light emanating from an unknown source, illuminating the entire vast expanse of the chamber. Oh no, perhaps it should be referred to as a hall, which instantly became as bright as day, momentarily blinding Albert and his companions. Danger! We must retreat! Ron instinctively shouted as the light appeared, intending to turn back to the previous room filled with keys. Retreat? It's merely a grand game of wizard's chess. Look at how easily you've been frightened, Albert said, finally managing to open his eyes, bemusement evident in his voice. What? Wizard's chess? The remaining 4, who had been poised to flee, stood frozen in a mix of astonishment and confusion at Albert's words. After a brief moment of hesitation, Hermione, Harry, and Neville simultaneously shifted their gazes towards the center of the enormous room. Subsequently, Ron, who had already dashed away, sheepishly returned. Not far ahead of them lay a colossal chessboard, occupying at least 100 square meters. On the side closest to Albert and his companions stood a row of towering white pieces, each exceeding 2 meters in height, while at the opposite end loomed an equally formidable array of black pieces. Through the gaps between the pieces, Albert could barely discern a massive wooden door situated behind the black pieces. This chessboard is truly magnificent. I wonder which professor devised this challenge, Hermione exclaimed, captivated by the grandeur before her. I believe this trial must have been designed by Professor McGonagall, she concluded. As Albert spoke, he approached a colossal white chess piece. Each of these pieces emanated a potent aura, a powerful residue of transformation spells. He extended his right hand and gave a firm slap to the enormous knight-shaped white chess piece before him. These pieces, which once were merely ordinary sculptures, perhaps mere stone, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis through Professor McGonagall's application of a series of formidable transfiguration spells, coupled with intricate alchemical transformations. Consequently, these pieces now possessed a degree of mobility and even the capacity for independent thought. What? These gigantic chess pieces can move and possess the ability to reason? Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione and the others were left in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, the unmistakable essence of powerful transfiguration spells and alchemy was unmistakable. Albert nodded affirmatively. Moreover, if my conjecture is correct, we must personally enter the chessboard, embodying a piece ourselves, engaging in a match against the opposing black pieces. Only by defeating them can we successfully traverse to the other side of the board and unlock the grand doors behind those black pieces, thus accomplishing our challenge. Wouldn't you agree, noble knight? Upon finishing his words, he gently tapped the white knight piece before him and then inquired with a smile. Hearing Albert's question, Hermione and the others promptly turned their gazes toward the white knight, their faces mirroring a blend of curiosity and skepticism. However, it wasn't long before their mouths simultaneously formed an O shape, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment and disbelief. For, under the watchful gaze of 5 unblinking eyes, the knight upon his steed abruptly turned his head, albeit somewhat stiffly, to face Albert and his companions. Yet, due to the mask obscuring the knight's face, they could not discern his expression at that moment. The white knight remained silent for 2 seconds, then slowly nodded before turning back, resuming his motionless stance, resembling an ordinary stone statue. Incredible! These chess pieces carved from stone can indeed move, and they seemingly possess intelligence and thought. After approximately half a minute, Hermione and the others finally regained their composure from the shock of the revelation. Hermione exhaled deeply, marveling aloud, then turned to Albert and Ron. Among the 5 of us, only the 2 of you excel in wizard's chess, so our ability to progress through this challenge hinges on your performance. There's nothing to worry about. It's merely a game of wizard's chess. If all else fails, we can force our way through. Ron shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his indifference. They are merely animated stone sculptures. Even if we bulldoze through the chessboard, what could they possibly do to us? Frankly, I find it hard to comprehend why Professor McGonagall would devise such a challenge. Given her prowess and typically serious demeanor, she should have created a challenge more suited to muggles. Do not be too hasty in your conclusions. Upon hearing Ron's remarks, Albert shook his head solemnly. If all goes as expected, among the trials guarding the Philosopher's Stone, aside from those personally crafted by Professor Dumbledore, the challenges designed by Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape are likely the most formidable. In truth, these chess pieces exert considerable pressure on me. I can assure you that these seemingly harmless stone figures undoubtedly possess formidable offensive capabilities. Should you doubt this, we could conduct an experiment right now. With that, Albert withdrew his wand from the pocket of his robe, raised it high, and declared emphatically, "Conjure the cage." In an instant, accompanied by a flash of white light, a colossal metal cage, nearly 2 meters wide and over 3 meters tall, materialized before the row of white pieces on the chessboard. At the appearance of this immense metal cage, all the black and white pieces on either side of the board turned their heads in unison, fixating their gaze upon the sudden manifestation of the cage. Witnessing this spectacle, the other 4, save for Albert, collectively gasped in astonishment, finally beginning to sense the terrifying aura emanating from the pieces. Chapter 92, The Chess Pieces in Need of Proper Training, Part 2. Observing the 30 or so black and white pieces on either side of the board, their simultaneous turning motion and the sudden surge of ominous energy caused Albert's expression to grow grave. "Wingardium Leviosa," he murmured softly, directing his wand at the enormous metal cage before him. In the next moment, a flash of red light illuminated the air, and the cage, which could easily contain an adult troll, began to levitate slowly. Albert slowly waved his wand, guiding the metal cage as it drifted gently toward the opposite side of the chessboard. Just as the enormous cage was nearing the center of the board, a Black Knight stationed at the other end suddenly charged forward on his black stone steed, moving with a speed that clearly surpassed that of any human sprinter, akin to a bolt of black lightning. In the blink of an eye, the knight closed the distance to within a meter of the metal cage, raising his long sword with a velocity that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and then struck down forcefully upon the colossal metal structure. With a thunderous clang, the stone sword wielded by the Black Knight crashed against the massive metal cage before him. That fellow is truly foolish, Ron remarked with amusement upon witnessing the knight's actions. The cage summoned by Albert can even confine a giant. How could he possibly? However, before Ron could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, mouth agape in disbelief. The expressions on the faces of the others, including Albert, mirrored his astonishment and incredulity. What they had envisioned, the stone sword striking the metal cage, failing to inflict any damage, and shattering into countless fragments, did not transpire. Instead, they beheld a scene that left them utterly bewildered. Upon impact, the stone sword not only failed to break, but instead caused a significant dent in the metal cage, a structure that even a giant could not mar, with two metal bars, each as thick as a thumb, cleaved cleanly in two by the knight's weapon. Am I seeing things? Is this some sort of illusion? That fellow managed to deform the cage summoned by Albert with just a single strike. After a moment of stunned silence, Ron, still reeling from the shock, stammered, "If I am not hallucinating alongside you." Harry swallowed hard, his voice dry as he replied, "It seems that the Black Knight truly did just cleave the metal cage into a distorted shape with one sword strike. Moreover, the stone sword appears to be entirely intact. It has broken or splintered at all. Thus, we can draw a conclusion." Hermione spoke up after a lengthy silence, her brow furrowed and her tone grave. "The combat prowess and destructive capacity of each black and white piece on this chessboard far exceed that of an adult giant rated at 4 stars for danger. With a total of 32 pieces, this formidable scale suggests that even if Voldemort and Quirrel were to come together, they would stand little chance of breaching this chessboard. Does this mean we need not further optimize the challenge set by Professor McGonagall?" Neville inquired curiously, glancing at Albert. "Not necessarily," came the reply. Albert smiled and shook his head. "Based on the information currently available, the formidable power and lethality of these 32 colossal wizard chess pieces are indeed terrifying, leaving little necessity for further enhancement. However, the true question lies in their intelligence and skill in the game. Can they ensure that the majority of wizards are unable to successfully navigate this challenge through conventional gameplay? We must engage in a few rounds against these pieces to ascertain the truth. If these pieces possess great combat prowess and terrifying lethality but exhibit only mediocre chess skills, then it seems that Ron and I will need to invest considerable effort in training them properly." "What? Albert, did you just say that we must personally enter the fray and engage these fearsome giants? Surely you jest. This notion is utterly outrageous." Upon hearing Albert's words, a look of sheer terror spread across Ron's face. "I am not jesting," Albert replied, shaking his head in response to Ron's apprehension. "Though these pieces are indeed daunting, as long as we adhere to the rules and do not force our way across the chessboard, they will not attack us. Thus, there is no need for such anxiety. But what if we lose the game?" Ron lamented, his face etched with worry. "Those black pieces wouldn't actually devour us or kill us, would they? You need not concern yourself with that either." Albert chuckled as he patted Ron on the shoulder. "If these chess pieces possess formidable skills of their own, and should we find ourselves unable to triumph even in unison, we might as well recognize the futility of the situation and retreat. We could simply surrender and make our escape. After all, those pieces cannot possibly venture beyond the confines of the board to pursue us." "Well, you do present a valid point," Ron admitted, contemplating for a moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Then let us join forces and test the prowess of these pieces. However, should our inaugural match involve just the two of us, or shall we include Hermione, Harry, and Neville as well?" "I believe it would be prudent for just the two of us to take the stage for this initial encounter," Albert answered without hesitation. "The fewer individuals from our side that engage, the more pieces we can afford to sacrifice during the upcoming chess match. Once we ascertain our alliance and possess absolute confidence in our ability to effortlessly secure victory over these pieces, we can subsequently accompany Hermione and the others to triumph over this challenge." Chapter 93, The Pieces That Require Proper Training, Part 2. Albert and Ron briefly conferred about their strategy for the impending battle against the opposing black pieces. Under the watchful eyes of Hermione, Harry, and Neville, they swiftly approached the row of white pieces on their side of the chessboard. Albert selected to replace the white king, while Ron chose to assume the role of a white rook. The two approached their respective pieces, extending their hands to gently pat them. Immediately thereafter, the colossal pieces turned and slowly exited the chessboard. The formidable presence of these giant pieces exerted an overwhelming psychological pressure on Albert and Ron, leading them to tread with utmost caution during the initial minutes of their foray onto the board. Albert, having foreseen the limitations of these chess pieces, understood that their prowess in the game paled in comparison to Ron's. Thus, although he approached the situation with caution, each move he made was marked by a proactive spirit. In stark contrast, Ron adopted a more reserved strategy. Until he grasped the capabilities of the pieces, he preferred to remain passive. In most instances, he opted to control the movement of the other white pieces while positioning himself at a safe distance from the opposing black pieces. However, this stalemate did not endure for long, as Ron soon discerned a significant disparity between the skill levels of these pieces and his own, as well as Albert's. This realization invigorated him, prompting a transformation akin to Albert's proactive approach. At times, he even led the charge, decisively capturing black pieces and forcing them to retreat in defeat. The pace of the game accelerated far beyond anyone's expectations. Even Albert was taken aback by the apparent ineptitude of the chess pieces' gameplay. In a mere 10 minutes, the white side, represented by Albert and Ron, achieved a resounding victory, sweeping through the opposition like autumn leaves in a brisk wind. The combat prowess of these pieces was indeed formidable, yet their gameplay left much to be desired. As Ron and Albert triumphantly crossed to the other side of the board, Ron turned back, bemused, to observe the black pieces returning to the board one by one, and he could not help but exclaim, "I dare say even Harry and Hermione could defeat them." Thus, I maintain that my initial assessment was indeed accurate. Albert smiled and clapped his hands. The combat prowess of these chess pieces was indeed formidable. However, their own skill in the game was likely rather mediocre. After all, based on the previous exchanges between Chilo and Voldemort, as well as our recent experiences with the two challenges, it appeared that the professors at Hogwarts had only just begun to establish the obstacles designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone. For Professor McGonagall, enhancing the combat capabilities of these chess pieces should be a relatively straightforward task. However, instilling these powerful pieces, crafted through transfiguration and alchemy, with significant cognitive abilities or chess skills would be an exceedingly complex and challenging endeavor. Even for a top-tier wizard like Professor McGonagall, it would likely require a considerable amount of time to accomplish this task. Most importantly, the professors, while arranging their respective challenges, were probably unable to invite others for assistance. Yet, I had never heard of Professor McGonagall being a grandmaster in wizard's chess, so enhancing the chess proficiency of these pieces would likely pose quite a challenge for her. "Do you think we could first assist Professor McGonagall in training these pieces?" Ron asked with a hint of excitement in his gaze directed at Albert. "Theoretically, it is indeed feasible." Albert nodded thoughtfully. "As we return, we must stand alongside the black pieces and engage in a game against the opposing white pieces, correct? During this match, I encourage you to observe closely. If my conjecture holds true, the skill of the white pieces should surpass that of the previous black ones." Indeed, Albert's hypothesis proved entirely accurate. Upon their return to the opposite side of the board, he and Ron distinctly sensed that the proficiency of the white pieces was at least a level above that of the black pieces they had previously encountered. "It seems we shall need to invest additional time in this challenge." When Albert and Ron rejoined Hermione, Harry, and Neville, Albert expressed his frustration to them. It was evident to everyone that while these pieces possessed formidable combat abilities, their strategic skills were woefully lacking, thus squandering their terrifying potential. Moreover, Professor McGonagall's expertise in wizard's chess might also be rather ordinary, which means I may need to diligently train these rather simplistic, yet physically adept pieces alongside Ron. Indeed, if these pieces are not adequately trained, the setup of this challenge would be utterly wasteful. Upon hearing Albert's words, Hermione and the others nodded in agreement. Consequently, Albert and Ron led the remaining three once more across the board to the other side of the room. This time, the performance of the black pieces noticeably improved, surpassing that of the previous white pieces. Albert and Ron collaborated for over half an hour before successfully guiding the other three to the opposite side of the chessboard. Shall we scout the way ahead to ascertain the situation in the next chamber? This could save you some time. Hermione inquired as they reached the far side of the room. There is no need for such complications, and sending only the three of you would be excessively perilous, came the reply. Albert shook his head, outright rejecting Hermione's proposal. The chess pieces had improved their playing skills at a pace far exceeding my previous expectations. Ron and I would likely only need to accompany them for 2 or 3 more games. By then, their proficiency should suffice to handle the majority of ordinary wizards. When we return next to survey these challenges, we can engage those pieces in a few more matches. At that point, unless either Quirrel or Voldemort happens to be a grandmaster in wizard chess, they shall find it exceedingly difficult to pass this trial effortlessly. Chapter 94. Mathematics is more interesting, Part 1. Subsequently, Albert and Ron spent nearly an hour and a half playing 4 rigorous games against the black and white pieces on the colossal chessboard. Only after they found themselves needing to concentrate intently to defeat these pieces did Albert decide it was time to leave the room and continue investigating the subsequent challenges. After all, it was already the late hours of the night, and they could not possibly linger in these trials for an entire evening. Upon exiting the room with the massive chessboard, the 5 of them entered a stone corridor once more. Do you think the next challenge will be set by Snape or Quirrel? Harry inquired curiously in a hushed tone. Whoever it is. The next 2 trials surely won't be too difficult, Ron scoffed dismissively. After all, neither of those 2 was particularly admirable. Quirrel was self-evident, and as for Snape, while we lacked definitive proof at present, it was highly probable that he, too, intended to make a move against the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, they certainly would not invest much effort into designing the challenges. At that moment, they had traversed the entire corridor and arrived before a wooden door. Knowing that Quirrel would not have unleashed the troll into the preceding chamber at such an early hour, Albert hesitated little. He merely reminded the 4 who followed him to remain prepared for any potential dangers, and then swiftly turned the brass doorknob before pushing the door open. Oh, what is this? Why is there nothing in this room? Ron mumbled in confusion as they all stepped inside. Indeed, it was precisely as Albert had surmised. In the challenge overseen by Quirrel, there was currently nothing present. Only an empty room comparable in size to an ordinary classroom. This is peculiar. Even if one were disinclined to properly arrange a challenge, there should still be some semblance of setup. At the very least, a minimal arrangement should be in place to fulfill the requirements of the task. Hermione's brow furrowed slightly, her expression rife with suspicion and concern. It's possible that hidden within this room are dangers we might find challenging to detect or perhaps cannot observe at all, she speculated. But we have been inside for quite some time. If there were any concealed mechanisms within this challenge, they should have been triggered by now, Harry remarked, puzzled. Perhaps there truly is nothing related to the challenge in this room, he concluded. Albert pretended to ponder for a moment before speaking. If Chilo were to set traps in this room, it is highly likely he would carelessly place some dark magical creatures here. To ensure the vitality and offensive capability of these creatures, it is probable that he would only position them in this room when Professor Dumbledore was preparing to place the Philosopher's Stone in the final chamber. Well, it appears we need not linger here any longer. Hermione shook her head with a hint of regret and promptly took the lead, striding towards the wooden door on the other side of the room. Aware that the subsequent challenge devised by Snape was merely a riddle and posed no immediate danger upon entry, Albert did not impede Hermione but allowed her to proceed ahead. Hermione hurried to the door, confirming that there was indeed no peril in this room, and quickly turned the doorknob before pushing open the wooden door at this end. The 5 of them traversed a short, stony corridor, not particularly lengthy, and soon found themselves in a room of modest dimensions. This chamber appeared somewhat sparse, with a wooden desk positioned at its center, upon which rested 7 glass vials of varying shapes and sizes. Each of these vials contained liquids of remarkably similar hues, evidently meticulously blended, rendering it quite challenging to discern the nature of the potions contained within them simply by appearance. As Albert and his companions stepped into the room, a fierce blaze of purple flames suddenly erupted from the doorway behind them, completely obstructing their path back to the previous chamber. Simultaneously, at the opposite entrance of the room, a swirling mass of black flames rose, similarly blocking their advance. It seemed, indeed, that this was a challenge set by Snape. Glancing at the 7 glass vials arranged neatly on the table, Albert observed the 2 ends of the room where the eerie, menacing purple and black flames flickered ominously. With a serious expression, he addressed his companions, remarking on the evident meticulousness with which Snape had crafted this challenge. The setup was evidently quite sophisticated. There appears to be a note here? Harry, who had circled around to the other side of the table, said with a hint of confusion. He then extracted a note roughly the size of his palm from the bottom of one of the glass vials and waved it toward Albert and the others. Albert, Hermione, Ron, and Neville hastily gathered around, joining Harry in earnestly deciphering the message inscribed on the note. Danger lies ahead. Safety remains behind. Among us, two can assist you. Partake of their contents. One will guide you forward, while the other will return you to your original place. Two contain nettle wine, and three are lethal. Awaiting your choice, unless you wish to remain here eternally. To aid your decision, we provide the following 4 clues. First, regardless of how cunningly the poison conceals itself, it stands to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends differ, and whether you seek to advance or retreat, they will be of no use to you. Third, you will observe that the bottles vary in size, and neither the giant nor the dwarf harbors the Grim Reaper. Fourth, the second from the left and the second from the right, though dissimilar in appearance, share the same flavor. Oh, it turns out to be merely a riddle. Hermione exhaled in relief, shaking her head with a touch of amusement. This is rather trivial. I expected Snape would concoct something more challenging. Albert feigned ignorance, expressing profound disappointment only after perusing the contents of the note. Crafting such a simplistic riddle lacked creativity and excitement. It would have been far more engaging to present a challenging mathematical problem. Chapter 95, Mathematics Proves More Captivating, Part 2, The situation grew rather tedious. I had anticipated that Snape would devise something more complex. The simplicity of this riddle was utterly uninspired and dull, far less intriguing than a difficult math question. Albert shook his head, feigning an expression of profound disappointment as he spoke. Mathematics? What is that? Upon hearing Albert's words, Ron inquired with curiosity. In simple terms, mathematics is a discipline of the Muggle world, akin to our studies of charms, transfiguration, herbology, or potions. Hermione offered clarification to Ron regarding Albert's mention of mathematical problems. As for the math problems Albert referred to, you might understand them as various complex numerical calculations. Typically, the more challenging math problems are difficult not only for wizards, but even for Muggles to solve correctly. In the Muggle world, particularly in England, mathematics is widely acknowledged as the most challenging subject, without exception. What? Numerical calculations? Ron still appeared perplexed upon hearing Hermione's explanation. Is it similar to calculations like 12-25 or 37-16? Those don't seem too difficult. In fact, I believe that the logical reasoning written on Snape's note is what most people would struggle to solve correctly. The two calculations you mentioned are merely the simplest forms of addition and subtraction, which even young children in the Muggle world learn to perform, Albert replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Let me pose a simple problem for you. After pondering for a moment, he continued, imagine we number these glass bottles on the table sequentially from left to right. Suppose the liquid in bottle X allows you to pass through the black flames ahead and enter the next level, while the liquid in bottle Y, when consumed, enables you to traverse the purple flames behind and return to the previous room. Now, listen carefully. Given the equations 3x2y10 and 2x(y(xy)13, which bottle contains the liquid that will aid your progression through the black flames, and which bottle will help you return to the previous room? How could anyone possibly calculate that? After Albert finished, both Ron and Neville stood in stunned silence. Hermione and Harry's expressions, while not as exaggerated, still displayed profound shock and astonishment. Albert, what you just mentioned must pertain to equations, right? Harry inquired, his tone uncertain. I recall hearing two math teachers conversing about this term when I was studying in the Muggle world, but according to their explanation, students typically begin to encounter equations gradually in secondary school, and until high school, the content they learn in math textbooks is quite elementary. But you hail from a wizarding family, and you are not yet 12. How is it that you are so well versed in Muggle mathematics? Indeed, Albert, what you referred to must be a system of simultaneous equations, correct? Before Albert could respond, Hermione swiftly interjected. When I was in the upper grades of elementary school, I had already perused middle school textbooks. If memory serves me right, even the Muggle middle school math curriculum covers only basic linear equations. A couple of years ago, at a family gathering, I overheard a distant cousin who was in high school lamenting how difficult the math courses in grades 10 and 11 were, particularly quadratic equations and simultaneous equations, which he found utterly incomprehensible. Yet you were able to casually mention a problem involving simultaneous equations. How on earth did you manage that? She then added playfully, if I hadn't known you for so long, I might genuinely suspect that you were not a wizard under 12. Cough, cough. Well, as you know, My family resides in the Muggle world, so I have also studied a great deal of what Muggle students need to learn. Albert cleared his throat twice and then began to explain at a rapid pace. Before articulating the binary linear equation, he had already contemplated how to address the various inquiries from his companions. As for why his mathematical prowess was so remarkable, he paused briefly before continuing. The truth was, he had never studied the English mathematics textbooks. Since the 3rd grade of elementary school, he found those texts excessively monotonous, prompting him to ask his parents to procure a set of Chinese mathematics books. By the time he arrived at Hogwarts, he had nearly completed the mathematics curriculum for junior high in China. And by the way, the mathematics taught in Chinese junior high schools is significantly more challenging than that encountered by British high school students. Consequently, conjuring up such a simple binary linear equation was hardly a challenge for him. Well, I once again sensed that different individuals can indeed belong to disparate strata of existence. After Albert finished speaking, Hermione shrugged with a wry smile. She had initially thought that her talent in magic placed her at a considerable disadvantage compared to Albert, but it now seemed that perhaps they were not even of the same echelon of life forms. At that moment, however, the other 3 companions exhibited no particularly pronounced reactions. On one hand, they could hardly grasp the extent of Albert's mathematical abilities, which were truly extraordinary among their British peers. On the other hand, in their minds, Albert was already a prodigious being. Even if one day Voldemort were to resurrect and Albert casually hurled a spell at the noseless fiend, reverting him to a ghostly state, they would not feel the slightest surprise. They would merely stand by, mocking Voldemort while contemplating what to feast upon at the celebratory banquet. So, Albert, are you considering optimizing this challenge further by replacing the logic puzzle set by Snape with that equation you mentioned? Ron inquired curiously. And preferably, substitute it with the most difficult equation you can conceive, Hermione added. The difficulty of the equation itself was of little consequence. Albert shook his head with a smile. However, it is essential to propose a question that is sufficiently intriguing, preferably one that is easy to miscalculate. Chapter 96, 3 Systems of Equations. Albert furrowed his brow, contemplating for over a minute before retrieving a quill from his satchel. He began to swiftly inscribe on the reverse side of the parchment inscribed with riddles, "Danger lies ahead. Safety is behind. 2 among us can lend you assistance. Consume them. 1 will guide you forward, the other will return you to your original place. Beyond these, all else is nettle wine or poison. Each of our bottles bears a unique number, from 17, arranged left to right. The number that leads you forward is X, and the number that ensures your safe return is Y. Solve the equations below to discern the correct values of X and Y. You must approach each calculation with caution, lest you wish to meet death or remain here indefinitely." Having pinned this, Albert paused, recalling the equations he had previously devised, and resumed writing. 12xy6. Y minus 10x minus 15. After completing this system of equations, Albert hesitated briefly before inscribing 2 additional sets of equations, similar, yet with differing numbers and solutions. Ultimately, he recorded the corresponding answers for X and Y at the bottom of the parchment before stowing his quill once more. Should he neglect to include the answers to the 3 systems, Snape would undoubtedly reject his proposal. Once Albert replaced the parchment on the table, Hermione, who had been observing, smiled and remarked, "Why not? Isn't Albert's idea splendid?" Curious, Ron inquired, "What makes you say that?" "I can assure you that whatever equations Albert has written, Quirrel and Voldemort will surely fail to derive the correct answers. Unless their luck has soared to the level where they can randomly select the right potion, they will not pass this trial. If fortune is against them, they might even stumble upon a poison, which would be rather amusing. I am intrigued to see whether Voldemort, in his half-alive, spectral state, can escape the confines of Hogwarts." Albert's concept, along with his enhancements to this challenge, is undoubtedly commendable. Following Ron's statement, Hermione nodded with a smile. "But do you believe that if Albert had not inscribed the answers to the 3 systems on the parchment, Snape would be able to decipher the solutions himself? If he does not know the answers, how could he adopt Albert's problems as a test?" "Indeed, that is a valid point," Ron chuckled. "Though Snape is formidable in potions, he surely lacks an understanding of Muggle mathematics. Albert, what are your plans moving forward?" Harry inquired, glancing at Albert. "Shall we venture into the final challenge? That one was set by Professor Dumbledore, and I suspect it will be perilous. Furthermore, Dumbledore's challenges likely contain few immature or improvable elements. This time, we shall refrain from entering the final challenge." Albert pondered for a moment before responding. "In fact, I believe that Professor Dumbledore has likely not yet set up his final challenge. as he is expected to wait until after Christmas to place the Philosopher's Stone in the last trial. Given Professor Dumbledore's capabilities, there is no need for him to commence preparations for the final challenge so far in advance. On another note, I just checked the time, and it has already been 1 hour and 40 minutes since we entered the first challenge. If we do not hurry back, we may not get a decent night's sleep this evening. What? An hour and 40 minutes has passed since we entered these challenges? Hermione's brow furrowed instantly upon hearing Albert's words. However, considering the time it will take to return, especially through Professor McGonagall's challenge, we will surely exceed 2 hours by the time we reach the entrance of the challenges. But Albert, the adhesive you used for that extendable string only lasts for 2 hours, right? This means that by the time we return to the entrance, the string leading to the castle may have already fallen. If that happens, how on earth will we get back to the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor? Ah, yes, if Hermione hadn't mentioned it, we would have completely forgotten. Ron exclaimed, slapping his forehead in urgency. Come on, let us hurry back. If luck is on our side, we might be able to get through Professor McGonagall's wizard chess in just over 10 minutes. With that, he turned around, intent on rushing back. However, he had barely taken a step when he stopped, a look of despair on his face. We still don't know which potion we need to drink to pass through this purple flame and return to the previous room. Ron turned back, exasperatedly addressing Albert and the others. Don't worry, there's no need to rush back, Ron. Albert nearly burst out laughing at Ron's anxious demeanor. In fact, before I even began solving those equations, I deduced which potion would allow us to cross the black flames ahead and which would facilitate our passage through the purple flames back. I believe Hermione has certainly figured it out as well. Indeed, that riddle was not particularly difficult. Hermione nodded in agreement. The solution to Snape's riddle is simply the answer to the first set of equations written at the bottom of the parchment. The potion in bottle number 2 will help us pass through the black flames, while the potion in bottle number 5 will ensure our safe return through the purple flames. Oh, I see. Ron nodded in relief after Hermione's explanation. However, he soon looked back at Albert, his confusion returning. But Albert, why did you say we don't need to rush back? Without the extendable string fixed to the corridor floor, how will we climb up that vertical passage? It must be at least 50 or 60 feet long. Even if the extendable string hasn't fallen, I have no intention of climbing it. Albert smiled and shook his head at Ron's question. Have you forgotten that there are several flying broomsticks left in Professor Flitwick's challenge? Why would we tire ourselves climbing a rope when we have broomsticks available? Oh right, how could I forget about the broomsticks? After Albert finished speaking, Ron clapped his hands and scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Subsequently, the 5 of them took a sip from the 5th glass vial before Albert led the way, briskly crossing through the purple flames and entering the stone passage that led back to the previous room. What the 5 individuals, including Albert, were unaware of was that as they stepped into the violet flames, a figure clad in a deep blue robe emerged slowly from the black flames at the opposite end of the room. Alas, these youngsters have chosen not to proceed and investigate the challenges I set for them. The figure murmured with a hint of amusement. Such a pity. I had devised an elaborate scare for them, yet Albert has already deduced my intentions. I have not even begun to set up the final challenge. And that little fellow's analytical prowess is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, the figure emerging from the black flames was none other than Dumbledore, who felt regretful that Albert and his companions had opted not to continue. As the headmaster of Hogwarts and undoubtedly the most powerful wizard of his time, he had noticed them the moment they entered the farthest corridor on the 4th floor. However, out of curiosity and a desire to observe these youngsters, especially Albert, an unexpected prodigy, Dumbledore had refrained from intervening hastily. Instead, he had arrived early at the room of the final challenge, waiting quietly to play a small jest on the audacious group. I wonder if Albert truly believes that advancing further is pointless, merely a waste of time, or if he has preemptively foreseen my foresight, thus choosing to return instead of entering the final challenge. Dumbledore mused, shaking his head in resignation. That little one is exceptionally remarkable, perhaps even more inscrutable than Tom Riddle. Fortunately, Dumbledore felt he understood Edmund and Amelia well enough, and their character and abilities were beyond reproach. Otherwise, he would have staunchly opposed allowing Albert to remain near Harry, granting him such unbridled freedom. As he spoke to himself, Dumbledore strolled to a table adorned with 7 glass vials and a piece of parchment. He picked up the parchment and began to read the words that Albert had recently inscribed. A splendid concept, a complex equation. Albert is indeed a multifaceted genius. After contemplating the 3 sets of equations for over 10 minutes, Dumbledore's furrowed brow relaxed into a satisfied smile. It seems Voldemort will have to navigate the final challenge on his own. Chuckling softly, Dumbledore placed the parchment back on the table, turned, and lightly tapped his wand against himself. He then briskly walked through the violet flames into the room where Quirrel's challenge awaited. Aware that Quirrel had not yet set up his own challenge, Dumbledore merely scanned the room, confirming that Albert and his companions had not inscribed anything on the walls before swiftly moving on to Professor McGonagall's challenge room. Quite commendable, he remarked after crossing the chessboard and arriving at the opposite end of the room. He nodded in approval at the effectiveness of Albert and Ron's manipulation of the chess pieces. While it was nearly impossible for the current chess pieces to thwart Quirrel and Voldemort, they could still momentarily entangle them and expend some of their energy. Well then, it is time to see what Albert has inscribed on the walls, Dumbledore said with a sense of anticipation as he turned to stride into the next room, transforming all the keys into flying swords or knives to accelerate their flight, and finally hiding the true key in an inconspicuous corner. How cunning of Albert! After examining the modifications and optimizations Albert had suggested in Professor Flitwick's challenge room, Dumbledore clicked his tongue in admiration. Fortunately, it seems this lad is unlikely to tread the dark path. Otherwise, the third Dark Lord would be far more formidable than Voldemort. Having reviewed the wall's contents, Dumbledore continued forward until he reached the first challenge set by Professor Sprout. Raising the Devil's Snare into the vertical channel, carpeting the room's floor with gravel, thorny brambles, and long iron spikes that could pierce thick-soled boots, ensuring the spikes point upwards, Albert is indeed intent on posing a lethal challenge to Quirrel from the very beginning. Dumbledore sighed in astonishment after reading Albert's proposals. With a flick of his wand, he swiftly conjured 4 Silver Phoenix Patronuses, which appeared before him. Pomona, Filius, Minerva, and Severus. Please come to my office at once, he instructed the Patronuses, and almost simultaneously, he vanished from the spot along with them. Chapter 98. The Perplexed Professors at Hogwarts Castle. The tranquility of the early morning hours rendered even the faintest sound of a cat's meow or the mutterings of Peeves audible for dozens of meters. In the dimly lit corridors and quiet classrooms, aside from the soft moonlight filtering through the windows, no other light sources were visible. Yet, within this slumbering castle, one room remained brightly lit and bustling with activity, the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, located in the tallest tower. At that moment, Dumbledore sat behind his enormous desk, a smile gracing his face as he rested his hands on its surface, beside him a steaming cup of hot milk. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape were seated opposite him, the 3 heads of house displaying expressions of confusion, unease, and apprehension, while Snape merely wore a stoic frown. Would you care for some hot milk, everyone? The weather outside is positively frigid, Dumbledore inquired cheerfully, his tone lighthearted. Though, Severus, you might prefer a cup of hot coffee or chocolate, considering it is your turn to patrol the castle tonight. I'm indifferent, Headmaster, Snape replied curtly. Upon hearing Dumbledore specifically mention himself, Snape maintained his expressionless demeanor and replied tersely. However, rather than indulging in coffee or hot chocolate, my primary concern lies with the urgency that necessitated the summoning of all 4 house heads to this place at 2 o'clock in the morning. What, pray tell, is of such extreme urgency or significance? Indeed, Headmaster, we find ourselves devoid of the inclination to enjoy beverages at this moment. Among the group, the most impatient, Professor Flitwick, nodded and spoke rapidly. Unless something of monumental consequence has occurred, it is unlikely you would have summoned us all to your office with such haste. So please, do share what has transpired. While the situation is not acutely urgent, it is undeniably important, Dumbledore continued, maintaining his smile and speaking in a relaxed tone. However, to ensure that we do not succumb to fatigue or hunger while I show you something shortly, I personally recommend that you partake in a drink or perhaps a snack. Upon hearing Dumbledore's intention to reveal something significant, the 4 house heads, including Snape, wore expressions of utter perplexity. Observing Dumbledore's demeanor, they could ascertain that there had not been any malevolent attacks or sudden incidents within the school or the wizarding world at large. Otherwise, Dumbledore would not be exhibiting such an air of ease. We are hardly in a position to relish a midnight snack, Headmaster. Professor McGonagall chuckled wryly and continued, please, take us to view the important matters at hand. Otherwise, our anxiety will surely deprive us of any appetite. Very well, if you lack an appetite. We shall indulge in a midnight feast upon our return. Sensing the curiosity and anxiety radiating from his four colleagues, Dumbledore smiled and rose from his chair, striding towards a row of bookshelves nearby. Seeing Dumbledore's direction, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape simultaneously raised their eyebrows in surprise. Then almost in unison stood up and followed Dumbledore towards a small door concealed behind the shelves. Upon reaching the door, Dumbledore produced his wand and tapped a specific area thrice. The handleless door silently swung open, and he led the four of them briskly inside. Beyond the door lay a modestly sized room, devoid of any furnishings, creating an atmosphere of emptiness. Headmaster, are we to set up the protective enchantments for the Philosopher's Stone now, or has there been an issue with the traps we established? Professor Sprout inquired, puzzled, upon realizing they had been brought to the very wards guarding the stone. Oh no, my plans have not altered for the time being, Pomona, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with a smile. As for the traps you set, he paused momentarily before continuing. They have not malfunctioned. But I do indeed need to revisit the changes that have occurred within your wards. What do you mean, Headmaster? Have our wards undergone changes? As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, the faces of Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape all tensed simultaneously. What is the matter? Headmaster, has someone already sought the Philosopher's Stone? McGonagall inquired at a rapid pace. Yet, this should not be the case. The individual seeking to steal the stone would surely understand that it has not yet been placed within the final challenge. What then? Could be their motive for attempting the trials? Perhaps merely to familiarize themselves with the arrangements set by us professors? There is no need for alarm, my dear colleagues, Dumbledore said, still smiling and waving his hand reassuringly. Indeed, your wards have experienced some alterations, and someone has infiltrated them. However, I did not imply that these changes are detrimental. Ah, Headmaster, what do you mean? Someone has breached our wards, yet this is not a bad development? The other four expressed their confusion further. Chapter 99. The Astonishment of the Four Heads, Part 1. Noting the bewildered expressions adorning the four heads, Dumbledore merely smiled before turning to walk towards a wooden door at the opposite end of the room. Soon, the five of them entered the chamber housing Snape's challenge, with the four heads eagerly scrutinizing the room's layout and features. However, after a thorough inspection, even Snape meticulously examining each corner, they found nothing amiss or altered within the room's arrangement. My friends, your focus seems misplaced. Observing their bewilderment, Dumbledore exclaimed with a grin. Look closely at the items upon this table. All changes pertaining to this challenge are concentrated here. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, and Snape hastily gathered around the long wooden table, scrutinizing the 7 glass vials arranged in a row and the parchment beside them. Why does the potion in this vial appear to have diminished so significantly? Upon reaching the table, their gazes converged upon a particularly stout, round vial, where the liquid had clearly been reduced by more than half, leaving perhaps less than a third of its original volume. Wait, this potion facilitates a return to the previous chamber, yet the vial that allows one to progress further seems untouched. After a brief pause, Snape spoke, a hint of confusion creeping into his voice. Indeed, that young one is quite astute. He anticipated that I had yet to establish the final challenge. Dumbledore nodded in affirmation. Smiling, that young one. Snape keenly seized upon Dumbledore's unusual phrasing. Headmaster, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that the individual who infiltrated these wards and managed to reach the penultimate challenge is merely a student from Hogwarts? He furrowed his brow, looking at Dumbledore with great perplexity. Your conjecture is remarkably accurate, Severus, Dumbledore replied, nodding with delight. However, I regret to inform you that, for the sake of protecting certain prodigies, I cannot disclose the identity of the individual who infiltrated and successfully navigated the challenges you set. Dumbledore continued. To reach this stage and return safely, even if it is a 6th or 7th year student, is quite an impressive feat. After Dumbledore finished speaking, Professor McGonagall nodded affirmatively but then expressed her concerns. But, Headmaster, do you not think such a gifted student poses an even greater danger and warrants more vigilance? The mere fact that he trespassed through the protections meant for the Philosopher's Stone is sufficient grounds for expulsion from Hogwarts. Indeed, if that student acted out of mere curiosity, the situation might not be as dire, Professor Flitwick added. However, if he possesses ulterior motives, perhaps even intending to steal the Philosopher's Stone, we should consider serious consequences. Precisely. Flitwick, that young lad is aware that these challenges are designed to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore interjected before Flitwick could finish. smiling as he spoke. Moreover, I can reveal that he is not a 6th or 7th year student, but rather a first year who has yet to turn 12. At Dumbledore's last statement, a profound silence enveloped the room, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The four heads of houses appeared frozen, their expressions of shock unchanged for over 10 seconds. Eventually, it was Snape who broke the tension of this suspended atmosphere. He turned to Professor McGonagall, who was seated diagonally across from him, his brow furrowed deeply, his expression darkening. I believe it is clear who that first-year student is. The one who audaciously defied the headmaster's orders and infiltrated our challenges with undisclosed motives. Shouldn't Professor McGonagall provide us, and the headmaster, with a reasonable explanation? I apologize, Severus, but I must correct some of your assertions. Dumbledore interjected before McGonagall could respond, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Firstly, I merely cautioned the students at the feast that, should they wish to avoid a painful demise, they should refrain from entering the far-right corridor on the 4th floor. This was merely a benevolent warning from an old man and the headmaster of Hogwarts. It is not a rule, and we cannot punish students for it. Furthermore, those youngsters did not harbor any nefarious intentions. Their purpose is quite simple. If you examine the content inscribed on the back of this parchment, you shall understand. With that, Dumbledore picked up the parchment containing riddles from the table, flipping it over to reveal the writing by Albert on the reverse side to the other four. Ah, indeed. It is that boy Wells. I recognize his handwriting. Upon seeing the words inscribed on the back of the parchment, Snape sneered, but did not elaborate further. Instead, he furrowed his brow and scrutinized the 3 sets of linear equations. These appear to be mathematical equations as understood by Muggles, correct? McGonagall ventured after a brief silence. Precisely. Minerva, Dumbledore confirmed. These are indeed equations taught to Muggle high school students. I attempted to solve them earlier, and I assure you, the difficulty level is exceptionally high. I would wager that no more than 10 wizards in the entirety of Britain and the European wizarding world could arrive at the correct answers. As a young wizard from a pure-blood family, possessing not only remarkable talent in magic, but also a profound understanding of Muggle knowledge, that child Wells is certainly extraordinary. McGonagall acknowledged, though her brow remained tightly knitted. Yet, no matter how gifted he may be, he cannot recklessly trespass through the protections surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, even if it appears he merely intended to offer suggestions for modifications or improvements. It seems I must speak with him tomorrow. Please take note, everyone. I have not disclosed the identity of the young lad who infiltrated these challenges. Dumbledore interrupted McGonagall before she could continue. Your conclusions are merely conjectures based on these notes, which do not constitute definitive evidence. Therefore, I hope you will refrain from excessive interference until this matter is fully resolved. We must observe the situation unfold, ensuring it does not spiral out of control, preventing certain individuals from succeeding. As for the minor incidents that occur along the way, we can allow them to progress naturally. After all, often we must observe a person's actions to discern their true nature. Well, Severus, if you find no issue with the suggestions for improvement on this parchment, nor with the 3 sets of equations, perhaps you should consider replacing that somewhat challenging riddle with one of these equations, which most could likely solve upon reflection. After addressing McGonagall, Dumbledore turned to Snape. I do not believe that anyone foolish enough to attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone from Hogwarts would be capable of solving any of these equations. I will give it some thought, Snape replied, his expression impassive. Replacing the logic puzzle with an equation is certainly a commendable idea. Excellent, excellent, Dumbledore smiled, nodding in approval of Snape's acknowledgement of Albert's concepts and the equations presented. He then turned and walked toward the wooden door on the other side of the room. Now it is time for us to witness the changes occurring in the other challenges. With that, he opened the door and strode quickly into the next room. Soon, the group passed through the chamber prepared for Quirrel's challenge. Knowing that this room held no particular arrangements, and with Dumbledore showing no intention to pause, the other 4 followed suit, hastening through the space. Come, Minerva, let us see the changes in your challenge. Those little ones have lingered here for at least an hour to prepare your pieces. As the group arrived at the enormous wizard's chessboard assigned by Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore turned his gaze and, with a smile, addressed her. Are they here to assist in training these pieces? Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Professor McGonagall raised her eyebrows in astonishment. She swiftly approached the chessboard, casually selected a black knight, and lightly tapped it twice. The knight nodded and stepped off the board, allowing McGonagall to take its place. After approximately half an hour, under Dumbledore's continual guidance, McGonagall, furrowing her brow in concentration, finally reached the opposite end of the board. It was truly remarkable. Those little pieces had significantly enhanced their own chess-playing skills in just over an hour. Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, McGonagall expressed her genuine admiration. If these pieces undergo a few more training sessions, those who wish to steal the Philosopher's Stone might not even surpass this challenge. Having observed the wizard's chess challenge set by McGonagall, the 5 individuals did not linger and proceeded to the next room. Oh, the lad has indeed provided me with a plethora of improvement suggestions. Upon entering Professor Flitwick's Flying Key Challenge, the 4 heads of houses immediately noticed the extensive recommendations and proposals left by Albert on the wall. Professor Flitwick hurried to the wall, his excitement palpable as he read the written suggestions. Ha ha ha, splendid. Transforming all the keys into the shapes of flying swords or daggers. This lad is quite ruthless. Moreover, hiding the actual key in some corner of the room is not only cunning, but rather devious. After reviewing Albert's proposals regarding his challenge, Professor Flitwick smiled with satisfaction. I quite admire this boy's character. He shows no mercy to his adversaries. He has great potential. When daylight breaks, I shall meticulously devise a comprehensive plan for the challenge's modifications, aiming to complete the transformation within a week. However, I believe his plan could indeed be further enhanced to increase the difficulty. A slight smirk appeared on Flitwick's lips. For instance, I could increase the number of keys, designing half as small knives and the other half as short swords. Additionally, should anyone dare to soar through the air on a broomstick, all the false keys would swarm to attack, ensuring that the fool attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone faces a formidable setback right here. In truth, those seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone would encounter severe challenges from the very first obstacle. Dumbledore, picking up Flitwick's thread, added, if his luck does not favor him, he may find himself struggling to pass even the second challenge. Oh, so my challenge has also been rendered quite lethal? Professor Sprout raised her eyebrows in surprise at Dumbledore's words. Indeed, according to that young man's proposal, your challenge will require significant alterations, Dumbledore confirmed, before leading the group towards Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare challenge. The modification plan was indeed commendable, transforming an obstacle designed to impede intruders into one that seeks to severely injure them. 5 minutes later, Professor Sprout finally finished reading Albert's suggestions for her challenge. With a sigh, she remarked, that lad does exhibit quite a penchant for violence. Moreover, with such modifications, we must be cautious when descending into these challenges in the future. If we are not careful, we may find ourselves harmed by our own traps. Chapter 101. The commencement of action by Quirrel in the following weeks. Albert, Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville resumed their previously tranquil yet industrious lives. Aside from their regular studies and leisure time, they dedicated portions of each day to monitoring Quirrel's movements. However, they felt both disappointed and somewhat relieved that Quirrel had been remarkably docile lately, rarely leaving his office except for class. When one is exceedingly busy, time seems to pass swiftly. Albert felt that although only a few days had passed since their venture, December had quietly arrived. Accompanying the onset of December was the biting, frigid wind and the large flurries of snowflakes gracefully dancing through the air. Most students were in high spirits, for in less than 2 weeks, the Christmas holiday at Hogwarts would commence. However, Albert and his companions found it difficult to share in the merriment, not for any particular reason, but rather due to the unbearable coldness of the corridor outside Quirrel's office. The icy gusts of wind seeping through the cracks of the window effortlessly extinguished any anticipation they held for the festive season. Do you think Quirrel has suddenly discovered a means to expel Voldemort from within him, or perhaps even vanquished him entirely? Ron pondered aloud while draping a thick woolen cloak over himself, preparing to undertake the task of monitoring Quirrel just 3 days before the Christmas break. If Voldemort still retained control over Quirrel, how could he possibly allow that individual to remain inactive for such an extended period? Rather than assuming Quirrel had banished Voldemort, it would be more prudent to consider that perhaps Voldemort had consumed Quirrel's soul, fully commandeering his body while simultaneously nourishing his own essence, thus rendering him unhurried in his quest to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Albert shrugged, expressing his exasperation. I truly wish Voldemort would hasten to send Quirrel to steal the Philosopher's Stone. These agonizing days are becoming unbearable. Ron sighed, and somewhat reluctantly, followed Harry out of their shared dormitory. Once Ron and Harry had departed, Albert hastily retrieved his unfinished homework. He needed to complete it quickly before stealing a brief moment of sleep. His duty tonight spanned from 11 o'clock to midnight. And whenever it was Albert's turn for the final shift, he habitually extended his watch by half an hour or even an hour. To stave off drowsiness during his watch, he typically ensured he rested for at least 1 or 2 hours beforehand. At 8:30 p.m., having finally finished his assignments, Albert yawned widely and tossed his quill onto the nearby desk, intending to rise and indulge in at least 2 hours of slumber. However, just as his robe had barely been pulled halfway, a flushed and perspiring Neville burst through the dormitory door, rushing in with urgency. "Quickly, Albert! Quirrel!" He suddenly left the office and went downstairs. "He looks like he's headed straight for the castle exit." Neville gasped, struggling to catch his breath. "I didn't wait for him to leave the castle. I hurried back to find you. You must find Ron. He should still be at the second-floor staircase or waiting in the entrance hall. I'll notify Hermione, and then the 5 of us will follow." With that, he turned to dash out of the dormitory. "Wait, Neville!" Before Neville could bolt through the door, Albert grasped his arm firmly. "There is no need to rush to inform Hermione just yet. I will follow Quirrel alone this time. You all stay within the castle and keep a vigilant watch for any signals of distress I may send from the Forbidden Forest." As Albert hastily donned his robe, he spoke rapidly to Neville. "Additionally, if I have not returned in 2 or 3 hours, you must seek out Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore for assistance. Clearly explain the situation to them and request that they investigate the Forbidden Forest to ascertain whether I have truly encountered some extraordinary danger, leaving me no time to signal for help. However, we only need to keep 1 or 2 individuals in the castle to ensure that you are vigilant for any distress signals." Hearing Albert's words, Neville expressed his anxiety. "Even if Ron and I are somewhat less capable, you could still take Hermione and Harry with you. With their presence, it would surely be safer than facing it alone." "That may not necessarily be the case." Albert shook his head with a smile. "I am about to follow Chilo and Voldemort into the Forbidden Forest. The difficulty and danger of this endeavor far exceed our previous escapades. The more individuals involved, the greater our target becomes, thereby increasing the likelihood of being discovered by that master and servant duo. Therefore, it is indeed safest and most prudent for me to undertake this mission alone. Do not worry excessively for my well-being, Neville." Observing Neville's palpable anxiety and his desire to articulate further concerns, Albert patted his shoulder and swiftly retrieved a large backpack from beneath the bed, slinging it over his shoulder. "You should have faith in my abilities. During our last encounter, I managed to escape Voldemort's minions with scarcely any preparation. This time, I am equipped with an array of meticulously prepared tools, and besides, I recently mastered the invisibility spell, which, although it may not thwart their actions, will certainly ensure my safety." Without affording Neville another opportunity to speak, Albert dashed out of the dormitory. 2 minutes later, panting heavily, Albert arrived at the staircase on the second floor of the castle. Indeed, there stood Ron, his face etched with worry, frowning as he awaited Albert's arrival. "Chilo has left the castle. I just went to the entrance and saw him heading towards the Forbidden Forest." Ron spoke rapidly to Albert. "It seems Voldemort is finally poised to make his move tonight." "All right, I understand. You should return to the common room for now. I have already discussed the specific arrangements with Neville." Albert spoke rapidly and then, without pausing, dashed down the stairs. Chapter 102. Re-entering the Forbidden Forest. "Wait, Albert. What did you say? You want me to return to the common room, but how can you go alone to track Quirrel? That seems exceedingly perilous," Ron exclaimed, hurriedly following Albert down the stairs. "Oh, Ron, please don't follow me. I don't have time to explain. I've already discussed the specifics with Neville. You may inquire with him. In this situation, it is far safer for me to track Quirrel alone." Albert spoke rapidly in response to Ron, then pushed open the heavy oak door and dashed out of the castle, not looking back as he plunged into the raging snowstorm outside. Observing the figure swiftly disappearing into the darkness of the blizzard, Ron opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing, shaking his head in a mix of concern and resignation before turning back and racing up the marble staircase. He needed to return to Gryffindor Tower quickly to confer with Harry, Hermione, and Neville about their next steps and what actions they could take to assist Albert, who had ventured off alone to track Quirrel. As Ron hurried back, Albert had already followed a trail of footprints in the snow and caught up with Quirrel, who was striding purposefully toward the Forbidden Forest. When he was approximately 30 meters away from Quirrel, Albert slowed his pace and drew his wand from the pocket of his robe, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. Quirrel moved swiftly, reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest in nearly 2 minutes. Observing his surroundings, Albert raised an eyebrow in surprise, pondering whether it was mere coincidence, or if Quirrel or Voldemort had some particular intention. as their entry point into the forest was precisely the same as their previous visit. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Quirrel did not pause. He merely slowed his pace slightly before resolutely stepping into the seemingly tranquil, yet perilously concealed woods. Albert, however, did not rush after him. Before entering the forbidden forest, he adjusted his backpack, shifting it to the front for easier access to his supplies. He meticulously checked the status of the disillusionment charm, ensuring that it was stable and would not falter in the short term, before he confidently jogged into the depths of the forest. Quirrel's purpose was clear this time. He did not waste time on the outskirts of the forest, but headed directly to the boundary between its periphery and the central region, where he then slowed down to meticulously search through the nearly pitch-black woods. Despite the harsh winter chill, the central area of the forbidden forest remained far from silent. Intermittent howls, some long, some short, some sharp, and others guttural, echoed from various directions within the woods. Even though he knew he was concealed by the charm and unlikely to be detected by the forest's beasts, the bizarre sounds sent shivers down Albert's spine. He instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, while his left hand, not holding the wand, hovered near the zipper of his backpack, ready to showcase the array of equipment he had diligently prepared. Perhaps out of fear of being discovered by the creatures, Quirrel refrained from using the Lumos charm to illuminate his surroundings. Instead, he bent down, straining to search the ground for clues and traces. 10 minutes later, breathless and exhausted, Quirrel straightened up, raised his wand, and whispered, "Lumos." Reluctantly, he realized that despite his efforts to remain hidden, without illuminating his surroundings, he would likely spend the entire night searching in vain. Thus, in a bid to avoid the terrifying punishments inflicted by Voldemort once more, Quirrel decided to take the risk and cast the Lumos charm, hoping it would aid him in swiftly uncovering the trail of the unicorn. Albert followed closely behind Chilo, somewhat listlessly exploring the boundary between the outskirts and the heart of the forbidden forest. Chilo, however, was remarkably fortunate. After casting the Lumos spell, he discovered a series of relatively fresh animal footprints on the ground within half an hour. He swiftly bent down, wand in hand, to scrutinize the prints. After about a minute, an exuberant laughter erupted from Chilo. Indeed, these were the tracks left by unicorns. How splendid! The information gleaned from Hagrid's loquaciousness proved to be accurate. This was indeed the area closest to the forbidden forest where unicorns could most easily be found. As he joyously muttered to himself, he quickly stood up. It appeared that the 2 rounds of drinks had not been in vain, having spent less than 2 galleons. He had extracted such valuable information. Clearly, he would need to persist in his efforts to coax that foolish giant into revealing how to pass the 3-headed dog on the 4th floor of the castle. With his excitement still bubbling, he turned and began to sprint along the trail of unicorn tracks left on the ground. Hearing Chilo's words, Albert furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Chilo's ease in locating the unicorn's traces was also due to Hagrid's loose lips. It seemed that the fellow not only grew up on a diet of truth serum, but must consume it as liberally as water to achieve such remarkable results. As Albert pondered over Hagrid's concerns, he hurriedly followed Quirrel, racing along the unicorn's tracks. He even quickened his pace slightly, narrowing the distance between himself and Quirrel, determined to intervene at the first sign of danger to the unicorn. However, just as he raised his wand, aiming it at Quirrel, and his mind was heightened with tension, he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his left shoulder, followed by a furry creature brushing against his face. In that moment of rapid motion, Albert was startled as a furry animal, weighing at least 10 pounds, abruptly landed on his shoulder. He stumbled, nearly losing his balance and falling flat. Albert hurriedly slowed his pace, turning his head to glance at his left shoulder. Merlin's whiskers, "It's you, little fellow. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Upon discerning the small creature perched upon his shoulder, adorned with a pair of elongated ears, semi-transparent wings, and a coat of fur as pristine as the snow outside the forbidden forest, Albert finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With a roll of his eyes, he muttered under his breath. Hearing Albert's murmurs, the long-furred winged rabbit atop his shoulder shook its small head in mild discontent, then unfurled its delicate wings and swiftly flapped them against Albert's face a couple of times. This little creature certainly has a spirited temperament. Despite being playfully swatted by the winged rabbit, Albert bore no resentment. After all, the taps were hardly painful, evidently lacking any real force. I cast an invisibility spell on myself, and yet you managed to sneak up and land on my shoulder, nearly scaring me to death. And now, you want to even let me voice a complaint? Albert spoke softly, a sound only he and the long-haired, winged rabbit on his shoulder could hear. The rabbit, indifferent to Albert's comments, extended a tiny paw, first indicating Chilo, who was running ahead, then making a gesture as if to throw something at him. It pointed to itself and Albert before retracting its paw. What does this mean? Are you suggesting we collaborate to deal with the fellow in front? Observing the rabbit's series of gestures, Albert furrowed his brow in confusion and then quietly inquired. Upon hearing Albert's question, the long-eared rabbit nodded, then squinted its eyes and settled down on Albert's shoulder to rest. Goodness, you are remarkably lazy, despite your swift flying speed. You still expect me to carry you in pursuit of Chilo ahead. Watching the rabbit comfortably resting on his shoulder, Albert rolled his eyes in exasperation and quickened his pace once more. During the brief exchange with the rabbit, he had already fallen behind Chilo by at least 30 meters. If the gap widened any further, he risked losing sight of Chilo altogether. By the way, you must be the youngest among that group of long-haired rabbits from last time, right? As Albert accelerated forward, he slightly turned his head to inquire of the long-eared winged rabbit perched upon his shoulder. Upon hearing Albert's question, the rabbit did not even open its eyes. It merely nodded and continued to remain motionless, as if in slumber. The duo traversed the forbidden forest for nearly 10 minutes, when suddenly, Chilo, who was leading the way, abruptly slowed his pace and soon came to a halt before a clearing in the woods. On the opposite side of this clearing, approximately 100 square meters in size, stood a creature reminiscent of a horse, yet more elegant and elongated than the average steed. Its body was adorned with shimmering silvery feathers, and atop its forehead sprouted a magnificent spiral horn. Indeed, this was a unicorn, a symbol of absolute sanctity and purity in the magical realm. At that moment, the unicorn lifted its head gracefully, delicately nibbling on the leaves of a nearby sapling. Blissfully unaware that merely 10 meters away, a human wizard, bearing a cruel smile of excitement, was slowly raising his wand in its direction. Your speed of flight is swift enough. Now, hasten to alert the unicorn and convey the gravity of its perilous situation, urging it to flee at once. Albert whispered to the long-haired winged rabbit, who was hiding a distance of over 10 meters behind Chilo. I shall distract that wretched Chilo and create as much trouble as possible, preventing him from immediately pursuing the unicorn. Furthermore, if circumstances permit, once the unicorn is out of danger, return to assist me in dealing with that fellow. You are aware that without the aid of your long-haired winged rabbitkin during our last encounter, I would have likely suffered greatly at his hands. Upon hearing Albert's words, the long-haired winged rabbit nodded in acknowledgement. It stood up from Albert's shoulder, and with a semblance of grace, raised its front legs in a stretch. In the next instant, its powerful hind legs propelled it into the air, and it swiftly vanished from Albert's sight. Ah, such a terrifying speed of movement is indeed enviable. Albert sighed softly to himself, turning slightly to gaze towards the clearing opposite him, in the direction of the unicorn. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, the long-haired winged rabbit had flown to the unicorn's side. It gently called out to the unicorn a couple of times. The unicorn, leisurely munching on leaves, paused momentarily, and then its muscles tensed up in an instant. With a powerful leap, it dashed into the woods ahead, vanishing without a trace. The unicorn's speed was astonishing. Not only Chilo and Voldemort, but even Albert, who had anticipated what was to come, found himself momentarily taken aback when the unicorn bolted into the forest. However, having mentally prepared himself, Albert's reflexes were slightly quicker than Chilo's. Once the unicorn's figure disappeared into the dark woods, Albert swiftly raised his wand and aimed it at the still-dazed Chilo, murmuring rapidly, "Cage from the heavens." In the next moment, a massive metal cage materialized above Chilo's head, approximately a meter high, and plummeted down at a speed far exceeding that of free fall. Chilo, having just regained his senses and unable to react in time, was promptly ensnared within the metal cage. "Damn it, who is attacking me?" Chilo roared, raising his wand high and bellowing, "Shatter." The instant his words echoed, a brilliant red light flashed, followed closely by a thunderous explosion. As the dust settled, Albert was rather astonished to discover that the metal cage he had summoned had been severely deformed by the explosion, with one side blasted open, creating a hole large enough for an adult to crawl out. Chapter 104, Collaboration with the Long-Haired Winged Rabbit, Part 2. What a surprise. It turns out Chilo possesses such formidable strength. Witnessing the transformation of the metal cage he had summoned, Albert raised an eyebrow in astonishment. In both his previous life, while reading the original text, and during his prior encounters with Chilo, The inherent aura of incompetence and cowardice that surrounded him led Albert to perceive Chilo as merely an ordinary wizard, certainly lacking in comparison to the professors at Hogwarts. However, judging by the effect of the shattering curse just now, it was evident that his previous assessment of Chilo's combat abilities had been utterly erroneous. While Chilo's strength might not rival that of the four esteemed heads, it was likely not far off from that of certain ordinary professors or aurors from the Ministry of Magic. With this thought in mind, Albert raised his wand once more, directing it towards Chilo, who was attempting to crawl out of the blasted hole in the metal cage. He cast the cage from the heavens spell again, this time channeling more magical energy into it. Consequently, before Chilo could fully extricate himself from the deformed cage, he found himself ensnared by an even larger metal cage. "Damn you. If you have the capability, come out openly and duel me," Chilo grunted, struggling to clumsily crawl out of the severely deformed cage before standing up and angrily cursing the woods behind him. "You cowardly turtle, hiding and lurking. You better pray I don't catch you, or else." However, before Chilo could finish his tirade, a pure white arrow suddenly shot out from the forest behind him, moving at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, piercing through Chilo's shoulder before disappearing into the woods on the opposite side of the clearing. Due to the arrow's incredible velocity, Chilo initially felt nothing more than a sharp impact on his shoulder. It was only when he reached for the area that he realized a gaping hole had formed, blood gushing out like a fountain. It was then that the excruciating pain finally struck him. He screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, nearly losing consciousness from the pain. "Fool, hurry and use a healing spell to stop the bleeding," as Chilo curled up on the ground, clutching his shoulder and moaning in torment. Voldemort's cold and furious voice suddenly emanated from the scarf around his neck. "Yes, yes, my master, I will heal now." Hearing Voldemort's voice brought Chilo a modicum of clarity amid his agony. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he hastily retrieved his wand from the ground and began to chant complex spells while pointing it at his shoulder. "Fool, did you think I had such limited means of attack?" Watching Chilo sprawled on the ground, unguarded and focused solely on healing his wound, Albert smirked derisively. He swiftly approached the edge of the clearing, halting just 2 or 3 meters away from Chilo. Quietly, he opened his backpack and retrieved 2 glue bombs, hurling them forcefully onto the ground beside Chilo. Due to the overwhelming pain from his shoulder wound and Chilo's complete concentration on hastily treating himself, he failed to notice the 2 small glue bombs, significantly smaller than an adult's fist, landing beside him and silently bursting open, spilling their colorless, odorless liquid onto the ground and his body. "Hey, little rabbit, where have you gone? This is the perfect opportunity. Hurry and shoot a few arrows at that guy." Albert searched the surrounding woods thoroughly, yet he could not locate the long-haired winged rabbit. With a hint of exasperation, he shrugged his shoulders and softly murmured towards a random direction in the forest. In an instant, the elusive long-haired winged rabbit, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared at his side, nonchalantly shaking off 2 strands of its fur. These 2 strands of rabbit fur swiftly transformed into 2 white rabbit hair arrows, hurtling towards Chilo, who lay on the ground, engrossed in tending to his wounds. In the blink of an eye, the arrows pierced through Chilo's legs, 1 on each side, before vanishing into the nearby woods. "Well done, little rabbit," Albert exclaimed, noticing that Chilo appeared to have fainted from the pain. He enthusiastically gave 2 thumbs up to the winged rabbit fluttering beside him. "Hasten, let us seize this opportunity. Aim for his neck and fire a few more arrows at his head. Given his current state, he will undoubtedly be unable to evade them." Albert spoke in a hurried whisper, acknowledging that while this approach might only eliminate Chilo, it would likely leave the ephemeral Voldemort in a state of relative ineffectiveness. However, upon hearing Albert's words, the small, long-haired winged rabbit shook its head, its tiny face displaying a semblance of fear. "What do you mean by that?" Albert inquired, perplexed by the rabbit's actions and its peculiar expression. "Given that wretched appearance of that fellow earlier, you surely can't be suggesting you are incapable of defeating him? Or is it that, due to your current immaturity, you are unable to unleash a substantial barrage of rabbit hair arrows in a short span of time, thus rendering you temporarily incapable of overcoming him?" In response to Albert's questions, the small long-haired winged rabbit shook its head once more and settled back onto Albert's shoulder, resuming its rest. "Ah, so your shaking of the head indicates that my previous assumptions were incorrect?" Albert remained somewhat perplexed and then posed another question. This time, the long-haired winged rabbit nodded affirmatively, Well, since you possess the capability to eliminate that fellow ahead, why do you hesitate to do so? Albert's curiosity deepened. You've already inflicted such a severe beating upon Chilo, which indicates you are aware that he is no virtuous being. Wouldn't dispatching him simply serve to rid the world of a menace? Chapter 105. The misfortunate Chilo upon hearing Albert's inquiry. The small long-haired winged rabbit pondered for a moment before suddenly taking flight from Albert's shoulder. It first pointed towards the fallen Chilo's head not far away, then circled and gestured towards the depths of the forbidden forest. What does that mean? Albert was momentarily bewildered by the rabbit's actions, but soon appeared to grasp its implication. He quickly inquired, "Are you suggesting that you are concerned about the lurking dark spirit within Chilo? That even if we were to eliminate Chilo, the spectral entity might continue to pose a threat to the other creatures in the forbidden forest, or perhaps seek another host among the forest's inhabitants, thereby inflicting harm in a more insidious manner?" Seeing that Albert had finally comprehended its meaning, the small long-haired winged rabbit nodded in satisfaction and returned to perch upon Albert's shoulder. "Well, your reasoning does indeed hold merit. For now, let us spare Chilo's life." Albert pondered for a moment before continuing. "However, even if that fellow were not to be eliminated, he must be incapacitated to such an extent that, even if Voldemort were to manipulate Quirrell's body, he would be unable to pursue the unicorns and inflict harm upon them." Upon hearing Albert's words, the long-haired winged rabbit nodded in agreement, then gently flicked its short tail. In the next instant, yet another arrow fashioned from White Rabbit first soared toward Quirrell, who had just opened his eyes. With a muffled thud, Quirrell, groaning in pain and struggling to lift his wand to heal his injuries, was once again rendered unconscious by the agony, scarcely having time to utter a scream. "TSK, TSK, TSK, what a formidable opponent you are." After an extensive search, Albert finally discovered a small, blood-seeping wound on Chilo's waist. The corners of Albert's mouth twitched in disbelief as he pondered the ruthless nature of the long-haired, winged rabbit, juxtaposed against its seemingly delicate, adorable exterior, so charmingly innocuous, yet startlingly fierce. Gazing at Chilo, who lay unconscious on the ground, surrounded by a multitude of wounds still oozing with crimson, the little long-haired winged rabbit perched upon Albert's shoulder nodded in satisfaction. It pointed a claw towards Chilo, then made a gesture indicating the task was complete. With a graceful leap from Albert's shoulder, it waved goodbye, not with a hand, but with a paw, before gently flapping its wings and vanishing like a streak of white light into the darkened forest. That little creature was remarkably swift. It could not linger a moment longer for further observation. It seemed that children, indeed, lacked patience. Albert shook his head in bemusement, leaning against the trunk of a nearby tree. As he twirled his wand in his hand, he began to observe the situation of Quirrell in the distance. Although that fellow was gravely injured, he still harbored a fragment of Voldemort within him, even if the dark entity merely possessed another's body at present. The power he could wield remained formidable and should not be underestimated. Albert could not yet be entirely certain, even if Voldemort personally took control of Quirrell, that the two of them, a half-human master and servant, would possess the capability to continue harming the unicorn. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Albert resolved to follow Quirrell until he exited the forbidden forest and returned to the castle. Approximately 5 minutes later, Quirrell finally weakly opened his eyes, simultaneously beginning to groan softly and in agony. Struggling, he reached for his wand once more, attempting to direct it toward the gaping wound on his waist, inflicted by a rabbit fur arrow. However, perhaps due to the severity of his injuries, he exerted considerable effort, yet ultimately the wand fell back to the ground. "Master, I beg you, please save me. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Please, I implore you." After several futile attempts, Quirrell, in a state of despair, finally recalled to plead with Voldemort. "What a pitiful wretch you are. The last time you ventured into the forbidden forest, you were driven back to the castle by a few rabbits and a coward too afraid to show his face." Voldemort's voice, laced with cold malice, emanated from beneath the scarf covering Quirrell's neck. "And now, you nearly succumbed to the same fate, nearly slain by some rabbits and a cowardly ambusher. Do you not perceive that a worthless creature such as yourself should no longer cling to life? Perhaps it is time I consider absorbing your soul and seek a new, somewhat competent servant." "Oh no, master, please. I implore you, do not absorb my soul. I am still of use. I can assist you in obtaining the Philosopher's Stone." Upon hearing Voldemort's words, perhaps due to excruciating pain and overwhelming fear, Quirrell's body began to convulse uncontrollably. He shouted and pleaded with Voldemort while straining to grasp his wand again, gritting his teeth to point it at the wound on his waist. Huh, you, a mere waste, can truly help me acquire the Philosopher's Stone? Voldemort scoffed disdainfully at Quirrell's words. Even if I were to seek Snape's assistance, the likelihood of success in obtaining the stone would be far superior to entrusting it to a failure like you. But master, you know that Snape is not to be trusted. Even during Halloween, when I attempted to investigate the obstacles, he specifically ran to thwart me. Quirrell gasped for breath, his voice trembling as he spoke to Voldemort. You have yet to officially announce your return, and your most loyal servants are imprisoned in Azkaban. Thus, during this peculiar time, the only one you can trust completely is me. So, Master, I beg you please save me. My injuries are too severe. I fear I cannot heal myself. I can assist you in treating your wounds. Voldemort's voice took on a sinister tone. However, the cost will be the absorption of your soul, Quirrell. After all, I cannot expend my own power to aid a fool in recovering from his injuries. Upon hearing Voldemort's words, Quirrell stood frozen in disbelief, remaining silent for more than half a minute before finally stammering. Master, you must be jesting. It is merely a matter of treating my wound. It surely will not require much of your energy. Please, help me. If you truly wish to absorb a soul once my wounds are healed, I will return to the Forbidden Forest to capture more creatures for you. Once your wounds are healed, and you return to the Forbidden Forest, huh? Are you coming to assist me in capturing creatures for their souls? Or do you believe your demise is not swift enough, or that your vitality is too robust, and thus seek a third death here? Voldemort coldly mocked. Moreover, depending on a worthless creature like you, there is no way you could aid me in hunting a unicorn. Thus, for the sake of the great Dark Lord's successful resurrection, your soul must be sacrificed. After all, besides unicorn blood, only human souls can assist me in completing all preparations for my return, and to some extent, absorbing fresh human souls may yield greater benefits than the blood of a unicorn. Quirrell was thoroughly petrified by Voldemort's words, his mouth agape, his body suddenly stiffened, and the wand slipped from his grasp once more. This time, Voldemort did not afford Quirrell the chance to continue speaking, for soon Quirrell's body began to convulse violently, and horrifying, hair-raising screams erupted from his mouth. Observing Quirrell curled up on the ground, still emitting anguished cries, Albert felt a twinge of reluctance to look away. Were it not for the necessity of monitoring this individual, he would have surely turned to leave, concerned that such wretched cries might haunt his dreams that night. Fortunately, Voldemort's speed in absorbing Quirrell's soul was relatively rapid. After about a minute or two, Quirrell's screams began to dwindle, and soon he lay limp on the ground, once more slipping into unconsciousness. Watching Quirrell sprawled on the ground, now unconscious, Albert did not relax, but rather grew increasingly tense. He straightened abruptly, gripping his wand tightly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the figure lying nearby. Indeed, scarcely half a minute had passed when Quirrell suddenly sat upright, quickly grasping the wand from the ground and beginning to wave it frantically at his own body. Clearly, control of Quirrell's body had once again reverted to Voldemort. No, I must not allow that wretch to treat his wounds too efficiently. Observing Quirrell under Voldemort's control once more, Albert contemplated and then opened his backpack, retrieving 2 parchment packages. He placed them on the ground and swiftly unwrapped them, revealing 2 palm-shaped wooden carvings. Indeed, these 2 parchment packages contained the 2 hands of no escape. Albert did not directly hurl the 2 unforgivable curses towards Chilo, although that individual was now gravely injured, given Voldemort's perceptive abilities and reaction speed. Evading the unforgivable curses he cast should still pose no significant challenge. Albert straightened his back, grasping his wand, and softly uttered a spell directed at the 2 helpless wooden hand carvings on the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. In the next moment, a flash of red light illuminated the surroundings, and the 2 hand-shaped sculptures began to levitate gently into the air. Albert cautiously maneuvered the 2 enchanted hands, guiding them silently to hover approximately 20 to 30 meters above Chilo's head. Suddenly, he swung his wand downward with great swiftness, commanding the hands to plummet towards Chilo at a velocity surpassing that of free fall. In the instant the descending hands were about to strike Chilo, Voldemort sensed an impending danger from above. However, Chilo's body, regrettably uncooperative, made it exceedingly difficult for him to evade the 2 hands hurtling downwards, despite his utmost efforts. Consequently, the rapidly descending wooden hands ultimately struck him upon the crown of his head and his shoulder. Alas, his aim was still lacking, as only one of the enchanted hands managed to connect with the unfortunate fellow's head. Albert shook his head with a hint of regret. The greatest flaw of the inescapable hand lies in the necessity of physical contact with human skin for the binding curse to take effect. This means that the hand, which merely struck Chilo's shoulder, would not trigger the binding curse unless it fortuitously made contact with the exposed skin of Chilo's neck. However, as Albert pondered whether to produce another 2 inescapable hands to refine his aim, Chilo, under Voldemort's control, suddenly reached out to grasp the wooden hand sculpture on his shoulder. Yet, the moment his fingers brushed against the surface of the sculpture, the binding curse was instantly activated, and in the fraction of a second before Chilo could seize it, the hand soared into the air, darting into the nearby woods at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Voldemort was truly enraged this time. Previously, Chilo's misfortunes were merely a consequence of his own incompetence. But now, Chilo's body was under the direct control of the Dark Lord himself, and yet, he had been successfully ambushed. Although the impact of this attack seemed minimal and Chilo did not sustain significant further harm for Voldemort, this incident was a grievous affront, an insult that was insufferable. It was a provocation that he could not tolerate. Seething with rage, Voldemort began to wield his wand with remarkable speed, murmuring cryptic incantations under his breath. Within 3 to 4 seconds, dark green and deep gray smoke began to emanate from the wounds on Chilo's body, and the ghastly blood holes visibly started to mend. Chapter 107. A physical slap to Voldemort. Observing Voldemort's actions, Albert furrowed his brow. It appeared that this noseless fiend was intent on serious retaliation. He realized he must seize this opportunity to create further chaos. If Voldemort succeeded in healing Chilo's wounds, Albert, without the assistance of the winged rabbit, would find it exceedingly difficult to confront Voldemort later. With this thought in mind, Albert hastily retrieved all of the inescapable hands from his backpack. He needed to disrupt Voldemort's treatment of Chilo's injuries as much as possible. As long as Chilo's wounds could not heal quickly, Voldemort would be unable to devote his full attention to tracking down the assailant lurking in the shadows. A minute later, Albert surveyed the more than 10 inescapable hands floating in the air with satisfaction. He vigorously waved his wand, commanding the hands to ascend to a height of over 20 meters above Chilo, and then, mimicking his earlier motion, he forcefully swung his wand downwards. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the hovering wooden hands descended like a barrage of small meteors towards Chilo. This time, Albert's precision in controlling the inescapable hands had markedly improved. One after another, they struck Chilo's head and face, with only 2 slightly veering off, one landing on his leg and the other striking his right wrist, sending his wand flying. Oh dear! Though the inescapable hands had missed their mark, the misdirection was rather fortuitous. Observing the wand that had tumbled to the side, Albert couldn't help but chuckle. The scene before him, injured Chilo, a seemingly uncontrollable Voldemort, and the wand that fortuitously lay nearby, felt eerily familiar. The corners of Albert's mouth revealed a hint of exhilaration. In mere seconds, the situation dramatically shifted. Albert immediately raised his wand, aiming at the wand not far from Quirrel, and cast a levitation charm. Accompanied by a dazzling flash of red light, the wand soared into the sky as if propelled by a miniature rocket. Witnessing this scene, the Voldemort residing in Quirrel's mind erupted in a fit of rage. Clearly, it was not only Albert who found this moment eerily familiar. Voldemort, upon seeing Quirrel's newly acquired wand, reminiscent of the one that had previously escaped, was reminded of the humiliating experience he had endured in the Forbidden Forest. However, before he could voice further expletives, a hand-shaped wooden sculpture suddenly emerged from nowhere and struck Quirrel squarely on the back of the head, vanishing in an instant. This unexpected blow left the Dark Lord momentarily stunned, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being slapped in the face. Goodness gracious! Albert too was taken aback. Although he had contemplated using the binding curse to create some trouble for Quirrel and Voldemort, even aspiring to be the first to physically confront Voldemort before the Weasley twins could hurl snowballs at Quirrel, he had never anticipated that the chance to personally strike Voldemort would come so swiftly. At that moment, both Albert and Voldemort found themselves in a state of bewilderment. However, the hand-shaped wooden sculptures lurking in the surrounding woods seemed unwilling to allow them to remain in this dazed state for long. Within just over 10 seconds, 3 more hand-shaped wooden sculptures appeared around Quirrel's head. They formed a triangular formation, encircling Quirrel's head. 2 of the sculptures aimed at the sides of Quirrel's head, while the third descended forcefully towards his nose. 3 resounding thuds echoed almost simultaneously as the wooden sculptures struck Quirrel's head with tremendous force. How ruthless! Just thinking about it is painful. After delivering their blows to Voldemort and Quirrel, the hand-shaped wooden sculptures swiftly retreated into the nearby thicket. Albert murmured with a hint of exasperation, swiftly waving his wand to control Quirrel's wand, sending it tumbling to the ground approximately 2 or 3 meters away. He was acutely aware that, following the earlier 3 slaps, Voldemort's murderous intent towards him had undoubtedly reached its zenith. He would undoubtedly summon Quirrel's wand back at the first opportunity, employing every means at his disposal to pursue him. Recognizing the impending course of events, Albert resolved to take the initiative. With prior experience, he was now certain that, without the assistance of a wand, Voldemort, possessing Quirrel, would not pose a significant threat. As anticipated, after being struck repeatedly, Voldemort abandoned any pretense of healing Quirrel's injuries. He sprang to his feet, unleashing a furious roar as his wand soared through the air. Simultaneously, Albert uttered a spell, Shatter. In that very moment, a violent explosion echoed from the nearby woods. Upon hearing this cacophony, Voldemort let out another furious roar, cursing the insolent wretch, declaring that once he captured him, he would subject him to excruciating torment. Yet, despite Voldemort's furious curses and threats, what flew towards him from the forest was merely a cloud of splintered wood, a charred, twisted remnant of what had once been Quirrel's newly acquired wand, now unrecognizable, along with several singed wooden shards. Indeed, Quirrel's wand, purchased less than 2 months prior, had met a similar fate in the Forbidden Forest, obliterated by Albert's spell. Observing the seething Quirrel, enveloped in a palpable aura of malevolence, Albert's lips curled into a subtle, icy smile. It appeared that he would need to recreate the previous scenario, albeit with some innovation and enhancement. He muttered softly, directing his wand towards Quirrel and enchanting, celestial cage. In an instant, a modestly sized metallic cage materialized above Quirrel's head, enclosing him before Voldemort could react. The appearance of the cage elicited a cold smirk from Voldemort. Fool, is this all you can conjure? Surely you possess spells beyond this pitiful cage. Even without a wand, shattering this feeble construct would be a mere flick of the wrist. With that, Voldemort commanded Quirrel to raise his hand, intending to cast a powerful explosive spell without a wand to obliterate the cage. However, just as Quirrel's hand ascended halfway, a larger metallic cage descended from above, enveloping the first one entirely. Subsequently, a third, fourth, and fifth cage cascaded down like dumplings from the sky, each larger than the last, encasing Quirrel and Voldemort in a convoluted nest of metallic prisons. Voldemort was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such ingenuity in a spell meant to summon a mere iron cage. Yet, he was forced to concede that without a wand, Quirrel's lackluster abilities rendered it exceedingly difficult for Voldemort to execute a powerful spell to shatter the encircling cages. As Voldemort pondered a swift escape from this predicament, a few drops of icy liquid unexpectedly splattered onto Quirrel's face and head. Instinctively, Voldemort guided Quirrel's hand to his face, realizing that this substance was not water, but rather a terrifyingly adhesive glue. Quirrel, under Voldemort's control, radiated a fierce murderous intent once more. Voldemort felt his frustration boiling. The last time he had ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he had been ensnared for an hour by this dreadful glue. Now, Quirrel's hand and face were once again stuck together, rendering it far more challenging for Voldemort to manipulate him for wandless magic. As the liquid from above began to pour down in increasing volume, soaking Quirrel's head, body, and the ground beneath him, Voldemort's fury and bloodlust swiftly diminished. He suddenly grasped a critical realization. Regardless of the hidden assailant's motives, the only target he could currently confront was Quirrel. However, Quirrel's fate held little significance for the esteemed Dark Lord. If Quirrel survived, Voldemort could continue to inhabit his body, and should Quirrel perish, he could absorb his soul to further enhance his own, subsequently seeking a new servant to possess while devising a plan to acquire Dumbledore's Philosopher's Stone. Having reached this conclusion, Voldemort relinquished his control over Quirrel, leaning against the bars of the metallic cage, and began to rest with narrowed eyes, observing Quirrel's unexpected demeanor. It was now Carmen's turn to be perplexed from the nearby woods. He had just retrieved a large bottle of the adhesive glue from his backpack, intending to use levitation magic to position the bottle above the cages and continue pouring the glue inside. However, he found it utterly incongruous that the previously furious and bloodthirsty Voldemort now appeared to adopt a posture of resignation, which was entirely uncharacteristic of him. Albert hesitated for a few moments, ultimately deciding to return the substantial bottle of invisible superglue he had just retrieved from his backpack. He intended to observe Voldemort's reaction, planning to ascertain the true intentions of this enigmatic figure before devising his next course of action. Albert stood still, fixated on Quirrel, who was under Voldemort's control. For over 10 minutes, he observed the man, yet Quirrel remained utterly motionless, eyes closed and leaning against the metal cage, resembling someone in slumber. Even when a desperate hand darted from the adjacent woods, swooping into the cage to slap Quirrel's face or head vigorously, Voldemort exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Eventually, perhaps wearied by the incessant slapping, he employed wandless magic to cast a protective charm upon Quirrel, then resumed his repose against the metal bars, eyes shut in meditation. Well, it seemed this individual truly intended to remain inactive. Witnessing Voldemort's demeanor over those 10 minutes, Albert shook his head in exasperation and swiftly retraced his steps back to the castle. Judging by Voldemort's disposition, he likely had no intention of taking further action before the invisible adhesive lost its potency. Moreover, since Voldemort could absorb Quirrel's soul to achieve effects that rivaled, if not surpassed, those of consuming unicorn blood, it was reasonable to surmise he would no longer expend effort in searching for or hunting unicorns. Thus, Albert resolved to return to the castle ahead of schedule. He had no desire to linger outside in the frigid weather for even a moment longer, rather than remain there. Observing Voldemort's inactivity, he preferred to confer with Hermione and the others about their forthcoming strategies and plans. After all, having absorbed a portion of Quirrel's soul, Voldemort had completed all necessary preparations for his resurgence using the Philosopher's Stone. Chapter 109. The idea of creating a communication device. Approximately 10 minutes later, Albert returned to the Gryffindor common room, where Hermione, Harry, Ron, and Neville were seated at a table near the window, engaged in a hushed and somewhat anxious discussion. As Albert crawled through the portrait hole into the common room, Hermione was the first to notice him. "Oh, Albert, you've returned so quickly," she exclaimed, leaping from her armchair in surprise and hastening towards him. Upon hearing Hermione's words, the other three quickly rose from the table and followed her in a rush towards Albert. The unfolding of events was far more seamless than I had previously anticipated. Albert chuckled softly before turning around and crawling back through the opening of the portrait. Soon, the five of them found themselves once more in the abandoned classroom located on the 7th floor of the castle. Albert was the last to enter the classroom. After carefully securing the door, he recounted in detail all the events that had transpired in the Forbidden Forest to the other four. Upon hearing his account, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Quirrel. Once Albert finished his narrative, Ron shrugged and humorously remarked, "Not only is he possessed by Voldemort, becoming a mere instrument of labor, but he also endures daily torment when his master requires it. He must even part with a fragment of his own soul for Voldemort to absorb." Quirrel's plight is indeed pitiable. However, he does not deserve our compassion, Hermione interjected coldly. Since he chose to become Voldemort's vessel and willingly assist him, no matter the inhumane suffering he endures or the fate that awaits him, it is a burden he must bear. After all, he made a conscious choice and must accept all the consequences that arise from it, be they good or ill. Alas, he must have been coerced. Ron shook his head, sighing in resignation. You, being a young wizard from the Muggle world, may not fully comprehend the true terror of Voldemort. He paused momentarily before continuing. During the last Wizarding War, the truly devoted Death Eaters who willingly followed Voldemort and were eager to assist him were far fewer than the legends suggest. The majority of Death Eaters were driven either by fear of Voldemort's terrifying power, temptation by personal gain, or manipulation through the imperious curse. Given Quirrel's behavior of late, it is highly likely that he falls into one of these categories. You are correct, Albert nodded in agreement. But have you considered, Ron, that among the first two categories of Death Eaters you mentioned, excluding the last, which of them truly deserves sympathy? If one becomes a Death Eater out of fear of Voldemort's might, I am curious, does Voldemort's power change when confronting those individuals versus those valiant white wizards who choose to fight? This is clearly impossible. So, why do so many white wizards opt to oppose Voldemort and fight to the end? Certainly, those individuals could claim they are under no obligation to resist. Yet refraining from fighting does not necessitate joining the Death Eaters. In essence, Ron, the first two types of individuals you described are of the same ilk. Some may be wicked, but at least they dare to acknowledge their greed, while others are not only malevolent but cowardly enough to deny even their own avarice. I concur with Hermione and Albert, Neville chimed in. Even if Quirrel was forcibly possessed by Voldemort upon arriving at Hogwarts, He could have seized the opportunity to inform Professor Dumbledore about it. Given Professor Dumbledore's capabilities, it should not be overly difficult for him to expel Voldemort from Quirrell's body before Voldemort could eliminate him. Well, you do present valid points. I had indeed underestimated the situation, Ron nodded, continuing, so, at least until the Christmas holidays conclude, we need not monitor Quirrell daily as we did before. I believe it is unnecessary to keep such vigilant watch over him for the time being. Albert pondered for a moment before responding. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant regarding his movements. Furthermore, once the Christmas holidays conclude, we will need to resume our previous stringent surveillance of Quirrell. At that moment, Hermione interjected. By the way, Albert, I have been contemplating something recently. Since you are capable of creating so many fascinating and practical alchemical devices, could you devise a tool with communication capabilities akin to the mobile phones or pagers used by Muggles? Currently, while monitoring Quirrell, we rely solely on human messengers, which is exceedingly inefficient. In the event of an emergency, it could easily hinder our efforts. Indeed. I was just about to discuss this matter with you all before Albert returned, Harry exclaimed, his words tumbling out rapidly. If Albert could create such a device for instant communication, then we would not need to pair up. Each of us could independently surveil Quirrell, significantly alleviating our burden and extending the duration of our watch. Developing a communication tool is indeed a commendable idea, Albert mused, nodding thoughtfully at their input. However, a device similar to a Muggle mobile phone is rather ambitious. Its complexity surpasses that of a two-way mirror by a considerable margin. Given my current abilities and rate of progress, it is unlikely I could produce such a device within a year or two. However, Hermione, your suggestion of a pager is a worthy reference point, and I shall dedicate some time during the Christmas break to explore this further. Following this discussion, they briefly outlined their focus on Quirrell and then hastily departed the classroom, returning to Gryffindor Tower. Chapter 110, an overflow of wealth with merely 2 days remaining before the commencement of the Christmas holidays. The overwhelming majority of students felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. This sentiment arose partly from the arduous and protracted autumn semester. It was rare for any student not to yearn for a delightful and leisurely respite. Conversely, the other reason for their impatience lay in the unexpected absence of Quirrell, who had taken leave, leaving Severus Snape as the substitute instructor for defense against the dark arts. Indeed, just 2 days prior to the holidays, Quirrell had suddenly requested time off, claiming to be afflicted with a severe cold, unable even to leave his office. He was thus unable to conduct classes or seek treatment at the hospital wing, relying instead on Madame Pomfrey to deliver remedies to alleviate his symptoms. It appeared that Quirrell had suffered considerable consequences after Voldemort absorbed a fragment of his soul, following the penultimate class of the semester, which was also Snape's first session teaching defense against the dark arts. Ron quietly remarked to Albert and the others, honestly, I didn't expect him to skip class altogether. I thought he might merely appear a bit under the weather. Harry, feeling somewhat disheartened, added, if only Quirrell could have waited just 2 more days to act. Even if he is weakened and confined to his office, it wouldn't disrupt our classes. With Snape teaching potions in the morning and defense against the dark arts in the afternoon, I can hardly bear it. Today alone. He's deducted nearly 30 points from our house, Ron lamented. At that moment, Hermione spoke up with a hint of anxiety. What concerns me most is what will happen to our defense against the dark arts class next semester. Voldemort intends for Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone after the Christmas holidays, and regardless of the outcome, Quirrell will not be able to remain as our professor. So, you're suggesting that Snape might continue as the substitute instructor throughout the entire next semester? Harry, Ron, and Neville simultaneously displayed expressions of profound dread. Ron's voice trembled as he spoke. If that is indeed the case, I fear that by the end of the term, Gryffindor's standing in house points will undoubtedly be number 1. Though you'll have to count backward, and by then, a significant portion of our students will have been driven to madness. I believe you need not worry excessively about that matter, Albert reassured them. Albert smiled and remarked that Snape might serve as a substitute teacher for the defense against the dark arts class for a limited duration. However, it is improbable that he could teach the subject for an entire semester, as the immense pressure of such a role would likely be unbearable for him. Whether Snape can withstand such overwhelming stress remains uncertain. What we do know is that we are already on the brink of being suffocated by the burdens we bear. As soon as Albert's words fell, Fred's somewhat feeble voice echoed from around the corner of the corridor where a few individuals stood. Hey Fred, how did you overhear our conversation? Upon hearing Fred's voice from behind, Albert and the others promptly turned around, and Ron, with a hint of dissatisfaction, directed his gaze towards Fred and George, who had just emerged from the corridor's bend. What do you mean by eavesdropping? If we had that kind of leisure, we might as well sneak back to the dormitory for a nap. Fred rolled his eyes in exasperation at Ron's inquiry. We merely came to seek solace from Albert and happened to overhear your discussion about Snape, so we took the opportunity to complain a bit. Ah, what? You came to me for sympathy? Albert raised his eyebrows in surprise at Fred's statement. What on earth is going on that has you two so troubled? Did the glue bombs and slogan fireworks suddenly stop selling? You are half right, George, echoing Fred's lethargy, replied. We are indeed worried about matters related to the sales of glue bombs and slogan fireworks, but not because they are selling poorly. Rather, we are fretting over the sudden influx of gold galleons and silver sickles, as we are unsure where to stow away such a substantial amount of money. What? Are you implying that you have earned so much that you do not even know where to put it? Albert asked, astonished after hearing George's explanation. Indeed. Fred replied with a wry smile. We never anticipated that the students at Hogwarts would be so affluent. George and I had considered that, prior to the Christmas break. A significant number of students would seek us out to purchase prank items, particularly slogan fireworks, which are versatile and sure to be popular during the holiday season. Most students heading home for the holidays would likely take a few slogan fireworks with them. However, we did not expect that the majority of students returning home would not merely buy a few, but rather at least 10 or even dozens of fireworks. Moreover, the sales of glue bombs have noticeably increased over the past week. George and I did a quick tally, and as of this noon, we have earned nearly 1,000 galleons this week alone. Even if we emptied all our trunks, storage boxes, and locked drawers, we would struggle to contain such a sum. After lunch today, we even went to Hagrid to borrow 2 sacks to accommodate the several hundred galleons and sickles we might earn in the next couple of days. Goodness. It seems that no matter where one is, money from children and women is always the easiest to earn. After Fred finished speaking, Albert murmured softly to himself, contemplating for a moment before addressing the Weasley twins again. Why not consider going home for this Christmas holiday, at least one of you? You mean to suggest that we should take this opportunity during the Christmas break to bring the money back and deposit it in Gringotts? Fred asked, puzzled by Albert's proposal. But we have earned so much recently that I wouldn't feel comfortable even if we both went back. Moreover, I do not wish for our parents to know that we have amassed such wealth in just one term. I fear they would be utterly shocked to see so much gold galleons and silver sickles. You need not worry about these matters. Albert smiled and shook his head. In a moment, I shall write a letter to my parents, requesting them to meet you at King's Cross Station. Additionally, Hermione and Neville also intend to return home for the Christmas holidays. Therefore, while on your journey, the 4 of you shall guard the galleons together. After all, you will be on the Hogwarts Express, and it is unlikely that you will encounter any danger. Well, if your parents are willing to assist, it will certainly simplify matters considerably. Upon hearing Albert's words, the expressions of the Weasley twins visibly relaxed. At that time, we shall deposit all these galleons into your vault, and when we are a bit older, we can establish a vault of our own. There is no need to place them in my vault. Albert shook his head. Earlier, I entrusted my father to establish a vault at Gringotts Bank exclusively for our W Wizards Company. So you can directly deposit the funds into that vault when the time comes. Well, since you have prepared the vault, it is imperative that we return. The Weasley twins nodded in unison. We shall not intrude any longer. You all can continue to critique Snape while we hasten back to fill our bags with gold. With that, they waved goodbye to Albert and his companions and dashed towards the other end of the corridor. Sigh, I really have no desire to critique Snape right now. After Fred and George departed, Ron suddenly expressed his discontent. I must return to the common room to complete my assignments. I am determined to study diligently so that I may join your company as soon as possible. Even if I can only earn 10 galleons a month, I would still be content. As countless students eagerly awaited, the Christmas holiday of 1991 finally arrived, accompanied by a flurry of snow, amidst the joyous laughter of the students. On the first day of the holiday, Albert and his friends intended to enjoy a leisurely morning, yet before 8 a.m., the Weasley twins burst into their dormitory. Hey, mates, wake up. It's time to rise. As soon as they pushed open the dormitory door, Fred and George shouted in unison. Ah, today marks the first day of the Christmas holiday. Could you possibly allow us a bit of rest? Ron turned over, yawned, and mumbled indistinctly. You are rising early to catch the train back to London, but we shall remain here at school for the holiday. So, could you please step outside and let us enjoy a bit of slumber? Though you may not need to take the train back to London. You must at least assist us in getting to the station, right? Fred shrugged, somewhat helpless yet excited, and replied, with several large trunks, along with numerous bags of galleons and sickles. Do you truly believe the four of us can transport everything from the school to the Hogwarts Express? Oh, right. I nearly forgot about all those galleons that need to be moved. After Fred's remark, Albert, who had been too sleepy to open his eyes, quickly emerged from his blankets, dressed in a flash, and opened his wardrobe to retrieve two large trunks. Merlin Beard. We actually forgot that you have two large trunks filled with money here. Observing Albert struggling to drag out the hefty trunks, the previously excited expressions on the Weasley twins' faces quickly faded. Although the addition of two large trunks filled with galleons and sickles meant they would receive a substantial share of wealth for the now affluent twins, money had become little more than a string of numbers. They would rather earn a few hundred galleons less than endure the hassle of hauling two more large trunks onto the train. We ought to set off to Hogsmeade Station promptly, Albert said, casting a levitation charm on the two trunks before turning to the Weasley twins. Our luggage is far too conspicuous. If you accompany the other students to the station, it will certainly attract attention. Once aboard the train, we may find ourselves in trouble with certain troublesome Slytherins. Alas, we truly are pitiful. We haven't even had time for breakfast. However, you do make a valid point. Let us fetch the remaining trunks and bags right away. With that, the Weasley twins hurriedly turned and dashed out of Albert's dormitory. Approximately an hour later, Albert, Harry, and Ron finally entered the Hogwarts Great Hall, breathless. They made 2 trips to transport 7 or 8 large trunks, along with 4 bags filled with coins, into their compartment on the Hogwarts Express. Fortunately, we were swift enough. Breakfast time has yet to pass. The trio hastily approached the now nearly empty Gryffindor table, and Ron, while reflecting, casually pulled out a chair to sit down. Oh, by the way, should we check on the status of those obstacles and perhaps refine our skills with the giant wizard chess pieces? As they neared the end of their breakfast, Ron suddenly suggested in a hushed tone, I believe there is considerable room for improvement in the chess pieces' playing abilities. Indeed, we should take a look at those obstacles. Albert nodded thoughtfully before placing a substantial piece of cut steak into his mouth. However, the planned activity might be postponed until the afternoon, as he wished to first delve into the instant communication devices we had previously discussed. It was imperative to formulate a preliminary plan and establish a development direction. Meanwhile, the two of you should take advantage of the morning to engage in a couple more rounds of wizard chess to energize yourselves. Chapter 112. Creating communication devices. Once the lunch was finished, Albert hurriedly ascended to the 7th floor of the castle, to the abandoned classroom he had repurposed as his laboratory and workspace. He had contemplated venturing to the 8th floor in search of the room of requirement to conduct various experiments or develop products therein. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it for the time being. The experiments and products he was currently working on were not inherently shameful or forbidden, yet many of his experiments bore significant risks. Should any unforeseen incidents arise in the room of requirement, he would find himself in a predicament, unable to call for help. Given the circumstances, it was prudent for Albert, considering his current capabilities, to remain in the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor to conduct his trials and product development. Upon entering the classroom, he settled at his workbench, an old desk that had seen better days, and began to immerse his consciousness in the information displayed on the system panel. Ah, splendid. His points had finally surpassed 10,000. Observing the system panel where the points read 11,320, Albert nodded in satisfaction. Such a sum should suffice to acquire the basics of alchemy and this month's unique spellblind box. With this thought, he promptly opened the system's marketplace panel, swiftly locating the basic alchemy option and selected it for purchase. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed user. Congratulations on successfully acquiring basic alchemy. Would you like to begin your studies immediately? As Albert clicked the purchase button, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ah, the attitude following such a substantial expenditure is indeed markedly different. Upon hearing the system's somewhat exhilarated alert, Albert smirked. Perhaps I shall postpone my studies for the moment. I must explore the monthly discount section first. With that thought, he scrolled down to the bottom of the marketplace interface and entered the monthly discount zone. As anticipated, the offerings in December's discount section were much like those of previous months. Aside from a few unforgivable curses, a collection of toxic potions, and several skills evidently associated with dark magic, the sole item worthy of acquisition was the system's exclusive spell mystery box, priced at 1,000 system points. Albert, somewhat exasperated, curled his lip and casually clicked to purchase a mystery box. Ding! The host had stumbled upon a stroke of luck upon opening the treasure chest. He was awarded the system's unique spell, Fire Arrow, valued at an impressive 50,000 points. This time, after Albert opted to acquire the system's exclusive spell mystery box. The system remained silent for nearly a minute before lethargically announcing the name of the spell drawn from the box, only to fall silent once more. Indeed, having spent 1,000 points to purchase the system's unique spell mystery box and subsequently unveiling a spell worth 50,000 points. It became evident that the return on investment for this mystery box was an astonishing 50-fold. Albert abruptly rose from his chair, bursting into hearty laughter. Initially, he intended to mock the system further in his mind, but upon reflection, he reconsidered. To prevent that entity from seeking petty grievances against him in the future, Albert ultimately resolved to refrain from ridiculing the system this time. After all, its current mood was likely far from cheerful. Very well, system. Let us commence the transmission of the fundamentals of alchemy, along with the pertinent information regarding that fiery arrow. Albert chuckled for a moment before suppressing his excitement and returning to his seat at the table, mentally addressing the system. Ding, the transmission begins now. The system responded in a lackluster manner, and then a torrent of immense information surged directly into Albert's mind. This time, the transmission of information regarding basic alchemy and the fire arrow spell took over 10 minutes to complete. Once the overwhelming flow of information finally subsided, Albert exhaled deeply and slumped back in his chair. The volume of information contained in both basic alchemy and the fire arrow spell far exceeded his expectations. Albert even felt that had it not been for his status as a transmigrator with a sufficiently strong soul, that terrifying stream of information lasting over 10 minutes could have rendered him utterly foolish. Albert languidly slumped in his chair, taking over half an hour to regain a semblance of comfort, at least alleviating the intense dizziness that had previously engulfed him. He raised his hand to massage his temples and then straightened his posture, beginning to untangle the myriad complex pieces of information that had just surfaced in his mind. Goodness, how astonishingly formidable even the rudiments of alchemy could be. Albert took nearly an hour to thoroughly digest all the content of elementary alchemy. The complexity and profundity of this material far exceeded his previous expectations. Never mind, he would sort out the information regarding the fire arrow later when he had more time. Otherwise, he would have no opportunity to study the communication devices this morning. Albert smiled wryly and shook his head, then retrieved several fragments of wood from the pocket of his robe and placed them upon the table before him. In line with his earlier thoughts, he intended to draw inspiration from the communication methods of Dumbledore's army as depicted in the original novel, aiming to create a coin-like device resembling the Galleon that could convey simple messages. However, after mastering the fundamentals of alchemy, he discovered that even the most basic alchemical skills were sufficient to assist him in crafting more intricate alchemical artifacts. Albert gazed at the fragments of wood strewn across the table for a moment, before retrieving a small silver knife from the pocket of his robe. He began to delicately carve the 10 digits of 09 into the surface of the wood. Subsequently, he turned the pieces over and inscribed an array of intricate and peculiar symbols on the opposite side. With a solid foundation in the production of alchemical items, and having mastered the basics of alchemy, the creation of these trinkets was, for Albert, a task of little challenge. Thus, he completed the entire engraving on the 5 wooden pieces in under 20 minutes. Chapter 113, Re-entering the Level, Part 1. Albert picked up the 5 small wooden pieces from the table, inspecting them meticulously several times. Once he confirmed that the symbols he had carved on the backs of the pieces were flawless, he took the wand resting nearby and gently tapped each piece. At the moment the wand touched the wood, a faint white glow emanated from the symbols on the back of each piece. Excellent, everything seems in order, Albert mused, observing the transformation of the pieces from a pale yellow to a pristine white, nodding in satisfaction. He casually selected one of the pieces, placing its back against the tip of the wand, and pressed down on the numeral 1 carved on the front with a finger. After a couple of seconds, the piece began to vibrate subtly, and simultaneously, the 4 pieces remaining on the table began to tremble as well, their engraved numeral 1 flashing with a bright white light. Marvelous, the experiment is a success. With this sight, Albert nodded in approval and returned the piece affixed to the wand back onto the table. His next task was to devise a way to create several coin-shaped metal discs, devoid of any engravings. As he spoke to himself, he rose from the table and stretched languidly. The material of these wooden pieces was rather inadequate. They could withstand only a few uses before becoming unusable. He would need to seek out some special metal. Afterward, he gathered the wooden pieces and tucked them back into the pocket of his robe before pushing open the classroom door and striding out. Are you suggesting that these numbered wooden pieces can be used to convey messages? 5 minutes later, in the Gryffindor common room, Ron sat beside a wizard's chessboard. Holding a small piece Albert had given him, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he examined it closely. Indeed, these wooden pieces can transmit simple messages, Albert affirmed. Noticing Ron's perplexity. However, they are merely experimental tools and will not last long. Can these pieces still be used now? Could you demonstrate how to send a message using one of the small pieces? Harry asked, holding a piece in his hand. His eyes glimmering with anticipation as he looked at Albert. Of course I can. Albert nodded thoughtfully, then retrieved a third wooden piece from his pocket, demonstrating to the other two how to convey messages remotely using these fragments. To test the transmission distance of the wooden pieces, he made his way to the hall on the castle's first floor, sending numerical information to the other pieces. Remarkably, the messages were transmitted with remarkable stability and speed. However, after the trio conducted 3 repeated experiments, all 5 wooden pieces shattered into splinters. This prop you've created is indeed quite effective, Ron remarked with excitement. With a total of 10 digits, it can convey 10 different types of messages. However, using wood as the material for this device is impractical, as it proves too fragile. He gazed at the scattered bits of wood on the table and continued, I plan to design this prop to resemble coins. Though I am currently uncertain where to procure metal pieces that are coin-shaped and devoid of any engravings. Albert shook his head with a hint of exasperation. If all else fails, I may have to contact my father and request his assistance in producing a batch of these metal plates using our family factory's production line. The 3 engaged in casual conversation in the empty communal lounge, and Albert played 2 rounds of wizard chess with Ron. Subsequently, they set off to the dining hall for lunch. This year, several students from each house chose to remain at school during the Christmas holiday, ensuring that even during this festive season, the dining hall would not feel excessively desolate at mealtime. Albert and the other 2 took their seats at one end of the Gryffindor long table. After casually consuming a morsel or 2, they hastily rose and rushed out of the hall. Today, they finally had the opportunity to engage in a few exhilarating rounds of life-sized wizard's chess with those grand pieces. As they made their way to the rightmost corridor on the 4th floor of the castle, Ron whispered excitedly to the others. The thrill was intoxicating, to be candid. Ever since the last time they played life-sized wizard's chess, returning to the ordinary version felt utterly devoid of sensation. Although it could still be somewhat entertaining, it lacked the exhilarating essence, and without the immersive, participatory experience, even a couple of rounds would soon become tedious, devoid of any sense of engagement. Nevertheless, I suppose that after a few more years of studying transfiguration and alchemy, I should be able to create pieces akin to those chessmen. Albert smiled at Ron and said, as long as we have a sufficiently large space, we could construct a chessboard identical to the one in Professor McGonagall's challenge. At that moment, the 3 of them had arrived at the door outside the corridor on the far right of the 4th floor. Harry quickly drew his wand and gently tapped the lock of the wooden door, quietly murmuring, Alohomora. In the next instant, accompanied by a crisp click, the lock was successfully opened. Splendid. It seems my practice has yielded good results, Harry whispered excitedly, then carefully turned the doorknob and pushed open the wooden door. As it swung open, a heavy, labored breathing could be heard seeping through the crack. Albert hastily retrieved a harmonica, the very same one that Hermione had played previously, and began to play it gently. Although Albert's harmonica skills were far from proficient, akin to Hermione's performance under extreme stress, he managed to produce a lullaby that evoked a sense of nightmarish dread. However, as soon as the music filled the air, the 3-headed dog lurking in the corridor behind the door began to yawn. The 3 individuals stood outside for less than a minute before the creature collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to slumber. On this occasion, the dog's position was notably further back, perfectly revealing the trapdoor on the floor. The trio swiftly ventured into the corridor, and Harry turned back to securely close the wooden door leading to this passage. Chapter 114, Re-entering the Barrier, Part 2, as Albert played the harmonica. He cautiously approached the trapdoor on the floor, bending down to carefully lift the panel, just like the last time a few of them had come here. The vertical passage beneath the trapdoor remained shrouded in darkness. Albert gestured to Harry and Ron, indicating that they should descend first. He then retrieved from his small backpack the retractable rope they had previously used, along with a tiny bottle of invisible adhesive. Harry took the retractable rope and the bottle of adhesive from Albert's hands, mimicking Albert's earlier actions by spraying some of the adhesive on the ground before affixing the rope beside the trapdoor. I'll go down first to assess the situation. If Professor Sprout has already modified this challenge according to Albert's suggestions, then traversing it safely ourselves may prove quite difficult, Harry whispered to Ron. I have a decent grasp of the levitation charm now, enough to ensure I can float or significantly lighten my weight. Moreover, the brightness of the Lumos spell I cast is slightly more intense than yours. If Professor Sprout has indeed relocated those devil's snare into this vertical passage, I should manage better when I descend. All right, you go first. Once you ascertain the conditions below, I'll follow immediately, Ron replied after a brief moment of hesitation. Sure. I'll keep you updated on what's happening down here, Harry said softly before casting a levitation charm on himself, grasping the retractable rope as he slowly floated down the vertical passage. Indeed, the devil's snare had been moved into the vertical passage. After about 10 seconds, Harry's slightly muffled voice emerged from the depths. Damn it, there seems to be even more of this devil's snare than last time. You must be careful when you come down. After Harry spoke, a series of struggling sounds echoed through the passage, subsiding only after another 10 seconds. Are you all right, Harry? Ron called down, worry evident in his voice. I'm fine. I've just floated into the room for the first challenge, Harry's voice replied, though it sounded much fainter than before. This room has been altered. They completely revamped it according to Albert's suggestions. The ground is now littered with sharp stones, shards of pottery, thorny brambles, and numerous iron spikes at least 2 or 3 inches long, all pointing upward. You must be cautious when you descend. Avoid landing on the ground at all costs. I'm currently hovering in midair, pushing myself forward against the wall. Got it. We'll be careful, Ron said, relieved to hear that Harry was unscathed. He quickly cast a levitation charm on himself and began to float down the vertical passage, emulating Harry's earlier descent. All right, Albert, I've also reached the bottom room. You should come down quickly. Ron's voice floated up the passage after about half a minute. Albert abruptly ceased his harmonica performance. Although it was a melody of his own creation, he felt that if he were to listen for a few more minutes, he might very well be driven to madness by the strains of his own tune. However, the moment Albert halted his playing, the three-headed dog began to stir uneasily. In a swift motion, Albert cast a levitation spell upon himself, foregoing the elastic rope entirely, and leaped directly into the vertical passage before him. Soon, he sensed that his feet had been ensnared by something with considerable force. Immediately, the tendrils that bound him began to ascend rapidly, soon coiling around his waist. Indeed, the responsiveness of these devilish webs seemed to have significantly increased compared to before. Albert nodded in satisfaction, and then he unleashed a blazing fire spell. Indeed, in order to extricate himself swiftly from his predicament and to escape the suffocating sensation that enveloped him, Albert resorted directly to the fire incantation. However, he was somewhat astonished to notice that the demonic webs appeared to have been fortified in advance, despite the presence of intensely bright and searing flames nearby. The webs exhibited little panic, reluctantly loosening their tight grip on Albert. Wow, you came down surprisingly quickly, only about 20 seconds. Upon Albert's descent into the chamber below, he hovered in midair, propped against the wall with one hand, while Ron and Harry gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming in unison, I used the fire spell while navigating through those demonic webs. Albert smiled as he glanced down at the ground beneath him, a chill coursing up his spine. The floor of the room was no longer recognizable in its original stone hue, now obscured by a treacherous layer of pebbles, shattered porcelain, and protruding iron spikes. Interwoven among the hundreds of glinting nails were thorny brambles, their barbs menacingly poised. This trial's transformation was far more horrifying than I had previously envisioned. Albert murmured softly and then, with a gentle push against the wall, floated over to Harry and Ron's side. Well then, let us hasten to the next challenge. I am quite eager to see what shape Professor Flitwick will transform those false keys into. Albert, filled with anticipation, uttered a phrase before propelling himself against the wall. Soaring into the adjacent corridor, the trio swiftly entered the next chamber, and indeed, as they had surmised, Professor Flitwick had completed his modification of this level. Much like Professor Sprout's challenge, Flitwick had rendered this trial even more arduous than Albert had envisioned. Dozens of flying keys shaped like swords and an equal number resembling daggers darted rapidly through the air above their heads. After merely gazing at these keys for less than 10 seconds, Albert felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, stars dancing before his eyes, accompanied by a palpable sense of discomfort. All right, enough of this, he declared. Let us refrain from observing these keys any longer. If we continue, we might very well faint in this room. Albert spoke rapidly and then hurriedly lowered his head, moving to the corner of the room where he began to meticulously rummage through a heap of clutter, according to the improvement plan he had previously proposed. The true key should be concealed in some corner of the room. Chapter 115. A rather dull Christmas holiday. Among the subsequent 3 challenges, the only one that took Albert and his companions by surprise was Chilo's stage. This challenge was no longer an empty, vast chamber. Instead, it had transformed into a room replete with public restrooms, the stench of socks that hadn't been washed in a decade, and the nauseating aroma of vomit from drunken revelry, which could only be described as a gas chamber. After entering the room, Albert and his companions nearly lost consciousness, overwhelmed by the oppressive air. As they struggled to open their tear-filled eyes, they slowly raised their heads to survey their surroundings, eventually spotting in the corner a colossal creature, akin to a small mountain, sprawled on the ground in a deep slumber. Exchanging furtive glances that conveyed urgency, the trio lowered their heads, pinched their noses, and dashed towards the wooden door at the far end of the room. 10 seconds later, having burst into the adjoining corridor, Albert and his friends leaned against the stone wall, gasping for breath. "What I'm most eager to know is how we should proceed when we return," Ron stammered, his pallor evident. "I still have a few masks in my bag," Albert replied, his voice equally weary. "When we come back, we should each take 2 masks. Dampen them with water, cover our mouths, noses, and eyes, and then swiftly rush through that room, provided the creature does not obstruct our path. This way, our passage should be bearable." After resting for another few minutes in the corridor, they entered Professor McGonagall's chamber. Perhaps due to the exhilarating and immersive nature of the life-sized wizard's chess game, or perhaps out of fear of facing the room housing the creature, Harry and Ron remained engaged in the game until it was time for dinner, reluctantly leaving the chessboard at Albert's impatient urging. The trio then glanced at the challenge overseen by Snape, confirming the content of the parchment and substituting the riddle with the system of equations Albert had pinned, before they began their slow and heavy-footed return, their expressions reflecting a mixture of trepidation and determination, as if they were embarking on a perilous journey into an unknown fate. Fortunately, upon their return to the room, the adult giant remained undisturbed, still snoring thunderously in the corner. With urgency, the 3 of them secured the damp masks over their noses and mouths and, propelled by an adrenaline-fueled burst of speed, traversed the room in less than 3 seconds, flinging open the door to the next challenge involving the flying keys. In the following days, Ron and Harry found their lives unexpectedly dull. According to their pre-holiday plans, they had intended to spend the Christmas break playing in Professor McGonagall's Wizard Chess Challenge. No, rather, to train the giant chess pieces. However, due to the terrifying toxic gas from Quirrel's challenge, they now avoided the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor altogether. In contrast, Albert was quite busy during this period. On the 3rd day of the Christmas holiday, his father sent him a letter along with a large box filled with unadorned coins. Having completed all the holiday assignments from the professors in just over 2 days, Albert spent his time in the abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, tirelessly crafting one digital communication coin after another, just as he felt on the verge of madness from the monotony. The much-anticipated Christmas holiday arrived, a time eagerly awaited by children and young people alike, whether in the Muggle world or the Wizarding realm. Albert and Harry were roused from their slumber by Ron's excited exclamations. "What is the matter, Ron? Why are you making such a racket this early? It's not even 8 o'clock yet." Harry yawned widely, his voice slightly muffled as he complained. "Oh, I apologize for the commotion. It's just that I've received an unprecedented number of Christmas gifts, and I'm rather exhilarated," Ron replied, scratching his head sheepishly upon hearing Harry's grumbling. However, his expression soon transformed back into one of excitement. "You both ought to take a look at the gifts you've received. There are far more than I got. Come on, see who they're from and what treasures lie within those packages." At Ron's words, Harry sat up in surprise. He had never before received a single decent Christmas gift throughout his life. Albert, yawning, emerged from beneath the covers, having anticipated the arrival of Christmas gifts. However, upon witnessing the towering heap of presents beside his bed, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He estimated that this impressive collection of Christmas gifts consisted of no fewer than 20 parcels. Albert hastily descended from his bed, donned his robe, and, alongside the other 2, eagerly and joyfully unwrapped his Christmas presents. Albert's previous estimation proved accurate. Indeed, he received a remarkable 25 Christmas gifts this year. Among them, at least half were festive offerings from prominent clients of the W Wizarding Company. What delighted Albert the most, or rather, what he cherished above all, were 2 gifts, a double-sided mirror from his parents and a magnificent Christmas box from Hermione. Within this grand gift, aside from a tome on advanced alchemical analysis and research, thick enough to rival the Oxford English Dictionary, lay a substantial bag of his favorite treat, passion fruit watermelon gummies, which could only be procured from a particular candy store in Manchester. Upon seeing this bag of gummies, Albert was genuinely moved. He recalled mentioning just a month or two prior to Hermione that his favorite dessert was this exclusive passion fruit watermelon confection, and she had silently committed that preference to memory. However, before Albert could dwell on his emotions for long, he was jolted back to reality by the excited exclamations of Harry and Ron nearby. Indeed, those two had finally discovered the invisibility cloak that Harry received. Yet, to Albert's surprise, Harry and Ron's excitement was fleeting. They quickly regained their composure. In Ron's words, while the invisibility cloak was undoubtedly precious, its effectiveness seemed inferior to Albert's disillusionment charm. Hence, it appeared that once they all mastered the charm, Harry's cloak would lose its significance. After Christmas, the group returned to their previous routines. Harry and Ron spent their days divided between brief bouts of homework and indulging in wizard chess or aimless chatter. As for Albert, he continued to craft his digital communication coins. The trio initially believed that their mundane holiday existence would persist until the new term commenced. Yet the unfolding events were rife with surprises. For instance, just one day before the Christmas break concluded, after dinner, Albert and his companions witnessed Dumbledore ascending to the 8th floor of the castle, accompanied by the 4 house heads and a visibly weary Quirrel, heading towards the headmaster's office. Introduction: Albert Wells, a former Harry Potter enthusiast who traversed into the world of Harry Potter, acquired a mysterious wand from the East at the age of 11. Awakening a magical exchange system that allowed him to earn Galleons and convert them into corresponding system points for various spells or skills. Whether existing or yet to emerge in the magical realm,